As a decent young man of the 21st century, I can accept the notion of traversing dimensions, but to find myself inhabiting the body of a mere beast is utterly absurd. A 3-inch tall, jet black wolf pup gradually opened its eyes, its pair of wide pupils fixated on its own form, and it could not help but utter an expletive. Zhao Yi was in a state of profound discontent. He had once been a respectable youth of the 21st century, passionate about gaming, blissfully unaware even during an earthquake, only to meet a tragic fate. What was even more tragic was that after enduring the trials of reincarnation, he had somehow found himself embodied in a newly born Crimson Yuan Wolf. This Crimson Yuan Wolf had only just entered the world when its den was besieged by humans seeking the precious spirit herb, the Crimson Yuan fruit. In the ensuing chaos, all the adult Crimson Yuan Wolves were brutally slaughtered, their demon cores forcefully extracted. As for the newborn pups, they too could not elude the clutches of their captors, and were all taken away. Zhao Yi could never forget the blood-soaked, frenzied scene. He sighed softly, casting a disdainful glance at the 2 Crimson Yuan wolves sleeping beside him. Ever since being brought to the Yi family by humans, these 2 little creatures had remained by his side, perhaps a manifestation of the innate bond shared among Crimson Yuan wolves. Yet, Zhao Yi, not being a demon beast by nature, felt a certain aversion towards them. Creak! The sound of a door opening broke the silence, and a petite figure cautiously stepped inside, her small hands clutching some pale, white bones. "I'm so sorry, little wolves. Everyone else seems to shun me, so I sneaked in to see you," she said. The girl, around 15 or 16 years of age, possessed a delicate and charming appearance, particularly accentuated by her pair of clear, gem-like eyes, devoid of any impurities. As the girl emerged, the 2 crimson wolves lying beside Zhao Yi immediately trotted over to her side, voraciously devouring the food. "Take your time. There's plenty for you all," the girl said, her lips curving into a sweet smile, radiating charm. She gently stroked the wolves' fur, seemingly unperturbed by the potential threat they posed. Spotting Zhao Yi, she produced a bone and said with a soft grin, "Little wolf, you should eat a little too. It's the perfect time for you to grow." "Yi Zixin, what are you doing here?" 3 menacing figures suddenly appeared at the doorway, particularly the bald man at the forefront, whose piercing gaze fell sharply upon the flustered Yi Zixin, clearly taken aback. Yi Zixin's face betrayed her anxiety as she stammered, unable to utter a coherent word. The bald man scoffed, glancing at the bewildered crimson wolves, and gestured to his companions. "Young Master Yi Chun has ordered that these 2 crimson wolves be captured for soup. They have lost their home. Please do not harm them any further." Yi Zixin's heart raced with unexpected courage as she stepped in front of the 3 men. "You, a useless person, should focus on preparing for the marriage alliance with the Lei family, and yet you dare to obstruct my business? Get out of my way." The bald man cast a disdainful glance at Yi Zixin, dismissively pushing her aside while signaling his associate in white robes. The robed attendant, comprehending instantly, interposed himself before Yi Zixin, preventing her interference. "Fetch those 2 crimson wolves here," the bald-headed giant commanded, indicating the 2 larger specimens, while utterly disregarding the frail Zhao. "Yes, chief." The black-robed follower assented eagerly, viewing this as an opportune moment to ingratiate himself, and promptly trotted towards the crimson wolves. "Desist at once." Yi Zixin's delicate countenance flushed with anxiety, yet the white-robed attendant remained an unyielding barrier, rendering her incapable of breaching his defenses, forcing her to witness the unfolding scene helplessly. "You court death." Zhao Yi recollected that the bald-headed giant before him was among those who had annihilated the Crimson Wolf family, and he had personally witnessed the giant slaying the wolf's parents with a single stroke of his sword. Though Zhao Yi had been reborn as a wolf, life was imbued with sentiment, and a surge of fury welled up within him. His eyes blazing with rage, Zhao Yi lunged at the black-robed attendant without hesitation. In the instant Zhao Yi leapt, he perceived a flash of inspiration in his mind. whereupon the attendant's movements seemed to decelerate considerably, while numerous red dots materialized on his shoulders, arms, and other areas. What is this? Zhao Yi wondered, momentarily taken aback. But without further contemplation, he charged directly towards these suddenly appearing red points. Zhao Yi bared his fangs and bit down without mercy. Taken by surprise by the sudden assault, his shoulder torn open. Blood flowed freely, staining the ground crimson. "Chief, help me!" The black-robed follower, utterly craven, instead of retaliating against Zhao Yi's attack, cried out for assistance. "Attack him together, Xiao Bai! Kill him!" The bald, burly man was somewhat taken aback by Zhao Yi's unexpectedly swift reaction. He disregarded his initial intention to capture the two Crimson Essence Wolves, as Zhao Yi's actions had incensed him. Such formidable power. As the bald man advanced toward Zhao Yi, the latter immediately felt a wave of pressure engulf him. Under the bald man's assault, Zhao Yi was swiftly cornered. "Beast, daring to harm my brother. Today, I will flay you alive." The bald man sneered, drawing his sword from his waist and slashing viciously towards Zhao Yi's limbs. "No!" Yi Zixin, in the distance, shook her head frantically, but was powerless to stop the bald man's actions, forced to witness the scene unfold. "If you think you can take your grandfather's life, you're sorely mistaken." Zhao Yi stared intently at the red spots all over the bald man's body. With a sudden dodge, he darted beneath the man's feet and leaped up. Seemingly influenced by the Crimson Essence Wolf's bloodline, Zhao Yi was reminded that this detestable individual had killed the wolf's parents. Overwhelmed with fury, he fixed his gaze on the two testicles encircled by red spots and, without hesitation, bit them off. "Ayayua!" The bald, burly man immediately emitted a pig-like scream, his crotch instantly stained crimson, with viscous fluid dripping incessantly. Naturally, Zhao Yi did not consume the testicles, enduring his disgust to spit them out. "Retreat! Retreat quickly!" The bald man, his face contorted with terror, ignored the intense pain below and bellowed at his two lackeys, casting a hateful glance at Zhao Yi before fleeing. Zhao Yi beheld Yi Zixin approaching him. Her delicate face appeared pale, yet her bright, expressive eyes betrayed no hint of fear, which took him by surprise. It seemed that Yi Zixin possessed an innate understanding of Zhao Yi's words. She gently shook her head and tenderly stroked the fur of the two Crimson Yuan Wolves, soothing their anxious spirits as if she shared an instinctive bond with the beasts. "Little wolf cub, I comprehend that your actions earlier were compelled by necessity, yet your assault on the bald man will not be overlooked by them," Yi Zixin said softly, tilting her head slightly, a trace of concern flickering across her countenance. After what seemed like an internal struggle, a sudden glimmer of determination shone in her eyes. "Little wolf cub, remain here, quietly. I shall devise a means to assist you." Zhao Yi realized that having harmed the bald man, departing from this place was hardly a prudent choice. Moreover, he sensed that the very essence of the demon wolf held numerous secrets. Rising to his feet, he began to move, and the two bewildered Crimson Yuan Wolves lifted their heads, following him eagerly. Zhao Yi paused momentarily, but did not deter their companionship. After locating a suitable hiding spot, he closed his eyes and found himself transported to another realm. Chapter 2. The Demon God System Points? What on earth is that? Zhao Yi studied for a long time before he noticed a string of numbers appearing in the upper right corner of the enormous panel. Points balance, 600. Next to this balance, Zhao Yi also observed a detailed log and quickly clicked on it. The hatred values from Yi Guang, Yi He, and Yi Bai were recorded as 500, 50, and 50. Zhao Yi was not foolish upon seeing these numbers. He immediately comprehended that Yi Guang must refer to the bald giant, while Yi He and Yi Bai were his two lackeys. The so-called hatred value indicated the degree of animosity directed towards oneself. It seemed this point system was rather inconsequential. Zhao Yi scratched his head and discovered that within the entire Wanling Mall panel, only one section was illuminated. Dog food. Available for 100 points per portion, What on earth was that? Zhao Yi had initially thought the Wanling Mall was quite extraordinary, but upon seeing that singularly bright spot, his face darkened considerably. He had already accepted the fact that he had been reincarnated as a wolf. Now this bizarre system seemed intent on making his plight even more miserable by forcing him to consume dog food, which appeared rather overpriced. After a round of complaints, he reluctantly scanned the entire panel once more, only to find that this was the sole area glowing. With no other options, he decided to purchase a portion of dog food to test the waters. The dog food resembled a meatball-sized bean, pitch black in color. Zhao Yi was too exhausted to complain further and swallowed it whole. Instantly, he felt a unique energy coursing through his limbs, not only healing the injury sustained during his earlier battle with Yi Guang and the others, but also enhancing his strength. Zhao Yi sensed this invigorating change, thinking that perhaps with 2 more portions of dog food, he might just reach the second tier of demon beasts. Upon this realization, without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yi exchanged for 5 portions of dog food, all of which he promptly refined. He sensed that he was now infinitely close to becoming a 3rd-tier demon beast. The immense power coursing through his body filled him with satisfaction as he nodded approvingly, turning his attention to the study of the demon god system. After dedicating more than half an hour to his research, Zhao Yi discerned that the crimson light emitted during his previous battle with Yi Guang had revealed the vulnerabilities within him. Moreover, he discovered that within this demon god system, he could establish a psychic connection with other demon beasts, albeit limited to a maximum of 3. Approaching the 2 nearby Crimson Yuan Wolves, he promptly followed the system's instructions, unleashing a wave of intangible light that enveloped them. To his astonishment, he realized that a thread of spiritual communication had been forged between him and the 2 Crimson Yuan Wolves. "Can you hear my voice?" Zhao Yi silently called out to them. Suddenly, a voice reverberated in the minds of the 2 Crimson Yuan Wolves, causing them to tense up, scanning their surroundings. "Fear not. It is I," Zhao Yi conveyed once more, and only then did they recognize that it was Zhao Yi communicating with them. The 2 Crimson Yuan Wolves nodded, their top bodies gradually relaxing. "Henceforth, I shall be your elder brother, and you shall be named Di Yuan and Heir Yuan." Zhao Yi pondered for a moment before bestowing names upon them. "Yes, boss." The 2 Crimson Yuan Wolves responded eagerly, seemingly delighted by their new names. Someone approaches. Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes, sensing a surge in perception, likely as a result of possessing the supreme demon god system. He noticed a group of individuals gathering outside the warehouse, among them a severely injured Yi Guang. "Vile creatures, it is you who have harmed my subordinates." Yi Guang was brought in by his 2 lackeys, while ahead of them stood a young man clad in white, coldly observing Zhao Yi and his 3 red origin wolves. This young man was evidently the young master that Yi Guang had referred to Yi Chen. The surrounding crowd murmured and pointed, with some audaciously mocking Yi Guang's pitiful state. After all, having lost everything, he was destined to live as a eunuch for the rest of his days. Zhao Yi appeared oblivious to Yi Chen's taunts, stretching languidly before lying down on the ground. Yi Chen was taken aback. Could even the red origin wolves stretch like that? Moments later, Yi Chen realized that Zhao Yi was humiliating him in this manner. "You vile creature, I shall slay you." In his daily life, Yi Chen was greeted with respect, often addressed as young master, yet now he found himself ridiculed by a mere beast, which pushed him to the brink of fury. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi lay on the ground, secretly reveling in the fact that Yi Chen's hatred for him had surged beyond 100, converting into points. Without hesitation, Yi Chen drew the sword at his waist and charged at Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi remained still until Yi Chen's blade descended upon him. His eyes seemed to transform into glass, and red dots appeared on Yi Chen's body. Zhao Yi gradually rose, effortlessly deflecting Yi Chen's lethal strike, while Yi Chen, overexerting himself, tumbled to the ground, his face ashen, resembling someone who had just consumed excrement. Although the Yi family members who had come to watch made no outward remarks, their barely suppressed laughter only served to infuriate Yi Chen further. "You vile creature." As the young master of the Yi family, he was acutely aware of the importance of face, and now being toyed with by a mere beast left him feeling utterly humiliated. Xin Yi's sword. Without uttering a word, Yi Chen swiftly wielded his long sword, as if a formidable force coalesced within it. My goodness, is Yi Chen about to unleash his martial arts? To think he has been driven to such extremes by a mere beast. It appears that creature is doomed. Witnessing Yi Chen's swordplay, the crowd displayed expressions of astonishment, clearly taken aback that he would employ martial arts against a newborn animal. Upon hearing the incessant murmurs around him, Yi Chen's face flushed crimson, akin to a pig's liver. After all, using martial arts against a beast indeed seemed somewhat excessive. Oh no. Zhao Yi noticed the escalating hatred points within the system, rapidly accumulating an additional 300 points. Before he could revel in this newfound fortune, a profound sense of danger enveloped him. Yi Chen's cultivation already surpassed that of Yi Guang, boasting a 6th level of body refinement. And now with the application of martial arts, it seemed that the three wolves were destined to meet their end here. Yet, Zhao Yi did not hastily flee, for he sensed the approach of a formidable presence. Stop! Just as Yi Chen's sword was about to descend, a thunderous shout abruptly resonated, followed by a stone hurtling towards him at an astonishing speed, effectively interrupting Yi Chen's martial arts. The sudden disruption caused him to spew blood, crashing to the ground in a state of utter disgrace. Zhao Yi, taken aback, cast his gaze into the crowd, where two unfamiliar figures had appeared, one of whom was none other than the previously stealthy Yi Zixin, who had come to their aid. Chapter 3 Patriarch Yi Zhen, what brings you here? This brood has injured our people, and I was just about to flay its bones, Yi Chen said, halting his actions as he approached the patriarch, believing that Yi Zhen had come to his aid. However, the sharp sound of a slap left Yi Chen utterly bewildered, lingering in shock for several seconds. Yi Chen, these three young wolves are Xin's pets. Are you seeking death? Yi Zhen reprimanded, jolting Yi Chen from his stupor, making him acutely aware of the stinging pain on his face. Yet, he understood that Yi Zhen, as the head of the Yi family, wielded immense authority. Even his father would not dare to provoke him in this moment. You little wretch, should I catch you, I will ensure your flesh is carved piece by piece to feed the pigs. Yi Chen could not retaliate, and instead, he channeled his grievances entirely towards Zhao Yi. Yi Chen's resentment was palpable. In contrast, Zhao Yi felt a surge of delight as he noticed the demon god system erupting with notifications, his points skyrocketing to 400. All thanks to Yi Chen's misfortune. Are the demon wolves all right? Yi Zixin hurriedly approached Zhao Yi, cautiously observing the creatures, fearful that her actions might incite their ire. Zhao Yi gazed into Yi Zixin's crystalline, untainted eyes and gently shook his head, mirroring the action of the two Crimson Yuan Wolves beside him. With these three beasts by his side, he no longer feared that Yi Zixin would reject the Lei family. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Yi Zhen's eyes, enhancing his mood as he cast a glance at Yi Chen and commanded, "Aren't you going to take your people and leave at once?" "Humph. At least you still serve a purpose." Yi Chen's gaze flickered before he finally nodded. The presence of Zhao Yi greatly displeased him. Yi Guang, inform my father that a spirit beast has emerged in our Yi family, and its inner core could assist him in advancing to a second-tier alchemist. Yi Chen began to regain his composure as he issued orders to Yi Guang. His willingness to involve his own father in order to eliminate Zhao Yi reveals the depth of his animosity towards him. Zhao Yi, observing the peacefully slumbering Yi Zixin, pondered silently how he could dedicate his life to safeguarding three unfamiliar spirit beasts. He could hardly fathom what motivated her. Da Yuan, are you interested in following the boss to undertake a grand venture? Zhao Yi communicated telepathically with the two red Yuan wolves. The pair exchanged glances before ultimately nodding in bewilderment. Haha, rest assured, you shall not be deprived of your rewards. Zhao Yi laughed heartily, converting all the points he had acquired from Yi Chen into dog food, 4 pieces in total. However, he soon realized that this dog food seemed ineffective for De Yuan and Er Yuan, failing to enhance their cultivation. After a fruitless attempt, Zhao Yi shifted his focus to a certain location. With the assistance of the demon god system, he sensed that place was brimming with treasures. Having completely offended Yi Chen, and with Yi Zixin being pushed toward the Lei family by her father, Zhao Yi's mind brimmed with reckless ideas. Let us depart. Stealthily exiting Yi Zixin's courtyard, Zhao Yi took the lead, vanishing swiftly with De Yuan and Er Yuan. This is the place. A grand tower suddenly came into view. The tower, comprising 3 tiers, bore the inscription Martial Arts Pavilion in elegant, swirling characters upon its entrance. Outside the martial arts pavilion, numerous individuals stood guard, including figures of elder status, clearly indicating the significance of this place to the Yi family. "Steady yourselves," one elder proclaimed. "In a few days, the clan leader's daughter will be wed to the Lei family, and an abundance of martial skills will flow into this place. Those who excel will have the opportunity to select freely from within." An elder, swaying slightly as he walked before the crowd, appeared somewhat indifferent, his eyelids barely lifting. However, upon hearing his words, the crowd immediately became alert, for in this world, acquiring additional martial skills equates to greater self-empowerment, a matter of utmost importance to all. This old man possesses considerable prowess, yet he does not pose a challenge for me. Zhao Yi stealthily approached the vicinity of the martial arts pavilion and witnessed this scene unfold. With the demon god system at his disposal, even an increase in numbers would not deter Zhao Yi from seizing the opportunity. Closing his eyes momentarily, he became acutely aware of countless red threads emerging, revealing angles unseen by others. "Great Yuan, follow me." Zhao Yi took the lead, while two Crimson Wolves, intrigued by the unfolding events, swiftly followed suit, seamlessly infiltrating the martial arts pavilion without arousing any suspicion among the guards. Is this truly the martial arts pavilion? Upon stepping inside, he found an array of dazzling scrolls meticulously arranged on the shelves, each exuding an extraordinary power. One could only wonder how the Yi family would react when these martial skills were spirited away. Zhao Yi chuckled quietly, convinced of the righteousness of his decision. After all, the Yi family had wronged the Crimson Wolves, and he had been targeted at every turn. Zhao Yi was clearly not one to passively await his fate. Having been provoked by the Yi family, they must brace themselves for the consequences. "Second layer, you all go first," Zhao Yi declared, immediately plunging into the shelves. Out of nowhere, he conjured a flame that swiftly ignited all the martial arts techniques on the first floor. Although the techniques housed in the first layer of the martial arts pavilion were of the lowest grade, they possessed the capacity to inflict considerable damage upon the Yi family, for these represented the essence of their heritage accumulated over a century. Chapter 4. The Rampage of Yi Dan. A sudden blaze erupted from the martial arts pavilion, with black smoke billowing into the air, instantly capturing the attention of all present. The alarm rang out in a cacophony. "Damn it! Who dares to tamper with my Yi family's martial arts pavilion?" Yi Chun, who had initially sought an opportunity to capture Zhao Yi and extract his very bones, found himself momentarily paralyzed by the sight of the rising smoke, his expression darkening. The martial arts pavilion was the lifeblood of the Yi family, and such an incident forced him to set aside his previous intentions. "Come on, everyone." Zhao Yi had set ablaze the entirety of the first floor, and, sensing that someone was hastily approaching, a cold smirk crept onto his lips. Having been reborn as the Crimson Yuan Wolf, he could feel the unyielding rage and resentment of this body. Today, he would exact vengeance on its behalf. "Beasts! How dare you set fire to my family's martial arts pavilion?" Yi Chun was the first to burst in, immediately spotting the Crimson Yuan Wolf making its way to the second layer. His eyes widened in fury, mingled with astonishment. A mere Crimson Yuan Wolf, not only audacious but also seemingly possessing a cunning intellect. Had it achieved sentience? Upon hearing Yi Chen's shout, Zhao Yi cast him a disdainful glance before darting deeper into the martial arts pavilion. That damned beast, Yi Chen thought furiously. As the young master of the Yi family, he was accustomed to the utmost respect from numerous clansmen. Now, Zhao Yi's repeated scorn was an affront he could no longer tolerate. Yi Chun immediately brandished his sword and charged forward, while Zhao Yi set the martial arts pavilion ablaze. The torment he endured led to his demise, and the clan leader would undoubtedly remain silent. How foolish! Zhao Yi shook his head, perhaps influenced by the bloodline of the beast. He was now overwhelmed with a desire to slay Yi Chun. "Beast, I shall shatter your bones, piece by piece. This is the consequence of crossing me." Yi Chun, a practitioner at the 6th level of body refinement, swiftly pursued Zhao Yi, raising his long sword to thrust directly at Zhao Yi's vital points. Even in the face of imminent death, he did not evade. "It seemed I have overestimated this beast." Yi Chen scoffed, accelerating the descent of his sword. Intending to sever Zhao Yi's limbs first, Zhao Yi appeared momentarily stunned, frozen in place. However, in the instant Yi Chen's sword was about to strike, Zhao Yi's body sprang into action, exploiting an opening to lunge for Yi Chen's heart. Such reflexes, even his father could not rival. A mere second-tier beast. Could it truly harm me? Yi Chen sneered, dismissing Zhao Yi entirely. His body could withstand a blow from a third-level practitioner. And he paid no heed to Zhao Yi's assault. Yet, the situation took a sudden turn. Zhao Yi, seemingly from nowhere, stuffed a handful of beans into his mouth, his aura surging to that of a fourth-tier beast. That very strike shattered Yi Chen's heart. Even in death, Yi Chen remained bewildered. Should the Yi family witness his demise, they would likely erupt in fury. Zhao Yi regarded Yi Chen's lifeless body with a cold smirk, feeling no remorse. The Yi family had annihilated the Crimson Yuan Wolf clan. And now Zhao Yi delivered poetic justice in return. Though it was Zhao Yi's inaugural experience with taking a life, he found it peculiar that he felt no discomfort. Rather, a profound sense of exhilaration surged within him, as if he had avenged a great grievance. Furthermore, he had merely been a passive defender against Yi Chen, who had attempted to eliminate him on multiple occasions. Ding! You have slain a level 6 wild creature, earning 500 experience points. 20 bonus for challenging a higher level. Before Zhao Yi could ascend to the second level to continue his fiery conquest, this proclamation echoed in his mind, causing him to halt in his tracks. Slaying a wild creature? Gaining 500 experience points? Having played countless games in his past life, Zhao Yi was acutely attuned to such phenomena and swiftly delved into his inner self to investigate. Indeed, he discovered that the dog food he had recently consumed had elevated him to a fourth-tier monster, and with the death of Yi Chen, his monster core had expanded significantly, bringing him closer to reaching the fifth tier. Goodness, one can actually level up by taking lives? Zhao Yi could not suppress a triumphant shout, checking his status repeatedly until he confirmed his suspicions. Aha! Yi family, you will inevitably pay for the massacre of the Crimson Yuan Wolf clan. With a hearty laugh, he felt emboldened by this revelation, perceiving the Yi family as far less formidable. Should they dare to confront him, Zhao Yi would ensure they regretted their arrival in this world. He swiftly charged into the second level, joining forces with the Yuan Air Yuan, and set ablaze that entire region before plunging into the third level. The martial arts pavilion is divided into 3 tiers. One wonders if the third level harbors techniques suitable for him. Zhao Yi mused, contemplating setting fire to this place as well. Yet recognizing that the Yi family had been a formidable clan for decades, if he could acquire a few useful martial techniques, it would be worthwhile. You may seal off all exits to the martial arts pavilion. I am eager to discover who possesses such audacity. The towering figure was Yi Chen's father, the esteemed elder of the family, Yi Dan. In a fit of fury, he commanded his men to surge into the second level without hesitation. Yi Dan sensed that the perpetrator responsible for his son's demise had not strayed far. It was highly probable that he remained within the martial arts pavilion. This was dire. The Yi family's elite had arrived. Zhao Yi, through the system, detected an imminent approach, the speed indicative of a martial artist. Boss, there's an opening we can escape through. As Zhao Yi sought a way to evade capture, the voice of De Yuan suddenly resonated. Zhao Yi's gaze fell upon a corner where a hole had been carved. Although narrow, it was sufficiently wide for them to slip through. Zhao Yi felt perplexed. The protective measures of the third level of the martial arts pavilion were supposed to be impenetrable, yet such a significant flaw had emerged. Time was of the essence. Sensing the Yi family's experts rushing toward the third level, Zhao Yi wasted no time and, along with the 2 beasts, dove into the opening. A mere moment's delay could spell disaster. Damn it, that scoundrel has escaped. Yi Dan ascended to the third level, only to be met with an empty expanse before him, his expression darkening instantly. Not only had the murderer taken Yi Chen's life, but he had also made off with all of the Yi family's advanced martial techniques. In the coming years, the Yi family would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. Elder, no suspicious individuals were found in the martial arts pavilion. Several guards, trembling with fear, finally made their way to report to Yi Dan. With a resounding slap, Yi Dan struck the one who had spoken, causing the unfortunate individual to stagger, nearly shattering his teeth. "Search! That villain has slain my son. I shall ensure his suffering is beyond imagination." Yi Dan nearly shouted with all his might, and the crowd, as if granted a reprieve, dragged the guards who were ready to blend in and fled in haste. They feared that any delay would spell misfortune for them. Chapter 5. The arrival of the Lei family after extinguishing the inferno at the martial arts pavilion in Tianyang town. The Yi family descended into a frenzy. Regardless of age or gender, everyone was relentlessly searching for the arsonists. The martial arts pavilion was undeniably the lifeblood of such a vast clan. Any loss could lead the entire family towards ruin, which elucidated the Yi family's frantic state. However, after 3 days and nights of searching, they found not a single clue. The culprits behind the fire were 3 red Yuan wolves, a fact that the Yi family could never have anticipated. Zhao Yi shook his head and began to close his eyes, allowing his consciousness to delve deep within. During these 3 days, he had unearthed numerous secrets about the mysterious system within him and even discovered several extraordinary abilities. Regrettably, he had only managed to acquire some martial arts techniques. Obtaining low-grade spirit stones would enable him to upgrade further. Zhao Yi murmured to himself, having found a particularly suitable technique known as the Song Wolf Cannon, a fragmentary martial art that, if fully restored, could rival those of the earth-level techniques. Martial arts are classified into 4 tiers: Xian, Ling, Di, and Tian. With Xian being the lowest and Tian the highest, each level further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The Song Wolf Cannon consists of 9 layers. While the Yi family's martial arts pavilion only possessed the cultivation methods for the first 3 layers. However, with the system's assistance, the Song Wolf Cannon could be simulated into a complete technique. Despite his efforts over these days, Zhao Yi could only cultivate to the first layer. "De Yuan, Air Yuan. Come here." Zhao Yi's consciousness swiftly withdrew from his body, and he called out to the 2 young wolves. They, basking in the sun outside the cave, promptly scampered over. Ever since he had set fire to the Yi family, their respect for him had notably increased. "Since you have chosen to follow me, I shall not treat you poorly," he mused, having discovered a martial arts technique among his gathered treasures that was particularly suitable for their cultivation. With a faint smile, Zhao Yi retrieved a scroll from his inventory, divided it in 2, and handed portions to De Yuan and Air Yuan. Should an observer witness this scene, they would undoubtedly scoff, for the intelligence of demon beasts is rather limited, rendering them incapable of grasping the profound mysteries of martial arts. "Thank you, big brother," the 2 beasts exclaimed, clutching the scrolls before swiftly disappearing into the depths of the cave to commence their training. Zhao Yi watched them vanish from sight. Although he understood that demon beasts could not truly cultivate martial arts, the system's modifications rendered it more accessible for them. Next, it was time to settle accounts with the Yi family. Zhao Yi hastened away from the cave, intent not only on confronting the Yi family, but also on acquiring some spirit stones to expedite his cultivation, for he did not wish to remain hidden within the mountains for eternity. However, now that Zhao Yi had entered the city, he was exceedingly conspicuous and had to tread carefully. "Have you heard? The Yi family has been invaded by outsiders. It is said that those with a grudge against them utterly destroyed a martial arts pavilion. Indeed, rumor has it they even killed members of the Yi family and escaped unscathed. Keep your voices down. If the Yi family discovers our conversation, we shall surely face dire consequences." Zhao Yi walked cautiously along the road, amused by the murmurs of the crowd. It appeared that the Yi family had suffered quite a bit due to his actions. However, Zhao Yi bore no psychological burden, for the Yi family had annihilated the Yuan Wolf clan and intended to capture him for a broth. Had he not successfully escaped, he might have already become sustenance for someone. The Demon Beast Mountains lay approximately 3 hours away from the Yi family estate, a distance Zhao Yi traversed from dawn till dusk. Why is the Yi family's defense so weak tonight? Upon arriving at the Yi family, Zhao Yi initially intended to devise a method to infiltrate, only to discover that what was once a heavily guarded stronghold had but a few sentinels stationed at the entrance. No matter, let us first target the Yi family's treasury. Zhao Yi, disinterested in the current predicament of the Yi family, deemed it imperative to take immediate action. Suddenly, his previously closed eyes flung open, revealing crimson threads emanating before him. Following these threads, Zhao Yi stealthily infiltrated the premises. He honed in on a specific direction, concealing his form within the shadows as he swiftly departed. Within the grand hall of the Yi family, where the senior members convened, uninvited guests had made their appearance. Yi Zhen, the head of the Yi family, glared with a thunderous countenance at the intruders. "Lei, do not overstep your bounds. In light of the turmoil within our martial arts pavilion, you dare to present such demands?" Yi Zhen's face flushed crimson, evidently incensed by the middle-aged man clad in coarse linen before him. Not long ago, Lei, the head of the Lei family, had brazenly intruded into the Yi family, demanding not only the hand of Yi Zixuan but also a sum of 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Despite the Yi family's vast wealth, such a sum would undoubtedly inflict grievous injury upon their resources. Master Yi Zhen, your words are rather misplaced. After all, your esteemed martial arts pavilion has become the talk of the town, and not only is my Lei family aware, but even the Lin family is devising schemes to annex your Yi family. You are not oblivious to the fact that the Lin family would never forfeit such an opportunity. Without our Lei family's assistance, you would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Lei, seemingly oblivious to Yi Zhen's ire, spoke slowly. Upon hearing the mention of the Lin family, Yi Zhen's complexion darkened, and after a moment's hesitation, he ultimately conceded. The Yi family can only offer you 50,000 inferior spirit stones. As for Zixian, I trust you will treat her well. Faced with such pressure, Yi Zhen acquiesced, while Yi Zixian's delicate features turned pale, unable to fathom that her father would sacrifice her to alleviate the family's burdens. My son has taken quite a liking to Zixian. He may very well wish to indulge himself multiple times a day. Lei laughed heartily, clearly in high spirits, unabashedly voicing his thoughts, which left the members of the Yi family utterly humiliated. Yi Zhen silently vowed that should he uncover the identity of the perpetrator who had destroyed his martial arts pavilion, he would ensure their suffering was beyond comprehension. Yi Zhen, I shall take your daughter with me. Tomorrow morning, our Lei family will host a wedding to take her as a concubine. Do remember to bring the 50,000 inferior spirit stones to join in the festivities. As Lei spoke, he reached out toward Yi Zixian. Master, something terrible has occurred. Our storeroom has been attacked, and the guards have been injured. They could not hold them back. At that moment, a figure rushed into the hall in a state of urgency, delivering the alarming news. Scoundrels! It must be the fiends who destroyed my martial arts pavilion returning once more. Hearing the news, Yi Zhen smashed the tea table before him with a mighty blow. The messenger, witnessing Yi Zhen's furious demeanor, trembled in fear, terrified that he might be struck down by a single slap. Nevertheless, he eventually conveyed his discovery. Report to the family head. The guards at the gate mentioned that the intruder in the storeroom is a Crimson Yuan Wolf. Chapter 6. The Wrath of Yi Zhen Yi Family. How utterly incompetent you are to be disturbed by a mere beast in your storeroom. Lei expressed his surprise, pondering whether the previous incident at the Yi family's martial arts pavilion had also been the work of this creature. Yi Dan, we must depart swiftly. Yi Zhen had no time to entertain Lei's scornful jests. The immediate priority was to capture the culprit, lest they suffer another calamity akin to the burning of the martial arts pavilion. After all, their storeroom was the very lifeblood of the Yi family. Finding the situation amusing, Lei, along with two elders beside him, followed closely in pursuit. Clearly, the Yi family had engaged in numerous dubious dealings, as evidenced by the abundance of spirit stones. Within a secluded chamber lay a collection of stones, radiating a faint glow, each infused with mottled energy capable of refining the body. The sheer quantity, piled into small mountains, likely exceeded 500,000. Having injured the guards upon entry, it was evident that the Yi family would soon arrive with reinforcements. Zhao Yi, unable to indulge in his amazement, hurriedly began to remove the spirit stones before him. Fortunately, the system contained an inventory feature that made the task effortless. How peculiar, he mused, that the spirit stones here had been depleted? While gathering the stones, he noticed one in the corner that had lost all its luster, clearly devoid of any remaining spiritual energy. The spiritual stones were scattered around, and Zhao Yi followed their trail until he finally arrived at a hewn opening. The dark crevice was just large enough for him to slip into. Initially, he had spared your life for the sake of Zhao, yet you, wretched creature, repaid kindness with malice. Burning down my martial arts pavilion was not enough. Now you dare to infiltrate the Yi family's treasury. Yuzhen roared, filled with regret for not having slain this beast with a single strike when he had the chance. Zhao Yi regarded him with cold disdain. Had they not annihilated the Crimson Yuan Wolf clan, he would not have resorted to such measures. Without regard for his status, Yuzhen lunged at Zhao Yi, his hatred palpable. Yuzhen's cultivation. Could it be that he has reached the martial spirit level? The system within Zhao Yi continuously converted Yuzhen's animosity into points, yet he felt no joy. He could detect no vulnerabilities in Yuzhen. To evade the system's scrutiny, it seemed that Yuzhen's power had indeed surpassed that of a mere martial artist, attaining the martial spirit level. As Zhao Yi observed the rapidly approaching Yuzhen, he was contemplating an escape when a white figure unexpectedly appeared in front of him. Zhao. Yuzhen's brow furrowed deeply, despite his attempt to halt. A portion of his force still swept over Zhao, causing blood to spill from her lips. Little wolf, you must flee, Zhao cried out, enduring immense pain as she addressed Zhao Yi. You. Zhao Yi was taken aback, glancing at Zhao. Their acquaintance was brief, yet she was willing to risk injury from her own father to aid him. Though Zhao had her reasons for her actions, time was of the essence, and Zhao Yi could not afford to linger in thought. He nodded decisively and dashed towards the small opening he had previously discovered. However, Yuzhen, having finally located the perpetrator, would not permit Zhao Yi to escape so easily. Realizing he could not catch up, he swiftly gathered nearby spirit stones and forcefully propelled them forward. With a fierce shout, Yuzhen unleashed his martial technique, transforming the collected spirit stones into ordinary rocks. A translucent palm print, imbued with formidable power, surged violently into the entrance of the cave. A muffled groan echoed from within, indicating that Zhao Yi had been struck hard by the blow. Alas, the head of the Yi family has personally intervened, yet he cannot even capture a mere beast. Came the mocking applause from outside the treasury. Layli watched the unfolding scene with a smile, feigning cooperation with the Yi clan while secretly relishing their misfortune. The young lady is doomed. The two guards exchanged glances, fully aware of the implications of being imprisoned. It was clear that Yuzhen was utterly enraged by Yi Zixin's earlier actions. Whoever can capture that Crimson Elemental Wolf, Yuzhen, will reward with 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Yuzhen proclaimed, his words sending shockwaves through the arriving members of the Yi family. 100,000 low-grade spirit stones could sustain an ordinary family in luxury for a lifetime. Layli chuckled heartily, accompanied by two elders, and swiftly departed from the Yi residence. For it seemed the Crimson Elemental Wolf, which had previously set the martial arts pavilion ablaze and plundered the treasury, was destined for misfortune. In the narrow cave, a severely injured Crimson Elemental Wolf crawled out slowly, having been struck by Yuzhen's martial technique at the critical moment. Though he had managed to evade the danger initially, he still sustained severe injuries. In a state of hazy consciousness, Zhao Yi vaguely perceived a fruit radiating a gentle luminescence resting before him and instinctively swallowed it whole. A hum resonated. The fruit seemed to possess extraordinary powers, instantly manifesting as waves of soothing energy that began to envelop every part of Zhao Yi's body. His grievous wounds were mending at an astonishing pace. Where am I? Uncertain of how long he had been unconscious, Zhao Yi gradually opened his eyes. The severe injuries he had endured were now healed, and his cultivation had soared from a 4th-tier beast to a 6th-tier beast. Could it be the fruit? During his unconsciousness, Zhao Yi had inadvertently consumed a spiritual fruit, which had facilitated his recovery. Who are you? What brings you to my territory? Before Zhao Yi could fully assess his surroundings, a chilling voice in beastly language pierced the air, and a black serpent, twice his size, suddenly materialized before him. Chapter 7, Gathering Followers. An 8th-tier beast. endowed with considerable intelligence. Zhao Yi was taken aback, his eyes shimmering with an ethereal hue as he deftly evaded the serpent's assault. Even as he dodged, a gust of wind swept past him, forcing him to stagger backward. "You devoured my spiritual fruit." The black serpent, sensing a lingering trace of unique power on Zhao Yi, widened its eyes in astonishment. It recognized that power all too well. It was none other than the prized spiritual fruit it had intended to use for its own ascension. "My apologies. But the efficacy of this fruit is indeed remarkable. It not only healed my grave injuries but also elevated my rank by 2 levels. Zhao Yi chuckled, seemingly oblivious to the furious gaze of the black serpent. "Ah, I shall slay you." The black serpent bellowed, activating the vestige of dragon blood within, its aura becoming increasingly ferocious. At this moment, the black serpent was likely on par with an ordinary martial artist. Zhao Yi couldn't help but praise the creature. Should he manage to subdue it, he would gain yet another asset against the Yi family. The rampaging black serpent possessed immense destructive power, its massive tail sweeping through the cave as if intending to obliterate everything in its path. Yet, Zhao Yi remained unharmed beneath its colossal tail. Akin to a solitary boat amidst a tempest, "Great black serpent, having taken your spirit fruit, allow me to compensate you. Be my subordinate." As time passed and the black serpent's stamina waned, Zhao Yi's unexpected proposal nearly made it spew blood. "What kind of compensation is this? You dare mock me? Furthermore, I am known as the spirit serpent." The black serpent, now utterly enraged, unleashed a series of increasingly ferocious attacks. Yet not even a single hair on Zhao Yi was harmed. As the spirit serpent grew weary, Zhao Yi activated the Song Wolf technique, ruthlessly battering the creature until it was bloodied and bruised. "Brother, I concede," the spirit serpent exclaimed, feeling deeply humiliated. It was as though all its efforts were absorbed by cotton, leaving it wounded in the end. "Let us depart." Zhao Yi formed several seals, establishing a connection with the spirit serpent, much like the Great Yuan and Second Yuan. Why is the spiritual energy in this cave so abundant? Zhao Yi mused in astonishment. For with his keen perception, he discerned the richness of the spiritual energy within the cave. If someone were to cultivate here, their progress would be rapid beyond measure. "Dear leader, you may not be aware, but I, along with Air Yuan, have discovered a low-grade spiritual vein within. We have successfully excavated it," De Yuan exclaimed with excitement. "Oh?" Zhao Yi responded, somewhat taken aback. He understood the significance of a low-grade spiritual vein, which indicated the presence of countless low-grade spirit stones buried within. Cultivating in proximity to such a vein for a prolonged period could substantially enhance one's cultivation level. "Well done, De Yuan and Air Yuan. If you complement this with the techniques I provided, you will undoubtedly break through to the spirit realm within 3 months." After surveying the area, Zhao Yi indeed confirmed the existence of an underground spiritual vein and couldn't help but express his admiration. However, he soon realized that the spiritual energy was unable to concentrate, significantly hampering the cultivation speed. It dawned on him that a small gathering formation would be immensely beneficial. A thought flashed through Zhao Yi's mind, and his eyes gleamed as he delved into his inner consciousness. Deep within his mind lay a luminous sphere, containing not only a mysterious system but also a wealth of experiences. After searching for several minutes, Zhao Yi finally stumbled upon information regarding the gathering formation. To his astonishment, merely reading through the formation structure allowed the techniques to materialize effortlessly in his mind. Could this be the legendary phenomenon of an academic prodigy? With no time to ponder further, Zhao Yi swiftly began to cast the spells necessary to establish the gathering formation while the techniques flowed through his consciousness. Setting up the small gathering formation proved to be a straightforward task, as the materials required were exceedingly simple. Anyone with a basic understanding of gathering formations could easily arrange it. "I hope that fellow isn't enjoying this all alone," Zhao Yi mused. The Jiaoling snake gazed longingly outside the cave, and had it not been for the presence of the Great Yuan and the Second Yuan, it would have rushed in without hesitation. Although the Great Yuan had only recently advanced to a 4th-tier beast, it seemed to have cultivated certain skills that allowed for a perfect synergy, resulting in considerable setbacks for the Jiaoling snake during their previous encounter. "Humph. The leader is not that kind of beast. It must either depart or remain here and wait." The Great Yuan confronted the Jiaoling snake without reservation, causing the latter to fall silent. It yearned to enter and cultivate, unwilling to leave so easily. Mission accomplished. After expending half an hour, a small spirit gathering array was successfully arranged, drawing all the spiritual energy from the mine, leaving not a trace of energy wasted. Leader, you are truly remarkable. You have managed to consolidate all this spiritual energy. Upon completion, Zhao Yi promptly summoned the Great Yuan and the Second Yuan inside. Upon witnessing the gathered energy, they exclaimed in astonishment. Moreover, this energy bore a primal, chaotic quality, capable of refining the physical forms of the beasts. Is this a spirit gathering array? The Jiaoling snake, seemingly knowledgeable, widened its eyes at the sight of the small spirit gathering array, casting a gaze of astonishment at Zhao Yi. While such arrays are relatively easy to set up, if crafted by a beast, it becomes rather terrifying. Brother, may I also enter to cultivate? I possess the blood of a dragon. If I could absorb the spiritual energy within, I would surely break through to the level of a spiritual beast in no time. Watching the Great Yuan and the Second Yuan cultivate, the Jiaoling snake felt envious and could only muster the courage to ask, albeit with apprehension that Zhao Yi might be resentful. Of course, as long as you follow me, you shall not be deprived of your rewards. Zhao Yi chuckled. With the formidable adversary of the Yi family now looming over him, it was imperative that he secured allies of the utmost strength. Moreover, having inscribed a mark upon the Jiaoling snake, he was untroubled by the possibility of disobedience. Chapter 8. A single bone. The art of formations is a realm of infinite transformations. In addition to the spirit-gathering formation that aids in cultivation, countless other types of formations exist. Zhao Yi remained in seclusion for an entire week, his consciousness meandering around the luminous orb within his mind. This mysterious orb, alongside the extraordinarily potent system, contained profound insights into the myriad principles of existence, embodying the treasures of the world. Whether it pertained to understanding this realm or mastery over various formations, spiritual artifacts, and divine elixirs, he was exceedingly adept. Zhao Yi even harbored suspicions that the owner of this Crimson Yuan Wolf physique was likely a superlative master renowned throughout the world. What could my tens of thousands of points redeem in the myriad spirits mall? Brimming with anticipation, Zhao Yi accessed the demon god system. Previously, he had exchanged several portions of dog food, which had significantly boosted his cultivation. Upon glancing at the myriad spirits mall, he found it shrouded in a gray haze. But aside from the dog food, another module glimmered. A single bone. What on earth was this? Drawing closer, he scrutinized the item's name alongside the stark white bone, nearly choking on his frustration. Though he had been a solitary figure from his past life until now, he hardly expected to be toyed with in such a manner. Attribute. When this bone is thrown, it can convert wild beasts that are 3 levels above the user directly into points, with a cooldown period of 48 hours. Upon glimpsing the introduction in smaller print below, Zhao Yi's breath quickened involuntarily. If what was stated were indeed true, then merely tossing a bone would suffice, no need for him to exert himself. However, upon noticing that the exchange cost was a staggering 10,000 points, a twitch of dismay flitted across his lips. It appeared that such a venture was reserved solely for the affluent. Zhao Yi, fully aware that his 30,000 points were amassed from the resentments of the entire Yi family, decided to forego the bone exchange for now, opting instead to retain 1,000 points for potential future endeavors. He dismissed the notion of the bone and converted all his remaining points into dog food, 200 portions, which he promptly devoured with the fervor of pouring beans. It seemed that this dog food was not entirely without merit. Zhao Yi ascended 2 levels, his spirits soaring. Perhaps he alone possessed such an enigmatic method of cultivation in the entire world. Next, it was time to settle accounts with the Yi family. Reveling in the strength gained from his recent elevation, Zhao Yi felt a surge of arrogance. He cast a glance at the cave behind him and summoned the 3 beasts. Under Zhao Yi's influence over the past few days, the trio had made remarkable progress. Both De Yuan and Air Yuan had directly ascended to the 5th tier of demon beasts, while the Jiaoling snake was tantalizingly close to breaking through to the 9th tier. Impressive, indeed. However, your speed remains woefully inadequate. Should you fail to breach the demon spirit realm within a month, our association shall be at an end. Zhao regarded the Jiaoling snake. Cognizant that while he sought subordinates, he preferred those of a certain strength, a weak companion would be of little use. The Jiaoling snake was taken aback. Many demon beasts toil for years without achieving a breakthrough to the demon spirit realm. To expect such a feat within a month, even with the blood of a dragon coursing through its veins, was an arduous challenge indeed. However, the Jiaoling snake dared not utter a single word. For it discerned that just a week prior, Zhao Yi's aura was akin to that of a sixth-tier beast, and now, so soon, he was nearly at its level. The Jiaoling snake was thoroughly convinced of Zhao Yi's prowess and swiftly took a position to commence its cultivation. The De Yuan Air Yuan also did not dare to be remiss, hastening over to engage in training, as their strength remained woefully inadequate. Observing this, Zhao Yi nodded in satisfaction and set up a rudimentary shielding formation before departing, for the cave was replete with abundant spiritual energy, which could potentially attract beasts from afar. At the Yu family, I have arrived to collect my dues. Zhao Yi smirked coldly. This time, he intended to confront the Yi family head-on. First, he needed to gather intelligence. Zhao Yi was not foolish. Given his current strength, recklessly seeking out the Yi family would be tantamount to courting death. The foremost priority was to ascertain the situation of the Yi family. However, he was now a wanted man, and it was likely that he would be apprehended the moment he exposed himself. In populous areas, there should be some news to uncover. Zhao Yi mused that given the recent turmoil surrounding the Yi family, such matters would surely be grist for gossip. Where better to gather such tidbits than a restaurant? Brother, have you heard? The Yi family has nearly mobilized their entire clan for the sake of a mere beast, and they've even issued a bounty. Indeed, I have insider information that a girl named Yi Zixin has been imprisoned in the Yi family's dungeon for aiding that beast in its escape, enduring daily torment. Isn't she the apple of the Yi family's eye? Has she lost her mind, standing up for a mere animal? Shoo, have you never faced death? This is the Yi family's restaurant. If the Yi family hears us, we won't be able to leave. A man in a coarse robe exclaimed hastily, casting a furtive glance around before tossing down some silver and exiting the establishment with a few companions, anxious to avoid drawing the attention of the Yi family. Has Yi Zixin been captured? Zhao Yi, overhearing their conversation, was immediately engulfed by a wave of indignation. She is but a young girl, still immature in mind. Although she may have erred, it is unjust to confine her in a death cell, subjected to daily torment. Humph, the Yi family truly is foolish. Zhao Yi scoffed softly. Yi Zixin had assisted him immensely. He was not one to forget kindness. From their words, it seemed this was indeed the Yi family's restaurant. The Songlong Classic. Zhao Yi activated the Songlong Classic within him. Through diligent practice over the past few days, he had cultivated it to the first level, enabling him to conceal his presence to the utmost degree. Even a genuine warrior standing before him would likely struggle to detect him. With a swift motion, Zhao Yi plunged into the restaurant's storeroom without a moment's hesitation. To his astonishment, there were even dried beast meats. A glance revealed not only the low-grade spiritual stones accumulated over the days, but also an array of various meat delicacies. Witnessing his kin reduced to delectable dishes ignited a surge of rage within him, while memories of his former life surfaced, where he had taken such things for granted. In this life, as a beast, he resolved to perceive the world through the primal instincts of his true nature. Gazing at the storeroom brimming with sumptuous delicacies, it dawned upon him that he had not savored anything since his birth. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player for devouring a celestial beast, earning 100 experience points. As Zhao Yi consumed a cooked demon beast, a voice echoed in his mind, and a wave of joy washed over his face. How extraordinary is this demon god system that it rewards experience for eating. Chapter 9. The Prodigy Yi Ao. Aha! Let me relish the culinary delights of this world in my reborn life. Zhao Yi laughed heartily. Gaining experience from eating is truly remarkable. With this thought, he devoured everything edible from both the warehouse and the kitchen, and miraculously, his experience points surged by 1/10. At this rate, visiting 10 or 8 such taverns would surely lead to a swift promotion. Just a little interest from your tavern. After thoroughly plundering the establishment, Zhao Yi gathered all valuable items into his inventory, nearly exhausting the spirit stones he had taken from the Yi family's warehouse to create that gathering spirit array. Having completed these tasks, Zhao Yi swiftly activated the Songlong technique to conceal his aura and silently departed from the tavern. What did you say? The Yi family's restaurant and other businesses have been robbed. In the Yi family's council chamber, Yuzhen listened to his subordinate's report. His expression more grotesque than if he had consumed excrement. From the current situation, more than a dozen shops had already fallen victim to this heinous act. Could it be that this was the work of that beast? Yuzhen immediately suspected the cunning Crimson Yuan Wolf, who he had thought was hiding away in the mountains. Yet had now dared to strike against the Yi family. A guard hurriedly rushed into the hall to report. And just as Yuzhen was about to strike this hasty individual with a slap, he heard the name Yi Ao, and his face immediately lit up with surprise. Quick! Summon him here. I have matters to discuss with my son. Yi Zhen's troubled expression transformed into a rare smile. Yi Ao, his biological son, was exceptionally gifted and had been taken by the esteemed martial sword sect for training at the tender age of 16. Upon seeing Yuzhen in the council chamber, Yi Ao momentarily reigned in his excitement. Ah, I never expected that after a few years apart, you would have reached the realm of a martial artist, he remarked. However, our family has recently encountered some troubles, and I may need you to stay here for a while to address them. Yuzhen looked increasingly pleased with his son. Oh, is there something that troubles you, father? Yi Ao inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. Yuzhen then recounted the recent events one by one. Do not worry. Father, that creature with a modicum of intelligence poses no threat. You can leave it to me, Yi Ao declared. Springing to his feet and swiftly making his way toward the hall, eager to discover what kind of beast could leave his father at a loss. Be cautious. That creature is quite cunning, Yuzhen cautioned, though he felt a sense of reassurance about his son. Yet, as he watched Yi Ao's departing figure, an inexplicable unease welled up within him. Given the creature's nature, it would undoubtedly plunder all the Yi family's shops. I shall confront it in one of them. From his father's few words, a plan began to form in Yi Ao's mind as he gathered a small team from the family and set off in a determined direction. Although the Yi family was vast and prosperous, they had only a handful of restaurants, insufficient even to deal with a ninth-tier beast. In the bustling streets, Zhao Yi concealed himself within a robe, reflecting on the meager 8% experience he had gained after much toil, shaking his head in resignation. Had the Yi family heard Zhao Yi's lament, they would likely have been infuriated, for it was akin to stealing and yet finding it insufficient. He had already acquired 200,000 low-grade spirit stones and 500 medium-grade spirit stones. Zhao Yi meticulously counted the spirit stones in his inventory, all of which had been pilfered from the Yi family's shop. A single medium-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. Yet it contained a greater reservoir of spiritual energy, its worth far exceeding that of 100 low-grade stones. Ding! Your Songlong Classic has met the upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade requires 80,000 low-grade spirit stones. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yi pressed yes upon seeing the two buttons adjacent to the Songlong Classic. Ding! You have successfully upgraded the Songlong Classic to the second tier. You require an additional 200,000 low-grade spirit stones to reach the next level. Zhao Yi felt a profound connection to the Songlong Classic, though the low-grade spirit stones he had just acquired had instantly diminished by half. The ability to upgrade the Songlong Classic through this system was indeed extraordinary. Zhao Yi mused over the arduous journey he had taken to elevate the Songlong Classic to its first tier through diligent practice. The challenges he faced were not to be underestimated. Yet here, as long as one possessed ample spirit stones, the solution was within reach. The second tier of the Songlong Classic allowed for the enhancement of his claws, unleashing 3 times his inherent strength, a capability that did not disappoint Zhao Yi. Now, it was time to visit the last shop of the Yi family. Sensing the extraordinary nature of the system, Zhao Yi felt an even greater urgency to acquire spirit stones. His gaze fixated on a particular location as he quietly departed. Why was the gambling house so deserted? The last establishment was the Yi family's casino, renowned for its substantial flow of capital. No matter, the priority was to secure the spirit stones first. Observing the sparse figures within the casino, Zhao Yi proceeded towards the warehouse without a hint of hesitation. However, after taking only a few steps, An immediate sense of impending danger surged within him. Without a moment's pause, he swiftly retreated. Bang! A die, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of the air being split, hurtled toward him, smashing into the floor and creating a small crater. A warrior. Zhao Yi's pupils constricted. The die emanated a faint aura of spiritual energy, a clear indication of its martial prowess. So, you are the abomination my father spoke of, and you have indeed evolved. If this beast could be utilized by the Grand Elder for alchemy, perhaps the Yi family could produce a second-tier alchemist, thus alleviating the pressure from the other two families. Chapter 10. A bone will suffice. Yi Ao's expression was ashen, more unsightly than if he had consumed excrement. As a prodigy of the martial sword sect, he had never endured such humiliation. Break its limbs. I want to witness the despair in its eyes, and then I shall gouge them out to feed the dogs. Yi Ao seethed, angered by the thought of dirtying his hands on such a creature. Yes. The guards grinned with delight, eager to showcase their prowess, drawing their swords to strike at Zhao Yi's limbs. Truly, a swarm of bothersome flies. Zhao Yi furrowed his brow, yet he welcomed their approach to him. They were merely a source of abundant experience. Upon reaching this thought, Zhao Yi swiftly targeted the vulnerabilities of his opponents, deftly striking at their throats, the most fragile part of the human body. Congratulations, you have slain a level 6 wild beast and earned 100 experience points. Congratulations. You have slain a level 5 wild beast and earned 80 experience points. The system's voice echoed in his mind, and wherever Zhao Yi passed, anguished cries resonated. In the brief span of half a minute, the entire party of over a dozen met their demise. How could this be possible? Both Yi Ao and the surrounding onlookers were left wide-eyed, astonished by the prowess of this beast, who not only possessed such exquisite agility but also managed to eliminate an entire Yi family team in such a short time. Zhao Yi, having dispatched the guards, remained unfazed, gazing at the nearly filled experience bar, feeling a twinge of frustration as he was so close to breaking through to a 9th-tier beast. Collect. Zhao Yi shook his head, determined to avoid attracting the attention of the true experts of the Yi family. Without a moment's hesitation, he breached the warehouse's security door, hastily gathering everything within into his inventory. In a mere half-minute, he was in and out. You wretched creature! How dare you disregard me? Upon witnessing Zhao Yi pilfering the spirit stones from the warehouse and, more importantly, ignoring him entirely, Yi Ao roared, drawing his long sword with a swift motion and charging at Zhao Yi with a cunning arc. At such speed, even an unintentional misstep by a martial artist could lead to dire consequences. This pest is exceptionally bothersome. Zhao Yi frowned, producing a gleaming white bone from an unknown source. It turned out to be the secret technique of the martial sword sect. It seems that the Crimson Wolf has provoked Yi Ao to the brink of fury. It is said that under Yi Ao's onslaught, even a 3rd-tier warrior would suffer grievous injuries and defeat. What is that bone in the Crimson Wolf's possession? Faced with such peril, the onlookers anticipated Zhao Yi would flee in terror, yet he bizarrely produced a bone, leaving them bewildered. Testing its might, Zhao Yi appeared oblivious to Yi Ao's assault, glancing at the bone in his hand, which he had just exchanged for in the system. It was rumored to possess the power to annihilate foes exceeding his own tier by 3 levels. Ding! At the very moment Yi Ao's strike reached Zhao Yi, a bone shot forth with remarkable precision, striking Yi Ao upon the head, and then there was silence. Yi Ao emitted no cry of anguish. He simply transformed into a translucent hue and vanished without a trace. Congratulations to the player for slaying a level 11 beast, earning 1,500 experience points. Experience bonus for overcoming a higher tier challenge. 50, truly, a single strike to obliterate. Upon hearing the system's notification in his mind, Zhao Yi inhaled deeply, a wave of uncontainable joy washing over him. Within the 3rd tier, no one could withstand a single bone from him. In this vast world, who could possibly rival him? Countless eyes widened in astonishment at this scene, grappling to comprehend the situation. Yi Ao, a living man, had simply ceased to exist, not even a trace remaining. Indeed, the elite of the Yi family had arrived. Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes as a towering figure materialized within the casino, blocking the entire exit. The newcomer was none other than Yi Dan, the esteemed elder of the Yi family. It was rumored he had been searching for the Crimson Wolf recently. The current state of affairs within the Yi family remained shrouded in mystery. Yi Dan, a seasoned warrior, certainly poses a challenge even to the formidable Crimson Wolf. The emergence of Yi Dan has sparked fervent discussions among the patrons of the gambling den, as they speculate whether he possesses the capability to subdue this mythical wolf. After all, Zhao Yi's formidable presence is truly intimidating. A living man can simply vanish without a trace. Zhao Yi's eyes transformed into a glassy hue, revealing that he could discern not a single flaw or weakness in himself. It seems imperative that he swiftly transcends to the realm of demonic spirits. Otherwise, he stands no chance against the elite of the Yi family. Zhao Yi felt a tinge of helplessness, as he had originally intended to eliminate a couple of Yi family experts to garner a substantial amount of experience. If Yi Dan were to fathom Zhao Yi's current thoughts, one could only wonder what expression would grace his face, vile beast. Today, I shall offer your head as a tribute to my son. Yi Dan, akin to encountering the nemesis of his father, exhibited no hesitation, launching an immediate lethal assault, seizing a sharp spear that emanated a chilling resonance. Yi Dan had just witnessed Zhao Yi conjuring an illusion that rendered Yi Ao absent. Although enraged, he remained composed. With a tremor of the spear, the very air seemed on the verge of tearing apart. Countless spectators instinctively shut their eyes, dreading the impending brutality. My apologies, but I shall no longer partake in this game. Rather, in the face of an assault that would spell doom for any warrior. Zhao Yi not only refrained from fleeing, but boldly stepped forward, producing hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones, carelessly strewn across the ground. Fortunately, he had just acquired these mid-grade spirit stones. Otherwise, he would lack the power to sustain a one-time teleportation array. Zhao Yi murmured to himself, astonished that the once vibrant spirit stones had suddenly lost their luster. How absurd. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Dan could not help but let out a derisive laugh. Yet the moment the spear struck, a look of rigidity overtook his countenance. At that instant, the mid-grade spirit stones surrounding Zhao Yi began to form a peculiar pattern, ultimately enveloping his body. Boom. An earth-shattering sound resonated, as if the very ground were about to be torn asunder. The spear remained firmly embedded in the ground, while Zhao Yi's shadow had long since vanished, leaving behind only a pile of dim spirit stones. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a furious roar echoed throughout the entirety of Tianyang town. Chapter 11. The Black Mountain Bear in a Cave Within the Mountain Range. Light flickered intermittently as Zhao Yi stumbled out, feeling somewhat drained. That was close. Had he been even a moment late, he might have perished at the hands of that old man. Zhao Yi reflected, a sense of helplessness washing over him as he recalled the instant Yi Dan made his move. Ultimately, he had been too weak. Fortunately, his reflexes had been swift enough to set up a teleportation array in time. Otherwise, he would have met his demise. Something was amiss. The location of Zhao Yi's teleportation was near the Beast Mountain range, where he sensed the array he had laid down being brutally shattered. Squinting his eyes, Zhao Yi stealthily made his way toward a certain direction. At last, he had broken through to the 9th-tier beast. Within the cave, a rich aura of spiritual energy swirled around as a large serpent raised its triangular head, reveling in the surging power within. After nearly half a month of cultivation, it had successfully ascended to the rank of a 9th-tier beast. Bang! Bang! The Jiaoling snake, caught off guard, suddenly sensed something forcefully colliding against the cave entrance, causing the entire cavern to tremble. Despite the shielding array set up by Zhao Yi above, it could barely withstand this tremendous force, and after several impacts, it was brutally breached. What an abundance of spiritual energy! When did such a place emerge on the outskirts of the mountains? A colossal black bear inhaled the air within the cave with fervor, its enormous eyes gleaming with delight. It had initially sought food on the mountain's periphery, only to stumble upon this unexpected haven of rich spiritual energy. This celestial land is mine. The black bear seemed oblivious to the 2 Crimson Yuan Wolves in the midst of their cultivation, effortlessly lifting them and hurling them aside. The bear's immense strength sent the wolves crashing against the wall, leaving a dent in their wake. How dare they disturb the master as spiritual vein? The Jiaoling snake finally reacted, its eyes ablaze with fury, and without hesitation, it lunged at the black bear. Wait! When did a ninth-tier demon beast appear on the mountain's outskirts? The black bear, with a languid gaze, cast a surprised glance at the Jiaoling snake before redirecting its attention to the spiritual vein ahead. As a third-tier demon spirit, the black bear could easily crush 10 ninth-tier demon beasts with a mere swipe of its paw. Bang! The bear, with its tough skin and robust physique, remained unfazed as the Jiaoling snake bit down fiercely. Growing irritated by the snake's persistence, the black bear swiped its paw, slamming the Jiaoling snake to the ground, flattening its entire body. Roar! Under relentless assault from the formidable duo, the black mountain bear could no longer contain its fury. With a thunderous roar, its muscles resembled dark iron blocks as it discovered a flaw in the enemy's defense, delivering a crushing blow to the two attackers. A heart-wrenching scream echoed as the once imposing figures of the duo lay battered and lifeless upon the ground. Observing the dismal state of the three beasts, the black mountain bear smirked with satisfaction. Yet, the annoyance of these insignificant creatures lingered in its mind, prompting it to raise its massive paw, ready to crush the nearby serpent spirit with brutal force. Should it make contact, the outcome would undoubtedly be one of utter obliteration. "Boss, I've done my best," the serpent spirit remarked with a wry smile, lamenting its unfortunate fate. It had scarcely relished the joy of its recent breakthrough before facing imminent demise. "Dare to harm my subordinate? You seek your own end." Suddenly, a voice boomed like thunder, resonating through the cavern. A diminutive red origin wolf, no larger than 3 inches, had appeared at the cave entrance, its eyes ablaze with fury. In truth, Zhao Yi had been present long before, choosing to observe their actions. Should they have opted for flight or supplication in the face of the black mountain bear's intimidation, they would have proven unworthy of his companionship. He harbored no interest in collecting useless followers. Pleased with their current display of courage, Zhao Yi's expression shifted to one of icy resolve. His eyes transformed into a transparent hue, and in the next instant, he surged toward the black mountain bear with remarkable speed. Sanlong Dian. Zhao Yi's gaze sharpened as he activated the second level of the Song Wolf cannon. His delicate forelimbs shimmered with a faint ethereal light, and an overwhelming force surged forth, crashing into the black mountain bear. A muffled thud resonated as the bear's massive form was propelled backward, embedding itself into the wall, blood cascading from its wounds like a stream. The black mountain bear, astonished, could not fathom how a mere ninth-tier beast could inflict such grievous harm upon it. Even if Zhao Yi were to divulge the truth, the bear's limited intellect would render it unable to comprehend. Roaring in fury, the bear, humiliated by the assault of the seemingly weaker Crimson Yuan Wolf, wrenched itself free from the wall. Death. A frigid murderous intent surged within Zhao Yi's transparent eyes as he lunged toward the bear's throat. Despite the bear's desperate attempts to defend itself, its clumsy movements were no match for the vulnerabilities it bore. With a sharp sound, blood gushed forth like a blooming firework, staining the ground beneath. Moments later, the massive form of the black mountain bear collapsed in defeat. "Boss." The Jiaoling snake watched this scene, utterly astounded. It had risked its life to inflict even the slightest injury on the bear, yet Zhao Yi dispatched it with but 2 strikes. A chill of sweat broke out at the thought of its previous attack on Zhao Yi, realizing that snakes, in fact, do not sweat. "Quickly recover your strength. I have something of great importance to discuss," Zhao Yi remarked, glancing at the Jiaoling snake, whose body had been nearly crushed by the bear. If it did not hasten its recovery, it would soon be too late. Zhao Yi carelessly tossed a few second-tier pills, all of which had been seized from the Yi family. If this scene were to be witnessed by others, they would undoubtedly feel an overwhelming sense of envy, as even the members of the Yi family, who were reluctant to part with their wealth even in the face of death, had all been casually discarded by Zhao Yi. Indeed, although the Jiaoling snake was unaware of the preciousness of these elixirs, it recognized that they were not ordinary items. With a single bite, it shattered them, and immediately, a warm current began to circulate within its body, healing its wounds. It was surprising how unique this demon god system was. Killing the demon beast did not yield any experience points. Zhao Yi observed the utterly lifeless black mountain bear, gaining further insight into the demon god system. Perhaps in this life, becoming a demon beast meant that there would be no animosity among kin. Nevertheless, the most pressing concern remained, finding a way to rescue Yi Zixin from the prison. Zhao Yi muttered to himself, although he was now a demon beast. He would not forget the grace shown to him by Yi Zixin. Moreover, her current predicament was a consequence of his actions. Chapter 12. Hazy, what did you say? Yi Ao was killed by that beast? In the grand hall of the Yi family, Yi Jin fixed his fiery gaze upon Yi Dan, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. It is the incompetence of my subordinates that prevented the young master from avenging himself. Yi Dan's expression mirrored the weight of the situation, as his own son had also fallen victim to Zhao Yi, thus allowing him to empathize with Yi Jin's anguish. You just mentioned that the beast obliterated Yi Ao with a mere bone and then inexplicably vanished? After a brief pause, Yi Jin spoke with a sinister chuckle. Indeed. Yi Dan nodded solemnly. That beast must harbor some unknown secret. A mere newborn creature could cause such chaos in the Yi family. In a mere half-day, my family shop was utterly destroyed, and my esteemed cousin was ruthlessly slain. This is far beyond the mere antics of a cunning beast, Yi Jin stated coldly. As Yi Dan, as if awakened from a stupor, was suddenly illuminated by countless sparks of insight in his eyes. Head of the family, are you suggesting that this creature may indeed be the legendary divine beast? If we could refine it into a pill, our strength might ascend to new heights, allowing us to shatter the current stalemate among the three families. A smile of enigmatic depth graced Yi Jin's face. There is one more thing I must reveal to you. Do you know why I insisted on keeping Zixin within the Yi family even after that beast looted our treasury? Yi Dan's heart skipped a beat, recalling how he had urged Yi Jun to seek assistance from the Lei family. Cautiously, Yi Dan approached Yi Jun, listening intently to the unfolding plans, his eyes igniting with brilliance. Buzz. Within a certain cavern in the mountains, a clear and melodious humming resonated. The once crushed Jiao Ling snake not only restored its form, but also grew significantly larger. A radiant light danced upon its scales, and as the transformation progressed, its body expanded until it occupied a third of the cavern. A groan echoed as the aura surrounding the Jiao Ling snake surged, becoming exponentially more powerful. Even Zhao Yi, from a distance, felt the weight of its presence. It has managed to harness the potency of the elixir to break through to the realm of spirit beasts. Zhao Yi gazed in astonishment at the formidable aura emanating from the Jiaoling snake, realizing that, coupled with its dragon bloodline, it was likely no weaker than the deceased Black Mountain Bear. Boss, I have ascended to the realm of the spirit beast. The Jiaoling snake laughed heartily, as it had anticipated that reaching this level would require an additional year or two. However, after following Zhao Yi, this time frame had been astonishingly reduced. Nevertheless, it was still somewhat begrudging. Zhao Yi's remarks had undoubtedly doused the Jiaoling snake with a bucket of cold water within a mere month and a half. It had advanced from an 8th-tier beast to a spirit beast, a feat that would be regarded as extraordinary in the human realm. Yet, Zhao Yi's assessment was merely lukewarm. This was not mere exaggeration, since encountering the orb of light in his mind, Zhao Yi had realized just how feeble they truly were. Breaking through to the spirit beast level merely afforded them a modicum of self-preservation in this desolate town. Indeed, the leader's perspective was exceptional. The Jiaoling snake sighed in resignation, fully aware of its current weakness and not allowing pride to swell within it due to this advancement. You needn't make such a grand transformation upon your promotion to a spirit beast, Zhao Yi remarked, somewhat embarrassed as he gazed at the Jiaoling snake. The Jiaoling snake responded awkwardly, its brilliance flashing as its enormous form, spanning over 10 meters, rapidly diminished. Within mere breaths, it had shrunk to the size of Zhao Yi, or even smaller. Boss, this is a power I acquired upon advancing to a spirit beast. I can freely alter my physical form, the Jiaoling snake declared with a smile. Zhao Yi nodded in approval. It was well known that upon advancing, certain exceptional spirit beasts acquired unique abilities. From now on, you shall be called Hazy and serve as my aide in carrying out tasks. I guarantee that you will break through to the rank of a spirit general within a year, Zhao Yi said, his gaze fixed on the Jiaoling snake. Clearly pleased with this newfound ability, as it would prove invaluable for gathering intelligence. The demon general, bestowed with the name of the Black Serpent, was initially taken aback by the unappealing nature of its title. However, upon hearing the term demon general, a profound tremor ran through its heart, for this was a rank it had never dared to dream of attaining. Yet, considering the experiences shared with Zhao Yi, It seemed plausible that a breakthrough to the demon general level could indeed occur within a year. Boss, how can we assist? Both Dahei and Erhei had recovered from their injuries. While they had not ascended to the level of demon spirits as dramatically as the Black Serpent, their strength had nonetheless seen improvement. Gather all the demon beasts that have reached the demon spirit rank within the mountains and summon them here in 3 days. Should any refuse to come, I shall personally pay them a visit, and at that time, I shall not be so courteous, Zhao Yi declared. Understood, boss. Although they were uncertain of Zhao Yi's intentions behind gathering so many demon spirits, they did not inquire further and immediately set about executing his plan. With the remaining time, Zhao Yi resolved to delve deeper into the mysteries contained within the luminous orb. As he observed the 3 beasts depart, he sank into the depths of his inner world, meticulously studying the radiant sphere within his mind. However, with each moment of exploration, he found his understanding of this world diminishing. An endless array of combat techniques, cultivation methods, and historical accounts unfolded before him, diverse and elaborate, surpassing even the richness of the world he had previously known. 3 days swiftly elapsed. Zhao Yi felt as though he had undergone countless battles, his gaze now imbued with a newfound depth and intensity, a reflection of his elevation on a spiritual level. Boss, I have scoured the nearby mountains for demon spirits, and only these 3 have agreed to come. As the sun hung high in the sky, Dahei and Erei called out towards the cave. Moments later, a petite crimson wolf emerged from within, exuding an air of languor. After much anticipation, we are presented with a mere 9th-tier demon beast? The trio of demon spirits consisted of a wolf, a leopard, and a snake. The demon wolf cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Yi and spoke in beastly tongues. Do you have an issue with me? Before the wolf's expression could fully manifest, a chilling voice pierced the air, and a wolf claw, no larger than a thumb yet imbued with the strength to move mountains, struck with tremendous force. Boom! A muffled sound echoed as the colossal 3-meter beast was sent hurtling like a sandbag, shattering several trees along its path before finally stabilizing itself, its breath faint. Only the leopard and the snake beside it were left in stunned silence. You have 1 minute to contemplate. Submit to me. Zhao Yi's previously calm voice transformed into an overwhelming decree. His cold gaze swept over the leopard and the snake, who immediately nodded in fright, realizing that even the wolf had been gravely injured in a single blow, leaving them devoid of courage to resist. Dahei, Erei, take me to meet the other demon spirits. With a flick of his claw, a perfectly round pill shot forth like a bullet, gently landing upon the nearly lifeless wolf. Yes, witnessing their leader's display of might, Dahei and Erei held their heads high, casting a smug glance at the leopard and the snake. Within the mountains, a variety of demon beasts resided. Yet due to the outer region, the number of demon spirit-level beasts was limited to just a few dozen. Zhao Yi's strength was insufficient to contend with beasts of a higher tier. Thus he could only target those of the demon spirit level, having already offended the Yi family. Zhao Yi, relying solely on his own strength, finds it impossible to confront them. Thus, it is imperative to establish his own faction, the Yuan fruit. Following Dahei and Erei, Zhao Yi halts before a colossal tree, which, curiously, bears only a single fruit hanging from its majestic branches. Zhao Yi instantly recognizes the name of the fruit. This Yuan fruit holds immense significance for cultivators at the body refinement stage, and with a stroke of luck, one might even break through to become a martial artist. It was precisely this fruit that led to the tragic downfall of the Yuan Wolf family at the hands of the Yi family. Who dares to wreak havoc on my territory? The sound of thunder reverberates, and Zhao Yi feels as if a massive stone has crushed his chest. Suddenly, a colossal figure materializes before him, making Zhao Yi appear insignificant in comparison. Boss, this is a 5th-tier demon spirit, the white spirit tiger, Dahei and Erei informed Zhao Yi, who gazes at the enormous tiger, its fur as white as snow. Zhao Yi nods, his eyes devoid of fear as he locks gazes with the white spirit tiger. From this moment forth, I shall be the king of the mountain's periphery. I shall claim this Yuan fruit for myself. And as for you, submit to me. Zhao Yi declares nonchalantly, as if announcing trivial news. However, to the ears of the white spirit tiger, Zhao Yi's words are a harsh affront. Its fierce eyes ablaze with anger. For over a decade, it has dominated this territory, mercilessly devouring any intruders. Yet, when did it ever expect to hear its fate pronounced by a mere ninth-tier demon beast? White Spirit Tiger, do not engage with him. After the demon wolf consumed the elixir bestowed by Zhao Yi, it swiftly regained its vigor. Upon witnessing the two beasts in opposition, the demon wolf sensed impending peril and howled in alarm. Yet, it was too late. Zhao Yi's eyes transformed into a translucent hue, and his claws, seemingly forged from iron, pinpointed the critical weakness of the White Spirit Tiger, delivering a decisive blow. The demonic creature lacked the finesse of human martial arts, possessing only raw strength. Even though the White Spirit Tiger was a fifth-tier beast, it proved no match for Zhao Yi. How could this be? Zhao Yi's claws carved a deep, bone-revealing gash across the tiger's chest, eliciting an expression of sheer incredulity from its oversized eyes. Do you still harbor any dissent towards my words? Zhao Yi spoke coolly. Should the White Spirit Tiger dare to utter a negative response, he would show no mercy. A beast that could not submit to him was destined for death. Perhaps due to the orb of light within him, Zhao Yi had grown markedly indifferent. The demon beast clan valued strength above all, where only the powerful could reign supreme. I lead the White Spirit Tiger tribe in submission to the Wolf King. The White Spirit Tiger, as the ruler of this domain, set an example, prompting Zhao Yi to nod in approval, while the demon wolf nearby stood in stunned silence. Was the strongest White Spirit Tiger on the mountain's periphery so easily subdued? Dehei, Erhei, let us proceed to the next location. Zhao Yi casually tossed a healing elixir to the White Spirit Tiger without a moment's pause, moving towards the next destination. To compel these demon beasts to submit, the most straightforward approach was to vanquish them. Only through strength would they heed his command. In the ensuing time, wherever Zhao Yi tread, the sounds of battle erupted. However, every demon spirit that stood before him fell within 3 moves. As for those who stubbornly resisted and refused to submit to Zhao Yi, they met their demise beneath his claw. Although the surrounding demon beasts were not numerous, this vast expanse was exceptionally large. By the time Zhao Yi had traversed the entire area, 3 days had elapsed. During this span, Zhao Yi reaped abundant rewards, vanquishing those who would not yield and claiming their territories, thereby amassing a wealth of resources, including various spiritual herbs and fruits. After so many days, Blackie should have gathered intelligence by now. What is this? Zhao Yi shook his head, initially believing he had misread, before noticing a complete envelope resting on a nearby rock. This was the Demon Beast Mountain Range. Such an item should not be present here, indicating it had only recently been placed. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yi tore open the envelope, and upon reading the bold characters, his expression shifted dramatically. Crimson Yuan Wolf, I know you can comprehend these words. Your companion has been captured by me. If you wish for its survival, come to the Yi family to negotiate. The message concluded abruptly, clearly indicating that the companion referred to as Blackie, who had likely fallen into the hands of the Yi family. Zhao Yi had not anticipated that the Yi family possessed such strength, deducing not only his ability to understand human language, but also recognizing Blackie as his ally. With a swift motion of his claw, Zhao Yi tore the envelope to shreds, contemplating that if the Yi family sought to capture him, they should directly dispatch their experts to scour the mountains. Strangely, throughout these many days, the Yi family not only refrained from stepping into the mountains, but also vanished without a trace, even capturing their own dispatched agents. The Yi family is certainly not to be underestimated. Zhao Yi took a deep breath, instructed Dehei and Erhei not to wander out of the mountains, and then swiftly departed from the mountain range. Regardless of whether the Yi family truly captured their agents, Zhao Yi felt compelled to investigate what schemes they were concocting. Master Gu, are you certain this will lure that beast out? In a concealed chamber of the Yi family, Yuzhen gazed respectfully at the man in the black robe before him, his words tinged with doubt. Yi Ao perished at the hands of that beast. My master will undoubtedly seek vengeance upon him. As for my plans, you have no standing to question. The man in the black robe fixed a cold gaze upon Yuzhen, causing the head of the family to lower his head, silenced by apprehension. Rest assured, since this demon beast has attained sentience, it will certainly not abandon its kin, for beasts value loyalty far more than humans do, the man in the black robe murmured, evidently possessing considerable knowledge regarding demon beasts. Chapter 14. The Yi family scheme. The vigilance in Tianyang town has intensified significantly compared to before. Countless personnel have been stationed at the very outskirts of the mountains. It seems that any demon beast appearing in the vicinity would be swiftly besieged. However, Zhao Yi couldn't help but marvel at the fact that even after severing the Yi family's economic lifeline, they still possessed the resources to deploy such a multitude of spies. Although these individuals were numerous, it was evidently improbable for them to obstruct Zhao Yi. Utilizing the powers bestowed by the system, Zhao Yi silently infiltrated Tianyang town. First, he intended to ascertain the situation. Zhao Yi pondered for a moment before blocking the path of a passerby. I shall pose a query, and you shall respond. If you can enlighten me regarding the Yi family, these 2 spirit stones shall be yours, Zhao Yi declared, and promptly, 2 low-grade spirit stones appeared on the ground. The passerby, initially impatient at being halted by Zhao Yi, was suddenly captivated by the sight of the spirit stones. Their eyes gleamed. After all, 2 low-grade spirit stones represented the earnings of an ordinary family over 2 months. Who would have anticipated that this enigmatic figure in black would be so generous? Hee. My lord, you have indeed found the right person. I am the all-knowing sage of Tianyang town. Without allowing the passerby to ramble on, Zhao Yi interrupted. First question, what recent activities has the Yi family engaged in, and why are they pursuing a Crimson Yuan Wolf? The aura of a 9th-tier fierce beast emanated from Zhao Yi's robe, instantly intimidating the passerby, who dared not speak further and hastily divulged all he knew. My lord, it is said that a Crimson Yuan Wolf caused a ruckus at the Yi family estate and even killed members of the Yi family, which is why there is a town-wide manhunt. Strangely, however, aside from the bounty issued by the Yi family, they have not made an appearance. And there are significantly more patrols on the streets. The captain of the patrol, this elder has a matter to inquire. The passerby chuckled, intending to gesture towards Zhao Yi, only to realize that the mysterious figure in black had vanished without a trace. Not good. It is highly likely that it is that very Crimson Yuan Wolf. The patrol captain narrowed his eyes upon spotting the figure in the black robe hastily departing down the street. With a loud shout, he rallied his companions to surround the individual. This fool, Zhao Yi could not restrain his anger. Knowing that the keen eyes of the patrol would undoubtedly cast suspicion upon him, compelling him to make an early escape. However, luck was not on Zhao Yi's side, as this particular patrol was the strongest dispatched by the Yi family, with the captain possessing the prowess of a martial artist. Within mere minutes, they had encircled Zhao Yi. Why are you stopping me? Zhao Yi was obliged to come to a halt, slowly emerging from the shadows of his black robe in a human voice. Oh, we mean no harm. We merely wish to see what lies beneath your mask. The patrol captain chuckled, extending his hand to remove Zhao Yi's disguise. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. In that fleeting moment when the captain unveiled his mask, Zhao Yi erupted into action, his claw piercing through the captain's throat with lethal precision. Congratulations, player. You have slain a level 11 monster and earned 1,500 experience points. Level challenge experience bonus of 50. Indeed, the beast was as ferocious as rumored. Quick, apprehend him. The other members shouted, fearlessly surrounding Zhao Yi, unleashing a barrage of attacks aimed at him. Die. Despite the overwhelming onslaught, Zhao Yi managed to exploit a few openings, sustaining only minor injuries. As his fierce growl echoed, he unleashed his claws, causing numerous foes to collapse. Congratulations, player. You have slain a level 7 monster and earned 200 experience points. Congratulations, player. You have slain a level 8 monster and earned 300 experience points. Congratulations to the player for slaying a level 7 beast and earning. Zhao Yi moved with remarkable speed, and with each passing second, the system incessantly chimed with notifications. Even if someone perceived the dire situation and attempted to flee, they could not evade Zhao Yi's lethal claws. A group of minions sought to obstruct him, but Zhao Yi coldly regarded the fallen patrol team. Their deaths granted him a third of his experience. Alarmingly, the experts of the Yi family had arrived with unexpected swiftness. Just as Zhao Yi prepared to turn and depart, he felt a fierce attack descending from above. With a swift leap, he narrowly evaded an arrow. This was indeed the formidable force of the Yi family attempting to capture the Crimson Yuan Wolf, demonstrating their prowess. A tall figure stood atop a rooftop, bow in hand, gazing at Zhao Yi with a mocking expression, as if toying with his prey. Zhao Yi's eyes, icy and unyielding, scrutinized the figure above. This individual's cultivation was no less formidable than that of Yi Dan, whom he had encountered previously, at least at the pinnacle of martial prowess. That letter was forged by you, wasn't it? Your true intention was to capture me. Faced with these two despairingly powerful adversaries, Zhao Yi exhibited no fear. His lips parted slightly, uttering the language of humanity. Just as the family head had stated, this creature was far from a mere spirit. Yi Dan was taken aback upon hearing Zhao Yi speak, but quickly composed himself with a cold smile. Since you are aware, surrender willingly. I have tampered with this place. There is no way for you to escape. Yi Dan sneered, envisioning the exquisite pleasure of torturing Zhao Yi, piece by piece, slicing away at his flesh. Whoosh! In that fleeting moment, an arrow was suddenly loosed, and Zhao Yi narrowly evaded it. Yet the fierce wind grazed his skin, drawing forth a trickle of blood. Faced with two peak warriors, a direct confrontation was out of the question. More arrows flew toward him, and Zhao Yi managed to dodge them. Though he realized that if this continued, he would inevitably be riddled with countless wounds. Boss, what brings you to Tianyang Town? Just as Zhao Yi charged forward to engage them in combat, a dark figure swiftly entered the fray. That massive serpentine form could only belong to Haizi. Chapter 15, Resolution Haizi. Witnessing the rapid arrival of Haizi on the battlefield, Zhao Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't it captured by the Yi family? How did it suddenly appear here? Boss, I was actually captured by the Yi family. However, they are deviously using the news of my supposed capture to lure you in. I intended to enter the mountains to inform you, but they had sealed off the entire area. Upon hearing the sounds of battle, I hurried over, only to find you here. Haizi succinctly conveyed the entire situation. And Zhao Yi felt a sudden clarity. No wonder the periphery of the mountains was swarming with Yi family members. What are you doing here? Don't you see those two experts? Zhao Yi scolded, exasperated that Haizi would recklessly charge and when it couldn't even contend with Yi Dan and Lei Li. Heh. Since I've chosen to follow you, I won't retreat in the face of danger. Boss, you go ahead. I'll hold them off. Haizi chuckled. Its seemingly light-hearted words belied a fearless composure. Zhao Yi was momentarily taken aback, grappling with the notion that even long-standing friends might betray one another in the face of peril. Yet, he and Haizi had only known each other for a mere few days. What right did he have to expect such loyalty? Boss, time is of the essence. I, Haizi, am not as cunning as humans. If we do not leave now, it will be too late. As Haizi spoke, his form began to swell, akin to an inflated balloon, rapidly expanding to an enormous 10 meters within mere breaths. Trying to escape? Rayleigh, witnessing the sudden emergence of the colossal serpent, was momentarily stunned. Without a shred of hesitation, he drew his bow taut, unleashing a volley of arrows that sliced through the air with a piercing sound, striking Haizi's massive form and leaving multiple gaping wounds. Roar! Haizi let out a tremendous cry, blood flowing profusely from his wounds, with several droplets splattering onto Zhao Yi. Enough with the nonsense. If I allow you to perish, what right do I have to flee? What kind of leader would I be? Zhao Yi's eyes blazed with fury. In his previous life, he had witnessed the fickleness of human emotions, yet nothing had stirred him as deeply as this moment. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward. His eyes transformed into a translucent hue, and his forelimbs gleamed as if forged from the finest iron, radiating an ethereal light. Swish, swish, swish. Seeing Zhao Yi rise, Rayleigh seized the opportunity, unleashing arrows relentlessly, obstructing every possible escape route for Zhao Yi. Today, you shall witness the might of my 9 Xian arrows. My 9 Xian arrows conceal profound mysteries. There is no way a mere beast like you can evade them. Upon striking Zhao Yi, Rayleigh erupted into laughter. Boss, Haizi, enduring the pain coursing through his body, let out a thunderous roar as his massive tail struck the ceiling with tremendous force. Defiant in the face of adversity. At that moment, Yi Dan also made his move. With a sweeping gesture, an overwhelming power collided with the giant tail. Haizi's tail, akin to tofu, was ruthlessly torn apart, blood staining the ground crimson. Boss, what are you waiting for? Run now? Haizi cried out in anguish. Yet undeterred by the specter of death, he charged forward once more, shouting at Zhao Yi. "It's all because my strength is too feeble." Zhao Yi, seemingly oblivious to the pain in his shoulder, was engulfed by a sense of helplessness. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to retreat resolutely. If he did not seize this opportunity, they would all be trapped here. "No, we cannot allow that Crimson Yuan Wolf to escape," Yi Dan exclaimed in alarm, urgently calling out. Lei Li, somewhat irked by the former's shouting, nonetheless acted without hesitation, unleashing a barrage of arrows directly at Zhao Yi. "Where are you shooting?" Haizi bellowed. "I, your grandpa Haizi, am right here," with a mighty step forward. His colossal form intercepted all the arrows, which struck his serpentine body mercilessly, a cloud of blood mist enveloping the sky. Roar! Haizi howled in agony, pierced by numerous arrows. Even with unwavering resolve, he succumbed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. "Boss, you must escape. Though our time together has been brief, I have already recognized you." Haizi felt no regret. Upon learning of the fabricated danger he faced, Zhao Yi had rushed to his aid without a second thought. He could not be the one to hinder his boss. Damn it, that beast has still managed to flee. After the plan was set in motion, it was anticipated that Zhao Yi would attempt an escape. The head of the Yi family, Yushin, stood vigil at the periphery of the mountains. Indeed, Zhao Yi managed to flee, but his destination was not the mountains. Rather, he headed towards the completely opposite direction, his residence. "Rest assured, my loyal comrade, I shall ensure that your sacrifice is not in vain. They must pay dearly for this." With a swift motion, Zhao Yi yanked the arrow embedded in his shoulder, his eyes ablaze with a fierce crimson intent. A chilling howl echoed as Zhao Yi, disregarding the horrified gazes of passers-by, plunged madly into the Yi family estate. It appeared that Yi Dan had already met with failure, yet here, he would not escape. What audacity! This beast is utterly deranged. Every member of the Yi family, "Heed my command. At all costs, we must bring him down," Yushin bellowed, charging towards the direction of the Yi estate without the slightest hesitation. The other Yi family members stationed nearby exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain as to why the family head was so incensed. However, they did not linger on their confusion and quickly followed in Yushin's wake, racing towards the Yi residence. Chapter 16. Slaughter. "Isn't it a bit excessive for our esteemed elder and family head to pursue a mere beast?" remarked a bored guard of the Yi family, engaging in idle chatter. Just as the armored guard beside him was about to respond, he caught sight of a dark shadow approaching them with astonishing speed. Could it be the Crimson Wolf that the elder and family head are hunting? The armored guards closely observed Zhao Yi, suddenly overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of dread. Before they could sound the alarm, a claw, forged as if from the finest iron, mercilessly pierced through their chests. "Congratulations on defeating a level 7 monster. You have gained 200 experience points. Congratulations on defeating a level 6 monster. You have gained 100 experience points." The system notification echoed in his mind. Yet Zhao Yi's expression remained unperturbed as he casually discarded the remains as if they were mere refuse. "Kill." A low growl escaped Zhao Yi's lips, for he had transformed into a beast, intent on annihilating the detestable Yi family to avenge Haizi. Someone stop him. Panic ensued within the Yi family, as their experts had gathered to hunt Zhao Yi, leaving the family lacking in formidable warriors, most being merely at the body refinement stage. As shadows approached like swarming bees, Zhao Yi resembled a frenzied killer. With each swipe of his claws, another figure fell. The relentless notifications continued to resonate in his mind. Ding. Congratulations. You have reached level 10. You need 30,000 experience points to reach the next level. Ding. Congratulations, you have attained the rank of a tier 10 beast. To advance, you must accomplish this on your own, and the experience gained will be stored in the experience pool for later use upon advancement. Soon, the notification of his promotion sounded in his mind. Zhao Yi realized that to ascend to a spirit beast, he could no longer rely on slaying foes. If this continued, there would be no Yi family members left for this beast to slaughter. The members of the Yi family were utterly intimidated by Zhao Yi's actions. Whether martial artists or adept practitioners of the body refinement stage, none could withstand more than 3 strikes from him. and any valuables they possessed were mysteriously seized by Zhao Yi. "You little beast, I haven't sought trouble with you yet you dare to come to my doorstep," bellowed an elder of the Yi family, his fierce demeanor belied by the tremors of his legs, which seemed to have betrayed him. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yi swiftly dispatched the Yi family member blocking his path, and like a wraith, he lunged towards the elder, aiming for his vital points. Although the elder was paralyzed with fear from Zhao Yi's audacity, his own strength allowed him to withstand the onslaught. "Huh, you little beast. Do you take me for a fool? Behold as I extinguish you with a single strike." The elder laughed heartily, feeling that Zhao Yi was no longer as fearsome as before. "Ding! Congratulations, the Technique Song Wolf Cannon has met the upgrade requirements. Would you like to spin 200,000 low-grade spirit stones to upgrade?" As Zhao Yi retreated, he casually relieved another Yi family member of their low-grade spirit stones. At that moment, a system notification chimed in his mind. Observing the newly accumulated 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, Zhao Yi did not hesitate and promptly selected yes. "Ding! You have successfully upgraded the Song Wolf Cannon to the 3rd level. You require an additional 600,000 low-grade spirit stones for the next level." As the system's voice faded, a surge of information flooded into his mind. Zhao Yi discovered that the skills at the 3rd level of the Song Wolf Cannon were astonishingly formidable, capable of directly devouring opponents. Is this truly a state of shock? The elder of the Yi family gazed motionlessly at Zhao Yi, a cold sneer escaping his lips. If he were to capture Zhao Yi, he wondered what reward the family head would bestow upon him. "Embrace your demise." With his aura surging to its zenith, the elder surged towards Zhao Yi without a moment's hesitation. However, Zhao Yi suddenly lifted his head, parting his lips. In the next instant, the Yi family members recoiled in horror as a transparent black hole manifested before Zhao Yi. The elder's form instantly transformed into a streak of light, plunging into the black hole and vanishing from sight. Ding dong! Congratulations on defeating a level 15 wild creature, earning 4,000 experience points. Level up challenge bonus, 200. Zhao Yi savored the remnants of his triumph, having just invoked the 3rd layer of the Song Wolf Cannon. He had not truly consumed the elder of the Yi family. Rather, he had ensnared him within a peculiar realm, one teeming with dreadful corrosive power. Once ensnared there, no matter how formidable one might be, they would be reduced to nothingness. Flee. Witnessing the inexplicable disappearance of even the mightiest elder of the Yi family at Zhao Yi's hands, the remaining Yi family members dared not linger. With a collective cry, they scattered in all directions. Zhao Yi, casting a fleeting glance at the panicked Yi family members, chose not to pursue them to the bitter end. He casually seized one of the Yi family members and inquired about the whereabouts of the Yi family prison. The unfortunate soul, devoid of any pretense, divulged everything like a spilled pot of beans, only to faint from sheer terror once finished. "Yi Zixin, you saved my life once. It is time to repay that debt." With his eyes regaining their original hue, Zhao Yi transformed into a shadow of darkness and hastened towards the direction of the Yi family prison. Truly, the Yi family was utterly inept, allowing a mere beast to infiltrate their domain. In a shadowy corner, a man clad in black whispered softly, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "I am eager to see what kind of beast has the audacity to arrive here," he remarked, gripping the heavy sword at his back. With a firm stomp of his foot, he vanished into the darkness, becoming one with the shadows. Zhao Yi surged into the Yi family's prison like an unstoppable force, ruthlessly slaying any Yi family members who stood in his way, his black fur already stained crimson. After vanquishing countless foes, Zhao Yi not only met the experience requirements for advancement, but also amassed a substantial amount, accumulating over 10,000 experience points. "Help me." As Zhao Yi entered the prison, chilling voices echoed around him. Countless imprisoned souls bore haggard faces, their bodies emaciated, as though their very lifeblood had been drained from them. Zhao Yi frowned, a sense of being an unwitting subject in a cruel experiment washing over him. After a moment of contemplation, he casually shattered the shackles of the cages, prompting immediate cries of joy from the captives, who desperately sought to escape the confines of the Yi family. Zhao Yi continued to break down the cages, yet curiously, The deeper he ventured into the prison, the fewer Yi family members he encountered, until finally, none remained. Upon reaching the last cage, a somewhat familiar figure emerged into his sight. It was Yi Zixin. Chapter 17. The black-clad swordsman. The massive cage seemed designed to confine a wild beast. Yet within it was a young girl, cruelly bound by heavy iron chains, as though she were a most heinous criminal. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Yi's eyes turned completely crimson. Wasn't Yi Zixin the daughter of the Yi family patriarch? She had merely assisted him once, yet she was imprisoned here. With a roar akin to a beast, Zhao Yi's throat emitted a deep growl as he lunged toward the iron cage. However, before he could reach halfway, a fierce sword aura sliced through the air, threatening to cleave him in two. Zhao Yi's hair stood on end. Without the slightest hesitation, he veered aside, narrowly evading the deadly blade. The one capable of such an attack had undoubtedly surpassed the realm of mere warriors. So this was the Crimson Yuan Wolf that Yi Zhen had spoken of. Indeed, it was intriguing. A light chuckle echoed, and Zhao Yi swiftly scanned the surroundings. Spotting a man in black robes, wielding a heavy sword, regarding him with a semblance of a smile. He hadn't anticipated the presence of such a formidable expert within the Yi family. Zhao Yi furrowed his brow. If this individual was indeed a member of the Yi family, why did he remain indifferent while Zhao Yi wreaked havoc outside? Crimson Yuan Wolf, surrender now and reveal to me the secrets you possess. I shall release this Yi family girl, the dark-clad swordsman proclaimed, exuding an air of superiority as he regarded Zhao Yi, as if his words were an undeniable truth. How presumptuous, Zhao Yi retorted in human language, prompting the swordsman's expression to darken. His status commanded respect even from the Yi family patriarch, yet now he found himself scorned by a mere beast. I shall first tear your mouth apart. The swordsman brandished his heavy sword, the blade's aura swirling, as if the very air were to be torn asunder. Zhao Yi, with great difficulty, maneuvered through the openings in the sword's aura to evade the onslaught. However, the prowess of the dark-clad swordsman was formidable. Even with Zhao Yi's utmost efforts to evade, he was still struck by the sword's aura, causing his flesh to tear and blood to flow profusely from his wounds. Yet, Zhao Yi did not utter a sound, his gaze fixated intently on the swordsman. Leave quickly. It seemed that upon hearing the commotion, the dirt-covered Yi Zixin lifted her head, her delicate face observing Zhao Yi's struggle, her crimson lips parting, yet her voice was drowned out by the clamor of the battle. As the fight progressed, Zhao Yi gradually recognized the vast chasm between himself and the dark swordsman. He couldn't even approach the latter. His eyes flickered momentarily as he discreetly embedded several mid-grade spiritual stones into the ground after invoking some form of incantation, repeating the process surreptitiously. The dark swordsman appeared oblivious to Zhao Yi's subtle maneuver, continuously wielding his arm, eager to witness Zhao Yi's exhaustion leading to his demise. This beast. Within the gates of the Yi family, several figures stormed in, with Yi Zhen at the forefront. His expression a stormy hue as he gazed at the fallen members of the Yi family, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. In the depths of the prison, the dark swordsman toyed with his heavy sword, unable to suppress a sigh, casting a fleeting glance at the pitiful Zhao Yi. At that moment, his fur was entirely stained crimson, his body riddled with numerous wounds. Had he been any other beast, he would have succumbed long ago. To unleash the third layer of the Song Wolf scripture, one must come within a meter of the dark swordsman. Zhao Yi's eyes remained fixed on the towering figure of the dark swordsman, his aspirations seeming somewhat extravagant. Merely ensuring his own survival was already a significant achievement. Vile creature, you have slaughtered countless members of the Yi family, and now you dare to intrude into our prison? Surrender at once. At this moment, Yi Zhen arrived at the prison. Witnessing the fierce battle between the dark-clad swordsman and Zhao Yi, he immediately bellowed, "This is bad." Upon hearing the urgent shout, Zhao Yi realized that Yi Zhen had come. If he lingered here any longer, it would be exceedingly difficult to escape. Regrettably, he had failed to bypass the dark-clad swordsman to rescue Yi Zixin from her confinement. Yi Zhen, your speed leaves much to be desired. Were it not for the swordsmanship I learned at the martial sword sect, I might have been slain by this beast. The dark-clad swordsman, upon seeing Yi Zhen, wore a smile that was anything but genuine, while Yi Zhen, glancing at Zhao Yi's wretched state, understood that the swordsman was mocking his incompetence. Even if I perish, I shall take one down with me. Zhao Yi, with his translucent eyes, finally identified the lone weakness in the dark-clad swordsman. With a fierce roar, he summoned all his strength and charged forward. Oh, this beast still has the strength to rise. The swordsman's eyes widened in surprise. He had been draining Zhao Yi's vitality and had not anticipated the latter's audacity to confront him. As if buoyed by Yi Zhan's presence, the swordsman arrogantly tossed aside his heavy sword and mockingly watched Zhao Yi approach. Be cautious. This beast is exceedingly cunning. Yi Zhan furrowed his brow. Despite Zhao Yi being gravely injured and on the brink of death, there was an inexplicable sense of unease emanating from him. Do not worry. Against him, I could crush him with a mere finger. The dark-clad swordsman's boast was cut short as Zhao Yi's mouth slightly parted, and an indescribable force enveloped him. Wolf's Howl, 3rd level. Yi Zhan, quickly. Eliminate him. The dark-clad swordsman endured the excruciating pain of his severed arm, appearing almost frenzied. He could hardly fathom that Zhao Yi would wield such a lethal technique. Gathering every ounce of strength, he bellowed towards Yi Zhan. Yi Zhan, upon casting a glance at the swordsman, was profoundly shaken yet simultaneously held a silent disdain. He had already issued a warning, yet the fool persisted in his charade. You wretched beast, having slain members of the Yi family and harmed our esteemed guest, today you shall find no escape. As Zhao Yi gasped for breath, his form propelled forward like a cannonball. Yi Zhan remained acutely vigilant, fearful that Zhao Yi might conjure another inexplicable black hole as before. Is that so? You, an old hound of the Yi family, possess no right to subdue me, Zhao Yi taunted. With a swift movement, Yi Zhan was struck by fear and retreated hastily, wary of Zhao Yi unleashing a formidable attack upon him. You old dog, I shall remember this day, and when we meet again, I will ensure you are thoroughly dealt with. Zhao Yi scoffed coldly, nonchalantly discarding several mid-grade spirit stones onto the ground, casting a specific incantation. Yi Zhan, stop him. This beast intends to activate the teleportation array to escape. The dark-clad swordsman, with a depth of experience surpassing that of Yi Zhan, instantly discerned Zhao Yi's intentions and roared in protest. Yet it was already too late. Zhao Yi had been preparing the teleportation array from the outset. Just as Yi Zhan took a step forward, a radiant light enveloped Zhao Yi, and he vanished from the confines of the prison. Chapter 18. Advancement to Demonic Spirit. Damn it. Watching helplessly as Zhao Yi activated the teleportation array and departed, Yi Zhan, consumed by fury, slammed his palm down where Zhao Yi had just stood. Even as the ground cracked beneath the force, it could not quell the fire of rage burning within him. Yi Zhan, from this moment forth, my martial sword sect shall unconditionally assist you, even if it means flattening the beast mountain range to extract that creature. The cloaked swordsman halted the flow of blood from his severed arm, reflecting on his earlier boast of annihilating Zhao Yi with a mere finger. Only to find himself in this humiliating predicament, it felt less like a slap to the face and more akin to being trampled underfoot. The prospect of a beast tide arising. Yi Zhan felt a degree of uncertainty. Humph. With the support of my martial sword sect, why should I fear such a trivial beast tide? Should we not eradicate the beast mountain range within 3 days, I shall hold you accountable. The cloaked swordsman snorted disdainfully, retrieving his heavy sword, cloaking himself in the shadows. Patriarch, have we captured that beast? I must shatter its bones one by one, to experience the torment of hell itself. Yi Dan and Lei Li hurriedly arrived, surveying the chaos within the prison, assuming success had been achieved, and immediately grinned as they spoke. It would have been better left unsaid, but upon mentioning the matter, Yi Zhan could no longer contain his fury, delivering a resounding slap to Yi Dan's face, sending him reeling backward, blood spewing forth, utterly bewildered. Yi Dan, dispatch all members of the Yi family to assist the martial sword sect in the eradication. Eradication? Yi Dan, feeling wronged, picked himself up, his face a mask of shock upon hearing the term. He understood the implications of eradication. It meant the complete extermination of the nearby beast mountain range. Lei Li, should you aid me in this endeavor, not only will you receive the previously promised 300,000 spirit stones, but this spirit weapon shall also be yours. Yi Zhan casually drew a short sword from his waist, its surface emanating an unusual aura, the sharpness radiating from the blade. A spirit weapon. In Lei Li's eyes, a brilliant glimmer flickered, The significance of a spiritual artifact in battle could confer immense advantages. Even the most rudimentary of such artifacts could fetch an exorbitant price of nearly 1,000,000 spirit stones. This represented the lifeblood of a family, and within the Lei clan, there existed a spiritual artifact that had enabled them to ascend to the ranks of the three great families. It was utterly astonishing that Yi Jin would be so audacious as to wager a spiritual artifact. "Splendid!" Lei exclaimed with exuberance. What joy there was in assisting a little and acquiring a spiritual artifact in return. This beast must perish, regardless of the cost. Once the crowd dispersed, Yi Jin clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury and hatred. Then, he turned his gaze towards Yi Zixin, imprisoned within the confines of his cell. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, a ruthless glint crossed his face, as if he had resolved upon some grim determination. "I am so exhausted. Am I destined to perish?" Zhao Yi murmured to himself, summoning every ounce of strength to transport himself to the farthest reaches from the Yi family. Surrounded by unfamiliar sights, weariness overwhelmed his resolve, leading him to succumb to a deep slumber. It was indeed a miracle that such a beast, so grievously injured, had not succumbed to death. Amidst Zhao Yi's unconsciousness, a melodious whisper echoed, gradually diminishing until it vanished entirely. Time became an elusive concept, and eventually, Zhao Yi's consciousness drifted through his mind until it arrived before a mysterious orb of light. What mischief has this beast wrought to inflict such grievous wounds upon itself? Such misfortune. Within the orb of light that resided in Zhao Yi's being, a voice filled with expletives emerged, and ultimately, a semblance of a figure shook its head in resignation. "Very well, I am in the midst of recuperation. I shall let this slide for now." The silhouette murmured to itself, and suddenly, a final beam of light shot forth from the luminous orb. This enigmatic ray possessed a power more wondrous than anything in existence. Wherever it traversed, Zhao Yi's grievous wounds astonishingly healed at an astonishing pace, and within mere hours, all his injuries had returned to their original state. The system automatically cleared the experience pool, totaling 63,500 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have ascended to level 12, requiring an additional 100,000 experience points for the next level. Following his successful advancement, all the experience accumulated from slaying monsters was unleashed, propelling Zhao Yi directly to the second-tier demon spirit. At this moment, Zhao Yi awoke from his slumber. "Ding! You have successfully advanced and may undergo evolution once. Would you like to evolve immediately? The evolution process requires 1 hour, ensuring no interruptions." A prompt appeared in Zhao Yi's mind. Evolution? He was momentarily taken aback. But there was no time to dwell on it. Opening his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings. This place seemed to be a young woman's room. Observing the decor, even though the mural depicted a blue sky and ocean, Zhao Yi, with his wealth of experience from his past life, instantly recognized that this room belonged to a girl. Could it be that I was brought here while I was injured? Zhao Yi furrowed his brow, his eyes transforming into a translucent hue as he scanned beyond the confines of the room, only to realize that this was an inn. Regardless, it was imperative to focus on recovery first. Zhao Yi's gaze flickered. He had just recovered from severe injuries and was devoid of strength. He needed to regain his vitality in the shortest time possible, and the notion of evolution as mentioned by the system filled him with anticipation. To be prudent, Zhao Yi meticulously arranged various formations within his chamber. Any disturbance to his evolution would be mercilessly repelled by these formations, capable of injuring even a peak martial artist who might recklessly attack. His visage transformed dramatically, his previously diminutive teeth elongated into fearsome fangs, while the hair on his body hardened to a needle-like consistency, rendering him a terrifying sight, profoundly shocking to behold. Etched upon his forehead was a distinctive pattern, which ultimately morphed into a crescent shape. An hour swiftly elapsed. Chapter 19. Lin Xiaoding. Congratulations on completing your first evolution. You have evolved into a moon-howling wolf. Acquiring the unique talents of the Song Wolf clan, Moon Wolf Transformation and Mystic Wolf Step. Moon Wolf Transformation, a unique skill of the Song Wolf clan, capable of harnessing the celestial power of the moon, allowing the user to enter a brief state of frenzied enhancement, unconditionally elevating their level with no side effects for a duration of 10 minutes. Upgradable. Mystic Wolf Step, a distinctive skill of the Mystic Wolf clan, enabling the user to conceal themselves within the air, unleashing a burst of speed 3 times their normal velocity. Zhao Yi gazed in astonishment at the information that resonated within his mind. With these 2 skills, he would likely find it difficult to encounter an adversary within the entire realm of martial artists. Subsequently, a colossal panel materialized before him. Name: Zhao Yi. Level: 12, Second Order Demon Spirit. Experience required for the next level: 100,000. Race: Mutant Moon Howling Wolf, Demigod Beast. Technique: Howling Wolf Classic. Skills: Moon Wolf Transformation. Mystic Wolf Step. Zhao Yi cast a glance at his 2 skills, filled with anticipation for testing them. Suddenly, the crescent mark on his forehead emitted a faint luminescence. This radiance seemed to connect with the heavens, and an indescribable force descended upon his body. Zhao Yi's cultivation level surged dramatically, and within mere moments, he ascended to the 5th tier of Demon Spirit. Astonishing! Zhao Yi was taken aback. Although only 10 minutes had passed, this skill was already overwhelmingly powerful. With a casual wave of his hand, a terrifying force erupted, as if the very air was about to be obliterated by this power. Reaching the strength of a 5th-tier demon beast. Mystic Wolf Step. As Zhao Yi propelled himself, his form transformed into a shadow, darting swiftly throughout the room. Not only was his figure elusive, but his straight-line speed was also astonishingly rapid. It would be nearly impossible for anyone below the rank of a martial general to keep pace with him. Before Zhao Yi could fully appreciate this, he suddenly sensed movement from his 2nd demon core. Without hesitation, he promptly entered his internal world, where the newly formed demon core radiated a gentle glow. The light intensified, ultimately coalescing into a blurred human figure within his dantian. This is my former self. Zhao Yi was astonished as he fixed his gaze upon the indistinct silhouette, an exquisite visage, a flawless physique, and flowing hair, all reminiscent of his past life. Ding! Congratulations on unlocking the 3 lives incarnation, granting you the extraordinary ability of avatar transformation. The 3 lives avatar, by consuming 1/3 of his essence blood. One can create a doppelganger, endowed with 1/3 of the original strength. Upon the demise of the doppelganger, essence blood can be expended once more to recreate it, and the doppelganger will master all the skills of the original. The moment Zhao Yi comprehended the intricacies of the 3 lives avatar, a wave of curiosity surged within him, compelling him to experiment immediately. Following the operational method of the 3 lives avatar, he channeled the essence blood within him towards the 2nd demon core, which subsequently surged forth from his body along with the essence blood. Ignoring the dwindling essence blood within him, Zhao Yi fixated his gaze ahead, witnessing the demon core manifest a human form at a visible pace. Bones, flesh, and cells materialized from thin air. The entire process completed in mere minutes, resulting in a humanoid Zhao Yi standing before him. This iteration of Zhao Yi appeared to be merely 18 years of age, with a handsome yet gentle countenance, bright and clear black eyes, and clad in a flowing white robe that exuded an air of scholarly elegance. How marvelous! The 2 Zhao Yis exchanged glances, sensing each other's vitality. Zhao Yi understood that he and this doppelganger shared the same consciousness. However, upon the doppelganger's demise, he would not suffer any repercussions. Only the loss of the essence blood that had animated it. With this human form, endeavors would undoubtedly become more convenient. In high spirits, Zhao Yi could not restrain a hearty laugh. Yet before he could formulate his next plan, the creaking sound of a door being opened interrupted him. Entering was a girl of 18 or 19, with exquisite features, large bright eyes, and a slender waist that was barely graspable, a rare and stunning beauty. The young girl widened her eyes, fully comprehending the extraordinary events that had transpired around Zhao Yi, her delicate face etched with astonishment. "Who are you?" she inquired. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhao Yi, without a moment's hesitation, gestured towards his doppelganger. The doppelganger immediately transformed into a stream of light and vanished into his body. Within the confines of Zhao Yi's 2nd demon core existed a unique space. Though modest in size, it was perfectly suited for housing his doppelganger. The girl faltered, her mind racing. Despite having witnessed countless wonders, the marvel before her left her questioning her own reality, as if she were trapped in a dream. Zhao Yi's eyes narrowed. Without a shred of hesitation, he executed the mystic wolf step, his figure appearing abruptly before the girl at an unconventional angle, his sharp claws lunging toward her. Though the girl possessed martial prowess, she found herself paralyzed in the face of Zhao Yi's advance, helplessly watching as his claws drew closer. A resonating hum filled the air as a droplet of blood erupted from the crevice of Zhao Yi's claw, adorned with strange runes. In the blink of an eye, it penetrated her forehead and vanished. This is the seed of silence I have implanted within you. Should you utter a single word about today to another, the seed shall take root in your mind, devouring your very soul, Zhao Yi declared. Had he intended to slay her, even 10 lives would not suffice to atone for it. You brought me here, did you not? Speak. What is your purpose? Zhao Yi's gaze was icy as it fixated on Lin Xiao. Though she had indirectly saved his life, he harbored no illusions regarding her intentions. Under the oppressive scrutiny of Zhao Yi, Lin Xiao dared not deceive him, revealing her entire plan without reservation. It turns out that the young girl before me is the daughter of the Lin family, one of the 3 prominent families of Tianyang Town. She also possesses another unique identity, serving as the steward of the Longyan auction house. Upon encountering Zhao Yi, Lin Xiao was initially astonished by his survival despite his grievous injuries. However, she soon realized that he was the very target that Yi Jin had been relentlessly seeking. With plans to rescue Zhao Yi only to leave him in a state of near death, subsequently selling him at the Longyan auction house. Given the nature of the Yi family, they would undoubtedly go to great lengths to acquire him, allowing her to profit handsomely from the transaction. Such meticulous scheming is indeed indicative of a savvy business mind. Zhao Yi's gaze turned icy. Had he awakened any later, he would have remained oblivious to the manner of his demise. Chapter 20. The Longyan Auction House. Although Lin Xiao was unaware of Zhao Yi's intentions, she did not decline his proposition, recognizing that even if he articulated his thoughts, a college student's reasoning would elude her comprehension. Zhao Yi nodded and, with a fierce strike upon his body, his skin instantly tore apart. He then employed that Songlong scripture, rendering his aura faint and indistinct, akin to a gravely wounded beast on the brink of death. Lin Xiao then confined Zhao Yi within a cage and began their journey to the Longyan auction house. The Longyan auction house is not situated within Tianyang town itself, but rather within the city of Longyan, of which Tianyang is merely a corner. Renowned throughout Longyan, the auction house boasts a history spanning several centuries. A century ago, the esteemed owner of the auction house earned an illustrious reputation, leading to the renaming of the city. In summary, the Longyan auction house stands as a sovereign entity within Longyan, its influence unassailable. Upon our arrival at the auction house, we shall proceed directly to the appraisal room, as I have certain items to auction. Upon arriving outside the Longyan auction house, Zhao Yi summoned a clone, causing his original essence to diminish by 1/3, rendering him considerably weaker. However, Lin Xiao greeted the onlookers with merely a nod, without pausing, and made a beeline for the appraisal room, drawing the curious gazes of those around him. Lin Xiao, why the haste to summon this old man with 2 months remaining until the next auction? And aren't you aware that one should not casually bring someone into the appraisal chamber? A drowsy elder squinted, his voice tinged with discontent. This was the appraisal master of our auction house, known as Sleepy Old Man, a martial arts expert overseeing many affairs of the establishment. Lin Xiao discreetly informed Zhao Yi. You must be the sleepy old man of the Longyan auction house. I wish to request an early opening, set for 3 days from now, Zhao Yi stated calmly. His expression as placid as a still pond. Lin Xiao, it is one thing to bring a useless person into the appraisal chamber, but to speak so brazenly is quite another. The sleepy old man maintained his drowsy demeanor, and upon hearing Zhao Yi's audacious words, his white eyebrows furrowed slightly. Yet before the frown could deepen, it froze in place. Without further ado, Zhao Yi produced an array of weapons and spiritual herbs from seemingly nowhere, displaying them upon the table, including several finished elixirs, creating a stunning spectacle that elevated the atmosphere within the appraisal room. Qi Yuan fruit, which offers over a 90% chance of breaking through the martial realm for those in the body refining stage. A corpse of a 9th-tier demon spirit, whose essence can refine the body. A single explosive Yuan Dan can unleash 30% of its power in a brief moment. Upon seeing the array of treasures laid out on the table, the elder SH was jolted from his reverie, his eyes widening in astonishment. He had encountered numerous treasures before, yet he had never witnessed such a remarkable collection amassed all at once. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, He recalled having referred to the individual as a worthless being, only for them to produce an abundance of items that even stirred envy within him. It was akin to delivering a resounding slap to his own face. These are all minor artifacts. I propose selling them directly to your auction house in exchange for 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, Zhao Yi stated with unwavering resolve. Extending a finger for emphasis, Elder SH's expression shifted to one of hesitation. Although the treasures presented by Zhao Yi were undeniably enticing, their total worth hovered around the value of 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Agreeing to the exchange would yield little profit, as the worth of 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones significantly surpassed 1 million low-grade spirit stones. This may not be feasible, Elder SH pondered aloud after a moment of silence, concluding that customers who wouldn't yield profit ought to be dismissed outright. Zhao Yi's eyes instantly darkened at the remark. Senior Zhao, in my capacity as the manager of the Longyan auction house, I can acquire these items for you, not only guaranteeing the 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, but also establishing you as a distinguished guest at our auction house. Hearing this, Zhao Yi's icy demeanor gradually thawed. With a sweeping gesture, he produced a disc the size of a basin from seemingly nowhere, instantly drawing the attention of all present to the treasures it contained. Even the most weary eyes cannot discern what this disc is, yet he can sense a peculiar fluctuation within it. As the elderly man examines it, he realizes it resembles the formations he has encountered previously, perhaps even of a superior quality. The power contained within may well withstand the full might of a martial general. As long as the general does not intervene, it would be nearly impossible to vanquish the individual possessing this array. The elder does not hesitate to extol the virtues of this formation, while Lin Xiao stands by, utterly astonished and rendered speechless. Although she has heard of formations before, she never anticipated their magnitude of influence. Chapter 21. Preparations. I wonder who your master is, young brother, capable of forging such a legendary array. I must pay him a visit. The elder, now fully awake, gazes intently at Zhao Yi. In his experience, no one with knowledge of formations has ever matched Zhao Yi's prowess, leading him to instinctively conclude that Zhao Yi must have a remarkable mentor. There's no need for that. My master prefers solitude. I have also brought along a Crimson Yuan Wolf, which I believe the Yi family will find intriguing. Zhao Yi paused, deciding to follow the elder's suggestion. After all, in this desolate Dragon Rock City, those who can craft formations are indeed formidable figures. And Zhao Yi is keen to avoid drawing attention too swiftly. Very well, the elder sighed in resignation, only to be struck by a thought upon hearing Zhao Yi's latter statement, his eyes widening in shock. Given his position at the Dragon Rock auction house, he is privy to countless pieces of information. He is acutely aware of the events surrounding the Yi family, particularly the harrowing incident where a Crimson Yuan Wolf nearly annihilated their entire lineage in a single day. And thus, it is concluded. Zhao Yi spoke softly, releasing his essence, which appeared frail, as if he could succumb at any moment. Aha! As per your previous words, the Longyan auction house will commence ahead of schedule, set for 3 days hence. A chuckle escaped from sleepy old man, his expression a blend of complexity as he regarded Zhao Yi. Not only was he poised to acquire the legendary array plate, but he also had captured the Crimson Yuan Wolf. It was likely that his master hailed from some significant lineage. Very well, Zhao Yi nodded, exchanging a glance with his doppelganger before the human avatar promptly exited the appraisal room. Lin Xiao, who is this individual you have brought today? Amid Zhao Yi's painstaking concealment of the spirit stones, fresh news erupted from the Longyan auction house. Originally, the auction was scheduled to commence in 2 or 3 months, yet it abruptly announced an early opening, set for 3 days hence. This revelation sent ripples of excitement through countless individuals, as the Longyan auction house only held one auction per year. The audacity of that beast being acquired by the Longyan auction house, and now set for auction, was astonishing. Within the Yi family of Tiannong Town, Yuzhen gazed at the intelligence in his hand, utterly stunned. He had scoured the entirety of Tiannong Town, only to find that the Longyan auction house had ensnared it. Master, what shall we do? That beast has fallen into the hands of the Longyan auction house. It may very well have treasures concealed upon it. Yi Dan, aware of this intelligence, spoke urgently, lamenting how their pursuit of Zhao Yi had nearly obliterated the Yi family's century-old legacy. Humph. If the Longyan auction house uncovers the secrets of that beast, they may very well choose not to auction it. Yuzhen let out a cold snort, seemingly quite familiar with the Longyan auction house. However, he harbored some concerns that the auction house might take advantage of the situation. With only 3 days remaining, it was imperative to prepare adequately. Zhao Yi found himself confined within a cage of several meters, gazing towards the direction of the Yi family. A cold smile creeping onto his lips as he settled into a cross-legged position, entering a state of cultivation. Ever since he acquired the system, Zhao Yi had not engaged in any serious cultivation, but now he activated the Songlong Classic and began his practice. Zhao Yi possessed remarkable talent in this regard. Yet his progress was exceedingly limited. Meditating for several minutes would yield merely 1 experience point, far less than the gains from battling a few wild beasts. As Zhao Yi's mind wandered during his cultivation, he inadvertently entered the demon god system, where he noticed a certain area persistently flashing. He had been so preoccupied with dealing with the Yi family lately that he had completely forgotten about his system points. Unable to restrain himself, Zhao Yi gave his head a light slap and immediately accessed the Wanling Mall. Below, radiant lights flickered continuously, indicating that new points were being credited. Zhao Yi took a cursory glance and saw that the accumulated resentment points had reached a staggering 90,000, nearly all originating from the Yi family. Curiously, he noticed the points were accumulating at a rate of 10 at a time, and upon checking the details, they were attributed to someone named Master Gil. This individual certainly bore a grudge. Zhao Yi couldn't help but chuckle, clearly recalling this person as the black-clad swordsman who had lost an arm. Yet, it was astonishing how much he had contributed. At least 5,000 of those points were solely his doing. Ding dong. Congratulations on accumulating 100,000 points. Unlocking the Multiverse Mall, where you may exchange your points for desired items and materials. Should your points fall short, you may also sell items to acquire points for use. A voice from the system echoed, and Zhao Yi suddenly noticed that the previously dim Multiverse Mall had transformed into a vibrant spectacle, revealing an array of precious elixirs and magical artifacts. Astonishingly, he beheld the likes of Qi Yuan fruits, low-grade spiritual veins, and low-grade spiritual instruments. Zhao Yi stood in awe, realizing that the treasures before him surpassed even the combined riches of several Yi family vaults. However, these items were exceedingly expensive, often priced in the tens of thousands, far beyond his means. As these splendid items appeared in the Multiverse Mall, the dog food that once occupied the top position seemed to have been displaced, leaving only a solitary bone at the forefront. Well, if the dog food is gone, so be it. Perhaps the system has finally found a semblance of conscience. Zhao Yi shrugged in resignation. Although the dog food could yield substantial experience, each consumption left him with a sense of disdain from the system, which was quite displeasing. Chapter 22. The auction house opens. Zhao Yi perused the items in the Multiverse Mall, and upon realizing that the majority were beyond his financial reach, he decided to halt his exploration. He certainly did not possess a penchant for self-inflicted misery. He felt a sense of gratitude for the contributions of the dark-clad swordsman. Although he did not select the treasures he yearned for, he was pleased to see his points steadily increasing, predominantly due to the efforts of the dark-clad swordsman. However, this individual is exceedingly petty. Even after 3 days, he remains preoccupied with his own grievances. Zhao Yi recalled that the Wanjing Mall seemed to offer a platform for selling items, and he promptly retrieved the formation plate he had casually crafted earlier. The unranked formation plate was valued at 500 points. Should he proceed with the sale? As Zhao Yi submitted it, 2 dialogue boxes immediately popped up. He felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This formation plate, regarded as a treasure by others, was reduced to having no rank here. He refrained from further lamentation and, after selecting yes, his points surged from 100,000 to 100,500. From now on, he need not fear a deficit of points. Upon witnessing the successful exchange, Zhao Yi could not contain a hearty laugh, realizing that his point accumulation would accelerate from this point onward. After surveying his internal system once more, he promptly exited. With 3 days approaching, it was time to prepare an extravagant gift for Yuzhen. The passing of 3 days occurred swiftly, and news of the Dragon Rock auction house's early opening spread like wildfire, reaching nearly every corner of Dragon Rock City. Even the surrounding small towns caught wind of the announcement, causing an influx of people heading toward the city. The auction house had declared that this event would feature items of significantly greater value than usual, including the legendary formation plates. This prospect drew countless families and factions. And when the third day finally arrived, the Dragon Rock auction house was besieged by an overwhelming throng of people, resembling a sea of black. Has it truly begun? Zhao Yi, observing the dense crowd, even spotted Yuzhen amidst the masses, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With a flicker in his gaze, he strode purposefully toward Yuzhen. As one of the three formidable powers of Tiannong Town, Yuzhen's strength is undeniably formidable. Even in Longyan City, he attracts countless awe-inspired gazes. Those affiliated with the Yi family instinctively step back, willingly parting to create a pathway. Yuzhen holds his head high, walking with an air of pride alongside Yi Dan. Make way, make way. At that moment, a youth clad in a black robe strides forward, carelessly colliding with Yuzhen and nearly causing him to stumble. You insolent brat! Yuzhen exclaims, his ire ignited as he locks eyes with the black-robed youth, only to find that the cold, piercing gaze is eerily familiar, though he cannot recall the source at that moment. Fool, Zhao Yi scoffs, muttering a curse from his previous life, knowing full well that it would be lost on the man before him, before hastily departing. Trying to escape? Yi Zhen's expression darkens, and he is about to pursue when he notices a circular disc fall from Zhao Yi's possession. The disc emanates a faint aura of spiritual energy. This is. Yuzhen picks up the disc, and upon seeing it, Yi Dan gasps in astonishment. Master, I have seen this before. It is a formation disc. The highlight of the auction is this very item. Though Yi Dan has some knowledge of alchemical formations, it takes him a moment to recognize the disc. His face a mask of shock. Formation discs are exceedingly rare in Longyan City, numbering less than 10. How could that boy possess one? Yuzhen furrows his brow, and when he lifts his gaze again, Zhao Yi has long vanished from sight. Yi Dan, conduct a thorough investigation into that individual's identity and background. I am eager to uncover precisely who he is. Yuzhen swiftly stowed away the formation plate and called out to Yi Dan, who understood immediately, retreating into the throng of people. Indeed, he had fallen into the trap. Zhao Yi, concealed in a corner, observed Yuzhen, whose eyebrows danced with mirth. And couldn't he help but chuckle softly. If this fellow were to realize that what he had just encountered was a self-detonating formation, he would undoubtedly discard it without hesitation. With the plan successfully set into motion, the auction could commence. Zhao Yi smiled as a resplendent golden token was affixed to his chest, a pass granted by Lin Xiao, symbolizing nobility within the auction house, and seemingly the highest grade of all tokens. As anticipated, adorned with the token, Zhao Yi strolled leisurely into the auction house, instantly capturing the attention of countless onlookers, particularly the numerous beauties who cast flirtatious glances his way. However, Zhao Yi remained indifferent, and soon thereafter, his points began to soar dramatically. After a surge in points, he promptly removed the token and entered the most exclusive private box of the auction house, which was not only lavishly appointed but also attended by maidservants. You may leave, Zhao Yi commanded as he entered the box, before the maidservants could even present themselves, leaving them disheartened as they exited, having hoped to gain some favor. Yi Dan meticulously reported all the intelligence he had gathered. It appears this young man warrants closer attention. It would be prudent to cultivate a favorable relationship with him, especially if he has a master in formation arts. One should strive to ingratiate themselves as much as possible. Yuzhen pondered for a moment, dismissing the notion that Zhao Yi could master formations at such a tender age. It was more convincing to have a mentor in the art of formation. Suddenly, amidst their hushed conversation, a resounding chime echoed, instantly silencing the multitude engaged in discussion. They understood that the long-awaited auction was about to commence. Was it truly beginning? Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes, observing that not only had the three prominent families of Tiannong Town gathered, but also factions from Longyan City and other neighboring towns, indicating that the atmosphere was indeed vibrant today. Chapter 23, The Moonlight Treasure Box Boom. As Lin Xiao's voice resonated, the scene erupted with fervor. With a smile, Lin Xiao pressed a button on the table, and something emerged from the ground. It was a spirit stone, significantly larger and more refined than any Zhao Yi had previously encountered. This was a complete upper-grade spirit stone. worth 100 times that of a mid-grade spirit stone and 10,000 times that of a low-grade spirit stone. However, it was well understood that the value of a single upper-grade spirit stone far exceeded that of 100 mid-grade spirit stones, should a warrior absorb and cultivate with it. There was over a 50% chance of achieving a breakthrough within a month. Lin Zhao's announcement immediately sparked a flurry of discussions, as many were aware of the rarity of upper-grade spirit stones. This was not something easily exchanged for 100 mid-grade spirit stones, and Zhao Yi could relate, for he did not possess even a single upper-grade spirit stone. The auction commenced at an opening bid of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Let it begin. Seizing the momentum, Lin Zhao ignited the atmosphere, and soon, a chorus of bidding ensued throughout the venue. Their bidding process was remarkably straightforward. A simple raise of a placard and a call for the price would immediately culminate in a transaction, reminiscent of the auction houses from Zhao Yi's previous life. However, despite the allure of high-grade spirit stones, Zhao Yi harbored no intention of acquiring them, for his visit was merely a formality, with his true aim being Yizhen. The entire bidding frenzy lasted only a few minutes, concluding with a high bid of 15,000, claimed by a slender man. As the appetizers were served, the subsequent auctions unfolded with continuous excitement, the majority of which were treasures procured by Zhao Yi. Observing these priceless items, Yizhen, seated nearby, appeared increasingly restless, realizing that many of the auctioned items belonged to his Yi family. Who, then, was that figure in black robes? His countenance darkened as he recognized the items. According to the intelligence he had gathered, these treasures were sold to the Longyan auction house by that Master Zhao. After the auction's conclusion, he resolved to investigate that individual thoroughly. Yizhen mused, even suspecting that the figure in black was the infamous Qi Yuanlang. As the auction gradually approached its finale, Lin Zhao smiled subtly, announcing, "What you see before you is an artifact obtained by our auction house's master from a relic. To acquire this item, the master sustained grave injuries and even lost an elder." A weathered box then materialized upon the auction stage. How absurd! Someone scoffed. What could possibly inflict such wounds upon the master? Is there truly any place in Longyan City capable of that? This appears to be utterly ordinary, merely a dilapidated box. There is nothing remarkable about it. Surely the auction house does not intend to deceive us. As the weathered and worn box made its appearance on the stage, it immediately stirred discontent among the crowd, with harsh words crashing into Lin Zhao's ears like a tsunami. Unfazed by the dissent, Lin Zhao remained composed and, without uttering a word, unleashed a formidable attack upon the box. Despite his martial prowess, his full-force strike failed to inflict even the slightest damage upon the box, silencing the murmurs that filled the air. Esteemed guests, the reputation of the Longyan auction house stands firm. We would never deceive you. This box is known as the Moonlight Treasure Box. Not even I, nor the auctioneer, can harm it, Lin Zhao stated coolly, gesturing towards the faintly visible inscription of the 4 characters that read Moonlight Treasure Box. The Moonlight Treasure Box? I might as well traverse through time. Zhao Yi, initially disinterested in the auction house, couldn't help but smile at the commotion, his curiosity piqued by the so-called Moonlight Treasure Box. I shall give it a try. A peak martial artist, clearly skeptical, rushed to the stage. Yet, despite exerting all his strength, he found himself unable to inflict any harm upon the box. Given the box's remarkable sturdiness, it surely must contain extraordinary treasures. Whoever possesses the skill to unlock it may very well walk with confidence throughout Longyan City, Lin Zhao remarked with a smile. Even as the crowd acknowledged the box's resilience, they still hesitated to make a purchase. After all, possessing the ability to open it was paramount. If the Longyan auction house could unlock it, they surely would not offer it for sale. Stepping back, one might consider that wearing this sturdy box could prove fortuitous, potentially allowing one to cast it aside in moments of peril to deflect a foe's lethal strike. Observing the crowd's continued silence and lack of action, Lin Zhao felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet mustered the resolve to speak. Given the unique nature of this Moonlight Treasure Box, the starting bid was set at a mere low-grade spirit stone. As Lin Zhao's words lingered in the air, several minutes passed without a single bid, causing a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Were these individuals truly unwilling to wager even one low-grade spirit stone? Suddenly, as Lin Zhao feared the item would go unsold, a voice from Zhao Yi's private booth rang out, drawing the attention of countless onlookers eager to discern who would squander their wealth. After all, the Crimson Yuan Wolf had already been arranged for auction. 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Zhao Yi bid without hesitation, his tone suggesting this was a trivial matter. After all, the items Zhao Yi had sold to the Longyan auction house were worth millions. Yuzhen, after a moment's hesitation, raised the bid by 500. Only to be swiftly overshadowed by Zhao Yi's 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, effectively quelling any thoughts of further competition. Regardless of any connection between the figure in the black cloak and the Crimson Yuan Wolf, the priority remained to allocate funds towards the auction of the wolf itself. Congratulations to Master Zhao for successfully bidding 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Xiao, fearing Zhao Yi might reconsider, promptly finalized the transaction. And a maid swiftly delivered the Moonlight Treasure Box to Zhao Yi's booth. Is this truly the Moonlight Treasure Box? Once the maid had departed, Zhao Yi began to scrutinize the time-worn box, noting that many of its intricate patterns had faded with age. Indeed, this box was remarkably sturdy. Zhao Yi attempted to open it with all his strength but found himself unable to do so. Reluctantly, he decided to keep it by his side and would later take it to identify its true nature. After Zhao Yi acquired the Moonlight Treasure Box, the atmosphere of the auction house remained undisturbed. Lin Xiao then produced an array plate, capturing the attention of countless spectators. Most attendees had come specifically for this defensive array plate. Without further ado, the bidding commenced at an initial price of 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. The emergence of the array plate elevated the excitement in the room to a new zenith. Chapter 24. The switch 50,000 low-grade spirit stones represented the accumulated savings of a small family over several years, however, within the confines of the auction house. It was swiftly overshadowed and claimed by wealthy bidders in an instant. In mere minutes, the bid escalated to 200,000. Although Yuzhen was also highly intrigued by the array plate, the memory of the one he had previously acquired led him to ultimately withdraw from the bidding, as his own savings were scant, and he could not compete with the affluent. Despite the grandeur of the scene, once the price reached 300,000, only a handful of bidders remained. Ultimately, the array plate was purchased by the Lord of Longyan City for 350,000 low-grade spirit stones. After taxes were deducted, along with the earlier acquisition of the Moonlight Treasure Box, Zhao Yi stood to profit around 300,000. As the auction drew to a close, many attendees began to exit, yet the Yi family and a few other factions remained, patiently awaiting the final item up for bid. Indeed, it was the beast. The Crimson Yuan Wolf was brought forth in a cage by a maidservant, and Yuzhen could not help but shout in recognition. Even if Zhao Yi were reduced to ashes, he would still recognize it. Esteemed guests, I, from the Yi family, am prepared to offer 200,000 inferior spirit stones for the acquisition of this beast. Without awaiting Lin Zhao's reaction, Yuzhen immediately rose from his private booth, his voice booming with determination as he exhausted all his savings. Though the auction house had already lost a significant number of attendees, the forceful declaration of Yuzhen still captivated the attention of thousands, who gazed at him in astonishment. Many were taken aback by Yuzhen's willingness to spend such a sum on a mere Qi Yuan wolf. Those privy to insider information narrowed their eyes, crossing their arms in anticipation of the unfolding drama. How audacious of the Yi family had to attempt to take this creature with a bid of 200,000. I shall offer 300,000. In the adjacent booth, Zhao Yi broke his silence, his calm voice resonating through every corner of the auction house. Wasn't this Qi Yuan Wolf the one he had brought? Why was he now clashing with Yuzhen? Somewhere in the auction hall, an elderly man, drowsy and disoriented, opened his eyes to witness Zhao Yi's bidding, muttering to himself in confusion. Very well. I shall observe the developments quietly for now. After pondering for a while without arriving at a conclusion, the elderly man decided to remain a discreet observer. 400,000. 450,000. Yuzhen raised the bid, and Zhao Yi promptly matched it, causing Yuzhen to tremble with fury. He had borrowed 300,000 inferior spirit stones from the Wujian sect, combined with his own 200,000, that amounted to 500,000 spirit stones. 500,000. Yuzhen's eyes burned with intensity. If Zhao Yi dared to increase his bid any further, he would risk everything to seize the Qi Yuan Wolf. I merely sought to test your resolve, brother Yuzhen, and was pleasantly surprised by your tenacity. In light of this, I shall concede the Crimson Yuan Wolf deal. Zhao Yi could not help but give a thumbs up to Yuzhen, provoking laughter from the crowd below, demonstrating that price increases could indeed be approached with such flair. This individual must be eliminated. Yuzhen choked in anger, nearly unable to contain the murderous intent raging within him, already deeming the figure in the black robe as a target for extermination. Zhao Yi, however, remained unfazed, secretly reveling in the fact that the system had been accumulating points for the hatred value conversion against Yuzhen, coupled with the 50,000 lower-grade spirit stones contained within the Chinquan bag. Hand over the Crimson Yuan Wolf to me, fearing that any delay might lead to unforeseen consequences. Yuzhen disregarded Zhao Yi further, waving his hand grandly as a Chinquan bag soared forth. The Chinquan bag contained a universe within itself, forming its own space, capable of holding large items, making transportation exceedingly convenient. Even a basic Chinquan bag could fetch a staggering price of 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Lin Xiao waved her small hand, grasping the Chinquan bag and counting its contents, finding everything intact. Master, are you truly handing yourself over so readily? Lin Xiao, the only one privy to Zhao Yi's true identity, spoke with a hint of anxiety, fearing the dire consequences should he fall into Yuzhen's hands. Lin Xiao, open the cage. After this matter, consider it a favor owed to you by me, Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi replied coolly. Lin Xiao was taken aback, silently committing Zhao Yi's name to memory. Yuzhen, it has been 3 days. I trust you have been well. Just as Zhao Yi, who appeared to be on the brink of death, was being taken away by Yuzhen, a mocking laughter rang out. Yuzhen's brow furrowed, his gaze fixed on Zhao Yi, a wave of unease surging within him. Boom. Immediately, Zhao Yi in the cage extended his claws, striking fiercely against the bars. The once formidable cage, capable of withstanding the assaults of seasoned warriors, crumbled like fragile parchment, effortlessly torn asunder by Zhao Yi. Sanlong Dian, devour. With a fierce growl, Zhao Yi parted his lips slightly, and before him materialized a black void, a terrifying force of suction erupting forth. In a moment of carelessness, Yuzhen found his shoulder ravaged by this dreadful pull. Ah! He cried out in agony, his instincts prompting an immediate retreat. Blood gushed from the wound on his shoulder, staining the ground crimson in an instant. The sudden turn of events left the multitude in a state of shock. A feeble, imprisoned Crimson Yuan Wolf had directly wounded a formidable warrior. Is there not a single protective measure in the Longyan auction house? With his shoulder grievously injured, Yuzhen broke into a cold sweat, hesitating to charge at Zhao Yi, and bellowed towards the auction house. It is my failure to protect. The unexpected twist compelled the elderly figure hidden in the shadows to reveal himself, offering Yuzhen an apologetic smile. Quickly, sever its limbs and snap its neck. With eyes ablaze, Yuzhen had abandoned any thoughts of slow execution, consumed only by the desire to swiftly eliminate Zhao Yi. Elder, could you extend me a favor? If you refrain from intervening, I shall bestow these formation plates upon you, free of charge. At that moment, Zhao Yi's clone also appeared before the elder, a grin adorning his face as he conjured 10 formation plates into his hands. Formation plates, 10. The previously listless elder was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment, his mind reeling with uncertainty. If one were to accept Zhao Yi's generous gift, it would equate to tarnishing the reputation of the auction house. Old Master Sui, with so many eyes upon us, will you disregard the integrity of the auction house? Upon witnessing old Master Sui's hesitation to act, Yuzhen felt a sudden sense of uncertainty and could not help but call out to him. What about this? Sensing that old Master Sui might turn against him, Zhao Yi offered a faint smile and casually produced a short sword, casting it aside like refused next to the array. My spiritual weapon short sword, when did you take it? Yuzhen gazed in shock at the short sword beside the array, then glanced at the one at his waist, only to realize that the one he possessed was merely a replica. It was then Yuzhen suddenly recalled that upon his arrival at the auction house, Zhao Yi had bumped into him, and it was in that moment that his short sword had been swapped. Chapter 25. Self-destructing array. This fellow is clearly in cahoots with the Crimson Origin Wolf. Yuzhen's complexion darkened, and then he remembered something. The gaze of the cloaked figure mirrored that of the Crimson Origin Wolf. Perhaps this man and beast are, in fact, one and the same. The more he pondered, the more astonished he became. Aha! Since Master Zhao is so generous, my Longyan auction house shall graciously accept it. At that moment, old Master Sui finally reacted, hastily collecting the array and short sword from the ground before slowly retreating. Yizhen. Master Zhao is now an esteemed guest elder of my Longyan auction house. Were it not for Elder Zhao's command forbidding me from taking action, I would possess the authority to expel you directly. Offending an esteemed elder of my Longyan auction house is punishable by death, old Sui faintly remarked, directly attributing a grave offense to Yizhen, accusing him of offending the guest elder. Yizhen was nearly driven to the brink of rage, almost spitting blood. Just moments ago, they had seemingly no connection, and suddenly he was labeled as a guest elder? Yizhen, are you not curious about that formation plate you picked up at the auction? Once old Sui departed, Zhao Yi felt unrestrained, gazing at Yizhen with a sly smile. Reminiscent of a cat teasing a mouse. The formation plate? At Zhao Yi's prompt, Yizhen instantly recalled the formation plate he had found at the auction. He had studied it for quite some time without discerning much, only recognizing it as a formation plate. I crafted that formation plate. I believe it is called. Zhao Yi flashed a grin at Yizhen, causing the latter to nearly lose his wits, clutching the formation plate as if to cast it aside. It's a self-destructing formation plate. As Zhao Yi's words fell, it seemed to trigger the mechanisms of the formation plate, the dormant power within it erupting violently at that very moment. No. Yizhen's pupils constricted as he beheld a blinding white light emanating from the self-destructing formation plate, a terrifying force instantly radiating outward from its center. Boom! A thunderous roar ensued, as countless individuals instinctively covered their ears. The overwhelming destructive power surged forth, comparable to the full-force strike of a martial general. Beast, I underestimated you. Coughing. After the explosion, a figure emerged from the billowing smoke, blood spilling from his mouth. His expression twisted with fury as he glared at Zhao Yi. At that moment, he was clad in armor worth millions of low-grade spirit stones, now riddled with countless cracks, until with a resounding bang, it disintegrated into nothingness. Although he successfully thwarted Zhao Yi's lethal strike, half of its force still impacted Yizhen, causing a portion of his chest to cave in. Yet, he remained unscathed. Zhao Yi furrowed his brow, realizing he had underestimated a master of martial prowess. This was a hidden technique he had concealed for a long time, intended for a single decisive blow. While he was uncertain of Yizhen's true nature, he was aware that the Beast Mountain range was undoubtedly his origin. Master Gu must have led the Lei family to commence their expedition by now. Yizhen seemed to recall something, suddenly erupting into a sinister laugh. What? Zhao Yi discerned the implications of Yizhen's words, his expression darkening immediately. Although he had recently been reborn, the Beast Mountain range was indeed his foundation, his home. You seek death. Zhao Yi, alongside his doppelganger, charged furiously towards Yizhen, unleashing the Moon Wolf transformation. His aura surged to the 5th tier of demon spirit, and his physique enlarged significantly. You are the one courting death. Upon witnessing Zhao Yi's advance, Yizhen was not intimidated. Instead, a cold smile crept across his face. As his voice fell, he unleashed a powerful palm strike. Martial technique, mountain-shattering palm. Yizhen bellowed, and a palm imprint tore through the air, hurtling towards Zhao Yi. Before it reached him, Zhao Yi felt a wave of energy sweeping toward him. The martial master was indeed formidable. Zhao Yi's eyes glimmered with clarity as he observed that the palm imprint bore no weaknesses. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to retreat hastily. Explode. A sinister expression washed over Yizhen's face as he recklessly endured the backlash of his technique, suddenly altering the palm strike. Boom. A surge of spiritual power struck the palm imprint, disrupting its operation, and in an instant, it erupted violently, exhibiting a destructive force that rivaled the earlier self-detonation of the array. There was no escape. Zhao Yi gritted his teeth, and in this life-and-death moment, his true form retreated hastily, while his clone stood before the palm imprint, torn to shreds by the raging force. Master Zhao. Upon witnessing this scene, the elderly sleeper gasped in alarm. This sudden turn of events rendered him incapable of rescuing Zhao Yi. The only one remaining composed amidst the chaos was Lin Xiao, for she understood that this was merely a clone of Zhao Yi. Remarkably, he managed to evade capture. Once the explosive tempest subsided, the arena lay in disarray, and Yizhen had long since vanished, presumably having exhausted all his strength in executing that last maneuver. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Yi's figure disappeared before the multitude of gazes. In the entire Longyan auction house, only a crowd of astonished onlookers remained. Boom. 2 hours prior to this series of events at the Longyan auction house, a contingent of fully armed individuals had gathered at the Yi and Lei families. At this moment, these two factions convened, accompanied by numerous sword-bearers. At the forefront stood a one-armed man, brandishing a heavy sword, directing it towards a specific point. All present obeyed. Now commenced the mountain cleaving. With Master Gu's command, the throng surged into motion, their numbers exceeding 10,000. With a mere shift of their feet, they moved as if an avalanche had been unleashed, an overwhelming spectacle. Kill. Countless individuals, their faces flushed with fervor, pointed towards the Beast Mountain range. Everything that stood in their path was ruthlessly torn asunder. The residents of Tianyang Town, witnessing this formidable army, instinctively recoiled in dread. Yet, this group was utterly domineering. The houses that obstructed their advance were mercilessly shattered, inciting the ire of the onlookers, who found themselves powerless to intervene. They advanced with unbridled audacity, and within a mere half-hour, they reached the periphery of the Beast Mountain range, where scattered beasts roamed. Here lay the Beast Mountain range, where the bounty for slaying beasts was commensurate with the number of beast cores collected. Upon arriving, Master Gu's pent-up fury erupted forth, and countless individuals nodded in emphatic agreement. Kill. With Master Gu's command, a multitude of weapons were raised as they charged into the mountains. The scattered beasts at the periphery, caught unawares, were swiftly annihilated. Chapter 26. A grim scene within the depths of the Beast Mountain range. A harrowing spectacle unfolded. Countless beasts encountered the fully armed humans, and all were mercilessly slaughtered, their blood staining the earth crimson. Meanwhile, Dahe and Arii, who had been cultivating within the mountains, experienced a surge of fury upon sensing the commotion outside. Dahe, with our elder brother absent, what shall we do? Arii suddenly darted in front of Dahe, bewildered, expressing concern about the malevolent humans outside, who brought certain death upon approach. The entirety of the Demon Beast Mountain range is vast, and even if we retreat deep into the mountains, this is our home. We must not allow those invaders to trample upon it at will. If my elder brother were here, he would never tolerate such actions. Arii, go and inform the other demon beasts. I will stand in their way. These despicable humans shall not be permitted to desecrate our land. Despite the numerous prejudices that linger between Dahe, Arii, and myself in the face of this external threat, we cast aside our grievances and unite against the common foe. With a resounding roar, the white spirit tiger charged into battle, causing the humans' progress in their encroachment to slow considerably. Master Gu, seemingly driven to madness, recklessly plunged into the depths of the Demon Beast Mountain range, where he ruthlessly slaughtered any wolf-like demon beast he encountered, illustrating his profound hatred for Zhao Yi. Although powerful demon beasts mounted a resistance, the forces led by Master Gu were overwhelmingly strong, proving to be insurmountable adversaries. Wherever they passed, they left a trail of merciless slaughter in their wake. Yiden chuckled sinisterly as he unsheathed the sword at his waist and charged towards Dahe and Arii. Yidan was a martial artist of the pinnacle level, and he felt no pressure facing Dahe and Arii, completely dominating the encounter. However, Dahe and Arii displayed remarkable coordination, making it difficult for Yidan to seize them. Yet, as time progressed, the wounds on the two beasts accumulated, and they began to falter. Get away from me. Suddenly, a blinding white light appeared above Yidan's head, and a wolf claw descended first. What? The unexpected attack caused Yidan's expression to shift as he raised his hand to defend against it. Sizzle! The wolf's claws seemed forged from adamant steel, brutally tearing apart Yidan's arm at that moment, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Boss! In midair, Zhao Yi slowly descended to the ground. Upon witnessing this figure, Dahe and Arii joyously shouted in unison. Crimson Yuan Wolf? What brings you here? Yidan, suppressing excruciating pain, gazed at the suddenly appeared Zhao Yi, his eyes widening in disbelief. Wasn't he just purchased by the clan leader at the auction? You are not entitled to know. Zhao Yi replied, his voice calm yet his fury was palpable, his expression unable to contain it any longer. Humph. Even if you escaped from the clan leader's grasp, here, you shall meet your demise. Upon seeing the myriad of injuries adorning Zhao Yi's form, he assumed he had been gravely wounded by the clan leader and had fled here. Zhao Yi, disinterested in offering explanations, would remain unfazed even if he were to discover that it was Yi Jin who had escaped in such a state. You harmed me earlier. Now, you shall pay with your life. Yi Dan roared, charging towards Zhao Yi with fierce intent. Moon Wolf transformation. Zhao Yi slightly raised his head, the lunar patterns upon his forehead radiating a soft glow. In the next moment, a surge of power coursed through every corner of his being, filling him with explosive strength. Fifth-tier demon spirit? Yi Dan's face registered surprise, followed by a cold chuckle. He believed he could easily crush a creature of that caliber with a mere flick of his hand. Boom. Without further ado, Zhao Yi empowered his claws. As if forged from steel, engaging in a fierce battle with Yi Dan felt a twinge of fear, no matter how he attacked. Zhao Yi seemed to anticipate his every move, blocking him with impeccable timing. It's almost time. In Zhao Yi's eyes, a transparent hue emerged. Seizing a fleeting opportunity to surge forward. How audacious to advance was he courting death? Yi Dan, pondering how to breach Zhao Yi's defenses, was taken aback by the latter's bold approach, letting out a cold laugh as if victory were already assured. Sanlong Dian. Zhao Yi's lips parted slightly, and a black hole materialized seemingly out of thin air. With a derisive glance at Yi Dan, the black hole began to rotate slowly at such close proximity. Yi Dan was swiftly engulfed within. A piercing scream echoed from within the black void, gradually diminishing until it faded into silence. Ding dong. Congratulations. You have slain a level 20 wild beast, gaining 20,000 experience points. Level up challenge bonus, 200. As the black hole dissipated, the system promptly relayed the notification. And Zhao Yi realized that Yi Dan had been completely obliterated. To his dismay, his experience only increased by a mere fifth. What a waste. Glancing at his experience pool, which had only risen by 20%, he felt a tinge of helplessness. After all, he had vanquished an opponent 8 levels higher. It seemed that ascending through the ranks would become increasingly arduous. You two performed admirably. I shall take it from here. Zhao Yi casually tossed some premium elixirs to De He and Air He, showing no hesitation as he dashed toward Master Gu's location. Chapter 27. Third Order Demon Spirit He. What are you doing here? How many demon beasts have you slain? As a throng of people ventured deeper into the Demon Beast Mountains, the Yi family was taken aback upon spotting a figure in a black robe emerging from the depths, unable to refrain from calling out. The robed figure seemed oblivious, striding towards them with purpose. Did you not hear me speaking to you? Upon encountering the figure cloaked in black, silence enveloped the group. Their emotions palpable as a cold command rang out, igniting a desire for retribution. The black-clad man, lifting his head, revealed a face of indifference, none other than Zhao Yi. With a hand raised, as if forged from the hardest iron, he mercilessly plunged it into the heart of one unfortunate soul. Little did the victim suspect that his demise would come so abruptly and inexplicably. What are you doing? As Zhao Yi launched his unexpected assault, many furrowed their brows, casting wary glances in his direction. Zhao Yi flashed a sinister smile, his pearly whites appearing chillingly cold in that moment. In the blink of an eye, he moved like a specter among the throng, each footfall eliciting a chorus of anguished cries from the onlookers. Congratulations! You have slain a level 7 wild beast, earning 200 experience points. Congratulations! You have slain a level 9 wild beast, earning 500 experience points. Congratulations! You have slain a level 8 wild beast, earning 300 experience points. The system notifications echoed incessantly, with the accumulated experience feeding directly into his essence, causing it to surge upward steadily. In mere minutes, his experience bar climbed to half its capacity. Continue. Eliminate the last one, Zhao Yi declared coldly, his black robe already drenched in crimson. Though these individuals were merely executing the orders of Yi Jin or Master Gu, to Zhao Yi, they were all cut from the same cloth, their deaths inconsequential. Moreover, they bore the taint of countless beastly blood upon their hands. Without a hint of hesitation, Zhao Yi aimed in a specific direction and strode forth. Undeterred by the few wretched creatures that still clung to life, defiantly resisting their inevitable fate. In a secluded region of the mountains, the battlefield was nothing short of ferocious. Master Gu, wielding a heavy sword with one arm, cast a cold glance at the three fallen peak demon spirits. With a fearsome roar, the three beasts, instead of succumbing to death's embrace, emitted low growls of rage, wishing to rend Master Gu into pieces. Indeed, these vile creatures were as loathsome as that demon wolf. Upon encountering their glaring eyes, Master Gu's brows furrowed deeply. He drove his heavy sword forcefully into the body of the ice mystic wolf, which thrashed violently, claws bared, attempting to tear Master Gu apart. With a mocking smile, Master Gu struck down with a mighty palm, shattering the wolf's skull. Thus, a peak demon spirit met its demise at the hands of Master Gu. Ah, but there is no need for haste. Now it is your turn. Master Gu grinned malevolently, a surge of indescribable exhilaration swelling within him as he withdrew his heavy sword, ready to strike at the remaining two beasts. Stand down. An enraged roar approached with alarming speed as a shadow raced towards Master Gu. With a resounding thud, sensing the imminent danger, Master Gu instinctively shifted his sword, the clash of metal ringing in the air as his arm trembled slightly. Are you all right? The shadow was none other than Zhao Yi, who had transformed into his true form, towering at 2 to 3 meters, exuding an aura of intimidation. Who are you? Master Gu exerted force in his palm to prevent the heavy sword from flying out of his grip, and as he looked up at the imposing Zhao Yi, his brows knitted even tighter. Zhao Yi appeared oblivious to his surroundings, methodically placing his palms upon the bodies of the two beasts. Simultaneously, he retrieved an ample supply of medicinal pills from his inventory, hastily feeding them into the creatures' mouths. Their injuries were grievous. Had they not mustered their remaining strength, they would have surely succumbed. As for the ice-profound wolf, it had been utterly vanquished by Master Gu. A memory surged within him. You are the very beast that crippled my arm. The more Master Gu scrutinized Zhao Yi's silhouette, the more familiar it became. Comparing it to the previously imprisoned Crimson Yuan Wolf, he immediately recognized the truth, his eyes igniting with fury. His promising future had been marred by Zhao Yi's actions. The loss of his arm not only hindered his cultivation but also jeopardized his very foundation. This vendetta could only be avenged with Zhao Yi's blood. You all rest well. That fool is mine to deal with. Zhao Yi stabilized their injuries and let out a slow breath of relief. Yet Master Gu was already beside himself with rage. How dare this beast disregard me? With a furious roar, Master Gu swung his heavy sword towards Zhao Yi, creating a multitude of sword shadows in midair. To perish beneath my strike, as a mere beast, would indeed be a point of pride. Master Gu unleashed a full-force attack, his complexion paling slightly as he witnessed the heavy sword crash into Zhao Yi. Unable to contain his maniacal laughter, he reveled in the thought. Even a seasoned martial general would suffer grievous wounds if caught off guard by this blow. Regardless of Zhao Yi's immense capabilities, he would either perish or be left severely injured. Your incessant prattle remains as tiresome as ever. As the heavy sword descended, it stirred up a great cloud of dust. When the dust finally settled, a faint voice emerged, devoid of any emotion, suddenly piercing the silence. What? The ancient master, as if witnessing something truly extraordinary, widened his eyes in astonishment. He observed that Zhao Yi's wolf fur bristled like a hedgehog, successfully deflecting his heavy sword. It was indeed a testament to the 600,000 low-grade spirit stones I had invested in upgrading the Songlong manual. Zhao Yi regarded the wolf for adorning him. He had previously utilized 600,000 low-grade spirit stones to elevate the Songlong manual's level, unlocking the 4th tier. The skill of this 4th tier fortified his hair, rendering it stronger than refined iron and significantly amplifying his defense. Now, as he tested it, even a martial general's attack could be thwarted, albeit with some discomfort. Luck. I refuse to believe you can withstand this. The ancient master glared, raising his weapon once more to strike Zhao Yi. The master's deduction was astute. Zhao Yi's internal power was nearly depleted after a single exertion, leaving him unable to perform a second. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Yi could only resort to the Xianlang step to evade the ancient master's assault. Ah, so you have reached your limit. The ancient master's eyes sparkled with intensity, meticulously observing Zhao Yi's movements, determined to prevent him from setting up a teleportation array to escape. Time was of the essence. As Zhao Yi continuously dodged, his stamina waned. Yet there was not a hint of panic in his gaze. Chapter 28. observing the tiger fight from the mountain while Zhao Yi engaged in a fierce battle with the ancient master. Every corner of the Demon Beast mountain range was engulfed in panic among the countless miners. It appeared that a traitor had emerged among them, and anyone who crossed paths with him could only stand by and await their demise. Thus, as the crowd pursued their objective of slaying demon beasts within the mountains, they remained ever vigilant against the sudden appearance of this treacherous foe. The so-called traitors, in their eyes, were merely projections of Zhao Yi. He realized that these individuals were scattered and their efforts were proving to be quite laborious. Some even began to evade his presence. Zhao Yi harbored no intention of sparing any of them, for each was tainted with the blood of mythical beasts, even boasting about their kill counts, an affront that had ignited his ire. Along the way, Zhao Yi's projection encountered the two beasts, Dehei and Erhei, who confirmed his identity through telepathy. Boss, there are far too many humans. We might not last long before we eliminate them all. Dehei and Erhei expressed their urgency, recognizing the dire situation they were in, as their strength paled in comparison to that of the humans. Leave those humans to me. You must hold your ground to prevent further casualties, Zhao Yi replied coolly, his mind already formulating a strategy. If these individuals delighted in slaughtering mythical beasts, they should be prepared to face their own demise at their hands. With that, Zhao Yi strode purposefully toward the nearest group of humans. Is the boss truly intending to confront all of them alone? Erhei pondered, sensing the potential folly of Zhao Yi's approach. Fear not. Our boss is incredibly capable and will surely turn the tide in his favor. We shall heed his instructions and defend the mountains. Dehei reassured, despite his own worries, placing unwavering trust in Zhao Yi, who had consistently managed to navigate perilous situations, whether escaping from the Yi family or now. Have you heard? A traitor has emerged among us, and many have already been eliminated. In a cavern, surrounded by disordered carcasses of mythical beasts, they engaged in anxious discussions, their expressions laden with gravity. Moreover, the traitor is elusive and may very well emerge to eliminate us. A voice rang out, sending a chill racing through everyone. My friends, why have you concealed yourselves here? I have searched for you with great difficulty. Zhao Yi hurriedly approached the group, his clothes caked with mud, appearing as if he had narrowly escaped death. Who are you? I do not recognize you, the crowd said, their earlier conversations fading as they regarded Zhao Yi with suspicion. Any hint of ill intent from him would likely provoke an immediate and violent response. Brothers, have you truly forgotten me? I was just pursued by the Yi and Lei families. I discovered that there is more than one traitor among us. We must swiftly unite with the martial sword sect to eliminate them all. Their ambitions are great. They seek to exploit this opportunity to consume the martial sword sect and expand their power. Zhao Yi exclaimed anxiously, his face beginning to turn a shade of dark, indicating he had been poisoned. Oh no, he has been poisoned. The group promptly dismissed any lingering doubts about Zhao Yi's loyalty, hastily feeding him several pills. Yet, the poison was exceedingly potent, rendering the antidotes ineffective. Within mere minutes, Zhao Yi's breath ceased, lifeless beyond recovery. Junior brother, if only I had not doubted you. You would not have met this fate, cried a disciple of the martial sword sect, his eyes red with grief as he cradled Zhao Yi's lifeless body. After a long silence, the group gradually emerged from the oppressive atmosphere. One disciple, displaying a semblance of leadership, surveyed the others with a grave expression. The disciples of the Wu Jian sect have just reported that there are traitors within the Yi and Lei families, attempting to usurp our sect. This cannot be allowed. Quickly gather the other disciples to thwart the schemes of those two families. A disciple of the Wu Jian sect proclaimed, his reputation evidently high, prompting immediate agreement from the crowd. They ceased their beast hunts and began to assemble their fellow disciples. Meanwhile, the Yi and Lei families noticed the unusual movements of the Wu Jian sect, yet their singular focus on hunting beasts rendered them indifferent to these developments. The facade must be maintained. How unfortunate for my avatar. Zhao Yi, having ascended to the third tier of demon spirit, found evading Master Gu's attacks increasingly effortless, much to the latter's frustration. You beast, if you have the capability, then do not hide. Engage in a fair confrontation. Master Gu was on the verge of exploding with rage. Zhao Yi, having acquired some peculiar evasive techniques, swiftly approached the demon general without sustaining a scratch. Zhao Yi rolled his eyes. Despite his advancement to the third tier of demon spirit, his strength remained feeble, and he could be annihilated by Master Gu at any moment. At last, the plan was coming to fruition. Zhao Yi buried the last of his medium-grade spirit stones, sighing with relief. Everything was in place, awaiting a bunch of fools to fall into his trap. After lingering on the periphery for several minutes, he promptly set off towards the Yi and Lei families, staging a performance akin to that at the Wujian sect. Oddly enough, despite the passage of time, why had his men not yet eliminated those beasts? Observing Zhao Yi's slippery maneuvers, Master Gu gradually abandoned his offensive, his gaze straying towards the distance, yet finding nothing in sight. The Wu Sword sect. What treachery lies behind your actions against the Yi and Lei families? Is it mere coincidence, or is there a greater hand orchestrating these events? Both parties have appeared at the outskirts of the beast territory, with the elder of the Lei family casting a furious glare at the Wu Sword sect. Humph. Is it not you who has slain 23 of our elite members? How dare you place such blame upon us? An elder from the Wu Sword sect stepped forward, eyes ablaze with indignation, the air thick with the tension of impending conflict. Why waste words? Our two families have come here to establish our rightful claim as per the ancient master's intent, yet we are met with such hostility. Let us first eliminate these interlopers. The last remaining elder of the Yi family, known for his fiery temper, shouted vehemently, glaring at all members of the Wu Sword sect. If that is the case, then we must strike first. The elder of the Lei family, resonating with the sentiment, issued a command, and all members charged towards the Wu Sword sect. The Wu Sword sect, undeterred, echoed with a chorus of furious roars, and soon, both sides were embroiled in fierce combat, the clash of battle imminent. Chapter 29. A surge of experience boom. As both factions raised their weapons, figures collided with fervor, swords and daggers flashing amidst the chaos, bodies crashing to the ground. Yet, before these individuals could rise and continue their struggle, a sudden, lethal blade from beneath the earth pierced through one of them, causing their body to convulse before succumbing to death. Such scenes unfolded increasingly upon the battlefield. Meanwhile, concealed beyond the fray, the doppelganger Zhao Yi nearly doubled over with laughter. These individuals were truly foolish, unwittingly bestowing upon him a wealth of experience. Ding dong. Congratulations on ascending to level 14. With an additional 300,000 experience points required for the next level. Ding dong. Congratulations on reaching level 15, with a further 600,000 experience points needed for advancement. After a mere 10 minutes, the number of fallen individuals surpassed 10%, each transforming into waves of experience, allowing Zhao Yi to ascend 2 levels in quick succession. However, upon glancing at the experience required for further elevation, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Such experience, without engaging in battles, would take an eternity to accumulate. Yet, after a moment of reflection, he felt a sense of relief. For an ordinary person, breaking through to the next level typically demands several years of arduous training. With the aid of this system, he was already defying the odds. If he were to eliminate all these individuals, he could potentially rise several more levels. Calculating the numbers, Zhao Yi noted that the 3 factions responsible for slaying the beasts collectively numbered over 10,000. Though their levels varied, each possessed hundreds to thousands of experience points, amounting to millions in total. The thought thrilled him to his core. Have you noticed something peculiar about this place? Have you finally come to the realization? As Zhao Yi set up a listening array, he overheard the discussion between 2 individuals and couldn't suppress a faint smile. They truly were rather dim-witted, only now realizing something was amiss. However, since they had become his prey, there was no point in struggling. The hunt begins. With a grin, Zhao Yi formed a peculiar seal with his hand. This mist not only obscured the senses, but also muffled sound beyond a 10-meter radius. Are you searching for me? At the moment Zhao Yi unleashed the mist, he seamlessly integrated into the battlefield. The formation was his design, and every inch of the fog served as his eyes, allowing him to perceive the whereabouts of all combatants. Die. The elder of the Lei family was the first to react, sweeping his hand forcefully towards the source of the disturbance, but inadvertently striking a lost comrade instead. Feudal, this is my domain now, even if you are martial arts elites. You shall merely serve as experience. Zhao Yi remarked with a faint smile, his palms morphing into claws, effortlessly piercing through the chest of the Lei elder. Scoundrel! Upon hearing the elder's agonizing scream before death, the elder of the Yi family felt a surge of panic wash over him and began to flee in all directions. Yet, alas, this territory belonged to Zhao Yi. No matter where he scurried, he could not escape Zhao Yi's gaze. Such a fragile resolve. I truly wonder how you became the elder of the Yi family. Zhao Yi stated calmly, appearing before the Yi elder unexpectedly and swiftly eliminating him. All mere prey. A smile graced Zhao Yi's lips as he transformed into a harbinger of death, an intense aura of malevolence enveloping him. This aura was the accumulation of countless killings. A suffocating presence that could easily corrupt him, reducing him to a mere machine of slaughter. However, at this moment, Zhao Yi was but a mere avatar. Even if the malevolence sought to consume him, he could simply detonate his dantian to escape. What transpired at the outskirts of the mountains? Ancient Master furrowed his brow, an unsettling feeling intensifying within him. It seems they are engaged in mutual slaughter. The spectacle appears quite thrilling. Zhao Yi remarked nonchalantly, for the objective had been achieved, and he harbored no fear of Ancient Master discovering the truth. How is that possible? Perhaps the competition is too fierce. You should be more concerned about whether your companions have perished, haha. Master Gu clearly does not believe Zhao Yi's nonsensical words, sneering derisively. Zhao Yi shook his head. Since this fellow was skeptical, it mattered little. After all, once he leveled up a few more times, he would be capable of vanquishing Master Gu. It is you who should not flee. Zhao Yi scoffed coldly and followed suit, ensuring that this man would not take to his heels upon witnessing the battlefield. After all, he was the mastermind behind the calamity and had already been marked for certain death by Zhao Yi. What has transpired here? As Master Gu arrived at the periphery of the mountain range, he beheld the bloodshed unfolding around him, and even spotted a figure clad in black, drenched in crimson, weaving through the three factions, leaving a trail of lifeless bodies in his wake. Scoundrel! Cease this at once. Master Gu's eyes blazed red as he watched his disciples from the sword sect fall one after another, nearly causing him to spit blood in fury. However, the rising mist on the battlefield muffled his furious roars. Like a madman, Master Gu charged into the fray, but as he stepped within, layers of fog enveloped him, rendering him unable to see his own hand before his face. Chapter 30. The Fall of Master Gu. Master Gu would not choose to await his demise passively. Instead, wielding his heavy sword, he roamed the surroundings. Strangely, no matter which direction he ventured, he encountered no one. The anguished cries resonated nearby, and the torment of this uncertain wait for death gnawed at him. At this moment, both Zhao Yi's main body and his avatar had infiltrated the battlefield, mercilessly reaping the lives of these individuals, with his experience points surging dramatically. The three factions yearned to resist, yet the surrounding mist peculiarly isolated them, rendering even the whereabouts of Zhao Yi unknown. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have ascended to level 16. You require an additional 1,000,000 experience points for the next level. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have ascended to level 17. You require an additional 1,500,000 experience points for the next level. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have ascended to level 18. You require an additional 3,500,000 experience points for the next level. Zhao Yi fought relentlessly, his level soaring with each victory. However, the experience required grew increasingly burdensome, leaving him in a state of resignation. It is over. All is lost. Master Gu felt a creeping despair, realizing escape was futile. He could scarcely comprehend the foolish impulse that had driven him here, endangering his very life. Their demise shall be attributed to your leading them onto the territory of my demon clan. Zhao Yi's voice was as chilling as ice, rendering Master Gu speechless. For this calamity was indeed of his own making. Hence, you shall be next. Zhao Yi's claws extended, still glistening with fresh blood, emanating an eerie crimson glow. Wait, As death loomed closer, Master Gu instinctively cried out. However, Zhao Yi's descending claws showed no sign of hesitation. Do you still wish to save that great black serpent? Master Gu's face drained of color, his eyes tightly shut, and he shouted desperately. As death lingered, he cautiously opened his eyes. What has become of it now? Zhao Yi's icy demeanor softened slightly, prompting Master Gu to exhale with relief. Yi Zhen, that fellow, was aware of your connection with the great black serpent, which is why he refrained from executing him immediately. Instead, he intended to capture you and subject you to a torturous death before him. Master Gu, known for his candidness, narrated the events, and upon hearing his account, Zhao Yi's expression remained composed. However, the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Yi Zhen's proclivities were decidedly excessive. Has the idle chatter concluded? Then let us set forth. Zhao Yi harbored no intention of sparing Master Gu. His demise would never atone for the countless lives of the myriad beasts that perished. No. A cry of despair escaped Master Gu as he realized Zhao Yi's ruthlessness, offering him no sliver of mercy. The scream abruptly ceased, and his body grew cold. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the level 21 mini-boss, earning 150,000 experience points. Boss experience bonus of 300. The ordeal has concluded. Upon hearing the system notification, a smile crept upon Zhao Yi's lips, yet his body soon succumbed, as if it were a camel collapsing under the weight of a final straw. The battles from the Longyan auction house to this point had drained him entirely. It was solely his indomitable will that had sustained him thus far. His consciousness swayed in a haze, and after an indeterminate time, awareness gradually returned, accompanied by a pervasive weakness that coursed through every fiber of his being. Boss, you have finally awakened. Haha, I knew you would be fine. Before Zhao Yi could even open his eyes, a cacophony of jubilant voices greeted him. He then beheld Da He and Air He surrounding him, along with other beasts eagerly awaiting his revival. Alas, the Black One remains in the clutches of the Yi family. Zhao Yi seemed to recall something, attempting to rise, yet discovered that even the slightest movement of a finger exacerbated his injuries, causing excruciating pain. Boss, we will definitely rescue the Black One. However, you have just endured a fierce battle, and your body is utterly depleted. You have been in slumber for 3 days and nights, Da He remarked. After the battle concluded, they promptly arrived at the scene, only to find that all the humans responsible for the slaughter of their fellow beast kin were deceased, while Zhao Yi lay weakly on the ground. Has it truly been 3 days? Zhao Yi murmured, astonished at the passage of time. It was likely that Yu Jin was already aware of the situation and had fled far and wide. Boss, it is best if you do not concern yourself with this matter. Your recovery is of utmost importance. We shall avenge everyone, Air He urged, echoed by the surrounding beasts. Reluctantly, Zhao Yi nodded. He indeed needed time to restore his body, as any lingering effects could pose significant complications and even lead to a decrease in his rank. Boss, a human is outside, claiming to seek Master Zhao. What should we do? Several hours later, as Zhao Yi was quietly recuperating, he suddenly heard Da He's anxious voice and promptly opened his eyes. Let her in, Zhao Yi commanded, somewhat taken aback. What brings you here? He inquired, raising his gaze slightly to find Lin Xiao before him. It had been several days since they last met following the auction. Lin Xiao bit her crimson lip, feeling the weight of countless beastly gazes upon her. Despite her composed demeanor, she could not help but feel a twinge of insecurity in this moment. Master Zhao, I have inquired about your affairs, and it seems you harbor considerable animosity towards the Yi family. The recent events between the Yi and Lei families may prove beneficial to you. Lin Xiao suppressed her inner trepidation and promptly presented all the intelligence she had gathered in recent days to Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi was taken aback as he received the information, which detailed the latest happenings in Tianyang town. The most shocking revelation undoubtedly pertained to the Beast Mountain range, where the 3 major factions had dispatched their forces, only to meet their demise at the mountain's periphery. Furthermore, the Yi and Lei families had fully joined forces, even planning to ally with the Wujian sect far away in Longyan City, with the intent of annihilating the Beast Mountain range of Tianyang town. Upon reading this, Zhao Yi's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that these two families, like tenacious insects, would refuse to perish after their initial failure and dared to mount a second offensive. Chapter 31. The Outbreak of the Beast Tide. After a brief pause, Zhao Yi's murderous aura gradually subsided, and he cast an apologetic glance at Lin Xiao. For within the intelligence, he had also discovered that the Lin family had intervened multiple times to thwart the Yi family's brutal actions, consequently incurring the ire of both the Yi and Lei families. Thank you for your intelligence. This is my recompense to you. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Yi produced a jade vial, which he promptly offered. Within it resided a second-grade elixir, capable of enhancing the probability of a martial artist breakthrough by 30%. This was a trophy he had acquired from Master Gu. Lin Xiao held the jade vial. Her mouth agape as she attempted to express her thoughts but found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, she departed from the Beast Mountain range. Clutching the vial in silence, Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes. He could not shake the feeling that this girl seemed to have an interest in him. He quickly shook his head, reminding himself that he had been reborn as a demon. It was perhaps best to refrain from such contemplations for the time being. My dear friend, how can humanity be so cruel to the black creature? We must rescue it at once. Dahe exclaimed, having caught wind of the information moments ago. These humans have slaughtered countless members of my rabbit kin. I shall not be excluded. And I too. As Dahe's voice resonated, a chain reaction ensued within the gathering, with numerous beasts expressing their fury through low growls. They had inhabited this land for many years, and now, with humans invading their sanctuary and murdering their brethren, their wrath was incalculable. Fellow spirits, alert all beasts within the mountains. Any of age, follow me to confront humanity. Zhao Yi bellowed, and countless beasts echoed in agreement. They swiftly dispersed, adhering to Zhao Yi's command to relay the message to every beast in the vicinity. Yizhen, await your fate. The enmity between us can only be cleansed by blood. Zhao Yi murmured to himself, then closed his eyes, invoking the Crimson Wolf scripture to replenish his strength. Little did he expect that the beast had been lurking in the mountains for several days without emerging. In the Yi family hall, Yizhen paced restlessly, his injuries now fully healed. His expression was grave. The news of Master Gu and all the dispatched armed forces being entirely wiped out sent chills down his spine. Yizhen pondered. With the martial sword sect housing numerous formidable warriors, securing their assistance against Zhao Yi or the Beast Mountain would be a straightforward endeavor. I understand now. Yet the Lin family has repeatedly obstructed our negotiations with the martial sword sect. I wonder what their true intentions are. Yizhen seemed to recall something. His brow slightly furrowed. The Lin family's actions appeared to hold no advantage, and should they inadvertently offend the Wu Jian sect over such a trivial matter, it would undoubtedly lead to detrimental consequences. Humph. If they dare to obstruct us further, we shall eliminate them, Yizhen stated coldly as he swiftly exited the hall, evidently preparing for what was to come. In the vast Yu family estate, only the immediate family remained. The ranks of young prodigies had diminished considerably. Witnessing this scene, Yizhen felt as though a colossal stone weighed heavily upon his chest. Even if he were to slay Zhao Yi 1,000 times, it would not quench his thirst for vengeance. Taking a deep breath, he gazed in a particular direction and strode away resolutely. Xian, you have always been unaware of your own constitution. This is understandable, as even I was once deceived. Deep within the prison, Yizhen unshackled Yi Xian, who appeared to have lapsed into unconsciousness, offering no response. Nevertheless, even in Yidan's absence, the elixir still required continued refinement. Yizhen murmured to himself as a dark yellow pill materialized in his hand, which he gently placed into Yi Xian's mouth. The pill dissolved upon contact, causing her no discomfort as she remained in a state of unconsciousness. Suddenly, a series of deep, resonant sounds reverberated throughout Tiannong town, akin to the rumblings of an earthquake, echoing in every corner of the town. What could this be? Yi Zhan's brow knitted in concern. The abruptness of the noise felt as though an earthquake were upon them. Yizhen, what are you waiting for? The beast tide has erupted from the monster beast mountains and may very well engulf the entirety of Tiannong town. We must hasten our journey to the Wu Jian sect. Just as Yizhen emerged from the prison, Lei Li approached with a furrowed brow, urging him with an intensity akin to the firing of cannon. Is it merely a beast tide? What is there to be alarmed about? The beast tide erupts once every few years and has yet to encroach upon the territory of Tianyang Town. Each time, it has been intercepted by our three families. Yuzhen chuckled, seemingly unfazed by the situation. This time is different. I just ventured outside and witnessed an entire army of demonic beasts numbering in the millions. Lei Li exclaimed, his eyes still reflecting traces of terror. What? A beast tide with a count in the millions? Yuzhen's expression shifted dramatically. The demon beast mountain spans tens of thousands of miles in diameter, and even accounting for those previously slain, the total could amount to no more than a few million. Yet this time, it seems as if all the demonic beasts are mobilizing. Roar. A sound echoed from an unfathomable distance, reverberating through the Yi family hall with an intensity that instilled dread. We must leave Tianyang Town at once, or it will be too late. An unsettling feeling had already settled in Yuzhen's heart, and upon hearing the roar, he shouted urgently. A beast tide of 1,000,000. No, not even a martial general. But even a martial king, a rank above the demon general, would find themselves crushed into oblivion in such an encounter. Indeed, Lei Li was acutely aware of the terror posed by the beast tide. Even a mere 10,000 beasts would constitute the highest level of a beast tide within Tianyang Town. It would require the collective prowess of all martial practitioners in the town to halt it. The mere thought of 1,000,000 beasts sends shivers down one's spine. With a shared understanding, the two swiftly gathered all their valuable possessions, anxious to avoid leaving anything behind for others to seize. Chapter 32, The Eye of Death, however. Just as the townsfolk braced for the end, this army of demonic beasts unexpectedly veered away, heading towards another location. Amidst the dense throng of demonic beasts, Zhao Yi stood resolutely at the forefront, his cold gaze fixed ahead, while countless creatures trailed in his wake. Ever since Zhao Yi single-handedly salvaged the entire beast mountain range, all surviving beasts have bowed before him, venerating him as a deity. Yet, the tide of beasts did not appear as fearsome as the tales suggested. They departed from the beast mountain range, deliberately circumventing human settlements, hastening towards a specific destination. A collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers, who could not help but gaze towards the direction the beasts were headed, which led directly to the territory of the Yi and Lei families in Tianyang Town. How could these creatures arrive so swiftly? Yuzhen and Lei Li beheld the looming mass of beasts, an uncontrollable dread enveloping their hearts. If a martial general were to stand among them, he would likely be crushed to dust in mere seconds. We must flee, Lei Li urged, as he observed some exceptionally swift beasts charging forth, obliterating everything in their path, like a swarm of locusts, instilling a sense of despair. All right. Yuzhen had collected all the valuables he could, gripping the hands of Haizi and Yi Zixin, hastening towards Longden City. As long as they reached the martial sword sect, their lives would be assured. Where are you two going? Before they could take more than a few steps, a faint voice echoed, chilling them to the bone. As if emerging from the depths of the abyss. The Crimson Yuan Wolf? The two individuals raised their heads and were immediately met with the sight of Zhao Yi, accompanied by a formidable entourage, standing before them, whilst behind him loomed a dark mass of monstrous beasts. Crimson Yuan Wolf, I believe this is all a misunderstanding. I shall return this great black serpent to you, and from henceforth, we shall owe each other nothing. What do you say? Yuzhen said, his eyes darting slyly as he attempted to placate Zhao Yi. However, upon noticing the injuries on the black serpent, Zhao Yi's gaze turned frigid, filled with a desire to rend Yuzhen into shreds. Do not present that contemptible visage to me. Command your beasts to withdraw and allow me to depart. I, Yuzhen, shall undoubtedly honor my word and return this great black serpent to you. Observing Zhao Yi's hesitation to advance, Yuzhen smirked. Indeed, the great black serpent was Zhao Yi's Achilles heel. Will you truly keep your promise? Zhao Yi's eyes glinted with ice, fixed intently upon him. Of course, I would not jest with my life, Yuzhen replied, somewhat insincerely. Fall back, Zhao Yi commanded, causing De He and Er He to be taken aback. Despite their lack of experience, they sensed the potential for a scheme from Yuzhen. Boss, the myriad beasts pleaded. I said retreat. Zhao Yi's voice had grown markedly colder. With gritted teeth, De He and Er He had no choice but to lead the other beasts in retreat. However, they halted at a distance of 1 mile, their gazes locked on the unfolding scene, ready to rush in should anything amiss occur. I have fulfilled your demand, Now hand over He and Yi Zixin. Zhao Yi's voice was chillingly cold. Aha. Indeed, the beast is easily deceived, a mere coaxing, and it complies without hesitation. Your great black serpent is in my grasp. Should you dare approach, I shall not hesitate to extinguish its life. With his objective achieved, Yuzhen erupted into a boisterous laughter, casting a mocking glance at Zhao Yi before swiftly turning to depart. However, Yuzhen found himself perplexed. For Zhao Yi remained rooted in place, his serene demeanor evoking an inexplicable sense of impending doom within him. Initially, I presumed you might retreat at the precipice. But it appears I have overestimated your kind. Zhao Yi's voice was as frigid as ice, and in that instant, Yi Zhen felt a wave of lethal energy emanating from behind. With a swift motion, a claw descended menacingly from above, despite Yi Zhen's quick reflexes. It still grazed the flesh of his back, eliciting a sharp, searing pain. Once again, it is you. Yi Zhen looked up to find a figure cloaked in black standing before him, its cold and piercing gaze mirroring that of Zhao Yi indeed. It was Zhao Yi's doppelganger. Zhao Yi had anticipated that Yi Zhen would not willingly surrender the captive, and thus had clandestinely summoned his duplicate. Regrettably, Yi Zhen's vigilance was exceedingly high, preventing the claw from delivering a fatal strike. Now, what leverage do you possess to threaten me? The doppelganger of Zhao Yi slowly raised his head, revealing that Yi Zixin and He had somehow fallen into his possession. The previous attack was merely a ruse. The paramount goal was their rescue. What? Yi Zhen's pupils constricted as he grasped that he was empty-handed. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted alongside Lei Li towards Longan City. His decisive and swift actions leaving Zhao Yi momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, the fifth level of the Songlong Classic concealed a particularly fearsome martial technique known as the Eye of Death. Once targeted by the Eye of Death, one is subjected to a devastating onslaught, swift as the wind, while the caster becomes momentarily blind to all. This technique is a ruthless gamble of inflicting 10,000 enemies while sacrificing 8,000 of one's own. The Eye of Death, Zhao Yi roared within. And a beam of pitch-black light erupted from his eyes, so dark that sunlight could not penetrate it, hurtling towards Yi Zhen at breakneck speed. Yi Zhen, what should we do? Lei Li's pupils constricted. Despite his martial prowess, he sensed a wave of death emanating from the impending strike. Lei Li, I have a plan. But it comes with grave peril. Yi Zhen's expression darkened suddenly. What is the plan? Speak quickly. The beam seemed to have locked onto them, rendering escape impossible. That is. A sinister grin slowly crept across Yi Zhen's lips, and in the next moment, without hesitation, he struck Lei Li's chest. You shall bear this blow. As Yi Zhen's voice fell, the black beam struck Lei Li, unleashing an indescribable force that erupted within him, his anguished screams reverberating throughout Tianyang town. Chapter 33. The Army Approaches. Boom. The merciless black ray swept over Lei Li, the tremendous explosion instantly drowning out his cries. Then, Yi Zhen, standing closest, witnessed Lei Li being obliterated by the black light, reduced to mere remnants. Bang! Zhao Yi, having exhausted his energy, could no longer sustain even the power of his doppelganger, which then self-destructed, leaving Zhao Yi's own vision momentarily blinded. The destructive power of this black light is formidable. Yet the repercussions it brings are equally terrifying. Zhao Yi spoke slowly, having discerned in the fleeting moment of the black light sweep that it had struck Riley. Not Yi Zhen. Roar. The monstrous army in the rear seemed to sense the commotion, advancing with earth-shaking strides, causing the very ground to tremble violently. Boss, that guy Yi Zhen has fled. What is your condition now? Just as De He and Air He arrived, they witnessed Yi Zhen's retreat and could not help but glance at Zhao Yi, whose sight had been taken from him, sending a jolt of concern through their hearts. Do not worry, that fellow Yi Zhen is incapable of escaping. Zhao shook his head, assuring them that this blindness was but a transient affliction, soon to be restored. He listened intently to the unfolding scene, his eyelids fluttering slightly. Though many among the innocent were caught in the crossfire, Zhao Yi harbored no intentions of sparing them. In this world, while humanity slays the beasts, the creatures are innocent too. Yet does their life hold less value simply because they are slain? In a mere span of several tens of minutes, both families had been utterly exterminated, leaving behind only the desolated earth, devoid of any human presence. The vast Longyan city had already received news of the devastation wrought upon the Yi and Lei families of Tiannong town, sending countless clans and factions into disarray. They understood all too well the might of the beast tide. Should it breach Longyan city, the resultant devastation would be incalculable. After all, the number of beasts was a staggering count in the millions. Within the Lord's mansion of Longyan city, the leaders of various factions convened. With nearly all in attendance save for the master of the Wuzhen sect, their expressions grave as they deliberated the matter at hand. My lord, I believe the beast tide is beyond control. It is best to unite all factions to withstand it. According to the intelligence I have gathered, these beasts do not indiscriminately slay the innocent. Before annihilating the Yi and Lei families, they circled around considerably. How can we fathom the intentions of these creatures? Perhaps they simply wish to avoid trouble. If provoked, we humans could extinguish them in an instant. The leaders of the various factions, who had initially offered their insights, suddenly erupted into fierce disputes, even threatening to split into opposing sides. Enough! With a resounding shout, Lord Mo Chun silenced the cacophony. Although many still yearned to argue, they had no choice but to cease, for Mo Chun was the most powerful among them. Even the Dragon Rock auction house was no match for him. I hope my decision is not misguided. Mo Chun gazed up at the ceiling. His earlier words had irrevocably determined the future of Longyan City. With a deep sigh, he vanished as if a specter. At the entrance of Longyan City, perhaps due to the looming beast tide, the crowd was markedly sparser than before, scattered and sparse. Look! The beast tide. The heavily armed soldiers stationed there, upon witnessing the ominous horde, immediately changed countenance. Commander, with such a multitude of beasts, should we seek the Lord's counsel for his decision? A soldier trembled, glancing at the dark swarm. Their commander, a general and a martial adept, was momentarily disturbed from his meditative state, his brow furrowing deeply. What manner of beast tide is this that warrants such alarm? Must we trouble the city lord with such trivialities? Are you also inept? Stand your ground. The general berated them sharply before returning to his meditative state. However, the young soldier found himself at a loss, compelled to relay the general's words. The gates have been opened. Our ire is directed solely at the martial sword sect. Zhao Yi, accompanied by the legion of demonic beasts, had arrived beneath Longyan City, and upon beholding the throng above, he bellowed with fury. Humph! Our general has decreed that you shall not pass, you wretched creatures. A soldier scoffed, issuing orders without hesitation, and in an instant, a multitude of arrows soared forth, resulting in the immediate demise of several beasts. You dare! Seek your own demise. Zhao Yi's expression darkened, and with a wave of his hand, the horde of beasts erupted into chaos. All creatures, heed my command, charge. Chapter 34. This step is for the fallen demon kin. What? There are so many demonic beasts. The general, who had been resting in meditation, furrowed his brow and opened his eyes at the sound of the gate's disturbance. Upon witnessing the dense mass of beasts approaching, his eyes widened in disbelief. He had never encountered such a multitude of beasts in his lifetime. In a mere few minutes, the city gate was breached by the onslaught of the beasts, who surged through the opening, viciously attacking the soldiers. Cease immediately! A thunderous roar resonated at the city gates, causing countless beasts to bellow in agony, their ears momentarily deafened. Zhao Yi furrowed his brow, acutely aware that an exceptionally formidable expert was approaching the city gate at an astonishing speed. In mere moments, a middle-aged man clad in white robes had inexplicably appeared at the city gate, his piercing gaze seemingly capable of penetrating all FA-aids. Under the man's scrutiny, Zhao Yi was overcome by an indescribable sensation. If he were to confront this individual, he would undoubtedly be vanquished in an instant without even a single strike. Are you here to obstruct our passage? Zhao Yi slowly raised his head, engaging in dialogue with him in human language, exhibiting no fear in the face of such a master. I am Mo Chin, the lord of Longyan City. If you promise not to indiscriminately slay the innocent, I shall permit your entry, Mo Chun stated calmly, taking a step back in the presence of the monstrous army. I only wish to eradicate the forces that must be extinguished, which naturally does not concern the townsfolk. However, those who have slain my companions deserve no mercy. Zhao Yi replied coldly, audaciously challenging the city lord. What if I refuse? Mo Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone growing icier. The soldiers, upon hearing this, were filled with exhilaration. As long as the city lord safeguarded them, they could escape death. Mo Chen chuckled, then with a swift motion, seized the city gate general, who had been contemplating escape. City lord, what do you intend to do? The general's face turned ashen in an instant, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Therefore, I shall execute the one who issued the order, to appease the vengeful spirits of the deceased. What say you? Upon concluding his words, Mo Chen exerted force with his palm, instantaneously crushing the general's skull, blood splattering forth, yet not a single droplet stained his attire. Even in his final moments, the general remained oblivious to the reason behind the lord's lethal intent. Zhao Yi observed this scene with an impassive demeanor, remaining silent for an extended period. Master Zhao, I cannot discern whether you are human or demon, but one must not harbor an excessive desire for bloodshed. If this does not quell your wrath, then as the lord of this realm, I shall step forward. Noticing Zhao Yi's prolonged silence, Mo Chen felt a pang of anxiety and mustered the courage to step forth. I grant you 3 breaths to vanish from my sight, Zhao Yi declared coldly, causing numerous soldiers to shudder. They glanced at Mo Chen. Why are you not departing at once? Mo Chen glared at them, and the soldiers, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, fled without a moment's hesitation, lamenting their parents had not bestowed upon them 4 legs. After 3 breaths, only Mo Chen remained at the city gate. Open. With narrowed eyes, Mo Chen pressed the mechanism of the gate, which had been battered and scarred, and it creaked open. Move, Zhao Yi commanded, continuing onward, resolutely heading towards the martial sword sect. Indeed, just as Zhao Yi had assured, these demonic beasts trailed closely behind him, seemingly unwilling to act without his command. With this Crimson Yuan Wolf among the demon clan, it appears a shift in power is imminent. Mo Chen mused, releasing a soft sigh as he regarded Zhao Yi. Goodness, Mo Chen has allowed those beasts to enter? At this moment, Yuzhen had already arrived within Longyan City. Upon hearing the commotion behind him, he cursed under his breath, realizing he must hasten his pace and seek refuge with the martial sword sect. However, as Yuzhen casually passed by the Longyan auction house, he inadvertently stepped on a hidden mechanism, causing a series of ropes to spring forth like agile serpents, ensnaring him tightly and rendering his internal spiritual energy inoperable. He had assumed that the formations in that area would be of no concern, yet here he was, foolishly ensnared by a binding formation. Recognizing Yuzhen as the architect of this entire predicament, Zhao Yi was determined not to let him escape easily. With a slight shift in direction, he hastened towards the Longyan auction house, pursued closely by the army of monstrous beasts behind him. The sight of a 1,000,000-strong beast tide emerging within Longyan City instantly captured the attention of countless onlookers, who dared not approach. After all, even the city lord had capitulated to allow their entrance. To approach would be tantamount to courting death. Humph! A mere binding formation thinks it can contain me? Yuzhen scoffed, his initial fury subsiding as he began to regain his composure. Drawing upon the formidable strength of a martial general, he managed to free himself from half of the ropes. With just a bit more time, he would be completely liberated. Indeed, how could a binding formation possibly hold him? A voice echoed in Yuzhen's ear, prompting him to raise his head proudly and declare, of course. However, he swiftly sensed something amiss and opened his eyes wide, only to find Zhao Yi staring at him with an impassive expression. The Red Yuan Wolf. Yuzhen's countenance paled as he recognized Zhao Yi, and he began to struggle frantically to break free from his restraints. Yuzhen, you are deeply culpable. Today, you shall meet your demise, Zhao Yi proclaimed, bringing his foot down mercilessly upon Yuzhen's arm, eliciting a scream that attracted the attention of numerous bystanders nearby. This footstep is for the fallen demon clan. Chapter 35, The Fall of the Sword Sect. Wretched beast, I shall rise again and make you suffer beyond death. With his left arm crushed beneath the weight, Yuzhen's eyes brimmed with tears, yet he continued to spit venomous threats, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi instantly accrued thousands of points from Yuzhen's enmity, which seamlessly transformed into experience points. This footstep is for Haizi. Zhao Yi pressed down once more upon Yuzhen's right arm, followed by his left leg, and then his right. The excruciating pain drove Yuzhen to the brink of wishing for death. "Wanna die? Allow me to fulfill that wish." With a final, forceful stomp upon Yizhan's dantian, a resounding thud echoed, shattering years of arduous cultivation into mere vapor. "Quickly, kill me." The agony in his dantian drove Yuzhen into a frenzy, while Zhao Yi coldly observed him, raising his hand to deliver the final blow, extinguishing his life. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a level 21 wild beast, earning 200,000 experience points. Boss bonus 400. Gazing upon the mangled form of Yizhan, Zhao Yi was enveloped by an indescribable sentiment, perhaps a feeling of vengeance fulfilled. Subsequently, Zhao Yi inexplicably produced a torch and set Yizhan's corpse ablaze. Such a wretched being's remains were a blight upon this world. Countless onlookers marveled at the scene, for it seemed that from this moment forth, the name Master Zhao would echo throughout Longrand City, replacing that of the Crimson Yuan Wolf. Of course, these are matters for another time. The Martial Swords Sect, a venerable institution named for its swordsmanship, boasts a rich history spanning several centuries. In terms of both heritage and the number of formidable warriors, it stands as one of the foremost powers within Longrand City. However, at this moment, the leadership of the Martial Swords Sect is engulfed in anxiety. Having received alarming news, the Yi and Lei families of Tianyang Town have been utterly devastated by a beast tide. Alarmingly, these ferocious creatures are now advancing towards their territory. They are not but lowly beasts, scarcely worthy of concern. I could crush a horde of them with a mere finger. What is there to fear? Exclaimed an irascible elder, who abruptly stormed out of the conference room, determined to confront the impending threat. As Zhao Yi led his army of beasts into the jurisdiction of the Martial Swords Sect, a cacophony of chaos reached his ears. The streets were teeming with vendors peddling a myriad of goods, predominantly weapons and slaves. Some individuals callously tested the sharpness of their blades, mercilessly stabbing the imprisoned slaves. Even more harrowing was the sight of a strikingly beautiful slave being assaulted by a disciple of the Martial Swords Sect. Amidst a backdrop of unspeakable atrocities that unfolded without any semblance of law or order, Zhao Yi harbored grave suspicions that the majority of these individuals were captives, enslaved by the Martial Swords Sect. These wretches, though he was a creature of the wild, Zhao Yi felt the weight of their suffering and indignation. With a low growl, he activated the Xian Wolf Step, dispatching the thugs with relentless fury as the system notifications echoed all around him. Roar! The army of monstrous beasts behind Zhao Yi seemed to sense his emotions and surged forward in unison, swiftly clearing the foul-smelling street. The tide of beasts charged towards the gates of the Martial Swords Sect, eager to rend the culprits to shreds. Come forth, I shall see what prowess you possess. Just as an elder of the Martial Swords Sect opened the sect's gates, the monstrous horde surged in like a tidal wave, consuming everything in their path before the elder could even react. What utter fools! The sect master, witnessing this scene, could not restrain a furious exclamation. Had the gates remained shut, they might have endured a while longer, but now they had unwittingly unleashed the tide. What shall we do, sect master? Even the battle-hardened elders trembled in fear at the sight of the dark, overwhelming army, utterly at a loss. Activate the protective formation. The sect master gritted his teeth and issued the command. Yes. The elders nodded, their hand seals shifting as a beam of light shot up from the ground, enveloping the entire mountain gate. The protective formation? Zhao Yi looked up, realizing these individuals underestimated the might of the beast tide. Though their strength did not reach the level of spirit beasts, their sheer numbers compensated for any deficiency in power. Boom! As the protective formation took shape, a million monstrous beasts crashed violently against it. The defensive array, capable of withstanding even a peak martial general's assault, faltered under their onslaught. No! The elders, witnessing this calamity, cried out in despair as the protective formation trembled and fissures spread across its surface, ultimately shattering with a resounding crash. In the next instant, countless enraged beasts charged forth, seeking vengeance for their fallen kin. Zhao Yi coldly observed the unfolding scene, refraining from intervening. Upon his arrival, he had already determined the fate of the Wujian sect. As anticipated, the entire sect crumbled before the onslaught of the beast horde, succumbing to destruction with a disheartening swiftness. While a few beasts were vanquished during the annihilation of the sect, their numbers were negligible, akin to mere scratches to the formidable invaders. When the tide of beasts receded from the Wu Jian sect, this once mighty sect, which had stood for centuries, lay utterly obliterated. Aside from a handful of elders and the sect master who managed to escape, not a single disciple within the sect survived. This news, despite the city lord's attempts to suppress it, leaked like a tempest, resonating throughout Longyan City. In the aftermath of this beastly onslaught, the Wu Jian sect and the Yi Lei family became the subjects of gossip among the populace. Chapter 36. Yi Zixin's constitution. A month had elapsed since the Beast Tide incident, and the power dynamics in Tianyang Town and Longyan City had shifted dramatically, with myriad factions scrambling to seize territory. The three prominent families in Tianyang Town had dwindled to the Lin family, who had decisively relocated, establishing a significant presence within Longyan City. Yet, the memory of that fateful day a month prior lingered vividly in everyone's minds. When a red Yuan Wolf led a horde of beasts to annihilate the three major factions, countless forces began to regard the Beast Mountain range of Tianyang Town with trepidation, designating it a forbidden zone, a place where none dared to tread. With the absence of human disturbances, the beasts within the mountain range enjoyed a newfound tranquility. Yet one particular cave within the mountains remained an unapproachable sanctum, feared by numerous beasts. After a month of recuperation, Heizi and Yi Zixin have completely recovered, with Heizi even achieving a remarkable rise in rank, ascending to the third tier of demon spirits due to this unforeseen event. Upon learning of this, Zhao Yi's expression changed dramatically as he discovered that within Yi Zixin's body lingered a certain toxic substance, gathering ominously around her heart. Even if the consumption of the drug were to cease immediately, it would not halt the accumulation around her heart. Yuzhen, what exactly are your intentions? Upon uncovering the danger surrounding Yi Zixin, Zhao Yi found himself retreating into a cave day after day, tirelessly perusing the enigmatic orb of light in his mind. Yet, no matter how diligently he searched, he could not uncover a method to eradicate the toxins within Yi Zixin's body. The only lead he managed to find was a high-tier pill known as the Breaking Realm pill. This particular pill had long been lost to the world of alchemy, but the orb retained valuable information about it. It is said that to concoct this pill, a girl with a pure Yin constitution must begin taking a specific type of pill from birth. If she continues this regimen for over a decade, her constitution will undergo transformation. Gradually, her meridians will constrict and her dantian will vanish, replaced by the accumulation of the medicinal properties over 10 years. Ultimately, the girl's consciousness will fade, rendering her a mere shell. At that point, the alchemical furnace can be opened, and the girl can be placed within, undergoing a process of refinement for 81 days, allowing the essence of her pure Yin constitution to merge with the drugs, thus creating the Breaking Realm pill. The efficacy of the Breaking Boundary pill lies in its ability to transform the user fundamentally, granting them an exceptionally pure Yin constitution, enabling them to cultivate at a pace tenfold or even 100-fold that of ordinary individuals. Moreover, it allows the user to unconditionally break through to the martial king realm within a remarkably short period. This cruel method of alchemical refinement, despite its miraculous effects, was swiftly met with destruction of its formula upon its emergence, and a decree was issued forbidding anyone from concocting this pill, under the threat of eternal persecution by the Alchemist Alliance. Upon acquiring this information, Zhao Yi drew comparisons with Yi Zixin's situation, noting numerous similarities. Once the refining process commenced, it became impossible to halt. Otherwise, the substance would escape the dantian and spread to the heart, with a time frame not exceeding 3 years. Yi Zixin possessed a kind heart and seemed to have an innate affinity with demonic beasts, often mingling with them. What troubles you, looking so worried? Yi Zixin, resting, smiled gently upon seeing Zhao Yi approach, her eyes sparkling with untainted joy. Zhao Yi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to inform Yi Zixin about the Breaking Boundary pill, acknowledging her right to know. Yi Zixin, rest assured, I will find a way to expel the pill from your body and restore you to your former self. Zhao Yi assured her, yet she merely smiled in silence, as if she had already anticipated this matter. Aren't you afraid of death? Zhao Yi was taken aback. Had this news reached an ordinary person, they would have crumbled and succumbed to despair. However, Yi Zixin displayed little reaction. It's all right. Perhaps this is simply my destiny. Yi Zixin murmured in a daze. Uncertain of her own purpose in existence, perhaps this was her destined end. No. You must listen to me. I will ensure your recovery. Zhao Yi grasped Yi Zixin's hand. And for some inexplicable reason, warmth blossomed within her heart at that moment, her bewildered gaze seemingly infused with a hint of clarity. What to do? Day after day, Zhao Yi tirelessly scrutinized the contents of the luminous orb in his mind. Yet he could not unearth a method to purge the substances from Yi Zixin's body. A profound sense of helplessness and despair welled up within him. How could he make promises to Yi Zixin when he could not even find a solution? An overwhelming fatigue and impotence pervaded every fiber of Zhao Yi's being. And the thought of surrender flickered momentarily in his mind. With a fierce sweep of his claw-like hand, an ominous force surged forth, as if he intended to shatter the orb. What the? You little rascal, do you dare to obliterate my memories? An irate voice resounded. To Zhao Yi's astonishment, the orb he had examined for months began to contract at an astonishing rate, ultimately revealing a young man clad in black armor standing within. The armored figure appeared to be in his 20s, his black armor resembling black gold, seemingly impervious to any assault, though his visage was handsome. It paled in comparison to Zhao Yi's. Yet, his mere presence emanated an indescribable sense of danger. Chapter 37. Possession. Kid, vacate this body at once. The man in black armor regarded Zhao Yi with indifference, instantly discerning his inferior cultivation level, rendering him unworthy to contend with him. Zhao Yi remained silent as the Xian wolf stepped forward without the slightest hesitation, fiercely charging towards the man in black armor. If you seek death, I shall oblige. The expression of the black-armored man instantly turned cold, and with a wave of his hand, a surge of dark light emanated from the core of his being, spreading outwards with an aura of annihilation for anything it touched. This is not good. As the black light spread, Zhao Yi felt waves of dizziness wash over him. In the realm of his mind where battles unfolded, he was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. A mere 8th-level warrior. I cannot fathom the audacity from whence you draw your courage to challenge me. The black-armored man scoffed, seemingly envisioning Zhao Yi's demise. What is this? Noticing the lack of movement from Zhao Yi, the black-armored man looked up to find a massive black hole taking shape before him, consuming the dark light he had unleashed. Humph! The black-armored man snorted, a flicker of seriousness in his eyes. Immediately, a pitch-black tower materialized in his hand, drawing in all the surrounding dark light. Devil's Prison Tower. Suppress. He bellowed as the tower expanded exponentially, enveloping the entire realm of the mind. The dark light surged, each fragment laced with immense power. Crack. Crack. The black hole that Zhao Yi had conjured crumbled effortlessly, exposing his frail form. The corners of the black-armored man's mouth curled upwards as he waved his hand, causing the tower to unleash an infinite torrent of dark light, mercilessly suppressing Zhao Yi. With an indescribable force, the overwhelming power engulfed Zhao Yi, rendering his body as immobile as if it were encased in lead. Even the spiritual energy within him ceased to circulate. Aha! This body now belongs to me. The Lord of the Abyss. At long last, I can descend upon this continent once more. As I suppress Zhao Yi, the man clad in black armor bursts into laughter. With a swift motion, he channels a seal through his palm, and Zhao Yi finds that he has lost all control over his Crimson Wolf form. No. Zhao Yi's eyes blaze with a fiery red, and his furious roar reverberates throughout the vast expanse of his consciousness. Suddenly, a treasure box inexplicably leaps from his inventory, appearing abruptly before him. The Moonlight Box. Recognizing it instantly, Zhao Yi realizes this is the very box he had acquired earlier at the Dragon Rock auction house. A low hum emanates from the Moonlight Box, as if responding to Zhao Yi's presence, and the tightly shut lid begins to part ever so slightly. In that fleeting moment, an explosive sound resonates through Zhao Yi's consciousness. A mysterious, translucent beam of light bursts forth from the crack in the box, sweeping fiercely across the space. Everything around him begins to reverse in a bizarre manner, and the man in black armor is ensnared within the luminous sphere. As the mysterious beam seems to expend its last vestiges of power, it vanishes, leaving the Moonlight Box quietly resting on the ground, as if the preceding events had no bearing upon it. Zhao Yi smiles faintly, though his expression is gentle. It appears to the armored man like the sinister grin of a demon baring its fangs. Zhao Yi speaks, and in an instant, his hands morph into formidable wolf claws, striking down upon the crown of the black-armored man's head. The man's soul, in a fractured state, renders him immobile, and upon witnessing the impending claws, his complexion pales to a ghostly hue. "Spare me. I am a formidable warrior, willing to protect you for a decade." As a legendary powerhouse, confronted with the specter of death, he cast aside his dignity and implored Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi's claw momentarily hesitated, but before the armored man could entertain hope, it swiftly descended once more. "I possess a method to save that girl," the armored man shouted, eyes closed in desperation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi's descending claw halted, leaving the armored man somewhat disheartened, spitting blood. When had his reputation become so ineffective? Throughout these days, he had discerned that Zhao Yi was rummaging through his memories, leading him to surmise that the girl held significant importance to Zhao Yi. "Why should I believe you?" Zhao Yi replied coolly, a hint of skepticism in his tone. "Believe it or not, once my soul is restored, I shall unveil the truth to you." Seizing upon Zhao Yi's vulnerability, the armored man grew emboldened. "Either swear by your soul to protect me for 10 years and divulge how to save her, or you shall perish." Zhao Yi's gaze turned icy. This man, now in his grasp, dared to negotiate? "If I eliminate you and seize your memories, the means to save her will be evident to me." As he spoke, Zhao Yi's hand once again aimed at the armored man's crown. "No, I shall tell you." The armored man panicked, realizing Zhao Yi's decisiveness should he perish here. His memories could indeed be lost to Zhao Yi. Yet, Zhao Yi remained undeterred, his hand descending even faster. Chapter 38, The Soul Fusion Pill. To save her, one must concoct a soul fusion pill, the armored man declared enigmatically. "Hasten to concoct the remedy. What materials are required?" "I shall have the Lin family procure them for you," Zhao Yi remarked, his heart racing with excitement as he finally discovered a means to heal Yi Zixin. "Do you presume that the spirit fusion pill is as common as cabbage in the marketplace?" The man in black armor retorted, casting a sharp glare at Zhao Yi. He continued, "The spirit fusion pill can mend any damaged constitution. Its primary components are 3 in number: the fruit of extreme yin, the fruit of extreme yang, and the 5-turn spirit-devouring liquid. Each of these materials holds immense value and is virtually unavailable on the continent. Ordinary individuals cannot acquire them." The man in black was exasperated, and Zhao Yi suddenly comprehended, nodding in acknowledgement. "You actually expect an insignificant family of ants to procure these divine herbs? Not only in Longyan City, but even in the neighboring cities combined, one would struggle to uncover any news regarding these 3 materials." "Do not jest with me." Zhao Yi's brow furrowed, a sense of dismay creeping in. Observing the sudden chill in Zhao Yi's demeanor, the man in black felt a pang of anxiety and quickly amended his statement. "However, I am aware of the whereabouts of these materials." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi's expression softened somewhat. The man in black, perplexed, thought it absurd that a distinguished individual such as himself had to consider the whims of a mere insect and flatter him so. "According to my previous recollections, the North Spirit Academy houses countless spiritual herbs, and the 5-turn spirit-devouring liquid is among them. Not only does the North Spirit Academy boast a plethora of spiritual herbs, it is also a gathering place for prodigious talents. A visit there would afford you resources for cultivation, lest you remain so feeble. My spiritual form cannot shield you indefinitely." The man in black declared, crossing his arms as he pondered the exhausting prospect of protecting Zhao Yi for a decade. "You should search in Longyan City and Tianyang Town." After Zhao Yi spoke, his main body began to dart across the entire mountain range, uncertain of what he was seeking. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi's avatar was equally resolute, promptly heading to Longyan City to inquire about the whereabouts of Yi Zixin. However, it was as if she had vanished into thin air, despite scouring the entire city. No trace of her could be found. "Master Zhao, are you looking for Yi Zixin?" In the midst of Zhao Yi's confusion, he inadvertently passed by the Longyan auction house, where Lin Xiao immediately called out to him. "Do you know her whereabouts?" Zhao Yi, who had initially contemplated giving up, was instantly invigorated upon hearing Yi Zixin's name. "No, but she left a letter with me." Observing Zhao Yi's expression, Lin Xiao's beautiful eyes seemed to dim momentarily, before a well-preserved envelope appeared in her delicate hand. "But now it's fine. I can go wherever I wish, and I hope you can restrain yourself and avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Zhao Yi tucked the envelope away, taking a deep breath. This girl truly acts on her own accord. The world outside is perilous, and her kindness may lead to significant troubles. Hey, kid, you are indeed developing feelings for her, are you? Although you may currently resemble a beast, persistence can still win her over. I shall teach you a method. Upon witnessing Zhao Yi store the envelope, the Demon Abyss Sovereign's voice echoed in Zhao Yi's mind. The Demon Abyss Sovereign was the black-armored man who had previously battled with Zhao Yi. Ever since his soul was restored, he had been confined within Zhao Yi's consciousness. Enough. Zhao Yi's hand gesture shifted, and an array of symbols immediately struck the Demon Abyss Sovereign, causing him to widen his eyes in astonishment, rendered speechless. Yi Zixin, I respect your choice. However, I am not one to owe others anything. Regardless of whether I may encounter you again in the future, I am determined to forge this spirit-nourishing pill for you. As for the leader, such a person naturally will not linger here for long. Heizi has also made his way over, and though his words carry a light-hearted tone, his heart is filled with reluctance. Rest assured, as long as we are here in the Beast Mountain range, we shall never be bullied by humans. Although Heizi yearns to accompany Zhao Yi and explore the world, being a mere snake, he would undoubtedly feel out of place in human society. He can only aspire to cultivate a physical form one day, allowing him to traverse the vast lands. With you all by my side, I am indeed at ease. However, before I depart, I wish to present you with a gift, Zhao Yi said with a smile, and at that moment, a colossal spirit vein materialized within the cave, causing the entire Beast Mountain range to tremble upon its arrival. This is a superior-grade spirit vein, capable of producing 1,000 low-grade spirit stones and 10 mid-grade spirit stones each day. Zhao Yi explained that this gift was acquired using all his points from the One Spirit Mall. Cultivating atop such a superior-grade spirit vein would yield remarkable results. Previously, during his assault on the Wudrin sect, there existed a mid-grade spirit vein there, where numerous martial masters resided, making mid-grade spirit veins an indispensable resource. Boom! With a swift motion of his hand, Zhao Yi extracted the low-grade spirit vein buried beneath the ground, replacing it with the superior-grade one. In just a few seconds, the spiritual energy within the entire cave became nearly tenfold denser than before. That is a superior spirit vein. How did you manage to create it? Within Zhao Yi, the Demon Abyss Sovereign wore an expression of astonishment. In his lifetime, he scarcely possessed a few superior spirit veins, yet Zhao Yi, with his cultivation, was able to conjure one out of thin air. Chapter 39. The Power of the Laws. This time, Zhao Yi acted entirely through his avatar, while his true self remained concealed within the folds of the avatar's sleeve. He had cultivated the Crimson Wolf Classic to the 6th level, which enabled him to alter the size of his physical form. At its smallest, he could shrink to the size of a thumb, while at its largest, he could surpass 100 meters in height. Zhao Yi learned from the Demon Abyss Sovereign that the North Spirit Academy was nestled within the North Xin domain, independent of any city. However, the Academy's reputation echoed throughout the martial extreme continent, for every individual emerging from its halls could establish their own sect. Moreover, some formidable figures could wield great influence within a dynasty. Upon hearing the Demon Abyss Sovereign's description, Zhao Yi felt a sense of yearning, pondering how it might differ from the university he attended in his previous life. Yet, before embarking on his journey, Zhao Yi sought out the Longyan auction house to procure a map of the North Xin domain, lest he find himself lost. The North Xin domain lay 1,000 miles from Longyan City, and even with the prowess of the Longyan auction house, obtaining a map would require a considerable amount of time. During his leisure, Zhao Yi could not resist unveiling the Moonlight Treasure Box. As it appeared, it retained its tattered box-like appearance, revealing no remarkable features whatsoever. Zhao Yi understood that the Moonlight Treasure Box undoubtedly concealed a monumental secret. In a moment of peril, a slight opening had appeared in the box, resulting in a sudden reversal of time that allowed Zhao Yi to successfully subdue the Demon Prison Sovereign. He had inquired at the Longyan auction house, where even the owner could not discern what secrets lay within this treasure box. It had merely been fortuitously discovered. Were it not for its astonishing defensive capabilities, the Longyan auction house would not have deemed it worthy of auction. Nevertheless, such an enigmatic object would not reveal its mysteries easily. Shaking his head, Zhao Yi carelessly tossed it into his inventory and inadvertently clicked the sell button. Ding! The system notification chimed, indicating the value of the Moonlight treasure box, yet the sound abruptly halted at the word value. Zhao Yi was taken aback. He too was eager to ascertain the worth of this mysterious treasure. Warning! System busy. System busy. After a moment of delay, the system issued an urgent alert. And the invisible force enveloping the Moonlight treasure box erupted in a series of sparks before exploding. What? Zhao Yi's expression shifted as, in the instant of the explosion, the tightly sealed Moonlight treasure box cracked open once more. You, who have inadvertently trespassed into this realm, are my destined one. Such power of the laws shall be bestowed upon you. The extent of your comprehension rests solely upon yourself. As the ancient voice resonated, Zhao Yi felt a mysterious force descend upon him. Is this the power of the laws spoken of by that old man? Never having encountered such a phenomenon before, Zhao Yi concentrated intensely, meticulously sensing the flow of the law's power coursing through his being. Zhao Yi's profound realization transcended the confines of time, as if days, months, or even years had slipped away unnoticed. Suddenly, his eyes sprang open, revealing a small, transparent droplet of water swirling in his palm, emanating an enigmatic power. After much contemplation, he could only vaguely comprehend that this force possessed the ability to manipulate time and space. The droplet, a manifestation of the mysterious energy infused into him by the old man, had diminished significantly, leaving only this remnant in Zhao Yi's grasp. Despite its diminutive size, he sensed that he could wield the power of this droplet to exert control over time itself. With a swift motion, he concealed the droplet within his hand. Congratulations. But my legacy is not easily bestowed. Within a century, you must accomplish a task for me. Before Zhao Yi could fully relish his newfound power, an ancient voice resonated, followed by a radiant seal that descended from the heavens, engulfing him with a ferocious intensity. The swiftness of this phenomenon left no room for evasion. Upon contact, the seal vanished from sight. Yet, Zhao Yi understood that it had not truly disappeared, but rather lay hidden within him, eluding his detection. After a brief search for Lin Xiao, Zhao Yi procured the map and hastily departed from Longyan City, leaving Lin Xiao gazing at his retreating figure with a complex expression. Time slipped by, and the air above the Longyan auction house began to warp unnaturally as an enormous hand forcefully tore through the fabric of reality. Just a moment ago, there was a manifestation of the law's power here. How has it suddenly vanished? A sound of astonishment echoed as a pair of sharp, obsidian eyes swept across the entirety of Longyan City. Surely you jest. Can such a desolate place truly harbor the power of the laws? Another scoffed, his form flickering before vanishing entirely. Reluctant to relent, he traversed the expanse of Longyan City several times, ultimately shaking his head in resignation before following the other into obscurity, as if they had never existed at all. Chapter 40. The Su clan team. Longyan City is a diminutive settlement situated beyond the North Shen region. To journey from here to the North Spirit Academy requires traversing a vast distance of 10,000 miles, fraught with numerous perils along the way. Zhao Yi had been navigating the treacherous terrain for over half a month, having ascended mountains and forded rivers since leaving Longyan City, with nothing but an endless forest before him. Upon traversing this dense thicket, he would reach Wanling City, where he could utilize their grand teleportation array to arrive directly in the North Shen region. The demon prison sovereign yawned languidly, speaking as though he were well acquainted with the route to the North Shen region. This forest teems with countless Yaoling, and the demon generals are gathered in droves. Why do I get the impression you wish to lead me to ruin? Zhao Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes, offering a sardonic remark before boldly stepping into the foliage. He was not one to indulge in complaints. Since departing Longyan City, Zhao Yi's stagnant strength had begun to rise once more. After all, aside from his penchant for combat, he possessed myriad methods to enhance his abilities. Soon, he beheld from a distance a throng of encircling a beleaguered team. Were it not for the martial generals among them steadfastly fending off the onslaught, they would likely have succumbed long ago. Su Yu, Su Fei, take that item and leave immediately. informed the clan leader of the situation here. As time wore on, even the formidable martial general felt a profound sense of despair, and he barked at the young couple behind him. The young man's gaze flickered momentarily as he instinctively grasped Su Yu's delicate hand. Wait. Tears began to well in the corners of Su Yu's eyes. Yet before they could fall, she was astonished to witness the monstrous beasts before them seemingly cower in the face of an unseen terror, their massive forms prostrating themselves upon the ground, utterly motionless. Even when Elder Su attacked them, they remained unperturbed. "Excuse me, may I inquire the way to Wanling City?" At that moment, a youth clad in a black robe approached with measured steps, in the presence of the multitude of beasts bowing in submission. His expression betrayed no sign of trepidation. As Zhao Yi advanced toward them, his true form emanated the aura of the Moon Song Wolf, a pressure born of divine beast lineage that sent the creatures into a frenzy of shrieks as they fled in disarray. Elder Su, possessing a benevolent heart, despite being unaware of Zhao Yi's origins, chose not to drive him away. "Then I shall express my gratitude." Zhao Yi clasped his fists together, realizing that his earlier intervention had not been in vain. "Elder Su, is it truly wise to incorporate a stranger into our ranks? Furthermore, those beasts were quite aggressive. Why did they flee upon his arrival?" "It's nothing," Zhao Yi replied nonchalantly. His impression of the girl significantly improved. "By the way, there are numerous beasts here. How did you arrive?" Subsequently, Su Yu engaged Zhao Yi in casual conversation, yet he skillfully evaded her inquiries, leaving her none the wiser. "Curse that brat." Not far away, Su Fei gazed intently at the scene unfolding before him. Typically, Su Yu maintained her distance from him, but to his surprise, she appeared to be enjoying a lively conversation with Zhao Yi. What a cowardly fool. Su Fei sent a fifth-tier demon spirit flying with a single punch, initially intending to ridicule Zhao Yi. However, he soon noticed Zhao Yi lingering at the back of the group, seemingly preoccupied with something, prompting a derisive smirk from Su Fei. His eyes glinted with a sudden realization that remaining idle was not a viable option. Thus, he detached himself from the group and hurried towards a certain location. Arriving at a clearing, a bullhorn materialized in his hand, which he ignited without hesitation. Su Fei chuckled coldly, deliberately lagging behind to bury the freshly lit rhinoceros horn in Zhao Yi's path. Deep in thought, Zhao Yi remained oblivious to Su Fei's underhanded maneuver. Even if he had noticed, he would have had little inclination to react. Suddenly, from the previously tranquil forest, a low growl erupted, followed by the rustling of countless thickets as various demon beasts charged forth. Remarkably, the majority of them surged towards Zhao Yi, including several at the demon general level. "Kid, you are doomed." Chapter 41. King of Blades Zhao Yi, be careful. As the wave of demon beasts burst forth, tension gripped the bodies of all present. Su Yu, positioned closest to Zhao Yi, noticed his contemplative demeanor and cried out in alarm. Simultaneously, a short sword appeared in her hand, and without hesitation, she dispatched the nearest demon beast with swift precision. "What chaos is this, Su Yu?" With no demon beasts in proximity, Su Fei's brow furrowed deeply upon witnessing the scene, prompting him to charge towards Zhao Yi. "I'm coming to assist you." As Su Fei concluded his words, he swiftly charged towards the nearest beast to Zhao Yi. With a flick of his palm, a faint azure glow materialized in his hand, signifying his lethal move, the Azure Glow Seal. Su Fei advanced towards a monster, ostensibly to assist Zhao Yi in fending it off, yet in reality, he aimed to strike towards Zhao Yi's back, concealed by the beast form. Zhao Yi, lost in thought, had begun to sense something amiss. Suddenly, the aura of impending danger behind him prompted him to frown and pivot his hand. Bang! Zhao Yi's palm collided with Su Fei's, producing a deep, resounding thud. Su Fei was immediately sent reeling backwards, his head striking a boulder, his expression contorted in agony, akin to that of someone who had just ingested something foul. As a peak martial artist, Su Fei's strike had its repercussions on Zhao Yi as well, causing his arm to tingle slightly. It seemed he would need to fortify his physique in the future. Zhao Yi mused that had it not been for the formidable advantage of his divine beast physique, the discomfort would have been far worse. "Enough," Zhao Yi commanded, gesturing dismissively at the oncoming beasts. A wave of bloodline pressure emanating from the moon-howling wolf gradually enveloped the area. This oppressive force bore no effect on Su Yu and the others, yet to the beasts, it was akin to confronting a fearsome entity, prompting them to tuck their tails and flee in disarray. Only Su Fei, bruised and battered, stood incredulously, unable to comprehend the unfolding scene. Is this possible? Su Fei was utterly bewildered, unable to pinpoint what had gone awry. Zhao Yi, is he speaking the truth? Su Yu, observing Su Fei's battered state, felt a surge of shock, as she had been wholly focused on repelling the beast's assault and had not witnessed Su Fei's treacherous strike against Zhao Yi. Fearing Zhao Yi's retaliation, Su Fei hastily exclaimed, "Don't you find this peculiar? Ever since this individual joined our ranks, we have been besieged by monstrous beasts. Had our strength not been formidable, we would have perished long ago. Moreover, he has consistently lingered at the back, seemingly plotting some nefarious scheme. I have also uncovered a crucial piece of evidence," Su Fei proclaimed, as he swiftly approached Zhao Yi's feet, retrieving the bull's horn he had previously buried, which exuded an unusual aroma. "This is the spirit-calling horn. Its scent is most alluring to the beasts. With this irrefutable proof, I hope Elder Su can decisively deal with this villain." Upon finishing his words, Su Fei clasped his fists respectfully towards Elder Su. Having just exchanged a blow with Zhao Yi, he was acutely aware of his own inadequacies and thus devised a cunning plan to eliminate his foe by utilizing another. Zhao Yi regarded Su Fei with an impassive expression, realizing that this individual had orchestrated the entire charade, leaving him unjustly accused. "Brother Zhao Yi, if what Su Fei claims is true, it would be best for you to depart, as if we had never crossed paths." Elder Su hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately refrained from taking action. Although we had suffered 2 attacks, fortune smiled upon us as there were no significant casualties. Su Yu cast a glance at Zhao Yi but remained silent. "How amusing. I, Zhao Yi, am upright and honorable. How could I possibly be a spy? I have aided you twice in averting disaster, yet you heed only his singular narrative and seek to expel me. Very well then, if I am unwelcome here, I shall take my leave." Zhao Yi scoffed coldly, his gaze fixed intently on Su Fei, who, upon feeling that stare, could not help but tremble. However, before departing, there was still a score to settle. As Zhao Yi finished speaking, his figure flickered and silently appeared before Su Fei, delivering a powerful blow aimed directly at Su Fei's head. Su Fei's expression shifted dramatically. At such speed, evasion was futile. He could only awkwardly twist his body to the side, managing to evade the lethal strike, yet his shoulders suffered immensely, brutally mangled by Zhao Yi's grip. A pain groan escaped Su Fei's lips as he stumbled back. "You forced my hand, kid. Prepare to die." Su Fei's eyes blazed with fury, evidently pushed to his limits by Zhao Yi. With a low roar, he could no longer contain his desperation, crushing a jade pendant that hung at his chest. "Su Fei, you are truly pathetic, allowing a mere boy to ruin your plans." A voice, laced with mockery, suddenly resonated through the dense forest, followed by the emergence of a large blade aimed at Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi furrowed his brow, compelled to abandon Su Fei and evade this deadly strike. It was the Blade King of the Thieves Guild. How did he come to be here? Elder Su's expression changed slightly upon witnessing the formidable figure's sudden appearance. "Blade King, kill him, and I shall reward you with 10,000 low-grade spirit stones." Upon seeing this figure, Su Fei exhaled in relief, his gaze now fixated on Zhao Yi with a crimson glare. The Blade King, wielding his colossal blade, remained motionless. "Why haven't you made your move yet?" Su Fei queried, his brow furrowed in irritation. After all, he had exposed his plan to provoke the Blade King into action. "Su Fei, you have revealed your scheme, forcing the Thieves Guild to act prematurely. I demand not only 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones, but also that woman." The Blade King licked the back of his blade, casting a lecherous glance towards Su Yu. "Do not take advantage of my predicament." Su Fei's expression changed dramatically. Not only was he unable to produce 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, but Su Yu was also someone he had long admired. In light of this, he resolved to eliminate you to prevent any disruption to his plans. Upon witnessing Su Fei's hesitation, the Blade King's countenance morphed into a menacing glare. and without a moment's hesitation, he struck down with the colossal blade submerged in the water. I promise you, Su Fei never anticipated the Blade King's sudden assault. Gritting his teeth and shouting, he realized that compared to his life, these matters held little significance. Su, overhearing their exchange, felt her cheeks flush crimson. How could she trust Su Fei so deeply, only to be treated as a mere pawn to be discarded at will? Ha. Just wait and see how I tear this brat to shreds. Noting Su Fei's concession, the massive blade halted just above his head. The Blade King let out a hearty laugh, and then lazily turned his gaze to Zhao Yi, regarding him as if he were a corpse. Kid, I'll allow you 3 moves to struggle. After that, you can meet your demise. The Blade King pointed his great blade at Zhao Yi, utterly lacking any enthusiasm for confronting an 8th-level martial artist. Zhao Yi shook his head, his audacious voice resonating through every corner of the dense forest. You, an insignificant insect, have no such privilege. Let the mice lurking in the shadows come at me together. Chapter 42. Shock, who do you call a mouse? As Zhao Yi's words echoed, an enraged roar reverberated through the forest, and a number of figures emerged, exuding a fierce aura. They were evidently desperate rogues. Are these members of the 10,000 Thieves gang? Elder Su, upon witnessing the emerging figures, instantly recognized them by their attire as the infamous One Thief gang. Notorious for their acts of robbery, the Blade King let out a cold laugh, and with a swift motion, he aimed his ghostly blade at Zhao Yi. The force behind the strike so immense that it seemed capable of cleaving the very air in two. A dignified martial general, reduced to such meager strength. Truly a source of embarrassment. Zhao Yi, unruffled and composed, remarked, and upon hearing his words, the Blade King's face flushed with rage. How dare a man on the brink of death exhibit such arrogance? Ding. Congratulations, you have slain a level 21 wild creature and earned 20,000 experience points. Level up challenge bonus, 150, ding. Congratulations, you have ascended to level 19, with 5,000 experience points required for the next level. The system promptly chimed, and Zhao Yi, who was nearing the threshold of a 9th-tier demon spirit, successfully achieved a breakthrough at that moment. A 2nd-tier martial general? Upon hearing the announcement, Zhao Yi felt a wave of fatigue wash over him as he began to stride towards Su Fei. Do not presume that defeating the Blade King grants you immunity from my gaze. Witnessing Zhao Yi's indifference, the leader of the One Thief gang erupted in fury, launching himself towards Zhao Yi with fervor. What a nuisance! Sensing the gang leader's rapid approach, Zhao Yi furrowed his brow and came to a halt. Now you feign fear? Young man, join my ranks, and I could elevate you to the position of deputy leader. The gang leader paused before Zhao Yi. Realizing that Zhao Yi's recent triumph over the Blade King indicated a strength comparable to that of a martial general, he felt a sudden inclination to nurture such talent. Zhao Yi could not help but scoff. From where does this fool derive his confidence to utter such words? Even if he were to kneel and call Zhao Yi father, he would never become his subordinate. If you can catch it, I will allow you to do as you wish. Zhao Yi spoke calmly, a pristine white bone appearing in his hand, which he tossed lightly behind him. This is what you said. Boy, kneel and call me father. The leader of the gang let out a cold laugh and reached out to catch the bone. However, the moment his fingers brushed against it, a mysterious force emanated from the bone, enveloping his entire body. To everyone's astonishment, the leader's form began to eerily fade into transparency, and in the next instant, he vanished without a trace. Congratulations on defeating a level 22 wild monster, earning 80,000 experience points. Level up challenge bonus 200, the system promptly announced. No, this is impossible. What are you, a human or a ghost? Su Fei shook his head vigorously, unwilling to accept this reality. Run. Although the members of the One Thief gang could not believe their leader had fallen at Zhao Yi's hands, they were not willing to gamble with their lives and began to flee in a frenzy. Zhao Yi, they are running away. Su Yu, who had been watching the scene unfold, instinctively called out to Zhao Yi. Do not worry, none shall escape. A subtle smile graced Zhao Yi's lips as something seemed to fly out from his sleeve, quickly vanishing into the air. That was close. That fellow is truly a devil. One member of the Yuan thief gang who managed to escape a mile away breathed a sigh of relief. But as thoughts of the sudden disappearance of the Blade King and the leader crossed his mind, an inexplicable fear gripped his heart. Your speed is truly slow. Since you have come to a halt, let this moment transform into experience. The members of the 10,000 Thieves gang had not yet managed to catch their breath when a light chuckle resonated, prompting them to glance around in trepidation, fearing that Zhao Yi would suddenly materialize and claim their lives. Whoosh! Just as the thought crossed the mind of one member, a shadow, dark as night, swiftly penetrated his heart with astonishing speed. This shadow was none other than Zhao Yi himself, capable of exerting triple the strength of his doppelgangers. Having attended university, Zhao Yi understood that greater pressure equated to higher damage. Next, he said, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he activated the mystic wolf step. Vanishing once more into the air, Zhao Yi, I concede that your strength is formidable, but you are doomed. The 10,000 Thieves gang has ties with the Wei family. Any of those who escaped will surely report back to them, sealing your fate. Su Fei sneered as he observed Zhao Yi advancing step by step towards him. Do not harbor too much hope for them, Zhao Yi replied coolly. Almost immediately, a blood-curdling scream echoed from a mile away, indicating that those fleeing members of the 10,000 Thieves gang had already fallen victim to his true self's assault. The cacophony of cries seemed to trigger a chain reaction, with more anguished wails emanating from various directions, all belonging to the fleeing members of the gang. Thus, you may find peace, Zhao Yi stated coldly. And with a single palm strike, he obliterated Su Fei, leaving his eyes wide with disbelief and death. Elder Su and the others were paralyzed with fear, too frightened to even twitch. These individuals possessed so little experience, barely reaching half of what was necessary. Zhao Yi had just slain Su Fei, and a sense of melancholy washed over him. It seemed that utilizing this avenue for advancement would prove to be exceedingly challenging in the future. With these thoughts, Zhao Yi turned and departed, resolute in the knowledge that since these individuals had forsaken him, he would no longer follow in their wake. Suyu, with her clear and beautiful eyes, quietly observed Zhao Yi vanish from sight, her gaze laden with complexity, as she had just harbored doubts about Zhao Yi being a spy for the Wei family. Chapter 43. Wei Hong, ah? You were unaware. But those ants looked at you with newfound reverence after your effortless strike. It was truly magnificent. Zhao Yi swaggered away from the Su family's ranks, making his way toward Wanling City. Along the journey, the demon prison sovereign chattered incessantly, as if all that had transpired was the result of his own prowess. Zhao Yi could not help but roll his eyes, too disinterested to engage with this individual. At long last, Wanling City loomed ahead. After traversing the dense forest for an indeterminate duration, the sight of the immense city in the distance was awe-inspiring, even from afar. This city boasted a long-distance teleportation array that could transport one directly to the North Xin domain, attracting numerous experts from distant lands. Upon arriving at the city's center, Zhao Yi beheld a plethora of bustling shops, while the voice of the demon prison sovereign resonated harmoniously. Zhao Yi nodded. The fusion spirit pill was no ordinary concoction. It required hundreds of supplementary materials for its refinement. Regrettably, Longyan City was too small, and many materials were unattainable. Please package these several demon cores for me. Wanling City was replete with medicinal materials, and soon enough, Zhao Yi procured the items he desired. Approaching the final stall, he selected a few demon cores and tossed several mid-grade spirit stones onto the counter. The proprietor was a diminutive middle-aged man, who, upon witnessing Zhao Yi's generosity, immediately smiled and began to package the demon cores that Zhao Yi had selected. Boss, I have taken a liking to these demon cores. Please prepare them for me, Zhao Yi requested. At that moment, a somewhat arrogant voice rang out as a young man, with his nostrils held high, strode forward and pointed at the short merchant. Speaking in a commanding tone, the merchant recognized this young man instantly. He was Wei Hong, the sole heir of the Wei family, notorious for his debauchery and arrogance. The merchant, seemingly reluctant to offend Wei Hong, could only manage an apologetic smile towards Zhao Yi. Brother Hong, is it not a bit inappropriate to take the demon cores without having paid? A woman, clad in revealing attire, interjected as she tugged at Wei Hong's arm. Haha, fear not. The payment has already been made, hasn't it, lad? Wei Hong laughed heartily, brazenly reaching towards the woman's chest in front of the crowd, and then flashed a triumphant grin at Zhao Yi. In the bustling city of Wanling, he was the undisputed leader. None dared to oppose him. As the throngs of people in Wanling buzzed with chatter upon hearing the commotion, many cast sympathetic glances at Zhao Yi. Those born and raised in Wanling were well aware of Wei Hong's penchant for such thievery. Those who fell victim to him could only resign themselves to misfortune. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed through the air, and in an instant, the demon cores, along with Wei Hong's arm, were sent soaring into the sky. Zhao Yi swiftly retrieved the demon cores, completing this series of actions in the blink of an eye. Wei Hong finally came to his senses, and a piercing scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig suddenly erupted. One of Wei Hong's arms had vanished without a trace, leaving only an empty sleeve. Get lost. If you dare to provoke me again, it will not merely be a severed limb. Zhao shot a cold glance at Wei Hong before striding forward decisively. You bastard! How dare you harm me? Do you have any idea who I am? Wei Hong, clutching his severed arm, roared in agony. Accustomed to arrogance and dominance in Wailing City, he had never been treated in such a manner before. How dare anyone challenge Wei Hong, let alone sever an arm? Did that young man not realize that he was the sole heir of the Wei family? Zhao shook his head, unable to comprehend why he had spared him, only for him to come back seeking death. Without hesitation, Zhao Yi curled his fingers and crushed Wei Hong's heart with a swift motion. You dare to kill me? Wei Hong looked down in disbelief at his heart, torn apart by internal force, gazing incredulously at Zhao Yi. He could hardly fathom that he would meet his demise in Wailing City. In the next life, be an honest person. Offending others recklessly will bring about fatal consequences. Zhao Yi remarked, nonchalantly kicking Wei Hong aside, ensuring he was beyond salvation. Brother Hong. A woman who had accompanied Wei Hong rushed forward, only to find his breath extinguished, her expression changing dramatically. Hey, you killed him, and you are not afraid of the retribution from his backers? The demon prison sovereign expressed surprise at Zhao Yi's ruthless decisiveness, realizing that eliminating Wei Hong would lead to troublesome repercussions. I have already spared him. He insisted on bringing this upon himself. Zhao Yi spoke calmly, as if discussing a matter of little significance, and then, under the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, he made his way toward the location of the teleportation array. As for the individual behind this person, Zhao Yi paid him no mind. Having raised such a son, even if he were a close relative, Zhao Yi would not hesitate to eliminate him. Witnessing Zhao Yi's approach, the crowd instinctively parted, their expressions a mixture of complexity. After all, who was this ruthless person capable of killing Wei Hong? How dare he slay my son? However, before Zhao Yi could distance himself, a furious roar erupted, resonating through the heart of Wanling City like a clap of thunder, deafening in its intensity. At that moment, a massive hand descended upon Zhao Yi, as if the very air were about to be shattered by this overwhelming force. Zhao Yi folded his arms across his chest, seemingly oblivious to the oppressive palm strike that bore down upon him. In the instant of suppression, a black void appeared in the palm of Zhao Yi, slowly descending toward a specific point. This offensive force disintegrated in an instant. How could this be possible? The newcomer was none other than Wei Hong's father, Wei Ba. His expression one of astonishment. Even at the same level, it usually required considerable effort to counter this move, and he could scarcely fathom how Zhao Yi had achieved it. Did killing the minor provoke the major to come and meet his demise? Zhao Yi had initially thought that Wei Hong's backing was formidable, but upon closer inspection, he realized that this individual was merely a third-tier martial general. Boy, do not presume that a modicum of strength grants you the freedom to act recklessly. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents, Wei Ba declared coldly, gathering his spiritual energy in his palm, aiming to instill fear in Zhao Yi. Chapter 44. The Spatial Storm. Zhao shook his head in resignation. In this era, there were always those lacking self-awareness. At the moment Wei Ba unleashed his power, Zhao Yi moved, leaving behind an ephemeral shadow in his place, while his figure inexplicably materialized behind Wei Ba. As his cultivation progressed, Zhao Yi's Xian Wolf steps also advanced, allowing him to surpass the majority of martial generals with his speed. What? Wei Ba scanned his surroundings, only to discover Zhao Yi right behind him. The spiritual energy in his palm surged forth, striking down toward Zhao Yi. Here is a slap for you. Zhao Yi sneered, his speed increasing further as the hand imbued with spiritual energy came crashing down upon Wei Ba's face. Crack! Countless onlookers shuddered as Wei Ba was sent hurtling backward, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless dog. He could hardly fathom that he would be defeated by a mere warrior. Seizing the momentum, Zhao Yi swiftly appeared before Wei Ba, lifting him as easily as one would a chick. Wei Ba, have mercy. At that moment, an anxious voice rang out, and a young girl along with a middle-aged man entered the scene. Upon witnessing the unfolding drama, the latter's face stiffened. This middle-aged man was Su Hui, the head of the Su family. Having heard of the conflict between Zhao Yi and Wei Ba, he rushed over with Su Yu, sensing the urgency. However, upon witnessing the scene before him, he froze, at a loss for how to express his emotions. Who are you? Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the two. Su Hui's heart raced at Zhao Yi's penetrating gaze, knowing that even his sworn enemy Wei Ba had fallen to Zhao Yi. He could only imagine the young man's formidable power. I am Su Hui, the head of the Su family. Upon hearing that a young brother was in distress, I hastened to his side. Su Hui offered an awkward smile, while the onlookers were taken aback. The heads of the two great forces in Wanling City had gathered, all for the sake of Zhao Yi. Esteemed elder, it is my lack of discernment that has led to this offense. I implore you to show mercy and disregard my transgressions. The captured Wei Ba pleaded desperately, realizing that if Zhao Yi wished to end his life, it would be as effortless as crushing an ant. To preserve his own existence, he had no choice but to concede. Oh, we share a grudge over your son's demise. What if you seek vengeance upon me in the future? Zhao Yi, initially impressed by Wei Ba's fortitude, was surprised to witness his rapid capitulation. Haha, esteemed elder, you have every right to enact your vengeance. My wayward son has indeed caused you trouble, and I hope it has not been too much of a burden, Wei Ba quickly asserted, prioritizing his life over any semblance of pride. Zhao Yi narrowed his eyes, uncertain if it was due to Yi Zixin's influence that he refrained from executing him. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones for your life. Zhao Yi's calm voice struck like thunder. 100,000? You might as well rob me, Wei Ba exclaimed, his voice rising in alarm. Even though the Wei family controlled the spatial teleportation array and enjoyed considerable annual profits, 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones would require years of toil for them. I have come to seize what is yours. If your life holds no value at this price, then you must face death. As Zhao Yi spoke, a black hole materialized in his palm, ready to consume Wei Ba, reducing him to mere sludge. No. I will pay. A jest. Wei Ba's life is exceedingly precious, and upon encountering Zhao Yi, who is impervious to both soft and hard tactics, he can only muster the courage to shout, the black hole in your palm, Zhao Yi, is now slowly dissipating. You have 1 hour to prepare. Do not entertain notions of escape, Zhao Yi remarked nonchalantly, having somehow procured a chair from nowhere and seated himself with an air of nonchalance. Bystanders were left in awe, as a single individual dared to challenge the entire Wei family while brazenly extorting them in public. This young man is utterly uncontrollable. Yet, not a soul stepped forward to intervene. Even a third-level marshal general from the Wei family had been vanquished by Zhao Yi, and any attempt to confront him would merely equate to a death sentence. A little more from Brother Wei's generosity would be appreciated. As I am in a hurry to continue my journey, kindly activate the teleportation array and send me on my way, Zhao Yi said with a beaming smile. Wei Ba nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Having already lost 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones, he was now subjected to this? Although his expression was as foul as excrement, he dared not voice further complaints and promptly led Zhao Yi towards the direction of the teleportation array. So, this is the teleportation array, truly impressive, Zhao Yi mused as he stepped into the array, immediately sensing a peculiar force beneath his feet. As if he could be transported across vast distances in an instant, remarkably enchanting. It was infinitely superior to the rudimentary formation he had previously devised. This was a 4th-level teleportation array, crafted by a martial king expert, capable of transporting individuals for dozens of kilometers at most. Yet it was sufficient to take him to the North Xian region. The voice of the demon prison master resonated aptly within Zhao Yi's mind. to which he nodded in agreement. His current mastery of formations was barely at the 3rd level, and he could not conceive of establishing such long-range teleportation arrays. Placing 100 middle-grade spirit stones upon it would activate the teleportation array, Wei Ba remarked, his smile more akin to a grimace, as he eagerly wished for Zhao Yi to depart at once. Zhao Yi nodded, promptly placing the spirit stones he had gathered into the array. With a resonant hum, vibrant beams of light erupted from within the array, enveloping Zhao Yi's form, and the next moment, he vanished from that location entirely. Patriarch. Our Wei family has suffered a loss of 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones. If the Su family seizes this opportunity to strike, we shall be doomed. An elderly man expressed his concerns to Wei Ba after Zhao Yi's disappearance, for such a loss could severely cripple their clan. Fear not. Should the Wei family seek war, we shall stand firm. However, before that, we must eliminate that young man. Wei Ba scoffed, forming a specific hand seal, causing the teleportation array before him to tremble violently. During the teleportation, Zhao Yi found himself surrounded by an endless void, his feet treading upon nothingness as he soared forward at an astonishing pace. This teleportation array is rather ineffective, its speed disappointingly slow. As Zhao Yi curiously surveyed his surroundings, the demon prison sovereign within him began to voice its impatience. Zhao Yi, upon hearing the remark, sensed something amiss. Typically, the farther the distance of a teleportation array, the swifter the transit, even over several dozen kilometers. It shouldn't take this long. 10 minutes had already elapsed since he stepped into the array. Demon Prison Sovereign, is there anything perilous within this teleportation array? Zhao Yi inquired, his brow furrowing as an uneasy sensation lingered in his heart. What danger could there be? However, should misfortune strike and one encounters a spatial storm, demise would be inevitable. Even for masters like Wu Wang. The Demon Abyss Sovereign shook his head. Yet no sooner had his words escaped his lips than a brilliant white light abruptly materialized within their line of sight. The resplendent glow seemed to harbor a tempest within, tearing through the very air itself with formidable devastation. Goodness! Could I possibly be this unfortunate? Zhao Yi's lips twitched. Was this not precisely the spatial storm described by the Demon Abyss Sovereign? Chapter 45, Breakthrough Goodness. Zhao Yi could not help but exclaim in frustration. Wasn't this spatial storm said to be a once-in-a-century occurrence? The odds of encountering it were even slimmer than being struck by lightning, yet here he was. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the mystic wolf step, his figure leaping swiftly within the darkened teleportation array. However, the spatial storm appeared to move with even greater swiftness, reaching Zhao Yi's side in the blink of an eye. To show mercy to one's adversary is to be cruel to oneself. Zhao Yi, release my soul. Faced with the imminent threat, the Demon Abyss Sovereign uttered a commanding shout. Zhao Yi complied without delay, and an ethereal shadow manifested in this realm. While a soul separated from its body risks vanishing into the void, the Demon Abyss Sovereign was no ordinary spirit. His arrival stabilized the fluctuations of the surrounding space considerably. Zhao Yi, observe closely. The Demon Abyss Sovereign's intervention is not something that just anyone can witness. A hint of a smile graced the lips of the Demon Abyss Sovereign as his hand began to shift, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. Zhao Yi nodded, his gaze unwavering as he acknowledged that the Lord of the Abyss was a formidable force of his generation. Opportunities for such learning were indeed rare. Shatter this Miran's technique, he declared. Thunderous sounds erupted as a brilliant white light struck the eye of the spatial storm, causing it to tremble violently. On the brink of explosion, Zhao Yi flee. The Lord of the Abyss bellowed, his voice tinged with weakness, clearly indicating that his forceful intervention in a spectral state was a tremendous strain on him. Understood. Zhao Yi's transparent-hued eyes regained their focus, as he set his sights on a specific direction and leaped from the teleportation array mid-flight. With a colossal roar, the immense teleportation formation was obliterated by the explosive spatial storm, reducing everything within miles to mere dust and debris. This is impossible. In the city of 10,000 spirits, Wei Ba, who had been poised for a decisive strike, was taken aback as if confronted by something horrifying, letting out a startled cry. Suddenly, the teleportation array before him erupted in brilliant light, enveloping him entirely. In the next instant, a deafening explosion resonated throughout the city of 10,000 spirits, culminating in a massive mushroom cloud. Wei Ba bore the brunt of the blast, obliterated to nothingness by the force of the shockwave. Henceforth, the city of 10,000 spirits would no longer offer points for teleportation. In the midst of the endless mountain range, a tremendous sound echoed as Zhao Yi plummeted from the air, blood spewing forth, his back grievously wounded to the bone. At present, Zhao Yi's physical form is even stronger than that of some formidable martial generals. The devastation wrought upon him is a testament to the terrifying nature of the recent spatial storm. With his vision engulfed in darkness, he succumbed to unconsciousness, while his doppelganger could not endure the strain and exploded. The location of Zhao Yi's descent was a remote mountain range, where he fell beside a babbling brook. This stream, frequented by numerous beast-seeking water, had been rendered devoid of any creatures within a mile radius since Zhao Yi's arrival. The oppressive aura of Zhao Yi, akin to that of a lunar wolf, intermittently radiated outward, causing even beast generals to retreat in trepidation. What's wrong with this lad? Pondered the demon prison sovereign within Zhao Yi's consciousness, unable to fathom why, despite his grievous injuries, he remained incapacitated on the ground. Each attempt to rouse Zhao Yi seemed to vanish into the void, leaving no trace. Indeed, Zhao Yi was gravely wounded, his awareness clouded. Had it not been for his robust physique, he might have already met a tragic end. During his slumber, his consciousness drifted aimlessly through the void, his expression one of bewilderment. Within this nebulous realm, he glimpsed his past life, leading him to question whether his experiences in the martial extreme continent were merely a fleeting dream. After an indeterminate period, Zhao Yi's consciousness abruptly halted in the expanse of nothingness. Before him stood a girl, presenting a bone of mottled white to a crimson wolf, her innocent smile seemingly capable of purifying the stains of time. In the next instant, the scene shifted. The girl became ensnared by enormous iron chains, occasionally being fed dark yellow pills. Her breath grew weaker, ultimately cast into the cauldron, transforming into a pill. No. Zhao Yi gazed upon this scene, overwhelmed by an indescribable anguish, and with a loud cry, the vision before him shattered in an instant. Yi Zixin, upon your arrival in the martial extreme continent, you were the first to rescue me from the clutches of death. Regardless of whether this world is real or not, I shall save your life. Zhao Yi shouted vehemently, realizing that his power was far too feeble, unable even to procure the medicinal pill necessary for her rescue, let alone save her life. A flicker of determination to grow stronger began to ignite within Zhao Yi's mind. His training now encompassed not only self-protection, but also a newfound purpose. Buzz. At that moment, the spirit stones in his inventory seemed to respond to an unseen force, flying out en masse and enveloping Zhao Yi. However, as these spirit stones made contact with his body, they instantly transformed into pure energy, which Zhao Yi absorbed. Sensing Zhao Yi's movements, the demon prison sovereign narrowed his eyes. Did this fellow intend to break through while in a coma? Indeed, as if confirming the demon prison sovereign's suspicions, the first spirit stone was followed by a succession of mid-grade spirit stones, continuously devoured by Zhao Yi. Yet, Zhao Yi consumed them with an insatiable appetite, welcoming all that came. Chapter 46, Spirit Reign. What is that? Could there be another genius emerging? As spiritual clouds converged outside the northern Xin domain, someone had broken through to the martial general level. Quick, let us see which master it is. Zhao Yi found himself amidst the undulating mountains. The extraordinary phenomena at the apex of the heavens immediately attracted countless onlookers, their expressions filled with astonishment, as if they had encountered something miraculous. In the realm of martial extremes, those who ascend to the rank of martial general possess limitless potential, and some exceptionally gifted prodigies, even favored by the heavens, are accompanied by ethereal clouds during their breakthroughs. The presence of just one such cloud heralds an extraordinary future, while the sight of multiple is nothing short of monstrous. What phenomena grace the apex of the firmament, if not an abundance of clouds? At that moment, Zhao Yi, whose wolf-like eyes had been closed for an indeterminate duration, suddenly flung them open. The myriad ethereal clouds converging at the zenith appeared like a colossal umbrella, enveloping Zhao Yi within its embrace. As his eyes opened, it seemed the gathered clouds had received some divine impetus, releasing droplets of spiritual rain that cascaded down to the earth below. Instantaneously, the barren ground beside Zhao Yi erupted with flourishing flora, reaching an impressive height in mere breaths. Furthermore, a majority of the droplets descended upon Zhao Yi himself, each drop permeating his being. While no outward transformation was visible, an upheaval was occurring within. Every inch of flesh, every cell, and every vein experienced an epic enhancement. When the spiritual rain ceased and the clouds dissipated, Zhao Yi's physical prowess had multiplied several times over, enabling him to potentially obliterate a martial general with a single punch. Ding! You have successfully advanced and can evolve once. Would you like to evolve immediately? The evolution process requires 1 hour. Please ensure no interruptions occur. The system notification echoed in his mind, and Zhao Yi realized he had successfully broken through to the realm of the monstrous general. After a moment's hesitation, he formed a seal, disregarding the calls of the Demon Abyss Sovereign, and directly sealed him within the ocean of his consciousness. His demon god system is his greatest secret, one that cannot be disclosed by anyone. Upon completing these tasks, Zhao Yi resolutely confirmed his commitment. In an instant, his form expanded tremendously, an overwhelming aura radiating from him. Within a radius of several miles, countless creatures of the demon realm trembled on the ground, as if they had encountered something truly terrifying. This was the oppression stemming from their very bloodlines. In the realm of demons, strength is of paramount importance. Yet the achievements of these creatures are often limited, preventing them from reaching their zenith. Beyond the demons, there exist legendary divine beasts. Each divine beast, upon birth, possesses immense power and often the intellect of a human. The Moonsong Wolf is categorized as a divine beast, yet its bloodline is typically impure, falling far short when compared to true divine beings. The heat was overwhelming. As Zhao Yi began his evolution, he felt his dantian ignite like a blazing inferno, spreading flames throughout his entire being, enveloping him in fire. The flames surged fiercely but dissipated swiftly, seemingly absorbed into his dantian within mere breaths, transforming into a flickering white flame that appeared as though it could be extinguished with a mere breath. This was beast fire. Zhao Yi fixated intently on the flame. The fire born within a demon beast is known as beast fire, yet its occurrence is exceedingly rare, with only 1 in 10,000 demon beasts producing it. This beast fire, being birthed within him, achieves a perfect symbiosis, and should he wield this fire against adversaries, he would undoubtedly triumph even against foes of superior rank. Before Zhao Yi could further examine the swirling beast fire, an excruciating pain surged through his body. He discovered that within his demon core, a monumental transformation was taking place. The space that once contained it had expanded countless times without condition. In addition, Zhao Yi's physique began to elongate and enlarge. The crescent moon on his forehead became adorned with intricate, mystical patterns. These patterns multiplied until they coalesced into a single horn, standing majestically at the center of his forehead. What was this? Zhao Yi's wolf claw instinctively brushed against the horn on his brow, and an indescribable sensation of hardness enveloped him, as if it possessed the power to pierce through all existence. Ding! Congratulations on completing your second evolution. You have transformed into the Unicorn Moon Wolf, acquiring the new ability, Demon Core World. You have gained the Beast Fire, Moonasong Flame. The Moon Wolf transformation skill has been upgraded to LV2, and the Xian Wolf step skill has reached max level. Demon Core World. The Demon Core has undergone a mutation, creating a self-contained spatial world that can encompass all things. Moonsong Flame. The Beast Fire of the Moonsong Wolf, a rarity among 10,000, boasts an extraordinarily high temperature, making it an exceptional choice for both combat and alchemy. Moon Wolf Transformation. An exclusive skill of the Tsong Wolf clan, capable of invoking the celestial power of the moon, allowing the wielder to enter a temporary berserk state, unconditionally elevating their level without side effects. With a duration of 30 minutes, level LV2, upgradable. Xian Wolf Step, an exclusive skill of the Xian Wolf clan, enabling the user to conceal themselves within the air, unleashing a burst of speed 5 times their normal rate, level max. As Zhao Yi contemplated the system notification resonating in his mind, he felt a surge of joy. Each evolution granted him remarkable gifts with generous abundance. Zhao Yi's thoughts flickered, prompting him to check his information. Name, Zhao Yi. Level, 31, second-tier demon spirit. with 10 million experience points required for the next level. Race: Unicorn Moon Wolf, inferior divine beast. Technique: Song Wolf Cannon. He was now capable of freely transforming into human form. After observing for a while, Zhao Yi's consciousness finally exited the demon god system, following his second evolution. He could now assume his human guise without the need for a separate avatar. His beastly form could directly transform into that of a human. Legends suggest that when a demon beast takes on human form, it incites the jealousy of the heavens, resulting in divine retribution in the form of thunder. As this thought crossed Zhao Yi's mind, the previously serene sky, filled with spiritual clouds, seemed to change color, turning an ominous shade of black, with terrifying arcs of lightning swirling within the clouds. What is this? Thunderclouds. Zhao Yi's breakthrough had already garnered the attention of numerous experts in the northern Shen region, who rushed to the mountains. Upon witnessing the thunderclouds forming at the zenith of the sky, their expression shifted dramatically. They understood all too well what the appearance of thunderclouds signified: divine jealousy. Alas, they had initially believed that a super genius had emerged in the northern Shen region, only to find that he might meet an untimely end so soon. Countless onlookers gazed at the thunderclouds above, all sighing in resignation. Even a martial king would struggle to withstand the power of divine lightning, let alone an insignificant ant who had merely just broken through to the martial general stage. "Look, there he is, unafraid of the thunder," someone cried out, and countless gazes turned toward the source. Indeed, Zhao Yi, like a spring, leaped among the mountains, ultimately reaching a towering peak, standing resolutely at its summit. Due to the distance, none could clearly discern Zhao Yi's visage. Chapter 47. Defying the Heavens. Is this the legendary thunder? Zhao Yi raised his head, gazing at the thunderclouds that loomed within reach, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Having been reborn in the martial extreme continent, he was already defying the heavens, and thus had no fear of this thundercloud. "Come forth. I shall see what abilities you truly possess." With a low roar, Zhao Yi stomped his foot, propelling himself skyward like an arrow, his form dwarfed by the thunderclouds, akin to an insignificant ant. Boom! As if sensing Zhao Yi's provocation, the heavens responded with a thunderous roar. Bolts of lightning as large as bowls shot down into his pupils. Without a hint of surprise, the thunderstorm engulfed Zhao Yi, tearing his recently formed human body asunder. Yet, instead of frowning, his brow relaxed, feeling an exhilarating rush. This heavenly thunder, which appeared to others as a calamity, was in fact a gift from the heavens. The thunder served to temper his body, capable of infinitely enhancing his physical form. Once more, Zhao Yi bellowed, relinquishing his human form as a colossal wolf silhouette rose atop the mountain peak. Boom! The thundercloud, seemingly incensed by Zhao Yi's relentless provocations, rained down thunderbolts, shattering the mountain into fragments. Nonetheless, Zhao Yi remained steadfast, refusing to falter. It seemed the thundercloud recognized its inability to subdue Zhao Yi. Growing dimmer as if on the verge of retreating, Zhao Yi's body, once ravaged by the lightning, began to mend at a visible pace beneath the flickering arcs of electricity. A joyful smile spread across his face. His physical form had once again been fortified. Wishing to leave, "I am far from finished with this game." As the ominous thunderclouds began to dissipate, Zhao Yi exerted every ounce of strength he possessed, leaping skyward and plunging into the tempestuous clouds. Countless onlookers in the distance stood in awe, while others recoiled from the menacing storm. This audacious individual boldly charged into its depths, unafraid of the peril that awaited him. With a resounding roar, Zhao Yi plunged into the heart of the thunderclouds, which churned violently, yet ultimately proved powerless against him, retreating in defeat. "How utterly disappointing," Zhao Yi muttered, as the clouds fled, casting him out. He shrugged in resignation, having hoped to extract more benefits from the encounter, only to find it fleeting. He needed to hasten to the northern Shin domain. If he missed the registration deadline, he would be forced to wait another year. A sudden realization flickered across his face. Having spent a month in this place, he risked missing his chance if he did not act swiftly. With determination, Zhao Yi activated his Shin Wolf steps, propelling himself forward with astonishing speed, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. Such velocity was unmatched, even by some martial kings. "I must identify that extraordinary individual from earlier," I will spare no effort to recruit him into our academy." Several elders clad in white surveyed the ravaged landscape. One elder's eyes gleaming with intensity as he communicated telepathically with the two companions behind him. Understood. The two behind him, startled, nodded earnestly and began to follow the faint traces left by Zhao Yi. Initially able to keep pace with his aura, they soon found the fluctuations in the air diminishing. A clear indication that Zhao Yi's speed had far surpassed their own. What manner of speed does this youth possess? Upon exchanging a glance, both could discern the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Attempting to follow me? Not a chance. Zhao Yi had long sensed the presence of those trailing him, however. With his mastery of the Xian Wolf step, he could unleash a speed akin to that of a martial king, rendering their pursuit futile. Zhao Yi squinted slightly, continuing to navigate the map with haste towards the North Xin region. Goodness! To gain entry into the North Spirit Academy, one must attain the rank of Martial General before the age of 20. Even with his Martial King-level speed, traversing the rugged mountain range took nearly a week. Upon learning of the enrollment requirements for the North Spirit Academy, Zhao Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Why was this not mentioned earlier? Upon entering the Demon Core world, Zhao Yi fixed his gaze upon the Demon Prison Sovereign, who had promptly cast him into this realm, confident that as a sole entity, he would remain unharmed. You didn't inquire back then. The Demon Prison Sovereign feigned innocence, causing Zhao Yi's expression to darken. Were it not for the fact that he could not defeat him, he would have certainly unleashed a beating followed by a castration. The North Spirit Academy is renowned as a sacred place for cultivation across the entire continent. It is not a realm for just anyone to enter. However, for you, it should not pose much difficulty. The Demon Prison Sovereign regarded Zhao Yi with a complex expression. During his own breakthrough, 100 wisps of spiritual clouds had gathered, while even he, hailed as a prodigious talent, had only a handful drifting about. Truly, the disparity between individuals can be infuriating. Very well. You shall remain here in all honesty. Zhao Yi, disinterested in engaging in a dispute, would prefer to keep the individual within himself only for the sake of future alchemical preparations. After all, each of his hidden cards had already been exposed to this fellow. The North Spirit Academy, nestled at the heart of the North Xian domain, boasts an illustrious reputation that has attracted countless talented individuals from various factions, all yearning to cultivate their skills within its hallowed halls. The academy is replete with abundant resources, yet the assessments are exceedingly arduous. Merely achieving the Martial General rank before the age of 18 serves to deter numerous prodigies. In a remote town, such an accomplishment would grant one dominion, yet here, it merely constitutes a baseline. The North Spirit Academy is indeed formidable. Upon arriving at the nearest testing point, Zhao Yi was taken aback by the immense throng of people, which sent shivers down his spine. A rough estimate revealed that there were tens of thousands present. He understood that this was merely one testing location, with many others scattered throughout the North Xian domain. Observing the vast sea of humanity, Zhao Yi, disinclined to wait patiently, recalled his previous life when he would disregard cues in the dining hall. He strode confidently forward, his aura subtly radiating, allowing him to slip to the front unnoticed. At 17 years of age, he was a martial general with a one-star talent. Subsequently, a voice, aged yet languid, resonated as Zhao Yi beheld large characters emerging upon a colossal spirit stone, proclaiming martial general. This was a superior spiritual artifact, specifically designed for testing talent. The voice of the Demon Prison Sovereign fittingly echoed at this moment. Testing talent, he mused, as he observed a youth exuberantly descending from the crowd. Immediately thereafter, several young boys and girls stepped forward, yet none possessed the requisite talent. Either their strength fell short of that of a martial general, or their ages exceeded 18. When it was Zhao Yi's turn to take the stage, the elder reclining in a chair swiftly conveyed through thought, "Place your palm upon the spirit testing stone." Zhao Yi nodded in understanding, and as his palm gently rested on the stone, he felt it drawing forth his spiritual energy. A low hum resonated from the stone, and the two characters for Martial General instantly materialized upon its surface. Remarkably, someone had passed. The question lingered, what level of talent did they possess? Witnessing the inscription, a chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd, as stars began to illuminate one after another atop the stone, rapidly surpassing three. Three-star talent? The elder, upon seeing the 3 stars shine forth, could no longer remain seated and leaped up from his chair. 3-star talent was a rarity within the entire academy, numbering no more than 5 individuals. On the spirit testing stone, 3 resplendent stars radiated a brilliant white light, dazzling to the point where the onlookers could scarcely open their eyes. Wait, the elder squinted. The stars on the stone shone with an intensity beyond measure, and in the next moment, with a resounding crack, the stone shattered. How utterly useless! Zhao Yi couldn't help but utter a curse. If it were truly a high-quality spiritual artifact, it shouldn't be so fragile. The shattered spirit testing stone could only signify 2 possibilities. Either the stone was defective, or his talent had indeed surpassed 3 stars. A terrifying thought flashed through the old man's mind, and he immediately shook his head vigorously. Indeed, within the annals of the Academy's history, there existed a prodigy endowed with extraordinary talent, the current president of the North Spirit Academy. What qualifications did a mere novice, who had just broken through to the marshal general rank, possess to rival the president? The old man instinctively suspected a malfunction in the spirit testing stone. Elder, have I passed? Zhao Yi felt an inexplicable heaviness in the air, perplexed by the gravity of the situation. Was he truly so formidable? You have passed. Please proceed to the teleportation array, the old man stammered after meticulously checking the stone, which appeared to be functioning properly. Thank you, Zhao Yi replied with a smile. Stepping onto the teleportation array under the watchful gaze of countless onlookers. In a flash of brilliance, Zhao Yi's figure vanished without a trace. Once Zhao Yi departed, another line of bold characters emerged on the spirit testing stone. Age, for months. Cultivation, level 1 Marshal General. This is bad. The spirit testing stone is indeed malfunctioning. The old man exclaimed in terror. Who could possibly achieve the rank of Marshal General in just 4 months of training? One would need to start training from the womb to even hope to reach the Martial Warrior level. Unaware of the elder's reaction, Zhao Yi arrived at an unfamiliar location via the teleportation array, where the overwhelming sound nearly engulfed him. To his astonishment, these were all experts at the Marshal General level. As he surveyed the multitude of figures surrounding him, he felt a sense of shock. The gathering had already surpassed 10,000 and continued to swell. Zhao Yi understood that these individuals were all masters who had passed the first trial. However, this only heightened his interest. With narrowed eyes, Zhao Yi was eager to discover the extent of the gap between himself and these exceptional talents. As the enrollment period drew to a close, Zhao Yi sought a quiet spot to meditate and recuperate. Having just transcended to the rank of a demon general, he needed time to solidify his newfound realm. To his astonishment, even the Thunder Xian sect had dispatched individuals to the Northern Spirit Academy for training. The Thunder Xian sect, akin to the Northern Spirit Academy, ranks among the most prestigious powers in the Northern Xian domain. This year's assessments would undoubtedly prove challenging. However, aligning oneself with the Thunder Xian sect could illuminate a path to a promising future. In the arena, several figures emerged, eliciting gasps of awe, evidently. Formidable individuals had surfaced during the Northern Spirit Academy's evaluations. As the foremost institution in the Northern Xian domain, it is only natural for us to come here to broaden our horizons, exclaimed a man clad in azure robes, basking in the adulation directed his way. Yet, Zhao Yi remained unperturbed, sequestered in a corner, diligently fortifying his cultivation. Hey, kid, if you're looking for a cool spot, go somewhere else. The azure-robed man, a young master from the Thunder Xian sect named Shaolin, felt irked by Zhao Yi's indifference and couldn't help but shout. Zhao Yi merely lifted his eyelids slightly before closing them once more. Such audacity to ignore me. Do you comprehend the consequences? Shaolin huffed, striding towards Zhao Yi with an imposing force that could easily send an elephant flying upon impact. How tedious, Zhao Yi remarked coldly, his eyes snapping open as ethereal white flames began to emanate from his body, manifesting a terrifying heat that enveloped him. The moment Shaolin collided with Zhao Yi, he felt as if scorched by the intense flames, his shoulder seared to a charred black, causing him to wail in agony. You scoundrel! How dare you ambush me? Shaolin's complexion was ashen as he hastily consumed a medicinal pill, which alleviated the pain in his shoulder. He immediately glared at Zhao Yi. My goodness! Shaolin had actually been injured by this young man in black robes. Who on earth is this fellow, capable of inflicting harm on Shaolin? You brat. Consider yourself fortunate. Should we cross paths again, I shall make you wish for death. Upon hearing this threat, Shaolin's expression shifted dramatically, forcing him to abandon the notion of teaching Zhao Yi a lesson as his gaze drifted toward the front. There, an elderly man stood upon a high platform, emanating an intangible aura that intensified the pressure in the air. A martial king expert, Zhao Yi felt the overwhelming sense of oppression and was taken aback. If he were to confront the martial king, he feared he would not survive even a single blow. Yet, despite the oppressive atmosphere, Zhao Yi remained undaunted, locking his pitch-black eyes with the elders. Haha. Welcome everyone to our institute's assessment. The evaluation consists of 3 stages, and those who stand here have successfully passed the first. The elder, clad in a white robe, smiled warmly at the young candidates. I am Elder Baichin, and I shall oversee the evaluations for the 2nd and 3rd stages today. I hope you all achieve outstanding results. The elder's presence was formidable, and it seemed intentional that he lingered on Zhao Yi for several seconds. It is indeed Elder Baichin. It appears that Bailing Academy places great importance on this new cohort. Certainly. Elder Baichin's profound cultivation and esteemed status within the academy make it clear that our chances of slipping through the cracks are now slim. Countless individuals gazed at Elder Baichin upon the high platform, murmuring amongst themselves. Silence, please. I shall now announce the rules for the 2nd round of competition. Chapter 49. The 2nd round. Before you lies the illusory spirit bracelet, the scoring device for this round. Each of your bracelets begins with an initial score of 1, and you must accumulate a total of 1,000 points to advance. As Baichin observed numerous participants donning the illusory spirit bracelets, he nodded gently and waved his hand. With a thunderous roar, a colossal barrier materialized before the eyes of all present. Within this luminous shield, the outlines of a forest became discernible, along with various mystical beasts and the gentle sway of medicinal herbs in the breeze. The spectators had now witnessed the contents within the barrier. This was the Northern Spirit Secret Realm, the battleground for your 2nd round. The method of acquiring points is to enter the Northern Spirit Secret Realm and collect the necessary items for your tasks, thus amassing a wealth of points. Upon concluding his explanation, all participants suddenly noticed streams of white light emanating from their illusory spirit bracelets, as a vast influx of information surged into their minds. Zhao Yi discovered a substantial list manifesting in his consciousness, detailing various medicinal herbs and the cores of mystical beasts. Clearly, this was the task for acquiring points as elucidated by Baichin. To his astonishment, the Northern Spirit Secret Realm had been unveiled. It was unexpected that this year's recruitment would even feature such a realm. The Demon Abyss Sovereign immediately spoke up, evidently familiar with the Northern Spirit Secret Realm. What is the significance of the Northern Spirit Secret Realm? Zhao Yi was momentarily taken aback. The emergence of such emotions from the Lord of the Demon Abyss suggested that the Northern Spirit Secret Realm was far from ordinary. The Northern Spirit Secret Realm was an immensely significant location for the Northern Spirit Academy, said to be a remnant from ancient times, housing a plethora of ancient treasures. The academy itself was founded because of this very secret realm. After listening, Zhao Yi nodded thoughtfully, realizing that the Northern Spirit Secret Realm was not merely a venue for assessments. Elder Baichin, aside from completing the tasks assigned, are there any other means to acquire points? A voice echoed from the crowd, triggering a chain reaction. What an excellent question, Elder Baichin replied. Beyond the tasks, the most straightforward and brutish method is to seize. Your initial talents are not all uniformly ranked at 1. A talent rated 1 star grants 10 points. 2 stars yield 100 points, and 3 stars provide 1,000 points. As Elder Baichin concluded, the atmosphere in the arena grew tense, with numerous individuals instinctively distancing themselves, wary of each other's potential attacks. Furthermore, candidates with 2 stars or above had their specific locations marked. As his words lingered in the air, brilliant lights suddenly emerged from countless individuals' illusionary spirit bracelets, illuminating those who possessed talents rated 2 stars or higher. Thus, let the second round commence. With Elder Bai Qin's declaration, the Northern Spirit secret realm erupted in radiant light. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, those illuminated by the light mysteriously vanished from sight. Zhao Yi, possessing a talent exceeding 3 stars, found the situation intriguing. Elder Bai Qin narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at the Northern Spirit secret realm with a smile that danced on the edge of amusement. Buzz. In the ethereal expanse above the Northern Spirit secret realm, beams of light cascaded from the heavens, transforming the previously tranquil domain into a vibrant hub of activity. These radiant columns heralded the arrival of candidates summoned to the realm for assessment. Upon their arrival in this unfamiliar territory, they instinctively surveyed their surroundings with heightened vigilance. The Abyssal Sovereign conveyed a message, sending Zhao Yi's heart racing. Was he not here precisely for the coveted spirit-swallowing liquid? However, the prospect of encountering the spirit-swallowing liquid within the Northern Spirit secret realm seemed implausible, for anyone who stumbled upon it would undoubtedly hoard it with utmost care. The Abyssal Sovereign, harboring little hope, mused that if those from the Northern Spirit Academy had not already stripped the place of its treasures, they would hardly have chosen it as a testing ground. How can one know without searching? Zhao Yi mused, a smile gracing his lips as he set aside the so-called task and began to scour the Northern Spirit secret realm. Currently, Zhao Yi's talent had been evaluated as a 3-star rating, and he had amassed a score of 1,000 points even before his arrival. Thus, he harbored no concerns regarding the assessment. Nevertheless, possessing such a substantial score rendered him a target of envy. With countless individuals eyeing his position and hastening to pursue him, a score of 1,000 points meant that anyone who could vanquish Zhao Yi would instantly ascend, making it an opportunity too tempting for any competitor to overlook. While the Northern Spirit secret realm teemed with countless medicinal herbs, not a single drop of the spirit-swallowing liquid could be found. The legendary fruits of Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang were conspicuously absent, leaving behind naught but shadows of their existence. Zhao Yi circumnavigated nearly the entire Northern Spirit secret realm, encountering numerous precious materials along the way. Yet none were what he sought. As Zhao Yi fervently sought the spirit-devouring liquid, a peculiar scene unfolded throughout the North Spirit secret realm. Countless individuals appeared to have succumbed to madness, trailing behind Zhao Yi as they traversed from one end of the realm to the other. The North Spirit Academy must be a deception. I have chased for an entire day without a single clue. A mournful wail suddenly echoed from a certain corner of the North Spirit secret realm. He gazed at the dazzling white light of the illusory spirit bracelet, feeling utterly despondent. Boss, half an hour has passed, and that fellow remains stationary. A rather sizable group had gathered, with a plump young man hastily rushing to the forefront. Addressing a young man clad in a blue robe, clearly agitated. He must be exhausted from that 1,000-point run. The blue-robed youth was Shaolin, who had previously clashed with Zhao Yi before entering the secret realm. He observed the unchanging light point with a grin, as if victory was already assured. Quickly notify everyone to confront this lad with 3-star talent. If he dares to resist, we shall surely leave him battered and bruised. After Shaolin spoke, the plump young man nodded promptly and began to alert the team, preparing for action. Although the North Spirit secret realm was merely an assessment point, it undoubtedly held more than mere trivialities. Was a widespread search truly necessary? Zhao Yi sat cross-legged in a medicinal garden, deeply contemplating that merely wandering around the secret realm would not yield the desired results. Perhaps it would be prudent to capture someone for interrogation. With a sigh, Zhao Yi acknowledged the vast expanse of the North Spirit secret realm, covering thousands of kilometers, even with his mystic wolf steps. It was impossible to traverse every corner in a short span of time. As Zhao Yi's mind flickered with a sudden thought, a piercing sound cut through the air, and a sharp arrow shot straight towards his chest. If struck by such force, it would surely penetrate his entire torso. Chapter 50, The Secret Vault Hum. The unexpected attack elicited a cold snort from Zhao Yi, whose hand transformed into a steel-like claw, firmly grasping the incoming arrow. Truly, one with a 3-star talent could detect even the most concealed of actions. A mechanical sound echoed, and figures swiftly emerged from outside the medicinal garden. the leader of whom regarded Zhao Yi with a mocking smile. "Kid, hand over all your points. I will overlook your previous attempt to harm me." Shaolin crossed his arms, his derisive laughter intensifying upon observing Zhao Yi's cultivation level. Though they appeared to be of similar age, Zhao Yi was merely a first-level martial general. It was a mystery how he had been rated with 3-star talent. What right did he have? Zhao Yi met his gaze without fear. "Simply because I am stronger than you. If you refuse to surrender all your points, I will ensure you cannot even enter the Academy's assessment," Shaolin threatened, considering it somewhat excessive to deal with a first-level martial general. "Leave while I have no intention of striking." Zhao Yi's cold eyes shot towards Shaolin, causing the latter to feel as though he had fallen into an icy abyss. A chill running down his spine. "Boss is formidable." Upon witnessing Shaolin's aggression, his lackeys erupted in cheers, as if they had already envisioned Zhao Yi's dismal defeat. Though you possess the cultivation of a third-level martial general, do not underestimate your opponent. Zhao Yi slightly raised his palm, his hand feeling as solid as fine iron, gently resting against Shaolin's chest. Xiaolin had initially intended to defend himself, but he soon discovered that Zhao Yi moved with astonishing speed, seemingly aware of his vulnerabilities in advance. A fierce blow struck his chest, causing several of his ribs to fracture. His agonized cries echoed throughout the entire medicinal herb garden. "Our leader is truly formidable." Even before the skirmish began, that young man was already at a disadvantage. Indeed, one must ponder the caliber of our leader. Upon hearing the screams, the onlookers instinctively flattered their superior, yet when they turned their gazes, their bodies froze in shock. For to their astonishment, the one who had been struck down was none other than Xiaolin. "You dare to harm me? Do you even know who I am?" Xiaolin's face flushed crimson, his entire frame quaking as he directed a fierce, yet hollow retort at Zhao Yi. "And what if I do? What if I don't?" Zhao Yi replied, his eyes growing icy. He had come here solely to seek the spirit-devouring liquid, wishing to avoid unnecessary troubles. Otherwise, he would have already dispatched Xiaolin with a single strike, converting him into experience points. "You." Xiaolin's breath caught in his throat, unable to meet Zhao Yi's gaze. "Surrender your storage bags, or face death if you resist." However, Zhao Yi's reluctance to instigate conflict did not imply cowardice. Since these individuals had dared to encroach upon him, it would be remiss not to collect a debt. "I am a direct disciple of the Thunder Shin sect. Do you not fear the consequences of demanding my storage bag?" Xiaolin sneered, but before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Yi appeared before him in an instant, exerting a slight pressure that dislocated his arm. With his arm severed, Shaolin was on the verge of tears, pointing at Zhao, but rendered speechless. "My patience is finite. Next time, I might not know what part one will remove." A murderous glint flickered in Zhao Yi's eyes, causing Shaolin to tremble in fear, fully aware of Zhao Yi's decisive actions. "Take it." Shaolin felt a pang of anguish as his eyelids twitched, reluctantly placing his storage bag on the ground. It contained his entire fortune, most importantly, several hundred superior spiritual stones. "What about you?" Zhao Yi turned his gaze towards the onlookers, who immediately shuddered. With their leader subdued, any notion of resistance would be tantamount to courting death. In terror, they discarded their valuables, nearly leaving behind their garments. "Excellent." Zhao Yi nodded in satisfaction, a surge of power emanating from his palm as he swiftly gathered all the items into his grasp. "Do you know where I can find spirit-swallowing liquid?" Zhao Yi fixed his intense gaze upon them, for the liquid was of paramount importance to him, yet his search had yielded nothing. "I have not heard of it." Shaolin stammered, but upon sensing Zhao Yi's chilling demeanor, he was startled into action, hastily producing a map. However, as the foremost power in the Northern Shin domain, our Lei Xian sect possesses some intelligence regarding the northern spiritual secret realms. This map indicates 3 locations where hidden treasures abound. Perhaps you might find the spirit-swallowing liquid you seek. Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow, accepting the map from Shaolin. It marked the majority of the northern spiritual secret realms, constituting a relatively complete representation. The Thunder Mystic sect is indeed formidable, managing to acquire the map of the northern spirit secret realm. Begone. Before you contemplate any schemes against me, consider your own capabilities." Zhao Yi remarked coldly. Prior to his breakthrough as a martial general, someone of Shaolin's caliber posed no threat to him, let alone now that he had advanced. With the map in hand, Zhao Yi felt an irresistible urge to explore the locations indicated. Perhaps he might uncover the coveted spirit-swallowing liquid. Shaolin gritted his teeth, refraining from uttering further words, and exited the medicinal garden. His face darkened to an almost ashen hue. "Boss, you are a genius of the Thunder Mystic sect. How could this brat snatch your storage bag and also take away such a vital map?" The chubby sidekick approached Shaolin, feeling a sense of resentment due to Zhao Yi's theft of his own storage bag. Chapter 51. Deceived within the Northern Spirit Secret Realm. Ever since tens of thousands of candidates entered, the area became a battlefield of various scales, all aimed at seizing each other's scores to advance to the third stage. Zhao Yi did not engage in the fray. After obtaining Shaolin's map, he focused solely on the 3 marked locations. With his mystic wolf step fully mastered, his speed rivaled that of a martial king, allowing him to traverse the Northern Spirit Secret Realm with remarkable swiftness. Upon reaching the first marked location on the map, he found nothing but a 5th-tier demonic general. Frustrated, he pressed on to the 2nd and 3rd marked spots, expending half a day's time in this relentless pursuit. Damn it! How dare he play me for a fool? Zhao Yi clutched the map, and the white flames swiftly consumed it entirely. He had traversed the 3 locations, each fraught with either venomous swamps or the presence of formidable beasts. Even someone as dim-witted as Zhao Yi could discern that he had been outmaneuvered by Shaolin. "At your speed, you might still catch up to him," the Demon Abyss Sovereign remarked with a hint of malice, seemingly reveling in Zhao Yi's predicament. "How do I pursue him?" Zhao Yi furrowed his brow. The North Spirit Secret Realm sprawled for dozens of kilometers. Where should he begin his search? Truly inexperienced, the Sovereign continued. "In light of your generous offering of high-grade spirit stones that aided my soul condensation, I shall impart a technique to you." Zhao Yi had seized a considerable number of high-grade spirit stones from Shaolin and had given some to the Demon Abyss Sovereign, for this individual, despite his profound cultivation, was also exceptionally skilled in various arts. Zhao Yi, having gleaned from the Sovereign's memories, had managed to master the formation techniques. "Very well," Zhao Yi nodded, and the Sovereign promptly transmitted a piece of information into Zhao Yi's mind. Spiritual sense. A spark of brilliance flickered in Zhao Yi's eyes. Spiritual sense could be regarded as a unique power of the soul, utilized for detection and tracking. It would naturally develop upon reaching a certain level of cultivation. However, the information imparted by the Demon Abyss Sovereign was a method for cultivating spiritual sense. Zhao Yi's heart leaped with joy. This was precisely what he required. The cultivation of spiritual sense was not particularly arduous, and with Zhao Yi's aptitude, he grasped the fundamentals within a few hours. So this is where it lies. Zhao Yi closed his eyes momentarily, suddenly perceiving indistinct auras scattered throughout every corner of the North Spirit Secret Realm. Having clashed with Shaolin, he was well acquainted with his aura. After several minutes of searching, he quickly discerned some clues. With that vague location in mind, Zhao Yi immediately dashed forth, the air around him shimmering with indistinct figures. His speed rivaled that of the martial king. Who exactly is this young man? Shortly after Zhao Yi departed, a figure appeared at the spot where he had once stood. The elder, with white brows furrowed, was utterly perplexed. This matter must be reported to the dean. This figure was none other than Elder Bai Chen, who presided over the second trial. Speaking to himself, he gazed in the direction Zhao Yi had taken, and in the next instant, he vanished into thin air. Bai Chen's speed far surpassed that of Zhao Yi. "My brother, should we acquire the treasures within the hidden vault, we would undoubtedly stand among the elite of this year's newcomers." In a secluded part of the North Spirit Secret Realm, several figures hurriedly traversed the path. Shaolin rubbed his hands together, unable to contain his excitement. This recruitment will not be so simple. Otherwise, the North Spirit Academy would not have unleashed the North Spirit Secret Realm as a test. Beside Shaolin, a towering figure shook his head. "However, should anyone dare to obstruct us, I, Lin Zhan, will be the first to crush them." The imposing figure spoke, his aura radiating power, revealing him to be a level 6 martial artist. Accompanied by a few subordinates, the two continued for about half an hour, until a structure obscured by trees came into view. The hidden vault. Before them stood a building, resembling a fortress. Its walls adorned with patterns that bore witness to many years of history. Brother, let us enter swiftly. This secret realm is exceedingly concealed, and I believe others remain oblivious. Shaolin felt a sense of impatience, for within lay various treasures, even surpassing those of their own Lei Xian sect. Lin Zhan nodded, aware that opportunities must not be missed, and promptly stepped inside. Haha, Lin Zhan, you sneaked in here alone, hiding such treasures. Lin Zhan had barely taken 2 steps when a stone flew through the air, forcing him and his companions to retreat. Yin Ruochen, are you here to thwart my endeavors again? As an old student entering the secret realm, are you not afraid of being caught by the enforcement elder? Lin Zhan's eyes narrowed dangerously, his internal spiritual energy swirling, ready to strike at any moment. Rest assured, I have the elder's permission. As for you, Lei Xian sect, are you planning to cling to Beiling Academy for survival, sending people to participate in the examination? It seemed they were old acquaintances, exchanging barbs upon their first meeting, both radiating spiritual energy. From their words, it became evident that the Lei Xian sect and Beiling Academy did not exhibit the harmonious relationship they appeared to share on the surface. Instead, they harbored a deep-seated animosity, wishing the other's downfall to dominate the northern Xin realm. Speak, what is your Lei Xian sect's purpose in participating in this year's assessment? Yin Ruochen's eyes lowered slightly, his white robe swaying without wind, poised to act if Lin Zhan misspoke. Since you have already discovered our intent, there is little left to discuss. Lin Zhan smiled slightly, and his followers immediately stepped forward, powerful waves of spiritual energy emanating from them. The cultivation levels of this group were no less than 3rd-tier martial generals. Yin Ruochen's expression changed. He had not anticipated that the Lei Xian sect would dispatch so many elites. You obstruct him while I venture into the hidden treasure. Aside from seizing the precious artifacts, we are entrusted with a task of utmost significance, Lin Zhan commanded, gesturing to his subordinates, who promptly lunged towards Yin Ruochen. Despite Yin Ruochen's profound cultivation, he found himself gradually overwhelmed by the sheer number of attackers. In such a haste, where could he possibly be heading? Suddenly, a deep voice resonated unexpectedly. And before Lin Zhan could step into the treasure chamber, a figure cloaked in black materialized before him, a massive hand engulfed in white flames descending upon him. Curse it! Lin Zhan felt an overwhelming wave of deathly energy wash over him, for hidden within those white flames lay a dark void. A single misstep could cost him his life. With a resounding crash, Lin Zhan, being a 6th-level martial general, managed to retreat hastily after a brief moment of adjustment, glaring at the figure ahead. Who are you? Do you comprehend the dire consequences of offending my Thunder Xian sect? Lin Zhan gritted his teeth, his gaze filled with fury as he scrutinized Zhao Yi. Wary after witnessing his formidable display, did that fool Shaolin fail to inform you? Zhao Yi regarded him with indifference, his cold stare akin to that reserved for the deceased. Brother, this is the very man who not only pilfered my storage pouch, but also threatened to beat you mercilessly upon our next encounter before claiming it. Recognizing Zhao Yi's somewhat familiar silhouette, Shaolin would not forget. He hurriedly embellished the tale before Lin Zhan. Chapter 52. Endless Clones. Excellent. A mere 1st-level warrior dares to trample upon the dignity of my Thunder Xian sect. Upon hearing this, Lin Zhan's expression darkened immediately. He never anticipated Zhao Yi would show him such disrespect. He truly could not fathom the source of Zhao Yi's audacity. With a thunderous roar, Lin Zhan summoned the immense power within him, charging towards Zhao Yi in an instant, his great blade descending without hesitation. Be careful! Yin Ruochen, who had been struggling desperately, cried out upon witnessing Zhao Yi in peril. However, her warning seemed to come too late. Lin Zhan's massive blade had already descended, leaving no room for evasion at such proximity. Boom! The blade, enveloped in spiritual energy, detonated like a bomb, and Zhao Yi's body was immediately struck by a terrifying force, seemingly obliterated in an instant. Dead? Is he dead? Lin Zhan felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief as he reduced Zhao Yi to a mist of blood with a single strike. Aha! My elder brother's prowess is unparalleled. With just one move, he has sent that brat to meet the king of hell. Shaolin stared in shock as Zhao Yi transformed into a pool of blood, but soon erupted into laughter, Recognizing the vast disparity between a 6th-level martial artist and a 1st-level martial artist, being turned into a mist of blood was only to be expected. Foolishness. Zhao Yi let out a cold chuckle. Ever since his 2nd evolution, his essence blood had been replenishing continuously, and with the spiritual herbs he had acquired recently, restoring some essence blood was a trivial matter. What Lin Zhan had just obliterated was merely a clone. What sorcery is this? Lin Zhan gazed at the suddenly reappeared Zhao Yi in disbelief, his body moving like lightning once more, striking at Zhao Yi again. The result was the same as before. Zhao Yi lay lifeless, utterly dead. Lin Zhan, I am right here. Before Lin Zhan could catch his breath, he felt a hand patting his shoulder from behind. He turned to find Zhao Yi grinning at him. In a fit of rage, Lin Zhan swung his blade again, delivering a ferocious strike that cleaved Zhao Yi in two. However, moments later, the severed halves of Zhao Yi transformed into several drops of blood, pooling on the ground. Was this a manifestation of flesh and blood? No, such extraordinary effects were not characteristic of mere manifestations. On the battlefield, Yin Ruoqing also witnessed the unfolding situation with Zhao Yi. The seemingly endless manifestations left even him perplexed regarding their origin. Lin Zhan, infuriated to the point of spitting blood, realized that Zhao Yi's ceaseless doppelgangers would eventually drain his spiritual energy. Since you've killed enough, now it's my turn, Zhao Yi sneered, seizing the opportunity while Lin Zhan was still bewildered, and gracefully appeared before Shaolin. This man had treated him like a fool, and Zhao Yi was determined not to let him escape unscathed. Zhao Yi, I am a member of the Thunder Xian sect. If you wish to kill me, you will undoubtedly face the wrath of the sect. Shaolin's pupils constricted as he shouted, suddenly acutely aware of the murderous intent radiating from Zhao Yi. You dare to threaten me? A glint of cold light flashed in Zhao Yi's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, a black hole formed in the palm of his hand. This man had provoked him time and again, and his patience had worn thin. He would deal with whatever forces lay behind him later. Although Shaolin was somewhat arrogant, he managed to maintain his composure in the face of imminent death, promptly drawing forth the illusory spirit bracelet. Besides recording scores, this bracelet concealed a teleportation array. Should he shatter it, he could escape, albeit at the cost of losing his qualification for the assessment. You think you can flee? Though Shaolin's movement was subtle, it could not escape the gaze of those with precise calculations. With a cold sneer, a shadowy wolf, no larger than a thumb, shot forth from his sleeve with astonishing speed, piercing through Shaolin's chest in an instant. Shaolin's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape. Yet he lacked the strength to utter a sound, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Shaolin had been slain by Zhao Yi in a mere heartbeat. His companion, Lin Zhan, who shared a close bond with Shaolin, cried out in anguish upon witnessing the latter's demise, his aura surging violently in response to his emotions. Congratulations! You have slain a level 23 wild beast, earning 80,000 experience points. Level up challenge bonus, 200, upon hearing the system notification. Zhao Yi understood that Shaolin was irrevocably dead. He swiftly absorbed Shaolin into a black hole, erasing all traces of him. Scoundrel! You forced my hand. Lin Zhan bellowed, retreating hastily towards the hidden chamber. Little brother, stop him. Yin Ruoqing seemed to sense the urgency and shouted aloud. Regrettably, it was too late. Lin Zhan let out a cold chuckle and stepped into the secret chamber. Zhao Yi frowned and followed closely behind, leaving Yin Ruoqing outside, anxious yet unable to shake off Lin Zhan's minions. Upon entering the secret chamber, the light dimmed instantly, and at that moment, the chamber's door suddenly closed, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Kid, had you chosen to remain outside, you might have lingered a while longer. But since you have entered this chamber, I trust your true form has followed suit. In the dimly lit secret chamber, a chilling laughter echoed. Although Zhao Yi could not see, he was able to discern Lin Zhan's approximate location through his spiritual awareness. What was happening? Zhao Yi was taken aback. His true self had also entered this realm. However, given Lin Zhan's prowess as a 6th-level martial general, he could not pose a threat to him. In light of this, let us engage in a game. From the darkness emerged a sphere of crimson light. Zhao Yi could vaguely perceive that Lin Zhan seemed to be placing a glowing red jade into a sculpture. With a slight elevation of his hand, the moonsong flame radiated a brilliant white light, illuminating the entire secret chamber as if it were day. Zhao Yi was situated only at the periphery of the chamber, yet this area spanned several miles, albeit it was quite desolate, filled merely with sculptures and devoid of any treasures. Crack, crack. As Zhao Yi meticulously observed his surroundings, a sharp sound of shattering suddenly resonated throughout the chamber. He then witnessed a sculpture beside Lin Zhan coming to life, standing upright as if animated. Intruders into the forbidden grounds shall be met with no mercy. Chapter 53. The Stone Statue. No mercy. A hoarse, deep voice reverberated, and Zhao Yi immediately felt a surge of murderous intent permeating the air. The stone statue, wielding a spear, charged at Zhao Yi like a tempest. The spear struck Zhao Yi with pinpoint accuracy, instantly transforming him into a mist of blood. What is this monstrosity? In another direction, Zhao Yi's complexion turned pale. Had he manifested his true self, he would have likely been reduced to a lifeless corpse. The stone statue exuded an overwhelming presence, akin to a towering mountain, rendering any resistance futile. Young man, regardless of your origins, today you shall undoubtedly meet your demise. Lin Zhan sneered as he swiftly removed the illusory spirit bracelet. If you emerge from the northern spirit secret realm, no matter where you flee, my Lei Xian sect will relentlessly pursue you. As his words echoed, Lin Zhan exhibited no hesitation and shattered the illusory spirit bracelet. Instantly, his form was enveloped in a sphere of white light, and he inexplicably vanished from sight. Boom. The gradually awakening statue unleashed a fierce strike at the very spot Lin Zhan had occupied moments before, leaving a profound crack in the ground beneath. Zhao Yi furrowed his brow as he observed Lin Zhan's disappearing figure, taken aback by the young man's resolute decision to forsake this assessment in his quest to eliminate him. Kill. The statue awkwardly twisted its head, its pair of gray eyes fixated upon Zhao Yi, its raspy voice sending a shiver through Zhao Yi's body. Having just faced off against the statue, Zhao Yi recognized its terrifying prowess, having reached the pinnacle of a martial general, teetering on the brink of martial king. With astonishing speed, the statue locked onto Zhao Yi and charged forth, its spear seemingly capable of rending the very fabric of existence. Each time Zhao Yi attempted to manifest a clone, it was ruthlessly obliterated into nothingness. If this continued, he would inevitably fall victim to the statue's relentless assault. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Yi understood that while he could currently conjure numerous clones, his own blood essence and spiritual herbs were finite, and he would eventually be drained by the statue's relentless onslaught. After all, the statue was oblivious to fatigue despite recognizing the vulnerabilities in the statue's form. Its speed rendered any opportunity for counteraction futile. Zhao Yi's eyes transformed into a translucent hue, revealing a peculiar stone embedded in the statue's forehead. Likely the result of Lin Zhan's prior manipulations. The disparity between the two parties was immense. Zhao Yi had barely approached when he was swiftly eliminated. Master of the demonic abyss, do you have any solutions? In this perilous situation, Zhao Yi found himself compelled to seek assistance from the master of the demonic abyss. Good lad, while I promise to protect you for a decade, the trouble you've stirred is quite substantial, a mere half-step martial king. Had we encountered this before the spatial storm, dealing with it would have been effortless. However, it seems unlikely now. Upon witnessing Zhao Yi's plea for help, the master of the demonic abyss shouted out loudly. He had yet to recover from his previous confrontation with the spatial storm. Unreliable, Zhao Yi could not help but roll his eyes at a critical moment. He found his ally lacking. The master of the demonic abyss twitched at the corner of his mouth, unable to refute the claim. The flaw in the statue lies in its forehead. If its movements were just a tad slower, I would be confident in shattering it. Another of Zhao Yi's avatars was obliterated, leaving his true self feeling increasingly powerless, his complexion pale, clearly suffering from severe blood loss. Slow down. Zhao Yi furrowed his brow, seemingly recalling something, as a glimmer of brilliance erupted from his dark eyes. With a flick of his hand, a transparent droplet appeared in his palm. The emergence of this droplet caused the surrounding air to distort, as if the very fabric of this space could not bear the droplet's power. This droplet was a treasure Zhao Yi had acquired from the Moonlight Treasure Box. Embodying the essence of the laws of time, he had inadvertently reversed all actions of the master of the demonic abyss at that time. Here it comes. Zhao Yi brandished the droplet. Yet before he could take further action, the statue had already closed in, its spear aimed directly at Zhao Yi, thrusting forth with determination. Zhao Yi found himself bereft of time to ponder further. Drawing upon his insights into the laws of time, his hand movements transformed, and water droplets instantly enveloped his palm before he struck forth. A resonating hum echoed as an enigmatic power seemed to reverse the very fabric of fate, rendering the world motionless in that fleeting moment. The spear thrust by the stone statue eerily halted a mere 3 inches from Zhao Yi's head. Time stood still. Shock washed over Zhao Yi, but he swiftly regained his composure, his palm morphing into a wolf's claw, flickering with blazing white flames of an extraordinarily high temperature. An invisible force ensnared the statue, yet within less than a second, it broke free, the statue brandishing its spear once more, aiming for Zhao Yi. It felt as though he had been drained of strength, his complexion paling dramatically. This law's power nearly transcended destiny itself, and even as a divine beast, he faced severe backlash. This cannot be. Victory must be achieved in one decisive strike. Zhao Yi forcefully stifled the weakness surging within him. As the wolf's claw swiftly descended upon the statue's forehead, the claw was enveloped in white flames, a manifestation of the power he had conjured in this dire moment. And he struck down with conviction. Despite the statue possessing the might of a half-step martial king, it was challenging for external forces to inflict damage upon it. Yet, the white flames upon Zhao Yi's claw seemed to respond to some unseen stimulus, exploding forth like a cannonball, incinerating the surrounding air to nothingness. With a grip of his wolf's claw, the terrifying heat and explosive force erupted violently from his hand. Even though the moon song flame was his own beast fire, its explosive might disregarded its master, resulting in flames detonating from his palm, which consequently led to his hand being blown apart, blood gushing incessantly from his palm. It dawned upon him that the moon song flame could be wielded in such a manner. Zhao Yi's palm was injured from the explosion, yet instead of expressing pain, he exuberantly exclaimed as though he had stumbled upon a new world. Just moments ago, Zhao Yi discovered that his moon songen could be compressed indefinitely, and that upon reaching a certain threshold, it would detonate, unleashing formidable power. This fellow Zhao Yi, astonishingly, was able to harness the power of beast fire even in such a critical moment. The demon prison sovereign, witnessing this scene, twitched at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, a prodigy with extraordinary triple-star talent, such as the nature of competition that it can evoke envy in others. Chapter 54, The Fourth Transformation of Spirit Swallowing Liquid. Haha. From now on, I shall call you Tsongen Explosion. Zhao Yi compressed the moon Tsongen into a small orb, appearing diminutive yet possessing the capability to annihilate even martial generals in an instant. However, while the power was formidable, given his current state, he could manage to unleash it no more than twice. With a casual wave of his hand, the moon Songyan dissipated, and at that moment, a profound sense of weakness surged over him. The exertion of temporal laws had nearly drained Zhao Yi. Had he not seized some spirit stones from Shaolin, he might have already collapsed unconscious. Kang Wolf Classic. Zhao Yi sat cross-legged, desperately channeling the Kang Wolf Classic, gradually restoring his strength. Boom. The previously sealed secret chamber door was suddenly struck by a heavy object, allowing a sliver of light to pierce through from the outside. Zhao Yi's gaze flickered as he swiftly absorbed the immobile statue beside him into the demon core realm. Although it appeared merely as a statue, with the right technique, it could be transformed into a formidable ally. Little brother, thankfully you are unharmed. Lin Zhan did not cause you any trouble, did he? As the secret chamber door swung wide open, a voice tinged with concern echoed, and Yin Ruoqing anxiously gazed at Zhao Yi. After all, Zhao Yi was merely a first-tier martial general, a far cry from Lin Zhan. No worries, that fellow is not my rival. He calmly recounted the recent events, mentioning how he shattered the illusory spirit bracelet and fled. Yin Ruoqing gazed at Zhao Yi as if he had encountered a ghost, clearly incredulous. Little brother, you must leave this secret vault at once. It is filled with numerous martial kings as guardians. If they detect us, we will have no choice but to shatter the illusory spirit bracelet and abandon the assessment. Yin Ruoqing stared into the depths of the vault, which was shrouded in darkness, resembling a demon poised to devour all. Suddenly, a spirit stone at Yin Ruoqing's waist began to flicker with a radiant light before dimming into dullness. Senior, what is wrong? Zhao Yi inquired, observing the drastic change in Yin Ruoqing's expression. It's nothing. My sister just acquired a bottle of 4-turn spirit-devouring liquid from a secret vault. And now she is under siege by the Thunder Shin sect. The situation is dire. We must part ways here. Yin Ruoqing admitted without reservation, gripping the spirit stone tightly. Before he could set off, Zhao Yi placed a hand firmly on his shoulder. Senior, I shall accompany you. I was just hoping to confront those fellows from the Thunder Shin sect. Zhao Yi smiled, feeling an overwhelming sense of delight as he finally heard news of the spirit-devouring liquid after traveling from Longyan City to this place. Master of the Demon Abyss. What is the distinction between the 4-turn and 5-turn spirit-devouring liquids? Zhao Yi's mind partially drifted into the realm of the demon core. Recalling that the materials for refining the fusion spirit pill were indeed the 5-turn spirit-devouring liquid. The spirit-devouring liquid is classified into 9 transformations, each yielding distinct effects. Should one utilize the 4th transformation of the spirit-devouring liquid to concoct the soul-melding pill, not only is the success rate of the alchemical process likely to plummet, but the resultant efficacy will also be significantly diminished. The Demon Abyss sovereign remarked with indifference. Zhao Yi furrowed his brow, having finally gleaned information regarding the spirit-devouring liquid. He was loath to squander it. 4th transformation it is, he thought. If no superior herbs are available, I shall make do for now. Zhao Yi understood that this opportunity was rare, and if missed, it may never return. Very well, Yin Ruoqing replied, momentarily taken aback, then nodded eagerly. He too was curious about how Zhao Yi had compelled Linzhan to withdraw from the assessment. Let us not tarry, Yin Ruoqing declared as he dashed forward. Zhao Yi hesitated for a moment, conjuring a doppelganger to follow closely behind Yin Ruoqing. Meanwhile, his true self seized the opportunity to enter the secret vault before it closed. Zhao Yi sensed that the vault concealed more than met the eye, especially since even a mere statue possessed the prowess of a martial king. As the grand doors sealed shut, darkness enveloped the vault, prompting a white flame to flicker to life in Zhao Yi's palm, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daylight. He gazed into the depths of the darkness and ventured forth, swiftly becoming shrouded in shadows. This place is rather peculiar. Stepping deeper into the vault, Zhao Yi observed that aside from the standing stone statues, there was naught else, certainly no treasures as the legends had suggested. His brow furrowed deeper. This could not be all there was. Have I reached the end? Zhao Yi activated the mystic wolf step and soon found himself at the innermost recesses of the vault, which were utterly devoid of anything. Consciousness. Zhao Yi searched for a considerable time, but still failed to discern anything particularly remarkable about this place. Contemplating deeply, he centered his consciousness around himself, probing inch by inch. Meanwhile, in a certain location within the northern spirit secret realm, a fierce battle erupted. Several figures clad in black encircled an individual, and upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a girl, dressed in a simple white garment. Her exquisite features bore no imperfections. With a full bosom and a slender waist, she resembled a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. However, at this moment, she appeared somewhat disheveled. Her white dress was stained with dust, and her delicate face was flushed red, clearly indicating that she had suffered significant internal injuries. Yanjiro, cease your futile resistance and obediently surrender the 4 transformation spirit swallowing liquid. It shall be beneficial for all involved. Otherwise, do not blame us for being ruthless. A young man clad in black armor stepped forward, his gaze fixated on the girl, evidently the leader of this group of black-clad individuals. Qin Yuan, my brother is on his way. If you know what is good for you, you should leave at once. Yanjiro bit her red lip, attempting to mimic a fierce demeanor, yet her expression rendered the threat somewhat comical, lacking any true ferocity. Haha, Yanjiro, I truly wonder how such a worthless individual like you managed to reach the 2nd stage, since you refused to surrender the 4 transformation spirit swallowing liquid. It seems you shall have to endure some physical suffering. Qin Yuan's eyes narrowed as he lost patience, no longer willing to waste time on her words for fear of unforeseen complications. With that, he darted forward like an arrow, his hand reaching directly for the jade vial at Yanjiro's waist. Stop. Suddenly, a thunderous voice erupted, and a figure approached at an astonishing speed. Eyes ablaze with intense fury. "Yin Ruoqing, you are late." Upon hearing the voice, Qin Yuan burst into laughter, evidently not granting Yin Ruoqing any opportunity. He unleashed a powerful palm strike towards Yin Jiro, a force so formidable it could shatter boulders. Should it land upon Yin Jiro, it would surely inflict grievous injury. At the very moment Qin Yuan's palm descended, a flicker of white flame materialized before him, emanating an overwhelming heat that seemed capable of vaporizing the very air itself. "What is this?" Qin Yuan paused, momentarily taken aback, yet he dismissed the sudden appearance of the white flame. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he recklessly engaged with the flame. Boom! The instant Qin Yuan made contact with the white fire, he was enveloped by an indescribable wave of heat, compelling him to retreat hastily. Had he been a moment slower, he might have been reduced to nothingness by the unexpected blaze. Chapter 55. The altar. A group of individuals bullying a single girl is truly shameless. A soft voice resonated, and Zhao Yi appeared beside Yin Jiro seemingly out of nowhere. A first-level martial general? A freshman? Qin Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed derisively. He had assumed it was someone of significance, only to find it was merely a freshman martial general. Zhao Yi shook his head, realizing he had only sent a fragment of himself, prepared to perish alongside them if necessary. "Thank you," Yinjiro expressed gratefully, looking at Zhao Yi, who had emerged in such a perilous moment, stirring a sense of gratitude within her. "You all deal with this brat. He is ruining our plans. Eliminate him." A flicker of indifference passed through Qin Yuan's gaze. Dealing with a mere first-tier martial general hardly warranted his involvement against Zhao Yi. His true adversary lay in Yin Ruoqing. "Rest assured, I shall systematically shatter this meddlesome brat's bones." A black-robed figure, a fourth-tier martial general, sneered, then beckoned, summoning 5 third-tier martial generals to encircle them. "Come at me all at once. It would be tedious to deal with you one by one." Zhao Yi stood resolutely before Yin Jiro, his posture unwavering and akin to a spear, unflinching in the face of the 6 opponents ahead. Arrogance. The fourth-tier martial general seemed to find the situation utterly ludicrous, as if these newcomers genuinely believed they were invincible in his domain. "Since this young man has made such a request, we shall oblige him." With that, the fourth-tier martial general surged forward, his 5 companions close behind. "You are injured and should not engage in battle. I will handle these foes." Noticing Yin Jiro's inclination to intervene, he swiftly restrained her, for these adversaries possessed significant experience that could not be squandered. However, just as Yin Jiro intended to voice her concerns, Zhao Yi had already charged forward, his body enveloped in a white flame, resembling the arrival of a fire deity. When Zhao Yi summoned this doppelganger, he imbued it with a portion of the fire essence from the Moonsong flame. Otherwise, he would stand no chance against any of these opponents. The fourth-tier martial general's complexion flushed with indignation. He was utterly disheveled after a single exchange with Zhao Yi, who was merely a first-tier martial general, while he himself was 3 levels superior. The 6 individuals exchanged glances, subsequently nodding solemnly. Empowered by the beastly fire, they felt confident in their ability to challenge adversaries beyond their level, yet they understood the necessity of caution to avoid unforeseen pitfalls. While Zhao Yi's clone engaged in a fierce battle with this group, his true self, hidden within the secret vault, had begun to unravel a hint of mystery through his divine consciousness. Since entering the vault, Zhao Yi had found himself ensnared within a formidable formation, and only by dismantling this formation could he uncover the secrets concealed within the vault. This formation was at least of the 4th rank, and with his current understanding of formations, it would be prudent for him to gain further insights from it. The master of the demon abyss spoke slowly, recognizing the formation's level with a mere glance. "Very well," Zhao Yi replied, acknowledging that his progress in formation studies had stagnated for quite some time, making this 4th-rank formation an ideal opportunity for refinement. With a flash of thought, Zhao Yi seated himself in meditation, commencing his analysis of the formation's intricacies. His comprehension of formations was remarkably profound, and he swiftly discerned the structure of the formation, successfully locating its core. Within half an hour, the formation enveloping the entire secret vault was effortlessly dismantled by Zhao Yi. As the formation collapsed, Zhao Yi's vision transformed, revealing a colossal altar before him, permeated by a nauseating stench of blood. What manner of place is this? Zhao Yi furrowed his brow, feeling as though he had descended into a hellish realm. The surrounding walls and floor were stained crimson, and at the far end of his sight lay a large vat, atop which floated dismembered limbs and spectral remnants suspended in midair. Such a grotesque display of inhumanity, this purgatorial suffering should not exist in this world. Zhao Yi harbored a profound disdain for this place, while the lord of the demon prison in the realm of the demon core remained taciturn. Esteemed seniors, I apologize for the offense. I shall now escort you from this wretched locale. With a swift movement, Zhao Yi activated the devouring black hole, prompting the souls to rush in frantically, each vying to enter first. In their lifetimes, each of these souls had been formidable masters. As they surged into the devouring black hole, a cascade of system notifications echoed in Zhao Yi's mind. Congratulations! You have slain a level 31 wild creature, earning 600,000 experience points. Congratulations! You have slain a level 35 wild creature, earning 900,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have ascended to level 22. You require 15 million experience points for the next level. In but a brief moment, Zhao Yi had directly surged to the next level. Goodness! This is akin to an experience reservoir. Hearing the system notifications, his hands trembled slightly. With merely 1/10 of the souls having entered, he had already leveled up. He could only imagine how many levels he would ascend after absorbing them all into the black hole. The souls of the blood vat fervently rushed toward the black hole before Zhao Yi, and within a mere 10 minutes, not a single wandering soul remained in the air above the blood vat, which had also become somewhat clearer. Ding! Congratulations! You have ascended to level 25. You require 50 million experience points for the next level. As the last wandering soul plunged into the black hole, the overflowing experience gauge was immediately emptied, and a melodious notification resounded in his mind. Esteemed seniors, may your journey be smooth. Today's fortuitous encounter will be forever etched in memory. Zhao Yi clasped his fist toward the void, having ascended 4 levels in total. Indeed, this venture had not been in vain. This malevolent entity has no place in this world. With a casual flick of his hand, Zhao Yi transformed the moon song flame into a fireball and cast it into the blood basin. Immediately, the liquid within the basin began to evaporate at an astonishing speed, while the surface of Zhao Yi's moon song flame took on an eerie crimson hue. His pitch-black eyes gradually morphed into a blood-red shade, resembling a demon that thrives on slaughter. Chapter 56, Blood Fiend Pearl. Zhao Yi, awaken, echoed the voice of the demon prison sovereign in his mind. As the crimson gaze began to restore itself, what just transpired? Cold sweat trickled down Zhao Yi's back. Moments ago, it felt as if he had descended into a hellish battlefield, annihilating every creature within, ultimately succumbing to the malevolent aura and transforming into a frenzied killer. Had the demon prison sovereign not roused him in time, he would have surely become a relentless instrument of death. Be cautious. This place may very well be the lair of the blood fiends, the demon prison sovereign remarked after a brief silence. Blood fiends? What are they? Zhao Yi inquired, momentarily taken aback, yet the sovereign remained silent, as if he had not heard. The sovereign abruptly interjected, this entity has the capacity to influence one's mind. Although it embodies utmost darkness and malevolence, I sense it holds significant potential. Zhao Yi did not discard it carelessly. Instead, he stored it in his inventory. No matter how potent the malevolent energy, it would have no choice but to remain confined within the inventory. This place is nothing short of a temporal corruption. Let it be obliterated. Zhao Yi spoke softly, casting the moon song flame into the altar. Instantly, terrifying flames swept across the entire altar, accompanied by faint sounds of anguished wails. Boom! Just as Zhao Yi was about to obliterate the altar, the space around him began to distort. From the void, a voice of fury resonated. Who dares to desecrate my altar? A chilling voice emerged, as if from the depths of the abyss, carrying with it a terrifying wave of energy that mercilessly struck Zhao Yi. Despite the tempering of his body through spiritual rain, the onslaught of this energy left Zhao Yi's complexion ashen, blood spurting forth uncontrollably. In a certain part of the northern spirit secret realm, fierce battles erupted. After an initial period of probing, the conflict escalated into a fierce confrontation. This boy has reached his limits. Eliminate him. A fourth-level martial general struck Zhao Yi back with a single palm, while 5 others nodded in agreement, preparing to unleash their lethal techniques. Boy, do not meddle in affairs beyond your reach in your next life. The 4th-level martial general coldly regarded Zhao Yi, who appeared feeble, his internal spiritual power utterly depleted. Zhao Yi's obsidian eyes locked onto them, showing no sign of retreat. The combined assault of 6 martial generals could not be withstood, even by a 5th-level martial general, let alone a Zhao Yi at his wit's end. Run, you cannot withstand this. In a moment of desperation, Yanjiro, drawing upon an unexpected surge of courage, stepped in front of Zhao Yi. The spiritual energy she had just restored surged forth, forming a barrier to shield him. This girl. Zhao Yi was somewhat taken aback, not expecting the girl to exhibit such fearlessness. Take this 4th-tier spirit-devouring liquid. Ensure it does not fall into the hands of these nefarious individuals. As Yanjiro halted at Zhao Yi's unremarkable voice, a certain emotion stirred within her, rendering her oblivious to his grasp on her hand. These few ruffians, I alone shall suffice. With every ounce of his remaining strength, Zhao Yi flung Yanjiro away, a gentle force propelling her hundreds of meters distant, their assaults unable to reach her. Boom! The sphere of spiritual energy ultimately tore through the barrier, mercilessly engulfing Zhao Yi, accompanied by a dull thud as he was utterly obliterated. No. Yanshiro's beautiful eyes brimmed with tears as she witnessed the scene. He could have escaped, but chose to save her instead. Haha, what a foolhardy lad. The figures clad in black erupted into laughter, as if they were mocking a simpleton. Yin Ruo-Chin, the reinforcements you summoned appear lacking, having disintegrated so swiftly into dust. On another battlefield, Qin Yuan cast a cold smile at Yin Ruo-Chin, attempting to unsettle his emotions. However, the latter seemingly remained oblivious, displaying no reaction. For only Yin Ruo-Chin understood that the Zhao Yi they had vanquished was likely merely a doppelganger. After all, Zhao Yi had previously clashed with Lin Zhan, and those countless avatars were ceaseless, an unending endeavor to eradicate. Little girl, surrender the 4th-tier spirit-devouring liquid, for should you resist, you shall meet the same fate as that young man. With the demise of Zhao Yi, the 6 black-clad men surged with confidence, their 4th-tier martial artist glaring menacingly at Yanjiro. Oh, whose fate are you referring to? Before Yanjiro could utter a word, a faint voice suddenly resonated through the air, causing the 6 individuals to retreat in terror as if they had encountered a ghost. You're not dead. Chapter 57. The spirit liquid in hand with your capabilities? Zhao Yi's hands hung low, a mocking expression gracing his face as he regarded them. In the next moment, the spiritual energy within him surged forth like a tempest, sending the shattered stones beneath his feet flying. 5th-grade martial general. The foremost 4th-grade martial general appeared utterly aghast. Moments ago, Zhao Yi had been merely a 1st-grade martial general, and they had engaged in a prolonged skirmish. With Zhao Yi now a 5th-grade martial general, how could they possibly contend with him? Foolish ants, Zhao Yi scoffed, shaking his head. With a sweeping motion of his hand, a plume of white flame began to materialize from his palm, tinged with a hint of dark red, exuding a dazzling brilliance. Flee! Upon witnessing the flames in Zhao Yi's hand, they were convinced of his 5th-grade status. Without a moment's hesitation, they removed the illusionary bracelets from their wrists. Azure flame eruption. Zhao Yi was not inclined to grant them any mercy. He hurled the white flames forward, akin to a cannonball, ruthlessly engulfing the group. The cries of anguish abruptly ceased, as the 6 martial generals were reduced to mere ash, vanishing without a trace. Hiss! Yin Ruo-Chin, who had been engaged in battle, could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Even he doubted his ability to withstand the ferocity of Zhao Yi's recent assault. How dare you kill my Thunderous Sect members? Qin Yuan gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene, astonished not only by Zhao Yi's inexplicable resurrection but also by the annihilation of his entire contingent. In the distance, Yanjiro covered her red lips with her delicate hand, her beautiful eyes flickering with a hint of astonishment. Not only them, but you two shall soon descend together. Zhao Yi's voice suddenly resonated in Qin Yuan's ear. As the latter turned his head, he immediately beheld Zhao Yi's beaming face. Thunderous transformation, thunderclap palm. At that moment, Qin Yuan's hair stood on end. With a swift motion, he unleashed his most formidable technique. Humph! Zhao Yi waved his hand, his palm inexplicably morphing into a wolf's claw. As hard as steel, colliding fiercely with Qin Yuan's attack. Despite Qin Yuan's formidable martial prowess, he could not withstand the ferocity of Zhao Yi's claw. A dull thud echoed as Qin Yuan's arm was violently shattered by the force. Useless. Suddenly, a chilling voice reverberated throughout the arena. A massive hand of spiritual energy erupted from Qin Yuan's body, wielding terrifying power accompanied by a thunderous roar. Zhao Yi's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily shielded himself with the Moonsong flame. However, that hand of spiritual energy seemed to disregard Zhao Yi's defenses. Unleashing a dreadful force that sent him hurtling backward, his chest collapsing under the impact. Yet, injured as he was, he could not linger in that place. He retreated rapidly, soon vanishing from Zhao Yi's sight. "Brother Zhao, are you all right?" After Qin Yuan's departure, Yin Ruoqing and Yanjiro hurried over, noticing Zhao Yi's pale complexion, and expressed their concern. "I am not dead yet," Zhao Yi replied, shaking his head, surprised to find such formidable experts within the North Spirit secret realm. "It is unwise to remain here. We should leave at once." After a fierce battle, Zhao Yi and his companions found themselves significantly drained. If anyone heard the sounds of their struggle and came running, their escape would be impossible. Under the veil of night, in a certain corner of the Northern Spirit's secret realm, a bonfire blazed, illuminating the surroundings. Following the intense skirmish during the day, Zhao Yi's injuries had mostly healed, yet he was acutely aware of his own limitations. When faced with true masters, he remained fragile. Strangely, ever since Zhao Yi stood before her, she had developed an inexplicable fondness for him, as if his mere presence brought her a profound sense of peace. "Brother Zhao, the meat is ready." The aroma of the roasted meat wafted through the air after being smoked for a considerable time. Yanjiro pondered for a moment before handing the meat to Zhao Yi. "Thank you for saving my life today. Had it not been for you, I might have had no choice but to shatter the illusory spirit bracelet and wait for another year's assessment." Yanjiro smiled gently, her exquisite beauty outshining even the glow of the bonfire. "But aren't you worried about the revenge from the Laitian sect after you killed those people? Their power is formidable enough to instill fear even in the Northern Spirit Academy," she expressed with a hint of concern. "Let them come. I shall meet force with force." Zhao Yi replied with a smile, shaking his head. He was indifferent to the chaos surrounding him. In his rebirth, he had severed all ties, and being timid was not in his nature. "Brother Zhao speaks wisely." Yin Ruoqing chimed in, approaching with a jade vial containing a peculiar liquid. He was not one to hesitate, and this fourth transformation spirit-devouring liquid was indeed of great significance to him. I shall gladly accept this fourth transformation spirit-devouring liquid. Should you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me." Zhao Yi stored the fourth turn spirit-devouring liquid in his inventory, his mood greatly elevated, while Yin Ruoqing wore a look of astonishment. He had not noticed how Zhao Yi had managed to make the item vanish from his storage pouch. Chapter 58. Passing the Test in the North Spirit Secret Realm. Since the candidates entered this domain, fierce battles erupted almost everywhere, with flames of conflict raging continuously. In just a few short days, the number of participants in the North Spirit Secret Realm dwindled to less than 10,000, and this number continued to decline. After several days in the North Spirit Secret Realm, Zhao Yi, accompanied by Yanjiro, acquired the fourth turn spirit-devouring liquid. Zhao Yi felt compelled to take action. Uncertain if Yin Ruoqing's departure was deliberate, Zhao Yi found himself assigned other tasks by the Academy the day after obtaining the spirit-devouring liquid, hastily leaving the scene. Through their brief interactions, Zhao Yi discovered that Yanjiro possessed a 3-star talent, much like his own. However, her aptitude extended beyond mere cultivation. She also exhibited considerable skill in array formation. In their quest for points, the array she set up managed to ensnare a 5th-level martial general who begged for mercy. Yet, Yanjiro lacked practical combat experience and could only unleash a fraction of the array's true potential. Apart from Yanjiro and Zhao Yi, There was another genius with a 3-star talent, seemingly from the Thunder Mystic sect, though Zhao Yi was indifferent to his name. While Zhao Yi may not have cared, it did not mean that others shared his apathy. The news of Zhao Yi's defeat of Crimson Yuan, for reasons unknown, spread like wildfire throughout the North Spirit secret realm. And soon, nearly everyone had heard of Zhao Yi's reputation. It is precisely for this reason that Zhao Yi's opponents are few and far between. After all, Zhao Yi has effortlessly defeated even a 6th-level martial general, rendering their attempts nothing short of folly. Zhao Yi, relishing the tranquility, took the opportunity during the assessment period to explore several hidden treasures, yet he found no further altars akin to those previously encountered. The second phase of the assessment lasted merely a week, and soon the conclusion drew near, with fewer than 5,000 candidates all hastening towards a specific location. After days of diligent effort, the moment for the second phase's evaluation had finally arrived. Deep within the secret realm, shadows moved swiftly as individuals navigated the terrain, occasionally maintaining distance from one another, wary of having their scores usurped. It was unexpected that, after such rigorous selection, so many remained. Zhao Yi and Yanjiro had also arrived early at the heart of the secret realm, where talents from various regions congregated, each boasting at least the strength of a 3rd-level martial general following stringent evaluations. Upon a raised platform, Bai Chen's piercing gaze swept across the assembly, instantly silencing the cacophony. After a week of trials, it was now time for assessment. Those who had attained a score of 1,000 were instructed to step forward. Bai Chen's calm declaration incited a stir among the crowd as figures surged ahead, while some unqualified candidates attempted to discreetly slip forward. Bai Chen erupted in laughter, and the atmosphere became electrified. Even if they were to fail the final challenge, a visit to the legendary North Spirit Academy would still be a splendid experience. With a sudden flourish, as Bai Chen's words resonated, beams of white light erupted beneath the feet of the gathered, a unique wave of power emanating from the ground below. This is the teleportation array of Bailing Academy. Zhao Yi gazed intently at the vast array beneath him, which stretched 1,000 feet in size, serving as a long-distance teleportation mechanism. After a moment of contemplation, he swiftly formed a hand seal, establishing a faint connection with the array. "Young man, you do not intend to control this grand formation, do you?" The Demon Abyss Sovereign raised an eyebrow upon witnessing Zhao Yi's actions. "It is merely a means of securing an escape route for myself," Zhao Yi replied, shaking his head. He anchored his consciousness within the array, ensuring that should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he could utilize the teleportation array to make his escape. Once he completed these preparations, the entire array erupted in radiant white light, enveloping everyone within. When the brilliance faded, thousands of individuals found themselves atop a mountain peak. This is the 10,000 Great Mountains. Zhao Yi opened his eyes to the fierce gusts of wind that howled around him, realizing he stood on the summit of a mountain, with seemingly endless ranges stretching before him. This was the 10,000 Great Mountains outside the academy. Without a proper route, one could easily become lost amidst the towering peaks. The voice of Bai Chen echoed, and the crowd nodded in agreement. These boundless mountains could evoke despair in anyone who found themselves within, not to mention the myriad of unknown dangers lurking within. The fact that Bailing Academy had the 10,000 Great Mountains as a safeguard provided a crucial window to devise countermeasures against any formidable enemies. Zhao Yi couldn't help but express his admiration, feeling a heightened sense of anticipation towards Bailing Academy. "I shall take you this far from here. Your senior brothers and sisters will guide you onwards." Bai Chen smiled at the thousands of people in the arena and, with a swift motion of his hand, formed a seal before vanishing from his spot, his hurried demeanor suggesting an urgent matter had arisen. "Two gentlemen, please follow me." A masked young man appeared beside Zhao Yi, gesturing invitingly. "I appreciate your assistance, senior brother," Zhao Yi replied, his eyes narrowing slightly. It seemed this individual was a senior student from Bailing Academy, and he was surprised to discover that even a casual encounter revealed a 5th-level martial general's prowess. Zhao Yi strode forward, closely followed by Yanjiro. "Junior brother, this is the Academy's mystical beast, known as the Windstorm Eagle, which is specifically employed to transport disciples to and from the Academy," the masked young man introduced, pointing out that several individuals were already seated atop the magnificent creature. Zhao Yi examined it closely. It was an enormous eagle, spanning hundreds of feet. And although it was merely an ordinary demon general, it possessed the ability to travel 1,000 miles in a day. Many powerful factions sought to tame such beasts as mounts. As Zhao Yi approached, the windstorm eagle took 2 steps back, seemingly wary of him. Qin Yuan. Zhao Yi's consciousness expanded, and his gaze fixed intently on a figure on the eagle's back. Who else could it be but Qin Yuan, the one he had previously battled? Chapter 59. Trust the mindset of a junior brother is indeed extraordinary. The masked young man regarded Zhao Yi with a hint of surprise. He was not dull and recognized that this group was targeting Zhao Yi, yet he was astonished by the latter's composure. It was uncertain whether this was ignorance or genuine confidence. Yan Jiro glanced at Zhao Yi, whose expression remained placid as a still pond, ultimately deciding to place her faith in him, and stepped onto the windstorm eagle alongside the group. Squawk! The wind and cloud eagle let out a piercing cry, its wings several times larger than its own body, flapping fiercely as it soared directly into the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains. This magnificent range stretched for hundreds of miles, and even aboard the wind and cloud eagle, one would require half a day's journey. Thus, it was wise for all to take a moment to rest. The masked youth stood at the eagle's head and spoke calmly. However, we are not inclined to rest. Qin Yuan suddenly rose from the eagle's back and strode purposefully toward Zhao Yi. Yet Zhao Yi appeared oblivious, immersed in his own reverie. Brother Zhao Yi. Yanjiro exclaimed anxiously upon witnessing Qin Yuan's approach, but he seemed not to hear, remaining lost in his own world. Fool. Now we are high above the 10,000 great mountains. Even the mightiest cannot save you. Qin Yuan sneered, disregarding all caution as he unleashed a long sword that sliced through the air, threatening to cleave Zhao Yi in two. Qin Yuan. It seems the lessons from our last encounter have not been sufficient. Zhao Yi's figure flickered as he effortlessly evaded Qin Yuan's strike, his brow furrowing in frustration. He had spared this individual multiple times, yet he persisted like a bothersome fly, buzzing incessantly. Haha, you think this is still the North Spirit secret realm? Qin Yuan, far from being dismayed by Zhao Yi's counter, erupted in laughter. Behind him, several figures stood in unison, including the masked youth who had guided them. Now positioned at Qin Yuan's back. Qin Yuan, do you not fear the North Spirit Academy discovering your actions here? We are all prodigies with 3-star talents. Yanjiro, witnessing this scene, mustered her courage to protest, her cheeks flushed with indignation. The Northern Spirit Academy indeed places great emphasis on prodigies. However, as you have yet to enter the institution, you cannot be considered part of it. Zhao Yi, Yanjiro has fallen into the depths of the 10,000 great mountains due to her cultivation going awry. Are you satisfied with this outcome? Qin Yuan replied with a faint smile, viewing Zhao Yi and the others as though they were already deceased. Your wish shall remain unfulfilled for all eternity. Zhao Yi smiled lightly, stretching lazily, a hint of disdain flickering in his dark eyes. Even at death's door, one still speaks grandly. Must I shatter your limbs before you learn to beg for mercy? Qin Yuan particularly loathed Zhao Yi's nonchalant demeanor. With an enraged roar, he summoned all his spiritual power, launching a full-force attack. Brother Zhao Yi, grant me a moment. I shall set up a trapping formation to impede them. Upon seeing Qin Yuan's assault, Yanjiro's delicate face turned pale with fear. If no action were taken, she might remain in the 10,000 great mountains forever. No need, Zhao Yi replied. Shaking his head, he glanced at Yanjiro and asked, Do you trust me? I do. Yanjiro paused. Though uncertain of Zhao Yi's intentions, she nodded emphatically. In that case, let us lead. A smile crept across Zhao Yi's lips as he embraced Yanjiro and leaped from the back of the eagle. The fierce winds howled against Yanjiro's cheeks, her complexion drained. Yet instinctively she clutched Zhao Yi tighter. Strangely, in that moment, fear dissipated. I thought this lad had some hidden trump card, but to my surprise, he is so cowardly as to leap to his demise. Qin Yuan watched with great amusement as Zhao Yi leapt down, yet he felt a twinge of regret for not being able to personally end Zhao Yi's life. Just as his delight began to swell, the wind and cloud eagle let out a shrill cry, its body quaking violently. Beast! What are you doing? Qin Yuan exclaimed in fury, but the wind and cloud eagle paid him no mind, shaking even more violently, ultimately flipping its body over. The individual standing atop the eagle's back screamed in terror, plummeting to the ground like sacks of sand, clinging desperately to the eagle's feathers. Qin Yuan managed to avoid the fate of those unfortunate souls who fell into the abyss. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the feathers beneath him seemed to shed of their own accord. With a cry of despair, Qin Yuan lost his grip and tumbled straight into the depths of the 10,000 great mountains. The wind and cloud eagle gave Qin Yuan no further glance, instead directing its gaze toward a particular spot, and in the next moment, it exerted all its strength to soar downward. Although Zhao Yi appeared in human form, the blood coursing through his veins was that of a divine beast. When a divine beast emerges, all creatures bow in reverence. No, it cannot be, Yanjiro exclaimed, glancing upward, though her rosy cheeks betrayed a hint of unease. Oh, I'm just teasing you. Now, let us hasten to the North Spirit Academy. Zhao Yi laughed heartily. Within the North Spirit secret realm, he had already encountered the coveted spirit-devouring liquid, perhaps with the Academy's resources. The fruits of Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang would be found as well. The wind and cloud eagle seemed to comprehend Zhao Yi's words, its wings beating powerfully as it sped through the air. Zhao Yi, upon the back of a soaring windstorm eagle. A youth of approximately 16 or 17 years suddenly opened his eyes, his visage etched with profound fury. Before him lay a series of soul tablets, each inscribed with the name of an individual. The moment the owner of a soul tablet perished, the tablet would shatter. At that instant, nearly 100 soul tablets disintegrated almost simultaneously. How dare you slay a disciple of the Thunder Xian sect? Regardless of your origins, you shall meet your demise. The youth clenched his fist, an overwhelming aura radiating from within him, causing those who accompanied him to pale in astonishment. The intensity of this aura was that of a peak martial general. Chapter 60. Wang Yin at North Spirit Academy, a vast institution teeming with countless students. Today was particularly vibrant. It was the day for the admission of new students, and numerous upperclassmen flocked to North Spirit Square to witness the newcomer's grace. So this is North Spirit Square? Zhao Yi rode his windstorm eagle into the academy, drawing numerous curious gazes, making his way directly to the square. While others' windstorm eagles were filled to capacity, Zhao Yi's bore only 2 passengers. As Zhao Yi surveyed his surroundings, he suddenly felt a piercing gaze fixated upon him, akin to that of a venomous serpent. Were it not for his cultivation of spiritual awareness, he might have remained oblivious. Slightly tilting his head, he indeed spotted a youth glaring at him, who, upon noticing Zhao Yi's glance, gestured menacingly at his throat. This fellow, Zhao Yi mused, reflecting that he had not wronged this individual. The intensity radiating from this youth was even more formidable than that of the guardian he had encountered in the secret realm. His cultivation is undoubtedly at the pinnacle of martial generals. It was you who killed Qin Yuan, wasn't it? If I were in your position, I would turn and leave the North Spirit Academy, never to set foot within its confines again. Their gazes locked, a chilling voice echoed in Zhao Yi's ears. It was him. Zhao Yi's pupils contracted. This familiar voice belonged to the mysterious figure who had previously attempted to eliminate Qin Yuan. Though you are formidable, you lack the standing to compel me to abandon the academy, Zhao Yi conveyed through thought, and then disregarded him entirely. Very well. Do you believe that by eliminating Qin Yuan, you can stand against me? The youth in the black robe scoffed, marking Zhao Yi as a target for certain annihilation. At the North Spirit Square, as figures continued to converge, the area became increasingly crowded, with a sea of heads visible upon raising one's gaze. Time passed, and soon a resounding chime echoed through the square. At the sound of the bell, a hush fell over the crowd. Is it about to begin? Zhao Yi, upon hearing the bell, turned his gaze alongside Yanjiro towards the end of the square, where an elderly man clad in a white robe ambled forward. Though he appeared to be an ordinary old man, Zhao Yi's system could not ascertain this individual's level at all. The old man, leaning on his cane, seemed to sense the probing gaze upon him and raised his eyes to meet Zhao Yi's. In that instant, Zhao Yi felt an invisible pressure envelop him, as if a boulder were pressing down upon him. There are 3 colossal formations here, each interlocking, which shall serve as your assessment target for today. The formations will adjust according to your average strength, The quicker you navigate through, the higher your score will be. Should one fail midway, they shall forever be estranged from the esteemed North Spirit Academy. Elder Beijun, lacking patience for idle chatter, swiftly turned his attention to the arena after announcing the competition rules. Who shall step forth first? The crowd instinctively recoiled, evidently reluctant to take the initiative. Elder, I am Wang Yan. Allow me to go first, a voice, tinged with a hint of chill, suddenly resonated through the air as a young man clad in black robes materialized before the grand formation. Proceed. Elder Beijun replied with a fleeting glance at Wang Yan, his demeanor devoid of enthusiasm, clearly well aware of the latter's background. I wonder how Elder Baichin is faring. Elder Beijun mused to himself before coldly declaring the commencement of the challenge. Prepare to witness the vast chasm that lies between us. Wang Yan taunted, casting a derisive glance at the timid Zhao Yi, and with that, he boldly stepped into the formation. With a swift motion, Elder Beijun waved his hand, and a series of seals immediately descended upon the formation, followed by the emergence of a radiant screen showcasing Wang Yan's progress through the challenge. Wang Yan was the third individual, following Zhao Yi and Yanjiro, to possess the remarkable 3-star talent, his prowess undoubtedly formidable. The initial formation served to assess speed. A 1,000-meter-long corridor lay ahead, flanked by various concealed traps and mechanisms. The challengers were required to traverse this corridor with utmost swiftness, as traps would manifest every 3 seconds. As Elder Beijun concluded his explanation, the scene before Wang Yan began to morph, revealing a shadowy, elongated corridor that materialized within his line of sight. On either side of the corridor, there exist concealed compartments, serving as the locations for hidden mechanisms and traps. With a swift motion, Wang Yan propelled himself forward like a bolt of lightning, racing towards the destination, leaving behind faint afterimages in his wake. This young man's speed approached that of a martial king. Elder Beijun observed Wang Yan with a complex expression. Had he not known that the latter belonged to the Thunder Mystic sect, he would have undoubtedly sought to recruit him into the academy regardless of the circumstances. A mere display of skill. In less than half a minute, Wang Yan had already reached the focal point, his movements ethereal. The concealed traps did not even graze the hem of his garments. Remarkable. I could hardly discern how he navigated through the challenges. If only I possessed such prowess, I could effortlessly gain entry into Biling Academy. Were it me, I might not even evade the first trap. As Wang Yan successfully completed the task, the onlookers were filled with awe. Upon hearing their praises, Wang Yan proudly lifted his head, casting a triumphant glance towards Zhao Yi. However, Zhao Yi appeared entirely unfazed by the assessment, preoccupied with tinkering with a box in his hands. Young man, should you fail to surpass even the first challenge, let us see how composed you remain. Wang Yan scoffed. After all, he was a genius with a 3-star talent. He quickly gathered his focus and prepared to enter the second grand formation. This second formation was a gravity array designed to test one's willpower, spanning 300 meters. With the completion of just 100 meters deemed a success. Although Wang Yan's cultivation was formidable, the array disregarded cultivation levels, specifically targeting willpower. The stronger one was, the greater the gravitational force they would face. Wang Yan stepped into the second challenge, effortlessly traversing 100 steps, stopping only after a full 200. Which drew a chorus of murmurs from the crowd. The third challenge involved sparring with the senior students of the academy. Wang Yan's cultivation surpassed that of the vast majority of these seniors, allowing him to handle them with the greatest of ease. From the beginning of the trials to their conclusion, a mere half-hour elapsed. With Wang Yan's successful passage, other candidates immediately surged forward, eager to undertake the assessments. Chapter 61. Breaking the barrier. As countless candidates eagerly approached the trials, Zhao Yi felt a stark sense of disconnection from the group, preoccupied instead with manipulating a worn-out box. How might this moonlight treasure box be opened? Zhao Yi toyed with the box, attempting various methods of unlocking it. He even resorted to selling the moonlight treasure box, as he had done previously, yet still, there was no response. Were it not for the faint grasp of the laws of time he had gleaned from within, Zhao Yi might have truly believed the box to be a mere trinket. Brother Zhao Yi, it seems there is a formation on this box, Yanjiro remarked. Observing Zhao Yi's persistent fiddling with the moonlight treasure box, After a moment's hesitation, she spoke up. Formation? Zhao Yi was momentarily taken aback. As if awakened by her words, it suddenly made sense why he had sensed a familiar aura emanating from the box. Indeed, not only was there a formation present, but it was a complex interlocking formation, consisting of over 100 layers of enchantments. One could not hope to dismantle it through sheer force alone. The previously silent demon prison sovereign suddenly interjected, revealing that he had been observing the Moonlight treasure box for some time. After all, it was this peculiar box that had inexplicably led to Zhao Yi's rise as his subordinate. Brother Zhao Yi, may I give it a try? Yanjiro possessed an extraordinary talent for array formations. Upon discovering the small Moonlight treasure box concealed with intricate formations, she felt an overwhelming urge to engage with it. Excellent. Zhao Yi nodded and handed the Moonlight treasure box to Yanjiro. Embracing the box, she closed her eyes, seemingly immersed in the comprehension of the formations inscribed upon it. Brother Zhao Yi, I am sorry, but I have failed, Yanjiro said despondently after a while. She had spent considerable time attempting to locate the core of the array and dismantle it, yet to no avail. Do not worry. As you delve deeper into the study of formations, perhaps you shall be the one to unlock the box in the future, Zhao Yi replied with a smile. Shaking his head, the hidden power of temporal laws within was supreme, and the formations inscribed upon it were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. With a wave of his hand, the Moonlight treasure box transformed into a stream of light and vanished from sight. Let us proceed to face the challenges, Zhao Yi suggested, glancing at the grand array before them. Compared to the formation within his Moonlight treasure box, this array seemed trivial. Very well, Yanjiro agreed. And with the approval of Elder Beijun, she stepped into the grand array. I am eager to see just how far this fellow can progress. Wang Yin observed Zhao Yi beginning his trials, instantly invigorated and occasionally exchanging glances with several senior students. Buzz. As Zhao Yi entered the grand array, the scenery before him shifted dramatically, revealing a deep corridor that instilled a sense of trepidation. However, Zhao Yi remained undaunted, stepping boldly into its depths. Humph. Just moments ago, even a 7th-level martial general had to exert their full strength. This lad is overly presumptuous to think the first trial is easily surmountable. Upon witnessing Zhao Yi's unhurried demeanor, Wang Yin could not suppress a cold laugh, as if he had already envisioned Zhao Yi being riddled with holes. Although this was a test, it essentially served to sharpen one's perceptual acuity. Zhao Yi murmured to himself, his eyes instantly transforming into a translucent hue, his consciousness expanding at that very moment. He stepped forward, and the concealed weapons around him erupted forth with frenzied intensity. The lethal projectiles, akin to a torrential downpour, grazed his robe. After evading the first projectile, Zhao Yi swiftly maneuvered to the location of the second, as if he possessed an innate foresight regarding the timing of their release, effortlessly dodging yet again. How could this be possible? Both the onlookers and Wang Yin gaped in disbelief at Zhao Yi's audacious passage, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and incredulity. After all, confronting such projectiles directly would challenge even the mightiest of martial kings. Yet for Zhao Yi, it was as simple as traversing level ground. Left, above, right. At this moment, Zhao Yi had closed his eyes, wholly reliant on his consciousness to discern the trajectories of the incoming weapons, even anticipating their paths as if he were a tipsy elder strolling through a corridor. This lad, even I cannot see through him. Elder Beijun narrowed his eyes, somewhat awestruck by Zhao Yi's performance. What was intended as a test of speed had transformed into a demonstration of perceptual training in his hands. However, aside from Zhao Yi, Yanjiro, who also entered the formation, astonished countless spectators as well. It remained unclear whether she had mastered the intricacies of the formation. But the projectiles aimed at her consistently veered off course, never striking her, while she glided through the long corridor as if taking a leisurely stroll. My current consciousness has expanded to a radius of 100 meters, enabling me to anticipate any movement of the enemy within this range. Zhao Yi traversed the entire formation in merely 3 minutes. Although his performance was rather ordinary, it marked a significant enhancement for him personally. The gravity array. As Zhao Yi completed the corridor, the scene before him transformed once more, revealing a staircase that soared into the heavens. This staircase boasted an impressive 300 flights. With each step, the pressure increased, compelling him to elevate his willpower to its zenith. This gravity array could even permeate spiritual energy. Standing at the base of the staircase, Zhao Yi promptly took a step forward, and an invisible force of gravity enveloped him instantaneously. Regardless of one's cultivation level, this weight was insurmountable. One could only rely on their physical form and determination to ascend the staircase. It was evident that this was no ordinary test. Zhao Yi ascended dozens of flights, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. Yet, with every step, he felt a surge of power striking his body. Though not overwhelming, he could still sense a subtle enhancement to his physical form. Have you noticed? The elder Bei Jun, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, mused aloud, observing Zhao Yi with mounting satisfaction. Haha, I am eager to see how far I can go in this gravity test, Zhao Yi exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Ascending 100 flights in a single breath, surpassing even Wang Yan's pace through the trials. However, after traversing 100 steps, Zhao Yi did not cease his ascent, relentlessly climbing the staircase. Although each step intensified the gravitational force for Zhao Yi, this was an invaluable opportunity to enhance his prowess. Yet, beyond the 100th step, the difficulty escalated exponentially. Even Zhao Yi felt his body bending under the immense pressure. Sweat and blood began to surface on his skin, yet he remained undeterred. With each step, he could perceive an invisible force striking against him, fortifying his physical form. Step 201, 202. As Zhao Yi continued his ascent, countless spectators numbly counted the rising steps, while others regarded him as a monster. Even Wang Yan, who had managed around 200 steps, found himself eclipsed by Zhao Yi's remarkable achievement, which continued to rise. Ultimately, Zhao Yi halted at step 250, hesitating for a moment before choosing not to ascend further. At this juncture, he could not manifest his true form and was confined to his human body. If his true self, the Crimson Wolf, were to appear, there would be no challenge in surpassing even 300 steps or more. Chapter 62. Let us ascend together. At 250 steps, Wang Yan gazed at Zhao Yi's final count, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Having experienced the challenges of this gravitational array, he was acutely aware of the arduous nature of the trials. Even he could only manage around 200 steps. However, Zhao Yi not only shattered his record, but left him far behind. This young man must not be allowed to remain. Wang Yan clenched his fist tightly, oblivious to the pain as his nails dug into his palm. The emergence of Zhao Yi posed a significant threat to his plans for the Leixian sect and could jeopardize his standing. Whoever defeats Zhao Yi, I, Wang Yan, am willing to offer 1,000 high-quality spiritual stones. Wang Yan inhaled deeply, addressing the group of senior students, each carefully chosen for their prowess as 7th-level martial generals, equipped with various formidable skills capable of challenging opponents of higher ranks. He could not fathom how they could fail to vanquish Zhao Yi. However, the recollection of Zhao Yi's previous annihilation of over 100 members of the Thunder Profound sect instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Haha, rest assured. It is our honor to assist the Thunder Profound sect. A mere 5th-level martial general can be dispatched with a single slap. The senior students erupted in laughter, clearly dismissive of Zhao Yi's capabilities. Let us hope for the best, Wang Yan remarked lightly, just as Zhao Yi emerged from the second formation. Choose your opponent, young one. If you can defeat any of us, this final trial will be considered passed. The long-awaiting senior students exclaimed, their formidable auras surging forth. Each possessed the strength of 7th-level martial generals, significantly elevating the challenge compared to other assessments. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yi recognized Wang Yan's orchestration of this scenario. I choose. Zhao Yi raised his hand, gesturing towards each of the 5 seniors before finally resting on a frail young man at the back. So, this fellow is so cowardly that he immediately selects the weakest. Since Wang Yan intended to make him a spectacle, Zhao Yi was determined to demonstrate that sending mere underlings would have no effect whatsoever. Young man, you are courting death. Upon hearing these words, the 5 senior students' faces flushed with indignation. They were astonished that Zhao Yi could be so audacious as to challenge all 5 of them simultaneously. Could it be that this young man had lost his senses? To engage in combat with 5 seasoned students at once was an incomprehensible gamble. Perhaps he deemed his chances of advancement futile and sought some thrill instead. It was baffling to consider how a mere 5th-tier martial artist could presume to confront 5 experienced practitioners. The audacious words of Zhao Yi elicited a vigorous shake of heads from both those who had passed the assessment and those who had not. They unanimously believed that Zhao Yi was courting disaster. Very well. Since you have chosen this path, do not blame us for the consequences. The senior students, enraged yet amused, exchanged glances, their inner spiritual energy surging as they unleashed their various techniques upon Zhao Yi. They intended to impart a lesson to this arrogant youth regarding the repercussions of hubris. Is this truly the extent of your strength? Zhao Yi's voice resonated eerily in the ears of the seniors. The figure that had once stood before them had inexplicably vanished, now appearing behind them. How could this be possible? The seniors' expressions shifted dramatically. They had witnessed Zhao Yi's speed during the assessment. Yet they were astonished to find that his velocity was not in the slightest inferior to Wang Yan's. How could they possibly contend with him now? Scorching flame explosion. Zhao Yi raised his palm, seizing the moment of their disarray. The moon's scorching flame was compressed to the size of a dragon's eye, an ominous power coalescing within. With precision, he hurled it into the heart of the group. The terrifying flames erupted like a bomb, rapidly engulfing the area and obliterating their defenses in an instant. Zhao Yi's moon Songen could shatter even the defenses of a pinnacle martial guardian, employing such overwhelming force to vanquish them. Akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Youngster, we concede. Quickly extinguish this fire. The senior students frantically channeled their spiritual energy in an attempt to douse the flames consuming them. However, the fire seemed to have been fueled by gasoline, burning even more fiercely. Their garments were instantly reduced to ashes. Beasts! Countless young maidens exclaimed, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment, hastily averting their gazes. Despite the dire situation, they remained stubborn. Zhao Yi looked upon them with indifference, and with a mere wave of his hand, the flames intensified, wafting the aroma of roasting meat into the air. Brother, we were wrong. No, grandfather, we all erred. Please spare us. As the flames grew fiercer, the group of senior students could no longer withstand the heat, letting out cries of despair, even invoking their grandfather's name. Those observing the spectacle could not help but stifle their laughter, as the humiliation was palpable. Considering your lineage, I shall let you off this time. With another motion, Zhao Yi quelled the flames, leaving their bare bodies exposed to the gaze of countless onlookers. I apologize, but I have taken the liberty of relieving you of your storage bags. You will have to find clothing on your own. Zhao Yi laughed heartily, unceremoniously tossing the storage bags of the 5 into his inventory. Upon a brief assessment, he noted that together they contained 3,000 superior spirit stones and 200,000 middle-grade spirit stones, which indeed suggested a degree of affluence. The expression on the elder student's face changed drastically, yet just as he was about to speak, a white flame leapt from Zhao Yi's palm, consuming all words before they could escape his lips. The sensation of being unable to articulate their thoughts ignited an impulse within them to flee. As they caught sight of the scornful gazes directed their way, their faces flushed crimson, and they hastily covered themselves, retreating in embarrassment, evidently in search of garments. Revered Elder Beijun, does this mean I have passed? Zhao Yi inquired, stepping before Elder Beijun, his dark eyes fixed intently upon him. Haha, you truly are a handful. Offending the elder students right upon your arrival. Your path ahead will not be an easy one. Elder Beijun chuckled heartily, tossing a token to Zhao Yi. Those who possess this token are recognized as official students of the Biling Academy. It contains a record of your dormitory location. Simply proceed there. As Zhao Yi accepted the token, he discovered a wealth of information regarding Biling Academy within it, including the marked location of his dormitory. Thank you, Elder. Zhao Yi clasped his fists in gratitude, fully aware that he had successfully passed the assessment. If you truly wish to express your gratitude to this old man, you must first defeat Wang Yan. At that time, I shall grant you a single request. Elder Beijun laughed heartily, eagerly anticipating the potential clash between Zhao Yi and Wang Yan. I desire the fruit of extreme yin and extreme yang. Can Biling Academy provide it? Chapter 63. Seeking trouble. Brother Zhao Yi, I just gave those 5 elder students a thorough beating. Their peculiar expressions nearly made me burst into laughter. Yinjiro exclaimed, skipping over to Zhao Yi, proudly brandishing a token before him. Let us first explore the dormitory before wandering around the campus, Zhao Yi suggested with a smile. Upon hearing that she could stroll through the campus alongside Zhao Yi, her face lit up with a much brighter smile as she bounced along joyfully. Is this the dormitory for the freshmen? Zhao Yi inquired as he arrived at the designated location marked by the token, only to feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Before him stood a row of wooden cabins, the ground littered with countless fallen leaves, suggesting that these quarters had been uninhabited for quite some time. Unable to suppress his discontent, Zhao Yi remarked, in my previous life, schools made every effort to please the freshmen, even providing accommodations that were far superior to those of the upperclassmen. How is it that here, the situation is reversed? Upon seeing the row of wooden houses, Yinjiro's expression soured considerably. Brother Zhao Yi, although they are somewhat dilapidated, they are still livable. She reassured him while glancing at the number on her token, which indicated that their dormitories were adjacent. Indeed, Zhao Yi nodded, stepping into his courtyard. Although somewhat worn, the space was ample, significantly better than sharing a cramped dormitory with a dozen others as he had in his past life. Zhao Yi, not one to be particularly finicky, quickly adapted to the environment upon surveying the interior. Faced with the impossibility of breaking the formation by force, he contemplated utilizing his understanding of the laws of time. After some deliberation, Zhao Yi resolved to harness his insights into the laws of time to attempt to dismantle the formation. Indeed, as Zhao Yi infused his comprehension of the laws, the outlines of the formation within the moonlight treasure box gradually came into view. How chaotic, Zhao Yi exclaimed, gazing at the myriad formations, suddenly feeling dizzy. Each formation present exceeded the 5th rank, far beyond the level of understanding that Zhao Yi had attained. However, Zhao Yi was confident that if he could thoroughly comprehend the formations above, unlocking the moonlight treasure box would merely be a matter of time. Come out, you little rascal. Before Zhao Yi could delve deeper into his insights, a boisterous voice interrupted him from outside. 3 figures stood menacingly at Zhao Yi's door. One of them, a man clad in black, brandished a large knife, exuding an aura of intimidation. Brother Yi Ming, that coward inside thinks he can evade paying protection fees by hiding. One of the sycophants whispered, a smirk of arrogance playing on his lips. Just a worthless fool. You two, go ahead and dismantle that wooden house. I want to see if he dares to emerge. Yi Ming sneered, swinging his large blade. The 2 henchmen immediately understood and approached Zhao Yi's wooden dwelling with malicious grins. Get lost. Yet, before they could execute their plans, a cold voice resonated like thunder, followed by the 2 henchmen being violently hurled outside the courtyard. You seek death. The newcomer was Yin Ruoqing, who shared a few encounters with Zhao Yi. Upon seeing him, Yu Ming shot a fierce glare in his direction. It's merely about collecting protection fees. I've taken care of it for this young brother, Yin Ruoqing stated, seemingly uninterested in antagonizing Yi Ming. With a wave of his hand, 100 high-grade spirit stones flew forth, which Yu Ming cautiously collected. Wary of any change of heart from Yin Ruoqing. Since Brother Yin is so generous, I shall let him off this time. We are leaving. With the spirit stones secured, Yu Ming refrained from further aggression and hastily departed with his 2 henchmen. Brother Yin, what are their origins? Zhao Yi raised his head to regard the suddenly appearing Yin Ruoqing, unable to suppress his curiosity. After all, he had dared to provoke even the disciples of the Thunder Mystic sect. When had he ever been intimidated by such minions? Brother Zhao, aside from the elders of the Thunder Mystic sect, one of the deputy deans is also affiliated with them. However, we have not found any evidence on our side. And with our dean absent, we dare not act rashly, Yin Ruoqing whispered cautiously, glancing around as if fearful of being overheard. Very well, Zhao shrugged. He had come to the Northern Spirit Academy solely in pursuit of his desires and had little concern for the Academy's internal affairs. Brother, what are you doing here? As Zhao Yi and Yin Ruoqing conversed, a gentle voice interrupted, and Yin Jiro hurried over. It appeared she had been recently weeping, as evident tear stains marred her cheeks. Despite her attempts at concealment, She could not escape Zhao Yi's discerning gaze. "Jiro, what troubles you?" Zhao Yi furrowed his brow, noting her distress. She had seemed well moments before. Jiro hesitated, aware that Zhao Yi was inquiring about the incident that had just transpired. And feelings of grievance swelled within her. "Quickly tell your brother, who has wronged you." Upon hearing Zhao Yi's question, Yin Ruoqing sensed something amiss and promptly inquired. Ultimately, unable to withstand their probing, Jiro recounted the events that had just unfolded. Mere moments had passed since she was in her dormitory when several senior students had wreaked havoc, thwarting her attempts to seek justice from the elders. What is even more outrageous is that they resorted to vile language, attempting to forcibly subdue Jiro. These brutes. Without allowing Jiro to finish her statement, Zhao Yi felt a surge of anger welling up within him. He had initially intended to steer clear of this tumultuous situation. Yet he could not stand idly by as they bullied Jiro. "Jiro, come with me," Zhao Yi bellowed, firmly grasping her petite hand and striding swiftly towards the exit. Jiro seemed to wish to break free, but soon realized that Zhao Yi's grip was as unyielding as a vice. Upon witnessing the fury in Zhao Yi's eyes, warmth enveloped her heart, and she allowed him to lead her away. "Zhao brother, think carefully before you act. They have elders from the Thunder Xian sect backing them," Yan Ruoqing, sensing Zhao Yi's intentions, spoke urgently. The elders of the Thunder Xian sect were formidable warriors, far beyond the capabilities of these students. However, Zhao Yi paid no heed, pulling Jiro along as he pressed forward. Unable to dissuade him, Yin Ruoqing let out a resigned sigh and followed in Zhao Yi's wake. Chapter 64. The Wrath of Both Gods and Men. Release me at once. If my father learns of this, he will annihilate your entire clan. An indignant voice rang out, eliciting a chorus of agreement from the surrounding crowd. A group of freshmen glared furiously at the figures clad in black robes before them. It turned out that upon their arrival at the residence, these black-robed individuals had surrounded them, demanding an extortionate protection fee. The freshmen had merely protested against their demands, only to find themselves captured and brought here. The number of captives exceeded several hundred, consisting mainly of those with lesser talents and vulnerable girls, who were left in tears of panic. "You talk too much, kid." A figure clad in black, wielding a great blade, elicited a chilling laugh from Yiming. With a swift motion, he slashed the air, and the arm of the newly arrived student fell to the ground, severed. Without the finest spiritual medicine, reattachment would be nearly impossible. If my father learns of this, none of you will escape a wretched fate," the student shrieked, his eyes ablaze with fury directed at Yiming. Had it not been for his insufficient cultivation, he would have surely rushed to confront him. Did everyone witness this? "This is the consequence of opposing me. Should anyone utter another word, your fate shall mirror that of this unfortunate soul," Yiming sneered, prompting an immediate silence among the new students. Although their eyes brimmed with indignation, they had anticipated a tranquil environment within the academy, only to discover that it was shrouded in turmoil due to their actions. Suddenly, a mocking laugh resonated from a nearby distance. Yiming turned his head and beheld Zhao Yi and his companions approaching with purpose. "Yin Ruoqing, are you not going to manage your people? Do you wish to be bound here like this group of newcomers?" Upon seeing Yin Ruoqing, Yiming's brow furrowed in displeasure as he admonished her. Yin Ruoqing offered a wry smile. If she could have dissuaded Zhao Yi, she would not have found herself in this predicament. "Jiro, speak up. Who was it that tormented you?" Zhao Yi's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Despite his recent arrival, he had surveyed the area with his spiritual sense and discovered that many of these newcomers had been robbed of their storage bags. Some had suffered even worse fates, having their dantians destroyed and sustaining severe injuries, a devastating blow for a young prodigy. It was that brute wielding the great blade. Upon encountering Zhao Yi, one felt a mixture of anticipation and concern, ultimately directing her ire toward Yiming, ready to risk it all. "You all step back." Zhao Yi's voice suddenly turned frigid, his expression as inscrutable as a calm sea, leaving one to ponder the tumult within his heart. "You little rascal, do you disregard my presence? Just moments ago, Yin Ruoqing saved your life, and this time, even if Yin Ruoqing intervenes, I shall render you powerless." Yiming scoffed as his formidable blade soared forth, exuding an aura of menace that seemed to cleave the very air in twain. "Zhao Yi, you must flee." You are no match for these individuals. They strike without restraint. Your remarkable talent should not be squandered on conflict. Alas, what a fine genius, doomed to perish. The Boundu students, upon seeing Zhao Yi's arrival, felt a flicker of hope. Yet, recalling Zhao Yi's capabilities, they quickly urged him otherwise. Fear not, for none of these rascals shall escape today, Zhao Yi replied coldly, disregarding the approaching blade as he unleashed a formidable punch. To clash with my blade unarmed? How foolish. Yiming sneered at Zhao Yi's audacity. But before he could finish, Zhao Yi's fist, seemingly forged from the strongest iron, unleashed a terrifying force. As the unique beast, the one-horned moon wolf, Zhao Yi possessed immense physical strength, surpassing that of many blunt weapons. Thus, with a single punch, he shattered the blade. Crack! The weapon, within Zhao Yi's grasp, succumbed in less than a second to the sheer might of his fist. Moon Sung Flame. Shattering the weapon of Yiming, Zhao Yi did not pause for a moment. With the Xian wolf step in motion, he appeared before Yiming like a shadow, compressing the white flames in his hand to the size of a danwan, delivering a fierce blow into Yiming's body. The new students were utterly astounded, never expecting Zhao Yi to be so ruthless, attacking without hesitation despite the numerical superiority of his opponents. You will not die a good death. Yiming screamed incessantly, attempting to extinguish the flames with his spiritual power, only to find that it intensified the fire instead. He writhed in agony, still managing to utter threats. Do you know what happens when you touch someone from the Thunder Xian sect? There were more than a dozen figures clad in black, each a martial artist of at least the 6th level, some even reaching the pinnacle of martial prowess, their strength formidable. What happens? I'm afraid you lack the qualifications to even brush against my clothes, Zhao Yi retorted coldly, his black pupils darkening further, almost obscuring the last trace of white. Such arrogance. Everyone seize him, shouted an elder martial artist at the pinnacle level, his rage turning to a mocking laugh. Everyone nodded in unison, eager to tear Zhao Yi apart. I have death, Zhao Yi said indifferently, and immediately, his inky gaze unleashed a beam of black light. Wherever it passed, the world seemed to succumb to darkness. This technique, which he had not employed since using it to eliminate Yuzhen in Tiannong Town, was immensely destructive and bore repercussions for himself. He would only resort to it in dire circumstances. However, the actions of these individuals were simply intolerable, leaving no room for mercy. Even at the cost of sustaining injuries, they must be rendered incapable of reincarnation for eternity. No, the black beam of light traveled at an astonishing speed. When it was unleashed, no one could escape, and they could only endure its ferocity. The cries of anguish echoed in unison as those arrogant seniors disintegrated at a remarkable pace, ultimately turning to dust and dissipating into the ether. Cough. Zhao Yi spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the ground, for employing this technique inflicted considerable harm upon him as well. Chapter 65, The Challenge. Wang Yin. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yin Ruochen's expression shifted dramatically, and she looked at Zhao Yi with growing concern. Jiro, quickly summon Elder Bai Chun. If we delay, Zhao Yi will be in grave danger. Yin Ruochen called out to Yin Jiro, her eyes flashing with urgency. I understand. Yin Jiro nodded emphatically. It was evident that even before Zhao Yi was injured, he was no match for Wang Yin. How much more dire was the situation now that he was wounded? Wang Yin's voice was icy. Zhao Yi remained silent, secretly gathering his strength. Though he was blinded, his abilities were not diminished. In fact, his spiritual awareness allowed him to perceive more clearly than with sight alone. It seems you have acquiesced. Wang Yin, fearing any delay could lead to unforeseen consequences, recalled how Zhao Yi had repeatedly annihilated his subordinates since his arrival. If this continued, it might jeopardize the entire scheme of his Lei Xian sect. Therefore, Zhao Yi must perish. With this thought racing through his mind, Wang Yin hesitated not for a moment. He leaned forward like a predatory leopard, striking towards Zhao Yi's chest. Should he connect, regardless of Zhao Yi's formidable defenses, he would be pierced through. Wang Yin, halt. A voice thundered across the arena like a clap of thunder, as a surge of spiritual energy immediately intercepted Wang Yan's attack. Wang Yan's complexion was pale, and his gaze flickered, lost in thought. When I arrived just now, I saw it was you who acted first. How swiftly you attempt to absolve yourself of responsibility." Elder Baichen squinted his eyes, his incisive words rendering Wang Yin speechless. "Furthermore, I have heard from Yin Jiro that it was you, Wang Yin, who seized the newly emerged spirit stones and bound them here. Am I truly so blind?" At this juncture, a flicker of anger crossed Elder Baichen's face. With a casual wave of his hand, the ropes binding the newcomers instantly snapped. "Elder Baichen, do not let Wang Yin evade justice. He is the one who commanded others to seize our spirit stones and cripple our cultivation. Such malice deserves punishment." One of the freed newcomers, summoning his courage, immediately reported Wang Yan's misdeeds, and others echoed his sentiments. "Wang Yin, do you have anything further to say?" Elder Baichen's piercing gaze bore into Wang Yin, his formidable spiritual power surging within him. "Elder Baichen, as a formidable martial king, is it not a tad excessive to target a mere newcomer?" Before Elder Baichen could take action, a soft yet resonant voice broke the tension, echoing with the thunderous might that reverberated in every ear. Some of the weaker newcomers were left reeling, their eardrums shattered. "Elder Onfing." Elder Bai's expression shifted as, unbeknownst to Wang Yin, a figure clad in black robes had appeared, his eyes glinting like venomous snakes, chillingly cold. Another martial king, Zhao Yi, sensing Elder Onfing's arrival, felt a jolt of realization. Indeed, the North Spirit Academy harbored elders from the Thunder Shin sect. "Baichen, your words hold no weight. What right do you have to judge Wang Yan's transgressions? It is you who shields the true culprit. With your presence at Bailing Academy, it would be better to close its doors." Elder and Feng's remarks were cutting, leaving Baichen speechless. Baichen chose silence, realizing that this time he could not seize the opportunity to eliminate Wang Yin. "Zhao Yi, since the elders cannot intervene, let us settle our grievances ourselves, shall we?" Wang Yan's eyes flickered. Zhao Yi had repeatedly extinguished his disciples of Lei Xian's sect, and he must find an opportunity to eradicate him. In 3 days, the freshman ceremony will take place, during which Bailing Academy will host a competition among the new students. At that time, you and I shall engage in a duel, regardless of life or death. Wang Yin fixed his gaze on Zhao Yi. Should the latter refuse, it would undoubtedly hinder his future cultivation. One cannot achieve greatness by being timid. Yet, should he accept, only death awaits him. Zhao Yi. Baichen's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. He understood that Wang Yan's cultivation far surpassed Zhao Yi's, and the outcome of their confrontation was all too predictable. Since you are so eager for death, I shall grant your wish. Whoever fails to show up, may they leave Bailing Academy." Zhao Yi laughed heartily. Though Wang Yin was a formidable warrior, to him, he was merely a jester. "In 3 days, I hope you remain as arrogant." Upon hearing Zhao Yi's acceptance, Wang Yin felt a surge of joy and promptly directed his gaze toward the 2 elders. "Elder Baichen, Elder and Feng, I request that you act as witnesses for the challenge we have laid down, for the life and death battle in 3 days. I hope you will refrain from intervening." Wang Yin clasped his fists in salute to the 2 elders, feeling reassured by their presence as witnesses, rendering him impervious to any cunning tricks from Zhao Yi. Whispers had circulated that Elder Baichen had single-handedly vanquished a formidable martial king. "Elder Baichen, I am immensely grateful for your assistance today. In 3 days, I shall devote myself entirely to the challenge ahead," Zhao Yi expressed earnestly. With a glance of resignation from Elder Baichen, Zhao Yi swiftly exited the arena. "Brother Zhao Yi." Yunjiro's eyes moistened as she gazed at Zhao Yi's frail figure. Were it not for her, he would not have intervened in this matter, nor would he have accepted the death match challenge. "Rest assured, I shall not falter until he draws his last breath," Zhao Yi reassured her, his previously blind eyes now restored, casting a comforting gaze upon the tearful Yunjiro. "I believe in you," she affirmed, her nod imbued with encouragement for Zhao Yi. As night descended, the inky sky was adorned with twinkling stars. Zhao Yi sat cross-legged upon his wooden bed, having replenished the energy expended in today's battle. "I am on the brink of leveling up, just a smidge more," he mused. After defeating over a dozen of Yiming's martial generals, his experience had surged to an impressive 90%, tantalizingly close to breaking through to 6th level martial general. A glint of determination sparkled in Zhao Yi's eyes as he surveyed the spoils of his victories: 20,000 high-grade spirit stones and 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones. His wealth now surpassed that of many martial kings. Although utilizing high-grade spirit stones for a breakthrough seemed extravagant, he dismissed such concerns. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Yi activated the Songlong technique, consuming the high-grade spirit stones, preparing for his imminent advancement. Chapter 66. The Underground Volcano. Just a step away, Zhao Yi clutched the spirit stone, fervently absorbing the spiritual energy it contained. After consuming 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, he finally filled his experience bar, leaving only the final step to complete his breakthrough. At that moment, a voice, tinged with joy and age, unexpectedly resonated from outside the window. The interruption startled Zhao Yi, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Before he could regain his composure, he felt a heavy pat on his shoulder, and he could only watch helplessly as his fully charged experience bar slowly diminished to nothing. How could this happen? Even with Zhao Yi's typically calm demeanor, he was utterly infuriated. The breakthrough he had so confidently anticipated had been thwarted. "Bai Chen, what are you doing?" Zhao Yi glared at the intruder, and without a moment's hesitation, his spiritual energy surged violently, launching an unrestrained assault towards Bai Chen. Scorching flames. Zhao Yi wielded the white flames, instantly compressing them to the size of a Dan pill and hurled them fiercely at Bai Chen. The terrifying blaze erupted forth, nearly igniting Zhao Yi's wooden dwelling in the process. "Are you serious?" Bai Chen exclaimed, somewhat bewildered. With a booming voice, he unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy from within, manifesting a protective barrier that quelled Zhao Yi's fiery onslaught. This little fellow's attack is surprisingly formidable, almost rivaling a martial king. Bai Chen mused, astonished. Initially, he had believed Zhao Yi's acceptance of Wang Yan's challenge to be mere bravado, but it appeared he truly possessed such strength. Then, to Bai Chen's astonishment, he witnessed Zhao Yi's hand shift into a specific seal, and another Zhao Yi materialized in the surrounding void, relentlessly executing a barrage of techniques against Bai Chen. Even with Bai Chen's profound cultivation, he began to feel the mounting pressure. "Zhao Yi, cease at once. I have discovered the whereabouts of the extreme yang fruit." Observing Zhao Yi's relentless endeavor, Bai Chen felt an overwhelming urge to weep, resorting to his ultimate card. Indeed, upon hearing the phrase extreme yang fruit, Zhao Yi promptly halted, though his eyes remained fixed on Bai Chen with a lingering resentment. "Elder Bai Chen, are you aware that I was on the verge of a breakthrough just now, and you interrupted me?" Zhao Yi expressed his displeasure, lamenting the waste of 1,000 superior spirit stones. "Another breakthrough?" Bai Chen's lips twitched. He had heard that Zhao Yi had recently ascended to the rank of a 5th-level martial general, and now he had achieved yet another breakthrough? Such a disparity was infuriating. The mere thought of his own arduous years of labor to elevate his rank cast a shadow over his expression. "Very well. I shall take a few days to attempt another breakthrough, but if you dare deceive me, you shall face dire consequences," Zhao Yi remarked casually. However, to Bai Chen, the statement was incomprehensible. Could ascending in rank truly be so facile, attainable within mere days? Ahem. I only relay what Elder Bei Jun informed me. He mentioned your challenge against Wang Yan and instructed me to convey this news to you. Oh, he is so certain I can defeat Wang Yan? Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow. When he had inquired with Elder Bei Jun, the latter had mysteriously asserted that upon vanquishing Wang Yan, he would assist Zhao Yi in locating either the extreme yin or extreme yang fruit. In our North Spirit Academy, there exists an underground volcano that perpetually emits the flames of the Earth's core, with temperatures exceedingly high. A few years ago, Elder Bei Jun discovered that within this subterranean volcano, there resided an extreme yang fruit. It was merely a stage of immaturity back then. Had one ventured there now, the fruits would be ripe for the picking. Elder Bai Chen was about to elaborate when Zhao Yi appeared at the window, employing the phantom wolf step, his form vanishing like a wraith. I had not yet finished speaking. The extreme yang fruit lies within the depths of the underground volcano, 3 layers down, a place even the martial kings find arduous to access. Elder Bai Chen exclaimed from the wooden cabin, yet Zhao Yi had long since disappeared from sight. The underground volcano. situated to the west of the North Spirit Academy, is a locale seldom frequented due to its extreme heat. However, for those who have cultivated fire-based techniques, it is considered a treasure trove, with many eager to enter and hone their skills. Although training within the underground volcano is exceedingly arduous, the rewards are undeniably enticing, with many enhancing their physical prowess through such trials. So this is the underground volcano? Upon entering a grand hall, Zhao Yi was immediately struck by a blaze that soared skyward, the searing heat permeating the atmosphere. Merely standing there would cause one to perspire profusely. Extreme young fruit. I have arrived. Zhao Yi inhaled deeply, filled with anticipation as he plunged into the depths of the underground volcano. Though the first layer of the underground volcano was intensely hot, Zhao Yi felt no pressure and swiftly descended to the second layer. Here, the temperature surged several degrees higher. Upon reaching the second layer, he noticed the area had diminished significantly, with flames flickering on the ground, compelling him to envelop himself in spiritual energy for protection. Who is this? When did a formidable expert emerge from the North Spirit Academy, fearless of the scorching heat of the second layer? It turned out to be a fifth-level martial general. As Zhao Yi stepped into the second layer of the underground volcano, the seasoned cultivators present immediately turned their gazes towards him, including several peak martial generals. The assembly, numbering no more than 10 individuals, was deeply acquainted with one another. The appearance of Zhao Yi sparked astonishment among them. Look, this young man dares to venture toward the third layer. Has he lost his mind? Upon arriving at the second layer, Zhao Yi showed no signs of hesitation and headed straight for the third layer. Within mere minutes, he reached the end of the second layer. The cultivators training in this layer exchanged glances, trailing closely behind Zhao Yi, eager to witness his next move. Given the already high temperature of the second layer, they could scarcely fathom what awaited them in the third. As Zhao Yi arrived at the terminus of the second layer, merely standing there felt as if he were ablaze. Without the protection of his beast fire, his garments would likely have ignited. Yet, he remained undeterred, for he had finally caught wind of the elusive extreme yang fruit. Chaotic flame burst. Zhao Yi bellowed, conjuring a small sphere of fire in his palm. The ferocious flames threatened to ignite the very air around him. The might of his chaotic flame burst commanded the respect of even martial kings. Within the confines of the underground volcano, its potency was magnified manifold. One could only imagine that a typical martial king would find themselves grievously injured in an instant. Behold, that young man intends to breach the entrance to the third layer. It is crucial to note that there lies underground magma with temperatures capable of incinerating a peak martial general. For a fifth-level martial general to attempt entry would be nothing short of a fantastical delusion. The skilled individuals trailing Zhao Yi, some scoffed derisively, while others prepared to intervene. Yet, the ensuing spectacle rendered them utterly astounded. The white fireball in Zhao Yi's grasp detonated like a missile, instantly creating a passage several yards wide. Seizing this opportunity, Zhao Yi plunged directly into it. The air in the second layer suddenly became palpable, as all eyes were riveted on the healing passage. The third layer, a realm even the martial kings dared not enter lightly, was breached so effortlessly by Zhao Yi. From this moment forth, his reputation would undoubtedly spread throughout the underground volcano. Chapter 67. The Underground Lava. How scorching! Upon entering the third layer, Zhao Yi found himself ensnared by flames that enveloped his body like molten lava. Despite the protection of the moon song flame, his flesh began to char. But wait! As he attempted to expel the flames, he discovered that under their searing embrace, his body was regenerating new flesh and blood cells, and even his experience was incrementally ascending. A treasure indeed. A glint of determination ignited in Zhao Yi's eyes. He was a man who seized opportunities. Upon witnessing the flames, he abandoned his defenses and allowed the fire to engulf him completely. Though the agony of being scorched was excruciating, he persevered, not even emitting a whimper. As Zhao Yi continued to undergo the purifying ordeal of the flames, the moon song flame, akin to a ravenous child, gradually devoured the fire, becoming increasingly solidified atop the white flames. At long last, a breakthrough was achieved. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Zhao Yi exhaled a breath of stagnant air, sensing the surging spiritual energy within him. He realized he had successfully ascended to the rank of a 6th-level martial general. Truly, he is a prodigy with extraordinary 3-star talent. While it typically takes years for an average person to make such a breakthrough, he required merely half a day. Before Zhao Yi could fully revel in the joy of his advancement, a hearty laugh resonated through the 3rd layer. In the distance, atop a naturally formed volcanic lotus platform, an elderly man sat in meditation. Clad in a flowing white robe and adorned with silvery hair, he appeared as if he had lived for over a century, showing signs of advanced age. Yet, despite his seemingly frail appearance, his posture was upright, exuding vigor and vitality. "Old man, what nonsense are you spouting? I was already on the verge of a breakthrough before. This advancement is merely a natural progression," Zhao Yi retorted, casting a glance at the elder. If such breakthroughs were so easily attained, then after a few years of seclusion, wouldn't he become the strongest in the world? The elder merely smiled in silence. And Zhao Yi, dismissive of him, felt elated about his elevation to a 6th-level martial general. "Master of the demon abyss, with your cultivation, you should be able to discern whether the extreme yang fruit is present here," Zhao Yi inquired, a hint of apprehension tinging his voice. If this place lacked the coveted extreme yang fruit, his journey would have been in vain. The extreme yang fruit grows in regions of supreme yang, while the underground lava represents the epitome of rigidity and light. As the master of the demon abyss spoke, he suddenly adopted a more enigmatic demeanor, gesturing towards the elder's location. "From my perception, the very place where the extreme yang fruit emerges is precisely where that old fellow is seated." Zhao Yi nodded, his eyes narrowing with intrigue. The elderly figure before him exuded an aura of profound mystery, one that even Elder Bai Chun Bei did not possess. Was it possible that after enduring great hardships to reach the 3rd level of the underground volcano, he had come here for this? It seemed the old man was aware of Zhao Yi's thoughts. With a flick of his fingertip, a brilliant flame erupted from the depths of the earth, revealing a spirit fruit that slowly rotated at its center. "Zhao Yi, that is the extreme yang fruit." Upon witnessing the soaring flames, the demon prison sovereign exclaimed with excitement, stating that the extreme yang fruit was a rare find, appearing only once in a century, and birthed from the molten core of the earth, making it exceedingly difficult to encounter. The extreme yang fruit. Zhao Yi's eyes narrowed further as spiritual energy began to circulate within him. "Old man, what are you intending to do?" Although Zhao Yi yearned to seize the extreme young fruit, he recognized the old man's formidable prowess. He feared that he might not withstand even a single move from him. It would be wiser to first discern the old man's intentions. "I am called Bai Ling." The old man introduced himself, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "I have heard Elder Bei speak of you. You are quite a promising talent. Surely, you have come here seeking the extreme yang fruit." He continued, "The extreme yang fruit, born from the molten earth, is the epitome of rigidity and radiance. It has developed a semblance of intelligence and, when threatened, will unleash its blazing fire for self-protection." The old man, identifying himself as Bai Ling, smiled as he pointed towards the fruit suspended in midair. "Its extreme yang fire can even injure a martial king. To obtain it, you must rely on your own abilities." Bai Ling let out a hearty laugh, altering his hand gesture, causing the extreme yang fruit to vanish back into the earth in the next instant. "You." Zhao Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. Just as he was about to charge forward, a concentrated ball of flame surged from the ground, resembling a fiery dragon, striking Zhao Yi with ferocious intensity. Despite his divine beast physique, he felt a searing pain enveloping him. In this world, nothing is obtained without effort. If one wishes to acquire the extreme yang fruit, one must endure trials. Otherwise, all endeavors would be in vain. After Bai Ling spoke, he simply sat down, seemingly indifferent to Zhao Yi's plight, as if the complexities of the situation were of no concern to him. Zhao Yi could not help but roll his eyes, but quickly regained his composure. Bai Ling's words resonated with truth. Indeed, nothing in this world comes without cost. Only through diligence can one reap rewards. As this thought crossed his mind, the moon song flame within him enveloped his body like a fiery armor. The beastly flames, being one with him, posed no threat. Rather, they served to shield him from the external inferno. However, Zhao Yi had underestimated the ferocity of the flames here. Before he could reach the location where the extreme young fruit lay, a terrifying wave of heat surged forth, nearly incinerating him. Hey, this old fellow is utterly insane. Not even a martial king could reach that place. The demon abyss sovereign began to chatter incessantly. If you wish, I could retrieve the extreme young fruit for you. And in return, perhaps you could help me solidify a corporeal form in the future? Zhao Yi realized the sovereign's ulterior motive for seeking rebirth. No wonder he was so suddenly obsequious. With an awkward smile, the demon abyss sovereign admitted, after being confined within for so long, it grows rather stifling. But to think that a mere patch of molten core lava could ensnare me, Zhao Yi, is not so easily trifled with. With a cold sneer, Zhao Yi's dark eyes glimmered with a hint of madness as the moon song flame enveloping him dissipated. What does this young man intend to do? Although Bai Ling sat in meditation with her eyes closed, she was acutely aware of Zhao Yi's every move. How amusing. Zhao Yi's talent far exceeded that of a mere 3-star prodigy. If anything were to happen to him under her watch, it would be a significant loss for the North Spirit Academy. Come on, I am eager to see just how formidable you truly are. Zhao Yi let out a hearty laugh, allowing the flames to surge into his body. In mere moments, he was engulfed in fire. Absurd. Bai Ling's eyes widened in shock. Even she would not dare to remove her defenses against such hellfire. If ignited within, even a great Luo golden immortal would find it hard to intervene. However, just as Bai Ling prepared to extinguish the hellfire surrounding Zhao Yi, he shook his head, a resolute expression emerging on his face. The flames raged, threatening to incinerate his veins and flesh, when suddenly, a black hole appeared within his body. The black hole expanded, ultimately manifesting on the surface, continuously devouring the oncoming flames and converting them into pure spiritual energy within him. How on earth is this young man accomplishing this? Chapter 68. 8th Level Martial General Buzz. As Zhao Yi sensed the pure spiritual energy transforming within him, it surged into his dantian, continuously nurturing his internal spiritual force. Simultaneously, the system's prompt echoed insistently in his mind. Congratulations on devouring the core's fiery essence, acquiring 80 experience, 70 experience, 90 experience. The system's voice resonated continuously. Although the experience gained was modest, it formed a persistent accumulation, steadily enhancing Zhao Yi's prowess. In a mere 10 minutes, his experience surged by 1/10. At this rate, breaking through to the 7th or even 8th level of martial prowess was simply a matter of time. Realizing this advantage, the black hole surrounding Zhao Yi expanded further, its terrifying gravitational pull directed towards the molten lava below. This black hole, initially a lethal weapon against foes, was now harnessed for his own survival in a critical moment. Any flame that approached would be consumed by the black hole. With this divine assistance, Zhao Yi swiftly descended into the depths of the molten core, where a crimson liquid flowed beneath his feet, emanating an unbearable heat. Even a martial artist would likely perish upon contact with this liquid. What followed was the main event. A fierce glint flashed in Zhao Yi's eyes as he took a bold step and leaped directly into the molten lava. Although he could have utilized the black hole's properties to extract the extreme young fruit, he chose not to. He sensed the pure spiritual energy within the underground lava. And if he could harness it, the enhancement it would bring to him would be immeasurable. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. And Zhao Yi promptly unleashed the moonsong flame. This beastly fire possessed a domineering ability to devour. Having previously consumed a vat of blood in the North Spirit secret realm, which had amplified its malevolence. If he could also consume the underground lava, Zhao Yi was curious about the potential enhancement it would bring to the moonsong flame. Moonsong flame, consume it. With a slight smile at the corners of his mouth, Zhao Yi perceived a flicker of sentience in Yutsongyan, which seemed capable of comprehending his words. In an instant, it surged forth, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the underground lava. The two forces clashed vehemently, sparks flying in all directions. While Zhao Yi found himself in the midst of this torment, a sharp pain surged through him, his eyes turning crimson. Just as he was about to disregard everything and revert to his true form for suppression, a hazy black tower materialized above his internal realm. Suppress. A deep voice echoed within Zhao Yi's demon core world, and immediately, the underground lava appeared to encounter a formidable entity rendered immobile under its oppressive force. Ding dong! Congratulations on reaching level 28. You require 85 million more to ascend to the next level. As the underground lava within him was nearly consumed, Zhao Yi ascended 2 levels in quick succession, his aura significantly strengthened. The meridians scorched by the lava began to heal rapidly under Zhao Yi's cultivation of the Crimson Wolf classic, elevating themselves through several tiers in the process. Zhao Yi brimmed with confidence. With merely this physical form, he felt capable of confronting the pinnacle of martial generals head-on. He refined the underground lava, causing Yutsangyan to solidify, with molten magma subtly overflowing. Zhao Yi realized that the potency of his Yutsangyan had increased several-fold. Gazing at Yutsangyan for an extended moment, he ultimately summoned it, allowing it to envelop his body, subtly manifesting as a coalesced fire dragon upon his chest. Go! The gathered fire dragon, infused with a ferocious aura, violently swept through the defenses of the extreme yang fruit. This technique, birthed from the evolution of Yutsangyan, enabled him to unleash its full potential. Was this a self-created martial skill? However, Zhao Yi's actions were witnessed by Bai Ling, who was immediately taken aback. With her keen insight, she understood that no one could fully harness the power of beast fire. There existed only one explanation: the creation of a unique martial technique that could unleash the full potential of beast fire. Initially, I believed that the esteemed dean was remarkably talented, yet I now realize how my vision has faltered. Bai Ling gazed at Zhao Yi with a complex expression. Those capable of creating martial techniques would undoubtedly become formidable figures renowned far and wide. Crack! The defense, once deemed impregnable, began to fissure under Zhao Yi's beast fire assault, ultimately disintegrating into fiery fragments that vanished without a trace. This technique shall be named Dragon Flame. Zhao Yi snapped his fingers, bestowing a name upon his martial skill. Still wishing to escape? As the defense crumbled, the sunfruit seemed inclined to flee, yet Zhao Yi, ever vigilant, swept his hand and swiftly secured it within his inventory. Regardless of its capabilities, it could only remain there in tranquility. Now, only the extreme fruit remains. Zhao Yi felt a surge of excitement. Realizing that the words of the demon prison sovereign were indeed accurate, he had chosen wisely in coming to the North Spirit Academy. How terrifying! While Zhao Yi reveled in his delight, Bai Ling appeared before him, her expression a mix of emotions. Elder, I am grateful for your assistance this time. In the future, should the North Spirit Academy face adversity, I, Zhao Yi, shall not hesitate to lend my support. Zhao Yi solemnly clasped his fists. Had it not been for Bai Ling's presence, locating the extreme yang fruit would have demanded considerable effort. Haha, I am quite looking forward to it. You have been here for over 3 days now, and you have already broken through to the 3rd level. Even the former esteemed dean could not accomplish such a feat. Bai Ling did not hesitate to express her admiration, for Zhao Yi's talent was truly extraordinary, surpassing anything she had ever encountered. Chapter 69, North Spirit Mountain at North Spirit Academy. The atmosphere became vibrant with the arrival of new students. As every year the institution prepared for a grand ceremony to welcome them. This ceremony served to assess the strength and potential of the newcomers. Those who excelled would not only gain abundant training resources, but could also attract the focused attention of the Academy's elders, propelling them to great heights. As anticipation mounted among the countless new students, the day of the ceremony swiftly approached. The North Spirit Square was already bustling with activity, filled not only with newcomers but also with older students eager to partake in the excitement. This year's ceremony was particularly noteworthy, as someone had issued a life-and-death challenge, igniting fervent discussions. Even those older students who had been in seclusion emerged, eager to witness this significant event. "Where is Brother Zhao Yi?" Yanjiro exclaimed anxiously, scanning the crowd but finding no sign of him. "Have faith in him, little sister. After all, he remained composed even after slaying so many from the Laitian sect. He certainly will not miss this battle," Yin Ruoqing reassured her, though he too felt a twinge of apprehension, fully aware of Wang Yan's formidable prowess. As the ceremony was about to commence, he wondered if that young man would falter. If so, it would be better for him to withdraw from North Spirit Academy altogether. Just then, a chilling laugh echoed through the square, prompting Yanjiro to rise, her spiritual energy beginning to swirl within her. By that time, Zhao Yi will find himself ensnared in the relentless pursuit of my Laotian sect, and I shall spare none of those associated with him. The new student ceremony is a grand annual event at Biling Academy, designed to assess everyone's capabilities. Those who excel shall be granted access to the Academy's cultivation resources and may even have the opportunity to learn from esteemed elders. Presiding over the ceremony is Elder Bai Chun, who gazes at the crowd with a smile, yet his brow subtly furrows as he notices the absence of Zhao Yi. With a resounding boom, Elder Bai Chun gestures grandly, and a luminous screen, spanning several dozen zhang, materializes in Biling Square, revealing a towering mountain in the distance. This is Biling Mountain, the very site of the new student ceremony. Whoever can ascend to its summit and seize the treasure chest atop shall be crowned the king of new students. As Bai Chun speaks, the image shifts, and indeed, a treasure chest shimmers faintly at the peak. Elder Bai Chun, with so many vying for this treasure chest, it must be something extraordinary, remarks Wang Yin, his gaze fixed intently on the chest atop Biling Mountain. Naturally, responds Bai Chun with a grin. Within the chest lies a broken king pill, a pinnacle 4th grade elixir that grants a martial king a 50% chance of breaking through. A 50% chance? Even Wang Yin, with his steadfast demeanor, finds his breath growing heavier. A 50% chance is an invaluable treasure for him. Given the opulence of Biling Academy, I shall not hold back. Wang Yin licked his lips. This precious Wang Dan was something even the esteemed Lei Xian sect did not possess. Even if it did exist, it would be kept under strict secrecy by the higher-ups, inaccessible even to him. The emergence of the Wang Dan instantly enlivened the atmosphere, prompting envy from many senior students who lamented the absence of such treasures in their own cohort. The summit of Biling Mountain offered only 5 positions. Whoever could reach the peak first would not only gain access to the cultivation resources of Biling Academy, but also earn the right to contend for the Wang Dan. Upon concluding his remarks, Bai Chun noted that the crowd now had a clearer view of the situation at the summit. At the center of the 5 platforms, a brocade box floated in the air. It would only descend once its 4 challengers had been vanquished. Is everyone clear on the rules? Bai Chun inquired with a smile. And immediately, thousands of new students nodded in agreement, eager to seize the brocade box atop the mountain. Since everyone understands, Bai Chun's eyes narrowed, and the screen flickered with a blinding white light. Let the competition commence. As soon as his words fell, countless newcomers surged forward, wishing they could sprout 4 additional legs. Why hasn't Brother Zhao arrived yet? Yanjiro glanced around anxiously, still waiting for Zhao Yi. Biting her silver teeth, she followed the throng into Biling Mountain. In just a few brief minutes, the entire Biling Square became desolate. Still no sign of him? Observing the absence of the awaited figure, Bai Chun sighed deeply. Preparing to close the screen. Elder Bai Chun, I have secured the extreme young fruit, yet the promise to defeat Wang Yin remains unfulfilled. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice whispered into Bai Chun's ear as Zhao Yi, like a bullet, stepped into the shimmering barrier just before it closed. It appeared that these individuals were willing to risk everything to break the Wang Dan. Upon arriving at Biling Mountain, Zhao Yi observed the figures rushing towards the summit, feeling a sense of nostalgia. However, he realized he had arrived far too late and could no longer afford to waste time. He joined the crowd, making his ascent to the peak. This fellow is surprisingly swift. Wang Yin, with a powerful strike, obliterated a beast that obstructed his path. And upon realizing that Zhao Yi had entered Biling Mountain, a cold smirk crept upon his lips. In light of this, it seemed only fitting to engage him in a little game. Wang Yan's palm struck the ground, and in an instant, a colossal figure materialized, exuding a heavy presence. This towering figure, standing at a formidable 3 meters, was shrouded in darkness, and its hollow eye sockets instilled a chilling dread. This was a puppet that had perished countless years ago. Go and eliminate Zhao Yi, Wang Yin commanded coldly. The puppet seemed to comprehend his words, nodding slightly before stomping the ground and swiftly departing. Zhao Yi, let my plaything entertain you. If you fail to reach the pinnacle of Biling Mountain, It will prove that you are unworthy to even contend with me." Wang Yin sneered, and a terrifying surge of spiritual power erupted from within him, its intensity already reaching the threshold of a martial king. In the Biling Square, a massive luminous barrier descended, projecting thrilling battle scenes from Biling Mountain, captivating the gazes of countless onlookers. Meanwhile, Baichen focused intently on a particular spot, his eyes narrowing involuntarily. A martial king-level puppet. A heavy pall settled over Baichen's heart. He had not anticipated that the Lei Xian sect would extend such favor towards Wang Yin. Should Zhao Yi engage in combat with him, the odds would surely be grim. One can only hope that the esteemed dean's judgment proves to be sound. Chapter 70. The Puppets of the Martial King at the foot of North Spirit Mountain. The arrival of new students at the North Spirit Academy instantly transformed this locale into a bustling arena. The beasts residing in the mountains were compelled to retreat before the advancing throng. However, within the depths of North Spirit Mountain, true beast kings lurked. A mere misstep could spell doom for those aspiring to reach the summit. As countless individuals strenuously battled through the tide of beasts to ascend the heights, Zhao Yi, with his hands clasped behind his head, strolled leisurely along the most direct path. This route, though fraught with peril, was overlooked by the beast kings and generals, who seemed blind to his presence, allowing him to pass unscathed. As a transformed divine beast, Zhao Yi instilled fear in these mindless creatures, who likely dared not challenge him. "Stop hiding, come forth." Zhao Yi's stride abruptly halted as he struck the ground with a resounding palm, unleashing the surging moon song flame from within. Boom! A colossal tree before him was instantaneously reduced to ash, prompting three figures concealed behind it to emerge. "Truly deserving of Lord Yan's attention, you certainly possess some prowess," remarked the eldest of the trio, garbed in a blue robe, flanked by his two brothers, one in black and the other in white. It was evident they were siblings. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiong Zhan, and these are my brothers, Xiong Er and Xiong San, lest you perish without knowing who your assailants are." The young man in a blue robe, known as Xiong Zhan, let out a cold laugh, eagerly anticipating the look of panic on Zhao Yi's face. In 3 breaths, "If you do not roll away, you shall perish." However, Zhao Yi's expression remained unfazed. "You dare to underestimate my 3 brothers? Do you even know how to write the word death?" Xiong Zhan was both amused and enraged by Zhao Yi's composure. The 3 of them exchanged glances, and an overwhelming surge of spiritual power erupted from within them. They were the pinnacle of martial generals. In the Beiling Plaza, a massive light screen projected Zhao Yi's perspective, allowing him to perceive the formidable aura emanating from the trio, even through the barrier. "We 3 united can challenge even a martial king. Once I shatter your bones, let us see if you can maintain your calm." With that, Xiong Zhan wielded a wooden staff, channeling his terrifying spiritual energy into it, and struck violently at Zhao Yi. The 2 companions flanked him on either side, determined to seal off every escape route for Zhao Yi. Surrounded by 3 peak martial generals, no matter how skilled this young man was, defeat seemed inevitable. Countless senior students in the plaza watched the unfolding spectacle, murmuring their predictions of Zhao Yi's certain loss. Yet, Elder Baichen observed silently, refraining from comment. "If you insist on offering good advice, then do not blame me," Zhao Yi said, shaking his head in resignation as he continued forward. Just as the trio's attacks were about to make contact, a blaze of white flames erupted from its surface. "Begone!" The white flames, sharp as a sword, swept fiercely across the chest of the 3 attackers. The enhanced moon song flame was feared even by martial kings. How could mere peak martial generals withstand its might? Indeed, when the Tsangyan flames enveloped them, they ignited with a ferocity that was almost palpable, and within mere moments, the air was filled with the acrid scent of burning flesh. The 3 warriors, Xiong Zhan and his companions, let out anguished cries, yet they were powerless to extinguish the inferno consuming them, forced to witness their bodies being incinerated inch by inch. "Damn it, I will make you pay with your life," Xiong Zhan bellowed, frantically rummaging through his storage bag. In an instant, a towering figure surged forth like a tempest, charging directly at Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi, who had previously appeared calm and unperturbed, narrowed his dark eyes, enveloping his hand in the Tsangyan flames, ready to clash fiercely with the oncoming threat. It turned out to be a formidable puppet of the martial king rank. Zhao Yi staggered backward, and at that moment, the slightly elated voice of the demon abyss sovereign echoed in his mind. A martial king puppet? Zhao Yi was taken aback. Observing the massive figure, shrouded in darkness, its eye sockets devoid of any eyeballs, leaving only hollow orbs. It was astonishing to encounter puppet arts here, which had seemingly vanished from the martial extreme continent for countless years. The demon abyss sovereign expressed his amazement. Eliminate him. Xiongzhan, summoning his last vestige of strength, pointed at Zhao Yi as a flicker of red light pulsed from the puppet's forehead, propelling its colossal form towards Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi, do not confront it head-on. A martial king is not to be trifled with, especially since this creature is a puppet, impervious to harm. If you cannot deliver a fatal blow, you will only find yourself ensnared. The demon abyss sovereign seemed to possess extensive knowledge about puppets, offering Zhao Yi a clear path forward. Understood. Zhao Yi recognized the formidable nature of the martial king puppet and, without hesitation, darted toward the mountain peak. However, the dark puppet, swifter than expected, quickly closed the distance, pursuing Zhao Yi relentlessly. Zhao Yi's gaze flickered as he charged into a shadowy cavern. Even though Elder Bai Qian possessed formidable cultivation, he could not project the circumstances within the cave. The luminous screen projected by Bei Ling Plaza abruptly ceased the moment Zhao Yi entered the cave, leaving Bai Qian somewhat helpless as he redirected the projection elsewhere. Zhao Yi, utilize your beast fire to subdue it. Since this puppet of the martial king level has been so carelessly offered by that foolish Wang Yin, we cannot be held accountable. The demon abyss sovereign chuckled, well aware that Zhao Yi comprehended the implication behind his words after their time together. Understood. Zhao Yi nodded emphatically. The beast fire enveloped the puppet like a radiant veil. However, the terrifying heat failed to inflict any significant damage upon it. Is this the extent of the puppet's defenses? Even a genuine martial king would find it ineffectual. Zhao Yi mused. At that moment, a dark tower suddenly materialized above the puppet, pulsating with black light that forced the puppet to its knees. Zhao Yi, quickly employ the mantra I imparted to you to exert control. The urgent voice of the demon abyss sovereign resonated, and Zhao Yi felt a surge of information flooding his mind. All right, Zhao Yi affirmed, silently reciting the mantra. A drop of his blood shot forth from his fingertip, ultimately landing on the puppet's forehead. Sizzle! The crimson light on the puppet's brow flickered incessantly until it was obliterated by a wave of black energy. In that instant, Zhao Yi's blood imprint solidified. The puppet, which had been struggling with all its might, abruptly ceased its movements. It worked. Zhao Yi exclaimed in surprise, sensing a unique connection established between himself and the puppet, granting him control over its every movement. With a surge of excitement, he decided to experiment with the puppet. Bang! The puppet's fist struck the ground with terrifying force, akin to a volcanic eruption, causing the entire cave to tremble precariously, fissures rapidly spreading beneath his feet. Zhao Yi's expression shifted as he hurriedly stepped back, only to witness the very spot where the puppet had struck collapse into the abyss below. Was there emptiness beneath the surface? Chapter 71. Master of Arrays. The ground caved in, forming a deep pit leading to the depths below. Zhao Yi's gaze flickered as his consciousness expanded outward, yet he discerned nothing, as if obstructed by an unseen force. There is something inside, resonated the voice of the demon prison sovereign. Zhao Yi nodded, realizing they were on the same wavelength. Wait, a thought struck him. He quickly conjured a clone and transferred all of his moonsong flame to it. Once this was accomplished, the clone, bearing the moonsong flame, swiftly departed the cave. Uncertain of the dangers lurking beneath the cave, Zhao Yi understood he must engage in the battle for survival, thus sending a clone ahead. Let us proceed. After completing these preparations, Zhao Yi cautiously descended into the underground realm, which was shrouded in impenetrable darkness, rendering even his consciousness ineffective. Such a peculiar place. An inexplicable fear welled up within him, and his dark eyes transformed into a transparent hue, yet still revealed nothing. His instincts warned him that this subterranean domain was far from simple. Uncertain of how long he had descended, Zhao Yi sensed an unusual fluctuation and halted his steps. Zhao Yi, we have fallen into a fifth-level illusionary formation. We must break the array, or we shall never escape. The anxious voice of the demon prison sovereign reached his ears, causing Zhao Yi's pupils to constrict. A fifth-level formation? You cannot be serious. His lips twitched at the thought. As the moonlight treasure box in his possession was embedded with fifth-level formations, which he found utterly insurmountable. The potency of such formations was evident. The demon prison sovereign fell silent, clearly conceding the truth. Damn, what kind of cursed place is this? Zhao Yi could not suppress a curse, and began to explore the vicinity. Waiting idly was not in Zhao Yi's nature. While he desperately sought an exit, the atmosphere on Biling Mountain remained lively. At the summit, 4 of the 5 had already gathered, Wang Yan, Yin Ji-ro, and 2 peak martial generals. Who would have thought a 5th-level martial general would infiltrate this mountaintop? On the summit platform, Wang Yin crossed his arms, looking at Yin Ji-ro with derision. Rest assured, since you are that boy's friend, I shall pay special attention to you. Wang Yin sneered, seemingly envisioning the outcome of Yin Ji-ro being ruthlessly crushed by him. Humph. Yin Ji-ro coldly huffed, dismissing Wang Yan's taunts, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings for the one she had long awaited, who had yet to appear. Brother Zhao Yi, please hurry. In the darkness, Zhao Yi sat cross-legged, murmuring to himself, as if he had discerned the weaknesses of this formidable formation, which, having endured countless years, had diminished in power. The Lord of the Abyss, assist me in locating the core of the formation and help me break through. A gleam of determination sparkled in Zhao Yi's eyes. Although the Lord of the Abyss was reluctant, he could only nod and began to meticulously search for the formation's core in the darkness. Sensing the intricacies of the array, Zhao Yi promptly analyzed each detail step by step, ultimately mastering the operation of the entire formation. The core lies 25 steps to the southwest. At that moment, the Lord of the Abyss also completed his task. Break. Zhao Yi nodded decisively, leveraging his familiarity with the formation to shatter it in one swift motion. A thunderous roar echoed as the darkness enveloping the entire space receded like a tide. To Zhao Yi's astonishment, he found himself in a cramped subterranean chamber. What is this? Zhao Yi cautiously surveyed his surroundings, only to discover a skeletal figure seated before him, emanating a terrifying pressure that spread quietly like a storm. Even a mere trace of this oppressive force caused Zhao Yi's complexion to pale, and he could not help but kneel. Humph! In that instant, Zhao Yi transformed into his true form, a colossal wolf shadow emerging from the depths, barely managing to withstand the overwhelming pressure. What is this? He lifted his head to find a bizarre red light emanating from the skull of the skeleton. Zhao Yi, retreat. The Lord of the Abyss seemed to sense something amiss and urgently shouted at Zhao Yi. However, the warning came too late. The red light darted towards Zhao Yi's head like a sharp blade, vanishing from sight. Zhao Yi's body became rigid, rooted to the spot, unable to move. However, the situation within the body became utterly chaotic at that moment. The entire sea of consciousness turned a deep crimson, with malevolent energy permeating every part of the body. Humph. Witnessing Zhao Yi in peril, the Lord of the Demon Abyss could not remain indifferent. With a cold snort, he immediately leapt forth from the realm of the demon core. Suppression. Upon seeing that sinister and grotesque visage, a rare fury flickered across the Lord of the Demon Abyss's face. Without a moment's hesitation, he obliterated that wicked countenance. The oncoming crimson light in Zhao Yi's sea of consciousness ebbed away like a receding tide, ultimately transforming into a luminous orb, suspended in midair, radiating an enigmatic vibration. Just moments ago, as the crimson light faded, Zhao Yi's consciousness gradually returned, drenched in cold sweat. It felt as though he were ensnared by a clump of malevolent energy, utterly immobilized, enduring the excruciating sensation of awaiting death. Merely the consciousness of a blood-fiend demon. He had devoured the awareness of that skeletal master, but was subsequently vanquished by me. The Lord of the Demon Abyss remarked indifferently, "Go and consume that. It may prove beneficial to you." Very well. Zhao Yi, observing the Lord of the Demon Abyss's complex expression, refrained from further inquiry, silently etching the term blood-fiend demon into his memory. Is this the memory of that skeletal master? Zhao Yi glanced at the untainted orb of light, instantly recognizing it. For when he first embarked on his cultivation journey, he had encountered the memory orb of the Lord of the Demon Abyss, from which he learned numerous strategies for formation and gained invaluable experiences. It turned out that the Master of the Skeleton was, in fact, a formation master on par with a martial sovereign. Zhao Yi extended his palm into the luminous orb, immediately perceiving intricate formations within, displaying remarkable ingenuity, infused with a liveliness that surpassed even that of the demon prison sovereign. After all, a martial artist specializing in formations undoubtedly possesses profound insights. Elder, the blood fiend has been vanquished. I shall assist in retrieving your remains from this wretched place and find a serene paradise for your burial. Zhao Yi bowed deeply to the orb, which seemed to comprehend his sentiments, resonating with a hum before a gentle light surged forth to collide with him. Instantly, an overwhelming torrent of information flooded his senses, unveiling the arrangements and characteristics of various formations. Chapter 72. Life and Death Battle. This little fellow has indeed not disappointed me. Elder Bai Chun remained silent, yet his eyes sparkled with brilliance as he gazed at the shimmering screen. Bear Battle, observing the nearby platform, hesitated not for a moment and stepped onto it with determination. However, a shadow moved swifter, landing directly upon him and leaping into the platform. Zhao Yi, you're not dead. Bear Battle exclaimed upon realizing that Zhao Yi had already appeared within the arena. Surprised? Zhao Yi replied nonchalantly, waving his hand as a bolt of white flame shot forth like a bullet, mercilessly sending Bear Battle staggering back. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhao Yi was reluctant to strike lethally. Lord Yin, I hope you can eliminate him for me. Blood gushed from Bear Battle as his complexion turned pale. He understood that he was no match for Zhao Yi and cast a resentful glare in his direction. Do not disgrace yourself here, Wang Yin coldly remarked, prompting Bear Battle to retreat in dejection, though his spiteful gaze remained fixated on Zhao Yi. Jiho, I kindly ask you to intercept these two individuals. With your mastery of formations, it should not be a challenge to confine them, Zhao Yi remarked as he found himself in a life and death struggle with Wang Yin, wishing to avoid any external disturbances. Brother Zhao Yi, rest assured, with me here, they shall not disturb you. Yin Jiho responded with a gentle smile, raising her delicate hand as a grand formation, spanning several hundred meters, materialized before them, encircling the two peak martial talents. Youngster, do not presume that your ascension to an 8th-tier martial artist makes you invincible. At this level, I could effortlessly crush a multitude with a single hand. Wang Yin bellowed, his spear slicing through the air, leaving trails of afterimages as it aimed to pierce Zhao Yi. Scorching flame explosion. Faced with such a formidable opponent, Zhao Yi did not dare to underestimate him. He unleashed the compressed moon scorching flame upon Wang Yin, having absorbed the molten lava from beneath. The power of Zhao Yi's moon scorching flame surged to unprecedented heights. What? Wang Yin's pupils constricted as he unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, erecting a formidable defense. Explode. Zhao Yi intoned with indifference, and the moon-scorching flame erupted in a dazzling white light, creating a massive crater beneath him, displacing the ground several meters down. How? Terrifying. Countless onlookers gasped in astonishment, while some peak martial experts felt an overwhelming threat. Had Zhao Yi's attack struck them, it would have been devastating, if not fatal. It has been years since anyone has compelled me to exert my full strength. A voice resonated as Wang Yin stood enscathed in the depths of a colossal pit, fragments of his inner armor scattering in the wind. Marshal, King. Not far away, the two prodigies locked in a stalemate with Yin Zhuro felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Wang Yin, instilling a sense of dread deep within their hearts. The chasm between a martial king and a martial general is immeasurable, for the former possesses the ability to harness the energies of heaven and earth, effortlessly annihilating opponents as if they were mere phantoms. Merely a first-level martial king, one might wonder what all the fuss is about. Zhao Yi, arms crossed and exuding a languid demeanor, lifted his head, his words striking like thunder. Very well, once I dispatch you, let us see if you can maintain such bravado. Wang Yin, initially desiring to witness the terror and despair etched upon Zhao Yi's face, found himself both infuriated and amused by the latter's audacity. With his spear in hand, he unleashed a flurry of spear shadows that swept toward Zhao Yi. It must be said, Wang Yan's martial king prowess erupted forth, rendering his movements and power significantly more formidable than before, swiftly placing Zhao Yi at a disadvantage. A powerful palm strike emanated from Wang Yan, as his immense spiritual energy merged with the energies of heaven and earth, coalescing into a colossal spiritual hand that forcefully sent Zhao Yi hurtling through the air. "It is over, Zhao Yi," Wang Yan declared. As he drew a line across his palm, droplets of his vital blood cascading onto his spear, radiating an eerie crimson glow. "If you can withstand this strike and remain unharmed, I, Wang Yan, shall concede defeat." As he spoke, the spear in his grasp shot forth like a razor-sharp sword, the sinister red light flickering ominously, accompanied by crackling arcs of lightning. Thunderous transformation, spirit of the battle spear. The air resonated with a piercing sound, a result of the atmosphere yielding to the spear's sharpness, and in an instant, it was before Zhao Yi. "Is this your ultimate technique?" Zhao Yi gazed at the incoming spear, his hair standing on end. Even a true martial king would find themselves pierced through by such an attack. "Yet, in my eyes, it is but a futile endeavor." Zhao Yi spoke solely with his voice, and in an instant, a pair of obsidian eyes ignited with fervor. Dragon flame. Fiery tendrils began to erupt from his skin, ultimately enveloping his entire being. Then, a dragon's head, forged from flames, roared forth with a fierce intensity. The temperature of the world surged dramatically at that moment. Thunderous booms echoed as the fiery dragon's head collided with the otherworldly spear, shattering the entire platform and sending Yanjiro and her companions tumbling down the mountainside. One can only imagine the sheer terror of such a colossal confrontation. Has it come to an end? Countless senior students gazed in astonishment at this spectacle. Such an assault rivaled that of the Academy's elders. Could they truly be new students of this generation? No. A few keen observers suddenly shouted in alarm, their bodies tensing as they beheld the dragon's head in midair transform into an overwhelming inferno, melting the spear and ultimately descending like heavenly fire, unrelenting in its assault on Wang Yan. "No, this is impossible," Wang Yan cried out, his expression crumbling. As a prodigy rarely seen in a century within the Thunder Mystic sect, how could he possibly be defeated by a peer? "Wang Yan, in your next life, remember to keep your eyes wide open. Not everyone is someone you can provoke." The fiery dragon's head morphed once more, ultimately revealing Zhao Yi, who then struck down upon Wang Yan's head with his palm. In a battle to the death, only one side's demise signifies conclusion. Wang Yan's eyes were void of life, his face a mask of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend his impending defeat. Yet, just as Zhao Yi's palm was about to claim Wang Yan's life, the spiritual energy of the world began to contort, and at that very moment, an enraged voice thundered across the heavens. "Youngster, cease this at once." Chapter 73. The Dark Edge Elder strikes. A thunderous roar reverberated like rolling thunder. Even Zhao Yi, with his formidable cultivation, felt an overwhelming pressure, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling. In this life-and-death battle, only the demise of one party signified an end. With a fierce shout, Zhao Yi activated the Xian Wolf step, bracing against the encroaching oppression, and advanced before Wang Yan. "You seek death." Upon witnessing Zhao Yi's repeated attempts to eliminate Wang Yan, a voice of fury resonated through the air, compelling a figure to reveal himself. Bang! Zhao Yi, wielding the Moonsong flame, unleashed a powerful punch, incinerating the moisture in the air. Just as he struck Wang Yan, a massive hand emerged, dissipating the force of Zhao Yi's blow entirely. Zhao Yi's pupils constricted as he beheld the figure standing before him, none other than the Dark Edge Elder of the North Spirit Academy. "Dark Edge Elder, what do you mean by this? Our life-and-death battle explicitly forbade any interference. As a witness, are you not being hypocritical?" Zhao Yi retreated a few steps, his complexion still pale, yet his dark eyes showed no sign of retreat, coldly fixated on the elder. "Zhao Yi, you have already defeated Wang Yan, and you have obtained the Broken King pill from the brocade box. Is it truly necessary for you to be so aggressive?" The Dark Edge Elder, acknowledging his flawed position, found himself compelled to yield in the face of Zhao Yi's incisive words. "Haha, I never expected the people of the Thunder Xian sect to be so shameless. Not only serving as an elder of the North Spirit Academy, but also standing here, begging for mercy like a dog in front of so many witnesses after one of their own was slain. Zhao Yi laughed heartily, disregarding the barbed nature of his words, though he lamented the missed opportunity to slay Wang Yan. After all, Wang Yan is not just anyone. He is a prodigious talent with immense potential. If we were to let the tiger return to the mountain, it would surely spell trouble for Zhao Yi in the future. To insult the elder of the academy and harbor murderous intent towards the students is a crime deserving of punishment. Elder Anfeng, in a fit of rage, disregarded the astonished gazes of those around him and struck towards Zhao Yi with a single palm. Elder Anfeng was actually attacking Zhao Yi. The force behind this strike was that of an 8th-level martial king. Zhao Yi's pupils constricted as he desperately activated the Xianling step, narrowly evading the attack. Despite this, he was still left reeling from the residual force, blood surging within him, his complexion pale. Elder Anfeng exclaimed in surprise, evidently taken aback that a mere martial general like Zhao Yi could evade his assault. With a cold smirk, Elder Anfeng dismissed Zhao Yi's survival as nothing more than a stroke of luck. Let us see where you can hide, he sneered, as the natural energies surrounding Zhao Yi coalesced into a massive hand of spiritual power, descending directly upon him. In such close quarters, even with the protection of the Xianling step, Zhao Yi found himself in dire straits. In that fleeting moment before the spiritual hand struck, Zhao Yi exhibited no hesitation. Swiftly retrieving the moon Sangyin and channeling it into a specific seal, concealing it within the air. However, the spiritual hand descended relentlessly, crashing into Zhao Yi and transforming him into a mist of blood. Anfeng, what are you doing? The turmoil at the peak of Biling Mountain had already drawn the attention of Elder Baichen, who had just arrived to witness the scene before him. His eyes widened in shock as he roared in outrage. He could hardly fathom that Elder Anfeng, in a bid to protect Wang Yan, would go so far as to intervene personally, thereby disrupting a scheme that had been carefully concealed for many years. Aha, Baichen, you are perpetually a step behind in your endeavors. That young man has already been obliterated, reduced to nothing but ashes. And Feng burst into laughter. For although Zhao Yi possessed extraordinary talent, a genius who has yet to mature is ultimately inconsequential. He could extinguish him with but a single hand. What? Upon hearing this, Elder Baichen's expression shifted dramatically, a surge of spiritual energy erupting within him. The prodigy that the North Spirit Academy had painstakingly awaited had, shockingly, been ruined by Elder and Feng, inciting his wrath. Oh, whom do you claim to be reduced to ashes? Before Baichen could fully express his indignation, a mocking voice suddenly resonated. On the dilapidated platform, Zhao Yi stood with arms crossed, his face adorned with derision. What? Hearing that somewhat familiar voice, Elder and Feng instinctively turned towards it, only to find Zhao Yi unscathed, standing there as if he had encountered a ghost. Just moments ago, he had unequivocally killed Zhao Yi, his very essence extinguished. Could it be that Zhao Yi had performed some sort of sorcery to appear in another location? And Feng gazed at Zhao Yi, finding him increasingly inscrutable, as if he had endured the trials of countless centuries, shrouded in mystery. And Feng, do you presume I, Baichen, am inconsequential? Before Feng could act, Baichen swiftly intervened, fearing that Zhao Yi might indeed be annihilated with a mere strike. Zhao Yi, standing behind Baichen, felt a flicker of gratitude. Baichen was willing to stand for him, albeit motivated solely by his talent. Since you were so determined to protect this youth, then accompany him to the grave. Upon seeing Baichen step forward, and Feng's demeanor shifted from alarmed to one of delight, for he had long sought an opportunity to confront him. As the words of Anfeng echoed, dark figures swiftly emerged around the summit of Biling Mountain, as if they had long been lying in wait. Lei Xuanzong. The appearance of these shadows was accompanied by a booming thunder, leaving no doubt that they were none other than the disciples of Lei Xuanzong. Anfeng, you are indeed connected to Lei Xuanzong. Today, I shall act on behalf of Biling Academy to uphold justice. Baichen was instantly enraged. No wonder Anfeng had repeatedly defended Wang Yan, for he was one of Lei Xuanzong's own. Baichen, considering our years of camaraderie at Biling Academy, I implore you to surrender Zhao Yi. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise as well. With a swift motion of his hand, Anfeng summoned the dozen or so figures cloaked in black, who unleashed their formidable spiritual power, overwhelming Bai Chen. Astonishingly, they were all martial kings. Zhao Yi's pupils constricted. Even from behind Bai Chen, he felt an immense pressure, as if a mere flick of a finger could bring about his end. Elder Bai Chen, this matter lies between me and Lei Xuanzong. You need not exert yourself, for this old dog has no ability to harm me. Zhao Yi shook his head, pulling Bai Chen behind him. However, Bai Chen felt a surge of anxiety. Anfeng's cultivation was comparable to his own, and with so many from Lei Xuanzong present, how could a mere martial general like Zhao Yi stand a chance against them? Old dog Anfeng, if you seek my life, we shall see if you possess the capability to do so. Zhao Yi declared coldly, his eyes narrowing slightly as he formed a seal with his hands, summoning an invisible force that descended upon him like a torrential flood. This young man is peculiar. Eliminate him quickly. Anfeng's brow furrowed, an inkling of unease creeping in. Yes. 2 6th-level martial kings sneered and rushed towards Zhao Yi with fervent eagerness. Chapter 74. Zhao Yi's Strength. He had encountered countless experiences, yet had never witnessed such a scenario. Martial kings. In the span of mere breaths, Zhao Yi's cultivation soared to the level of a martial king, ultimately halting at the 2nd-tier martial king. How could this be possible? And Feng suddenly shouted, realizing that Zhao Yi indeed possessed the cultivation of a martial king, his eyes widening in disbelief. Kill him, quickly. And Feng felt increasingly uneasy. The 2 black-clad individuals surrounding Zhao Yi flashed a ruthless glint in their eyes, their 6th-level martial king prowess unmistakable. The Eye of Death. Facing formidable adversaries, Zhao Yi exhibited no signs of retreat. His pair of ebony eyes devoid of whites emanated in unfathomable darkness. Retreat. You worthless fools. Elder and Feng recognized that he could no longer remain a mere spectator, lest he fall into a pitfall. Everyone, move with me. Upon finishing his words, Elder and Feng charged towards Zhao Yi, fully aware that the latter's terrifying talent, if not eliminated here, would bring endless calamities to the Thunder Xian sect. Indeed, the experts of the Thunder Xian sect understood that Zhao Yi was far more than just an ordinary student, all nodding gravely as a formidable surge of spiritual power erupted from within them. Aha! A mere freshman of the North Spirit Academy can compel the elders of the Thunder Xian sect to exert their full strength. My reputation is indeed quite grand. Zhao Yi, briefly blinded, still sensed the terrifying tempest of spiritual energy and erupted into laughter, revealing a hint of derision. Attack. The Elder of Dark Edge felt a searing pain on his face. Having resolved to take action, he was determined to eradicate Zhao Yi and eliminate any future threats. However, did they truly believe they could subdue him with their numbers? Zhao Yi slammed his palm fiercely against the ground, sending countless fragments of the already battered platform flying. Observing Zhao Yi's peculiar actions, the Elder of Dark Edge furrowed his brow, an ominous sensation creeping over him. Formation. A slight smirk graced Zhao Yi's lips as the earth beneath him began to tremble, and an endless shroud of darkness enveloped the entire summit of North Spirit Mountain. A formation. The Elder's expression shifted dramatically. By the time he comprehended the situation, the entire peak was shrouded in darkness, obscuring even his senses. You have indeed surprised me, young one. The Elder altered his hand seals, forcibly channeling spiritual energy into his eyes, enabling him to see a bit more clearly within the darkness. Zhao Yi had acquired the true teachings of a martial sovereign-level formation master from beneath the cave, and he had summoned this dark formation from that knowledge. However, merely setting up this formation had already exhausted all of Zhao Yi's spirit stones. Now, the real battle was just beginning. With a cold chuckle, Zhao Yi waved his hand, and the puppet he had acquired from Wang Yin soared into the fray, while he transformed into the form of a beast and charged forward. Only by adopting the form of a beast could Zhao Yi fully unleash his power. And while this dark formation could not diminish their strength, it would effectively conceal his true identity. Bang! Bang! As the puppet plunged into the formation, it immediately alerted the others, and all attacks were directed toward the puppet, even with defenses rivaling that of a king will. It crumbled to dust under the relentless assault of numerous foes, not enduring even a fleeting second. In that brief moment, two agonized screams echoed as two injured figures clad in black were consumed by flames. They could never have anticipated that. Despite their grievous wounds rendering them incapable of further combat, their elimination was deemed necessary. Ding dong. Congratulations on slaying a level 36 wild beast, earning 4 million experience points. Level up challenge bonus, 200. Zhao Yi heard the notifications resonate in his mind twice, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. How could he gain experience without dispatching them? Bastards. Eliminate that brat. I shall personally breach the formation. The dark blade spoke coldly, aware that if Zhao Yi dismantled the formation one by one, even if he were ultimately subdued, the losses would be catastrophic. Indeed, the remaining 10 martial kings nodded gravely, converging to deny Zhao Yi any opportunity to exploit. These fellows are rather vigilant. Zhao Yi furrowed his brow. If this continued, once the formation shattered, his only recourse would be to flee. Aha! Young man, should I assist you this time, I shall reduce your guardianship by 5 years. What say you? The Lord of the Demon Abyss seemed to seize the moment, bursting into laughter. You dream. Zhao Yi shot him a glare, only to then notice the formation beginning to tremble under the relentless assault from the dark blade. Very well, 5 years it is. Just remember, you cannot escape my grasp thereafter. Zhao Yi reluctantly acquiesced, as retreating in a state of disarray was not in his nature. Then I shall lend you my strength. Release your mind. The Lord of the Demon Abyss let out a hearty laugh, and Zhao Yi nodded in acquiescence, promptly relinquishing his resistance. The Lord of the Demon Abyss had sworn an oath upon his very soul. Thus Zhao Yi harbored no fear of him resorting to violence. With the formidable strength of Elder Anfeng, the array's core was swiftly located, and the vast spiritual energy struck with great force, sweeping over the grand formation. Crack! Zhao Yi's array was merely a shielding formation, utterly incapable of withstanding Elder Anfeng's lethal strike. The core shattered in an instant, and the previously dark vision was suddenly illuminated. Chapter 75. The martial Emperor Zhao Yi raised his gaze, devoid of any illumination, and with a mere lift of his hand, the immense spiritual energy, potent enough to slay a martial king, transformed into mere motes of light, vanishing into the air. How is this possible? Elder Anfeng's expression turned to one of astonishment. Although it was merely a casual strike, it could annihilate even a fifth-tier martial king, let alone Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi's unwavering stare made Elder Anfeng feel as though he were gazing into the depths of hell. The chilling indifference instilled a profound fear. The Tower of the Demon Abyss. With a sweep of his hand, Zhao Yi conjured a swirling black light from the void, which ultimately materialized into a colossal black tower, hovering above North Spirit Mountain. Suppress. The moment the black tower manifested, Zhao Yi showed no hesitation, directing it downward upon a member of the Thunder Xian sect. With a muffled sound, the individual was instantly crushed into oblivion. Kill. Zhao Yi, as if possessed by a deity of slaughter, dispatched one foe and immediately charged towards another. You insolent fool, seeking death. Elder Anfeng erupted in fury, for Zhao Yi had already eliminated several of his comrades without so much as grazing the hem of his garment. However, Zhao Yi seemed disinclined to engage in battle with Anfeng. With a swift motion, he immediately appeared before another cloaked figure. Endowed with spiritual energy by the Lord of the Demon Abyss, Zhao Yi's speed surged exponentially, rendering him unmatched, without the martial emperor present. No one could keep pace with him. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a level 37 wild beast, earning 3 million experience points. Level up challenge bonus, 200. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a level 35 wild beast, earning. Virtually every few seconds, Zhao Yi eliminated another cloaked adversary, leaving them no time to even regroup. Within mere minutes, more than half of the dozen or so elite members summoned by Elder Anfeng from the Thunder Profound sect had perished. Zhao Yi's prowess astonishingly rivaled that of Vice Dean Bai Ling. Bai Chen stood at a distance, utterly astounded by the unfolding scene. Initially, he had vowed to protect Zhao Yi. Yet as soon as Zhao Yi engaged, he decimated Anfeng's forces effortlessly. Although Zhao Yi's formidable strength did not originate solely from himself, He lamented that he was still 10 million experience points short of leveling up, having dispatched all the elite members of the Thunder Profound sect. Zhao Yi felt a twinge of regret. Leveling up had become increasingly arduous, and even after eliminating enemies a full tier above him, he had yet to achieve advancement. Anfeng, you are next. Zhao Yi suddenly raised his head. The power lent to him by the Lord of the Demon Abyss could not be sustained for long, necessitating a swift resolution. Thunder transformation, Dark Thunder Shield. Anfeng's pupils constricted as he expended all his internal energy, forming a shield before him, crackling with lightning. Even a peak martial king would find it challenging to breach such defenses. Lord of the Demon Abyss, lend me your strength. In Zhao Yi's grasp, the tower of demonic prison grew increasingly colossal, its dark light surging. Blood began to trickle from the corner of Zhao Yi's mouth. Employing the powers of the demonic prison sovereign, even with his divine beast form, he struggled to endure the strain. Young man, such actions will jeopardize your foundation. Are you certain you wish to proceed? The demonic prison sovereign inquired after a moment's silence. Absolutely, Zhao Yi declared, and with that, the tower of demonic prison, imbued with formidable force, crashed against Elder Anfeng's spiritual lightning shield. My shield can withstand assaults from peak martial kings. How could you? Elder Anfeng's confidence faltered as he witnessed a small breach form in his once impenetrable lightning shield, which did not expand outward with alarming speed. No. Panic gripped Elder Anfeng's eyes. In a moment of desperation, he produced a token, radiating with flickering lightning. Without hesitation, he shattered it. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted, striking directly upon Zhao Yi's tower of demonic prison. Terrifying bolts of lightning flickered, their brilliance ultimately dimming as they surged into Zhao Yi's body. Anfeng, the meticulously orchestrated plan of my Thunder Mystic sect has been thwarted by you. Do you comprehend your transgression? A voice, filled with righteous fury and authority, resonated from above, an invisible pressure radiating outward, causing even Zhao Yi to feel a weight upon his chest. Please, Master, quell your anger. A member of Biling Academy has repeatedly disrupted our sect's endeavors and has slain many from the Thunder Mystic sect. In this dire moment, I had no choice but to seek your intervention. Elder Anfeng trembled in fear, hastily clasping his hands in respect, unable to raise his gaze. As soon as the words of the Dark Edge fell, a thunderous roar erupted outside the Northern Spirit Academy, rousing the numerous elders concealed within its confines. However, before they could take action, a group of cloaked figures hidden within the academy swiftly intervened, blocking their path. It was utterly unexpected that the Thunder Profound sect had infiltrated the academy to such an extent. Bai Chen observed this scene from a distance, his expression turning ashen. Should the Thunder Profound sect launch an assault at this moment, they would possess little to no capacity for resistance and would be obliterated entirely. The reason the Thunder Profound sect had remained concealed for so long was merely to avoid a devastating conflict with the Northern Spirit Academy. Zhao Yi, the true body, could not sustain himself much longer. Outside the Northern Spirit Academy, an extraordinarily powerful expert was hastening towards them. If his intuition served him correctly, it was a martial emperor. The anxious voice of the Demon Abyss Sovereign echoed. A martial emperor. Zhao Yi's countenance shifted. Should such a formidable expert arrive, escape would become virtually impossible. In a moment of desperation, Zhao Yi had no choice but to abandon his confrontation with the Dark Edge and seek a route out of the Northern Spirit Academy. Young man, having slain numerous elders of the Thunder Profound sect, where do you think you're going? As Zhao Yi broke free from the Northern Spirit Mountain and reached the Northern Spirit Plaza, a thunderous voice resonated. From afar, he spotted a figure soaring through the air, seemingly liberated from the constraints of the earth. Could it be the leader of the Thunder Profound sect, Mo Lei Xian? Heavens! To think that even Mo Lei Xian had come to the Northern Spirit Academy was a clash of the two paramount forces about to ensue? However, it appeared that the newcomer, a freshman named Zhao Yi, had slain several elders of the Thunder Profound sect, likely prompting Mo Lei Xian's arrival. The crowd buzzed with speculation, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of terror. One by one, the formidable figures from the Northern Profound domain, rarely seen, have emerged in succession today. It seems I am doomed. With no escape in sight. As the voice echoed, Zhao Yi realized that his breath appeared to be ensnared by an unseen force, his expression darkening. You are the one who has slain the elder of my thunder-profound sect. A familiar voice resonated from above, where dark clouds loomed ominously. And beneath them stood a middle-aged man clad in white robes, his voice deep and thunderous, reminiscent of rolling thunder. Indeed, it was I who did it. If you have something to say, speak swiftly. Zhao Yi beheld Mo Lei Xian, the sect leader of the thunder-profound sect, though not of imposing stature. His presence exuded a certain robust vitality, emanating an air of superiority that was palpable. You, young man, are truly audacious to have slain the elders of my thunder-profound sect. Mo Lei Xian's tone was neither angry nor pleased. Leader, eliminate this boy at once to prevent future troubles. He may be young, yet possesses the strength of a martial king. Should he be allowed to grow? He may jeopardize the future of our sect. Dark Blade, upon witnessing Mo Lei Xian's arrival, was filled with exhilaration and immediately reported the earlier events, embellishing them as he spoke. The priority now was to ensure Zhao Yi's demise. Chapter 76. The escape. Mo Lei Xian's thunder was not akin to the tribulation lightning, but was wholly destructive in nature, should it strike. Even a peak martial king would suffer greatly. Zhao Yi altered his hand seal, channeling the vast spiritual energy within him to form a protective barrier above his head, attempting to intercept the impending thunder. However, with a swift crackle, the thunder descended, rendering Zhao Yi's defenses utterly ineffective, collapsing in an instant before ultimately striking him. Indeed, it possessed a unique ferocity. Mo Lei Xian was utterly astonished to witness Zhao Yi withstand his strike and miraculously remain alive. His thoughts swiftly shifted. Master, that boy is at his wit's end. Should he endure another blow, he will surely be left in utter despair. Observing Zhao Yi's pallid complexion and the near depletion of his spiritual energy, and Feng felt a surge of excitement. Envisioning the helpless and despondent gaze Zhao Yi would possess in his final moments. Silence. This matter is not for you to comment on. Mo Lei Xian shot a glare at Feng, who involuntarily flinched, swallowing his words. Whether to kill or to maim, I shall abide by your will. Zhao Yi gazed unflinchingly into his eyes and simultaneously began to convey a message to Bai Chen. Elder Bai Chen, how many high-grade spirit stones do you possess? Please lend me some for the time being. I have only 30,000. Elder Bai Chen candidly replied, discreetly handing Zhao Yi his storage pouch. You are Zhao Yi, are you not? Your temperament aligns perfectly with our sect's preferences. If you were to join my Lei Xian sect, your previous transgressions against us would be forgiven, and I would take you as my personal disciple. What say you? Mo Lei Xian's words, after a moment of contemplation, sent shockwaves through the crowd. Not only did he spare Zhao Yi's life, but he also intended to extend him special care. Those still present at the Beiling Square were left bewildered. Alas, this may very well be his best sanctuary. It is regrettable that such a prodigious talent is being lured away by the Lei Xian sect. Elder Bai Chen, having overheard Mo Lei Xian's proposition, wore a bittersweet expression. For Zhao Yi, this not only meant the preservation of his life but also an immeasurable future. Even a fool would understand the choice laid before him. The esteemed Master Lei Xian indeed exhibits remarkable generosity. However, your disciple Wang Yin nearly took the life of my friend. How shall we reconcile this matter? Zhao Yi, with his dark gaze unwavering, met Mo Lei Xian's eyes without fear. Before he arrived at the summit of North Spirit Mountain, Wang Yin had already attempted to harm Yanjiro. Although he ultimately intervened before the tragedy unfolded, Zhao Yi found it intolerable to overlook the prevailing atmosphere within the Lei Xian sect, especially after they had dispatched disciples to harm the newcomers. With a swift motion, Zhao Yi struck the ground, causing numerous high-grade spirit stones to scatter like beans, ultimately transforming into pure spiritual energy that concealed itself within the earth. A teleportation array. Mo Lei Xian appeared to grasp something significant, his expression shifting as dark clouds at the zenith of the sky parted once more, revealing an even more formidable bolt of lightning that descended with ferocity. The air itself crackled under the immense pressure. Old dog Mo, we shall meet again, farewell. Zhao Yi exclaimed with laughter, enveloped in a radiant light. In the next instant, he vanished without a trace, just as the thunderbolt crashed violently into the ground. The explosive sound resonated, creating a colossal pit several dozen feet deep. while the shockwave left a number of lingering upperclassmen severely injured, their blood spilling forth. Indeed, countless members of the Lei Xian sect trembled in fear, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, and soon began to scour the premises of North Spirit Academy. Today's events shall certainly exact a toll upon you. Mo Lei Xian bellowed, his sleeves swirling as he vanished into the horizon like a fleeting light. Outside the Northern Spirit Academy lies the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains, where an immense formation flickers incessantly, ultimately expelling a battered youth. Fortunately, Zhao Yi had left a contingency plan upon entering the Northern Spirit Academy. Otherwise, his escape would not have been so facile. Struggling against the weakness coursing through his body, Zhao Yi gradually rose to his feet. After enduring several fierce battles and forcibly tapping into the powers of the demon prison sovereign, even his robust physique could not withstand the toll. Yet, he dared not linger in his current vulnerable state. With Mo Lei Xian's formidable strength, it was highly probable that he would trace Zhao Yi's whereabouts. If that were to occur, even possessing multiple lives would not guarantee his escape. To the 10,000 Great Mountains, Zhao Yi's gaze flickered. Though he was uncertain of the unknown dangers lurking within the mountains, given his present situation, both the interior and exterior of the Northern Spirit Academy were no longer safe havens. Remaining in the 10,000 Great Mountains offered him the best chance of survival. Even if the Thunder Xian sect sought to investigate the mountains, they would undoubtedly be wary of the perils that lay therein. Chapter 77. The 10th level Marshal General. What a waste. Has that brat still not been found after 3 months? In a grand hall of the Thunder Xian sect, Mo Lei Xian erupted in fury upon hearing his subordinate's report, delivering a fatal blow to the messenger with a single strike. Since Zhao Yi had escaped from Mo Lei Xian's grasp, his temperament had drastically shifted, becoming consumed with a frenzied pursuit for his former quarry. Yet, Zhao Yi seemed to have vanished without a trace, as no information regarding him could be found in either the Northern Spirit Academy or the Northern Xian domain. Speak. Have you uncovered any news about him? Mo Lei Xian glared coldly at the cloaked figure below. The dark-clad individual trembled at the thought of their companion being reduced to a mere pulp by a single slap. Reporting to the master, although I have yet to locate Zhao Yi, I can start by pursuing his acquaintances. Since finding him directly proves elusive, perhaps compelling him to reveal himself will suffice. Mo Lei Xian let out a cold chuckle. The mere thought of capturing Zhao Yi and witnessing the despair in his eyes filled him with a sense of exhilaration. Indeed, the cloaked figure was overjoyed, hastily exiting the hall. The young man, if you choose to hide so effectively, then I shall have to draw you out. This lad has been in slumber for 3 months. Had it not been for my presence, those beasts would have surely devoured him whole. In a secluded cave deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains, Zhao Yi lay unconscious, his condition unchanged for 3 long months, his body covered in a layer of dust. The master of the demon abyss felt a twinge of helplessness. Zhao Yi's injuries had long since healed, yet there was still no sign of awakening. The master surmised that after such a prolonged slumber, the young man would likely awaken with enhanced abilities. Suddenly, there was movement. As the master's thoughts flickered, he noticed Zhao Yi's fingers twitching ever so slightly. Within Zhao Yi, as the master had predicted, a torrent of energy surged forth, akin to a river breaching its dam, striving for a higher realm. Crack! After months of stagnation, the spiritual energy within Zhao Yi had become exceedingly dense, roaring forth and shattering the barriers before him. Incredible! He has managed to break through 2 levels consecutively. The master of the demon abyss lamented. As Zhao Yi's surge of power tore through the barrier of a level 10 martial king, an immense wave of spiritual energy cascading into his dantian. Ding dong! Congratulations on reaching level 30, with a mere 90 million left until the next tier. As the spiritual energy within your body settled, a prompt resonated in your mind, and your aura intensified. A sudden pain throbbed in your head. It seemed the prompt had disturbed Zhao Yi, who abruptly sat up, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him, unable to suppress a shout. You've been in a coma for 3 months. If it weren't for my presence, those beasts outside would have devoured you long ago, remarked the demon abyss sovereign, his temper seemingly less than amiable. The ferocity of the beasts within the 10,000 great mountains was formidable. Even Zhao Yi's divine beast physique could not intimidate them. And this had been a considerable trial for the sovereign. All right, I shall consider this a favor owed to you. If the opportunity arises, I will forge a physical body for you. Does that suffice? Zhao Yi could not help but roll his eyes, but then a thought struck him. How long have I been unconscious here? In time, it would be Zhao Yi who suffered in battles. While your proposal is commendable, I, Zhao Yi, have never feared anyone. Since I have already established enmity with the Thunderxian sect, I shall annihilate them. Zhao Yi shook his head, his expression radiating an unwavering determination. The heart of a cultivator should always advance fearlessly. To retreat in the face of one or two formidable opponents is certainly not Zhao Yi's style. Initially, he believed this move would not be necessary, but it seemed he would soon put it to use. With a smile, Zhao Yi raised his palm, forming a peculiar and intricate seal. Instantly, his frail physique transformed into that of a robust young man, radiating strength and vitality. This is the sixth layer of the Zhao Yi Songlong technique, capable of transforming facial muscles and even altering one's physique, making it exceedingly difficult for even close relatives to recognize the individual. 3 months have passed, and one wonders how the North Spirit Academy and the Thunderxian sect are faring. Zhao Yi mused to himself, pondering whether his presence had caused a clash between the Thunderxian sect and the North Spirit Academy. However, he remained indifferent to these matters. The paramount concern was to locate the extreme Yin fruit, which was of utmost importance. With this thought in mind, Zhao Yi hesitated not for a moment, swiftly departing from the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains. Although the mountains were teeming with countless demon kings, none dared provoke him in light of Zhao Yi's divine beast bloodline. Even those reckless beasts that approached were swiftly dispatched with a mere slap. Have you heard? The North Spirit Academy has produced a god of slaughter, a force that annihilates anyone who stands in their way. A rather grand tavern was abuzz with conversation, where several individuals gathered around, one of whom, a man clad in plain attire with a slightly larger mouth, spoke with a grin. Oh, Han Pao. Is the recent seclusion of the North Spirit Academy related to this so-called god of slaughter you mentioned? Inquired a somewhat plump man, intrigued by the gossip. Haha, as far as I know, that individual is actually a student of the North Spirit Academy, who only recently enrolled but has already caused quite the stir by eliminating dozens of disciples embedded within the Thunderxian sect. He later engaged in a monumental battle with the elders of the Thunderxian sect, a clash so earth-shattering that the elders couldn't even touch the hem of his garment. The excitement in Han Pao's voice grew more palpable as he recounted the tale. When had the North Spirit Academy ever produced such a formidable figure? Zhao Yi, having entered the tavern, felt a twinge of surprise upon overhearing their conversation. Chapter 78. North Jian's esteemed brothers. I find myself quite intrigued by the Reaper you speak of. Might we sit together for a discussion? Zhao Yi boldly approached the table of Han Pao and his companions, eager to glean the information he sought. Thank you, young brother, for holding me in such regard. Han Pao responded with a nonchalant demeanor, extending a warm invitation. Once he began to speak, his words erupted like cannon fire, aptly befitting his name. Let me tell you, that Reaper is truly terrifying. In mere seconds, he decimated dozens of martial kings from the Thunderxian sect. Even more alarming was that the sect's master arrived in person, yet could do nothing against that Reaper. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was Han Pao not describing himself? He pondered what expression Han Pao would wear if he were to discover that the Reaper he spoke of was none other than Zhao Yi himself. My friend, are you aware of what transpired afterward between the Thunderxian sect and the North Spirit Academy? Zhao Yi contemplated for a moment, unable to resist the urge to extract information from Han Pao. Waiter, bring forth a fine wine, and kindly escort these uncouth ruffians out. Just as Han Pao was about to continue, an arrogant voice boomed from the entrance of the establishment. There, several young men swaggered in with an air of entitlement. Heavens, it is actually Bei Jian. I never imagined such a prodigy would dine here. Bei Jian ranks among the top 30 on the Northern Xin list. Yet he possesses a peculiar quirk. He prefers to eat in solitude, devoid of any company. You should speak less and depart swiftly. Otherwise, if Bei Jian were to slip, We might all meet a dire fate. As several youths entered the hotel, a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd, and within mere seconds, the majority had already departed. Listen to me, young man. It would be wise to leave promptly. Delay even a moment, and you may find yourself in dire straits. Han Pao noticed Bei Jian and felt a twinge of panic. His two dining companions had already slipped away. Seeing Zhao Yi still leisurely sipping his drink, he urged him to vacate the premises. Why should we leave just because he is dining? Zhao Yi queried, perplexed. Is it possible that Bei Jian's appetite could consume the entire table, necessitating the expulsion of others? Han Pao observed the bewilderment on Zhao Yi's face, eager to explain yet at a loss for words. Why do you two insignificant ants not depart? Bei Jian's expression darkened upon noticing that Zhao Yi and Han Pao remained. Gentlemen, I kindly ask that you take your leave. Your tab will be forgiven. The hotel manager, fearful of Bei Jian's wrath, approached Zhao Yi with trepidation. My good sir, this dish is rather delightful. Please bring me 2 more jugs of wine. Zhao Yi seemed oblivious to the manager's entreaties, continuing to order more dishes, which caused the latter to grow increasingly anxious. Are you courting death? Bei Jian, initially attempting to reason with Zhao Yi, felt his anger surge when he perceived Zhao Yi's indifference. With a shift of his palm, the spiritual energy of a third-tier martial king surged forth like a tidal wave. Han Pao, standing beside Zhao Yi and possessing only the cultivation of a 6th-tier martial general, turned pale under the oppressive force. Lord Bei Jian, my brother may be unaware of your esteemed reputation. I implore you to spare him. I shall take him away at once. The reaction of Han Pao took Zhao Yi by surprise. Despite their brief acquaintance, he was protecting him in a perilous situation. Attempting to leave? I have had a change of heart. You shall either take your own life here and now or crawl over to me, and I shall spare your insignificant existence. Bei Jian scoffed, gesturing towards his own feet, the implication unmistakable. Han Pao's expression darkened. Surely, Bei Jian was being excessively unreasonable. Sighing in resignation, Zhao Yi lamented that what was meant to be a simple meal to gather information about the Lei Xuan Zone and the North Spirit Academy had instead led to this unforeseen conflict. Young man, since you refuse to choose, allow me to make the choice for you. Bei Jian bellowed in fury, unable to tolerate Zhao Yi's disregard any longer. He brandished a sword, thrusting it toward Zhao Yi's chest. With a resounding clash, as the sword lunged forward, Zhao Yi swiftly seized a pair of chopsticks, launching a peanut like a bullet, sending Bei Jian's sword flying. Before I contemplate taking a life, you had best depart. Zhao Yi's gaze shot upward, his dark eyes exuding a chilling intensity akin to the depths of hell, instilling a profound dread in those who dared to meet his gaze. Am I, a dignified third-level martial king, to fear a nameless wretch such as you? Bei Jian, incensed and having his sword disarmed, felt his anger swell. He had never encountered such audacity, nor anyone who dared to defy him within this radius. With that, Bei Jian retrieved his sword and unleashed a flurry of blade strikes, each infused with countless sword shadows, lunging fiercely toward Zhao Yi. Early in the morning, Bei Jian discerned that Zhao Yi's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of a martial general, capable of slaying even those of the same level, let alone Zhao Yi himself. If he would not heed my prudent counsel, then he must bear the consequences. Zhao Yi could not suppress a sigh as he raised his hand, revealing a stark white bone that had inexplicably materialized in his grasp. Such theatrics. Bei Jian paid no heed to Zhao Yi's actions. For him, the only resolution lay in extinguishing Zhao Yi, and then all would conclude. Just as Zhao Yi flung the bone, countless onlookers beheld the bizarre spectacle. Bei Jian's figure vanished into thin air, leaving only a long sword clattering to the ground. Ding dong. Congratulations on defeating a level 33 wild creature, earning 2 million experience points. Level challenge bonus, 160. The notification echoed in Zhao Yi's mind. Yet he remained unfazed, picking up his chopsticks to continue savoring his dishes and sipping his wine. Bei Jian's 2 lackeys were scarcely more than pinnacle martial generals, and Zhao Yi found them beneath his notice. Do you comprehend Bei Jian's status? His father is an elder of the Thunder Xian sect. Should you slay him, his father will not let you escape unscathed. One lackey shouted, retreating towards the exit, fearful that Zhao Yi might cast another inexplicable bone, which would spell their doom. Zhao Yi, upon hearing this, nearly choked on his wine with laughter. 3 months prior, He had eradicated over a dozen elders of the Thunder Xian sect. What was Bei Jian's father, then? You wait and see, boy. Elder Bei Yun will soon arrive. It would be wise for you to remain here and await your fate. As they fled the inn, the two lackeys could not help but exhale in relief, though they did not forget to threaten Zhao Yi as they departed. Given half an hour, if that so-called elder of the northern meteor does not arrive, the next time I see you too, I shall ensure your demise. Zhao Yi remarked nonchalantly, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. The surrounding shopkeepers and Han Pao were utterly astounded by Zhao Yi's demeanor. They had assumed him to be an ordinary individual. Who could have anticipated that he would not even flinch at the mention of the Lei Xian sect? This inevitably reminded them of Zhao Yi's prior tumultuous encounter at the Northern Spirit Academy. Chapter 79. A second battle with the elder of the Lei Xian sect brother. Do enlighten me about the recent affairs of the Lei Xian sect, Zhao Yi said, extending his cup of wine to Han Pao with a warm smile. A stark contrast to his earlier decisive obliteration of the northern stream. While I often indulge in gossip, my knowledge of the Lei Xian sect is rather limited, Han Pao replied, his demeanor faltering. The thought of the impending elder of the Lei Xian sect filled him with trepidation, and he struggled to advise Zhao Yi. Ultimately yielding to his request to recount the circumstances surrounding the sect. Since Zhao Yi's escape from the Northern Spirit Academy, the Lei Xian sect had launched a fervent offensive against the academy. Fortunately, numerous reclusive elders emerged to fend off the sect's advances. Unable to make any headway against the academy, the Lei Xian sect began deploying extensive resources to hunt for Zhao Yi, determined to unearth him. Yet, it was as if he had vanished from existence. No one could locate him. However, I have heard that in a bid to draw Zhao Yi out, the sect leader personally intervened, targeting Zhao Yi's acquaintances for capture. Han Pao, despite the peculiar atmosphere, could not restrain his tongue and continued to speak at length. Boom. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi felt an uncontrollable surge of spiritual energy within him, a terrifying force that shattered the dining table before him, startling Han Pao. Why? Young brother Yifeng? Han Pao said cautiously, uncertain if he had just made an error. I apologize for my earlier outburst. Please continue, Zhao Yi replied, shaking his head. However, his heart grew cold, realizing how shameless the Thunder Xian sect was to target those close to him when they could not find him. Zhao Yi had only been in the northern Xian region for a few days and did not know many people, yet he wondered whom the Thunder Xian sect had captured. Although I have a penchant for gossip, I only possess vague and imprecise information. Han Pao smiled awkwardly. Zhao Yi bore him no ill will. It was indeed commendable for an ordinary cultivator to acquire such extensive knowledge. Regardless, Zhao Yi felt compelled to confront the Thunder Xian sect. Dear guest, perhaps you would prefer to dine at another table? The innkeeper, seeing the completely destroyed table, grimaced and carefully arranged the dishes on a new table. No need. The main course has already arrived, Zhao Yi replied, shaking his head. The others looked around in confusion, unable to discern anything unusual. Moments later, a furious roar echoed from outside the inn, startling those within a considerable distance. Zhao Yi abruptly stood, and under the gaze of countless onlookers, he slowly exited the establishment, leaving many with their hearts in their throats. What kind of sparks would fly if Zhao Yi encountered Bei Yun outside? You are beneath my notice. I shall end you. In a fit of rage, Bei Yun waved his hand, summoning the forces of nature as if an invisible hand sought to crush Zhao Yi's bones. An opportunity had been granted, yet it was squandered. Zhao shook his head in mild disappointment, forming a seal with his palm. A crescent mark appeared on his forehead, and a beam of light shot down from the heavens, infusing itself into Zhao Yi's being. A low hum echoed as the dormant spiritual energy within Zhao Yi surged forth like a wild stallion, breaking free from its confines in mere moments. Concurrently, his cultivation soared, reaching the third level of Martial King within a few breaths. Bei Yun, as an elder of the Thunder Xian sect, possessed at least a 6th-level Martial King-esque power, and Zhao Yi was not one to underestimate him. Nevertheless, Zhao Yi was no ordinary individual. He struck with a punch of tranquil might that bore down with overwhelming force, compelling Bei Yun to retreat repeatedly. The sheer strength of his physical prowess was astonishing. Bei Yun, taken aback and filled with disbelief, found himself astonished that he had been forced back by Zhao Yi's bare fists. The demon-prisoned sovereign pondered deeply, contemplating methods to extract desired information from others. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke, revealing his disdain for such nefarious techniques. Bestow upon me the cultivation techniques you possess, for in this vast universe, the methods of martial arts are not inherently flawed. It is the wielder that matters. Zhao Yi, untroubled by the moral implications of such practices, cared only for their utility, indifferent to their nature. The demon-prisoned sovereign echoed Zhao Yi's final words. A long-standing mystery that had plagued him for years seemed to gently unravel at that moment. In light of this, the long-sealed soul-searching technique shall be bestowed upon you. The Lord of the Demon Abyss hesitated momentarily before ultimately extracting a sphere of light from his being, which then entered Zhao Yi's sea of consciousness, transforming into an infinite expanse of information. Heavens! Elder Bei Yun resorted to such a lethal maneuver to deal with that youth. Elder Bei Yun had previously employed this technique to slay a level 6 martial king, its might palpable even to a level 7 martial king. It is no wonder that the youth could perish beneath Elder Bei Yun's onslaught. It would be unjust otherwise. Upon witnessing Elder Bei Yun commence his deadly assault, a crowd drawn by the commotion hastily gathered, their murmurs rife with speculation, as if they had already foreseen the outcome. Chapter 80. The Ancient Secret Vault. Elevating one's own level is an extraordinary feat. With the white flames, you are Zhao Yi. Elder Bei Yun's gaze flickered. No wonder Zhao Yi had seemed somewhat familiar earlier. It was the Zhao Yi sought by the Thundershin sect. Realization dawned too late. Zhao Yi let out a cold laugh as the dragon's fiery head transformed into a terrifying inferno, directly engulfing Elder Bei Yun, nearly incinerating the tavern beside them. How could this be possible? Elder Bei Yun's expression was one of sheer terror. For the rumors were indeed true. Zhao Yi possessed the power to slay elders of the Thundershin sect. At this moment, it was imperative to report back to the Thundershin sect. Elder Bei Yun extinguished the flames enveloping him, yet he was already battered and bruised, devoid of any fighting spirit. I had previously granted you an opportunity. Since you chose not to cherish it, I shall take matters into my own hands. Zhao Yi's voice, ethereal as a specter, drifted into Bei Yun's ear. In an instant, a powerful hand landed firmly upon his head, as if his secret had been ruthlessly snatched away by Zhao Yi in that very moment. No. Bei Yun thrashed desperately, yet Zhao Yi's grip was like a vice, unyielding and inescapable, until his eyes ultimately dulled into lifelessness. Immolation. After sifting through Bei Yun's memories, the dormant malevolent energy within Zhao Yi erupted violently. The tavern's proprietor and others cowered within, too fearful to even raise their heads. It was revealed that Immolation had expended considerable resources in pursuit of his whereabouts, resorting to targeting his companions. Not only were all the new students who had undergone the examination with him placed under house arrest, but those connected to him, such as Yin Shiro, were also hunted down. Furthermore, Immolation had traced the faintest clues to Tianyang Town. It remained uncertain whether he was aware of Zhao Yi's secret as a beast. Having absorbed Bei Yun's memories, Zhao Yi delivered a fatal blow, ending his life, and seized his storage pouch as a trophy, placing it into his inventory. It seemed that the events here could not remain concealed from that fellow Immolation. He had to depart swiftly to the headquarters of the Longyan auction house. Zhao Yi muttered to himself, understanding that lingering here was not an option. According to Bei Yun's recollections, the Longyan auction house held the coveted extreme Yin fruit he sought. With that thought, Zhao Yi wasted no time, transforming into a streak of light as he hastened toward a specific destination. Little did he expect that the jovial young man with whom he had just shared drinks was, in fact, an extraordinary master. As Han Pao observed the scene of Zhao Yi's departure, an incongruous sensation enveloped him. It seemed that the events of today would undoubtedly become a rare topic of conversation in the northern Xin region. Zhao Yi, have you finally made your appearance? In a certain city within the northern Xin region, a middle-aged man who had long kept his eyes shut suddenly opened them, a glimmer of brilliance shooting forth. He gazed at the dim and shattered spirit stone in his hand, and rather than feeling anger, he was instead filled with astonishment. Without a moment's hesitation, He soared into the air like a bolt of lightning, dashing forth in an instant. Within the northern Xian region, countless powers intertwined and vied for dominance. Although the Northern Spirit Academy and the Thunder Xian sect were the most formidable, other factions were no less significant and should not be underestimated. Among them was the Longyan Auction House, which had originally relocated from a small town but, after decades of operation, had ascended to become one of the premier forces in the Northern Xian region. Its financial prowess rivaled that of the Thunder Xian sect and the Northern Spirit Academy. Recently, the Longyan Auction House had released a piece of news that drew the attention of countless individuals. An ancient secret vault was set to re-emerge in the Northern Xian region. This ancient vault was said to contain numerous martial emperors. Should one manage to procure the treasures or legacies of these ancient powerhouses from within, their cultivation would undoubtedly experience a tremendous leap. Most importantly, the extreme Yin fruit that Zhao Yi sought was also hidden within this ancient vault. As for the location of the vault, the auction house kept it shrouded in secrecy, revealing not a hint. Consequently, numerous factions and experts from the Northern Xian region hastened to converge. The allure of the ancient vault was so potent that even the Thunder Xian sect could not resist. They were compelled to break through to the Martial King level before the vault's opening. Zhao Yi mused to himself that although his current strength positioned him among the elite, not only within the younger generation but throughout the entirety of the North Xian domain, his opponent was none other than the master of the Thunder Xian sect. In the face of Mo Lei Xian, fleeing was his only recourse. Yet, in terms of advancement, Zhao Yi found that slaying monsters failed to meet the necessary conditions. He could only rely on fortuitous encounters and innate talent. If he were to miss out on something he desired, it would be a considerable loss. Especially after acquiring the extraordinary Moonlight treasure box at the auction previously, this time, it was merely a gamble of luck. The Longyan Auction House's headquarters was nestled within a few prominent cities on the outskirts of the North Xian domain. Although the location was somewhat remote, once news of the ancient secret treasures began to circulate, the influx of visitors surpassed that of the domain's center by a significant margin. Since receiving the authentic teachings of a martial sovereign-level formation master, Zhao Yi's proficiency in formations was nearly on par with that of the demon prison sovereign. However, most of the time, his low cultivation level hindered him from unleashing the true power of the formations. While the Longyan Auction House primarily functioned as an auction venue, it also housed an institution for the certification of formation masters. Once registered, their credentials were recognized throughout the martial extreme continent. The certification center was situated in the heart of Rock City, a place that commanded respect. Upon entering the city, one could easily spot it from afar. Without hesitation, Zhao Yi made his way directly to the certification office, marveling at its grandeur. Indeed, this was the place for registering formation masters, and it exuded an impressive aura. As he approached the certification office, the magnificent doors swung open, adorned with various renowned materials, and the value of just one door likely exceeded several thousand high-grade spirit stones. Chapter 81. A Reunion with Yin Juro. I am here to participate in the Array Master Assessment. Why should I be obstructed? Zhao Yi had yet to explore his surroundings when an indignant cry immediately seized his attention. Turning his gaze, he beheld a young girl being blocked by two towering guards. To his surprise, the girl was none other than Yin Jiro. However, he found it peculiar that she had ventured out instead of remaining at Biling Academy. I apologize, but Master Yin is currently engaged in important discussions within. The Array Master Assessment will not be open for the next half-month. One of the guards stated with a dispassionate tone, unleashing his peak martial prowess and forcing Yin Jiro back several steps. Yin Jiro's face flushed crimson. The assessment was typically held daily. It was one thing to be denied entry, but to be treated with such hostility was intolerable. What do you mean, you? Given your level, you probably haven't even attained the second tier of Array Mastery. Spare us the embarrassment. Our evaluations start at a minimum of the third tier. The guard scoffed at Yanjiro's attempt to argue, regarding her youthful ambition to assess her skills as an intrusion into their domain. As the guard contemplated dismissing Yanjiro, a cold voice interjected, "Is this how you treat your guests at Longyan Auction House?" Zhao Yi approached, his presence commanding attention. That silhouette felt oddly familiar to Yinjiro. She recognized him from somewhere but could not quite place it. And who might you be to meddle? The guard retorted, irritation evident in his tone. He revealed his peak martial prowess, ready to subdue Zhao Yi first. Seeking death, are we? Initially attempting to offer gentle counsel, Zhao Yi was provoked repeatedly. And his anger erupted instantaneously. With a forceful punch, an overwhelming power struck the guard, causing his chest to cave in. There is an enemy attack. Quickly inform Master Yin. The guard, with most of his ribs fractured, endured the excruciating pain and shouted to another guard. Very well. The other individual, without a moment's hesitation, rushed through the main entrance to summon assistance. Hey, while I am grateful for your help, you should leave quickly. If Master Yin arrives, it will be too late for you to escape. Yinjiro expressed her concern as she gazed worriedly at Zhao Yi. I shall take my leave. What about you? Zhao Yi smiled, his expression shifting instantaneously before returning to his original countenance. You are Zhao. Yinjiro's eyes widened in shock. Realizing that Zhao Yi was being relentlessly pursued by the Thunder Mystic sect, and she swallowed her words. What are you doing here? She exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and joy evident in her voice. It's a long story. Why didn't your elder brother accompany you? Zhao Yi scanned the vicinity with his consciousness but found no trace of Yin watching nearby. Upon hearing Zhao Yi mention her brother, Yinjiro's beautiful eyes dimmed slightly, and she bit her lip, seemingly reluctant to elaborate. Master Yin, it is this scoundrel who injured my brother and shows utter disdain for our Longan auction house. Before Zhao Yi could further inquire, a furious voice echoed from within the auction house, followed by the guard emerging with two companions. One of them was an elderly man clad in a long black robe, which, despite its color, appeared impeccably clean. Emanating a shimmering aura as if it could gather the spiritual energy from the air, quite an extraordinary sight. Zhao Yi's gaze shifted, encountering a familiar face, Lin Xiao. Someone he had met in Tianyang Town. She had once stumbled upon his secret and nearly cost him his life. However, Zhao Yi was now disguised, and Lin Xiao remained unaware of his true identity. Are you the one causing trouble in my auction house? The elderly man in the black robe, upon seeing Zhao Yi, exhibited a flicker of displeasure across his aged visage, signaling Lin Xiao beside him. Lin Xiao appeared reluctant, hesitating for a considerable time before approaching Zhao Yi. Master Yin has a rather irritable temperament. It would be wise to depart before he becomes enraged, Lin Xiao whispered discreetly to Zhao Yi. Yet, Zhao Yi seemed oblivious to her warning, striding forward confidently. Master Yin, it is customary to extend a full invitation to those seeking to authenticate the identity of array masters. As per your established rules, is it not? Zhao Yi remarked calmly. Indeed, Master Yin acknowledged with a nod. We require your expertise for authentication. We appreciate your assistance. Master Yin, if you can dismantle their array, it would confirm their status as array masters. Please allow them to proceed to the verification room, Lin Xiao asserted, disregarding Master Yan's reddening countenance as she led Zhao Yi toward the authentication chamber. Humph, they might possess some petty tricks, but not everyone can ascend to the status of an array master. Master Yin snorted, visibly displeased, as he followed after them. To what rank can your auction house authenticate array masters? Zhao Yi casually inquired. The highest we can authenticate is a 5th rank. However, with your current capabilities, it seems unlikely you will ever reach that pinnacle. Master Yin could not suppress a derisive chuckle at Zhao Yi's question, for he, as the most accomplished array master at Longan Auction House, had only attained the peak of the 4th rank. Please identify a 5th-tier array master for me. Zhao Yi pondered for a moment. Having dismantled a 5th-tier array before acquiring any inheritance, assessing a 5th-tier array master should pose no challenge. Do you presume 5th-tier array masters are as common as cabbages on the street? In the entire North Xin domain, the number of individuals who can attain the status of a 5th-tier array master is fewer than the fingers on one hand. Should you manage to arrange a 5th-tier formation, I, Master Yin, would willingly serve as your subordinate. Master Yin seemed to find the notion utterly ludicrous. As a gifted array master, he had dedicated the majority of his life to barely reach the level of a 4th-tier master. Zhao Yi cast a calm glance at Master Yin, raised his hand, and began to weave various hand seals, intending to set the formation right then and there. His movements were astonishingly swift, requiring no external aids. The spiritual energy within him surged forth like a tidal wave, flooding the entire identification chamber with an ocean of power. Chapter 82. News of Zixin I Concede. Master Yin exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement as he knelt before Zhao Yi. I humbly apologize for my previous offenses. I hope for your forgiveness. Zhao Yi's ability to dismantle the formation caught Master Yin off guard. Just moments ago, he had uttered disparaging words, and now he yielded. I have devoted my life to the study of formations. For one of your age to achieve such a feat is truly remarkable. The promise I made earlier still stands. From this day forth, I shall be your subordinate. Such a declaration from a peak 4th-tier array master would undoubtedly instigate panic among countless individuals and factions within the North Xin domain. The mere knowledge of this at the Northern Rock Auction House would likely infuriate them to no end. Ahem, as for having subordinates, I am not interested in that. I merely hope that in the future, when someone assesses the array master, it will not be delayed by other matters. Zhao Yi quickly waved his hand. Although having someone as renowned as Master Yin as a subordinate would undoubtedly be impressive, he did not care for it. I shall remember this. Master Yin nodded earnestly. His gaze filled with respect. The sudden transformation of his demeanor made Zhao Yi feel somewhat uneasy. However, there are certain matters on which I would like to seek your assistance to investigate the true nature of the Lei Xian sect, particularly what they have been up to over the past 3 months. Zhao Yi recalled extracting some information from Bei Yun's memories during their encounter. It seemed that the Lei Xian sect had captured some of his friends, though even Bei Yun was unaware of their identities, regardless of who it may be. Zhao Yi did not wish to be embroiled in a crisis because of them. The Lei Xian sect? Master Yan's white brows furrowed slightly, clearly wary of this apex force in the northern Xian region. I hope you will devote your utmost effort to this matter. I shall bestow this array plate upon you. Zhao Yi said lightly, waving his hand as a vividly crafted array plate materialized in his grasp, its spiritual energy intricately intertwined, forming a marvelous array. I shall certainly give it my all. Master Yin exclaimed, taking the array plate from Zhao Yi. He merely glanced at it, yet could already perceive its profundity, even discovering many insights into array techniques that he had not comprehended over the years. Zhao Yi smiled. The array plate he gifted to Master Yin contained a fragment of the array master's legacy. Albeit a small portion, it was enough to greatly benefit him. Should Master Yin possess considerable talent, he might seize this opportunity to break through to the 5th rank of array master. This is precisely why Master Yin was so exhilarated. He bowed deeply to Zhao Yi while clutching the formation plate, swiftly departing from the appraisal room. Lin Xiao, please assist in assessing her rank as a formation master. I have some matters to attend to, Zhao Yi remarked with a smile. Lin Xiao instinctively nodded, but by the time she realized it, Zhao Yi had vanished from the appraisal room without her noticing. There was something peculiarly familiar about this youth. Lin Xiao could hardly fathom that he was none other than Zhao Yi, who had recently become the talk of the North Xin domain. Zhao Yi had previously sought counsel from the demon prison sovereign, who had ambiguously declined. Perhaps even he was at a loss regarding the solution. My current strength holds no chance against Mo Lei Xian. I can only hope that my understanding of formations will advance significantly, allowing me to disrupt the formations above. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Yi began to delve into the formations inscribed upon the Moonlight Treasure Box, attempting to unravel their secrets. However, the more he immersed himself in observation, the more peculiar the formations appeared. He even discerned that the individual who arranged this formation had done so in haste. Even a hastily arranged formation rendered Zhao Yi unable to progress. No, my power is still too feeble. The Thunder Xian sect could threaten my friends at any moment. I absolutely cannot concede here. A surge of defiance welled up within Zhao Yi as he began to apply all his knowledge of formations to comprehend the intricacies of the Moonlight Treasure Box's enchantments. Diligence brings its rewards. Under Zhao Yi's understanding of the laws of time and formations, he was finally able to dismantle the outermost layer of the formation. However, the complete unlocking of the Moonlight Treasure Box remains a distant prospect. Merely breaking the first array exhausted all of Zhao Yi's energy, leaving him in a state of unconsciousness for 3 days and nights before he finally awoke. Although he had only breached the outermost layer of the array, a trace of the power of laws began to seep from the Moonlight Treasure Box. Upon regaining consciousness, Zhao Yi sensed a unique force emanating from the box. His understanding led him to recognize it as the time laws of supreme power. It appears that this artifact must be kept close at hand. As Zhao Yi felt the mysterious power of the laws, he deemed it unwise to store it in his inventory or abandon it in the demon core world. Ultimately, he decided to carry it with him, reluctant to let the power dissipate, for he was deeply attached to it. A message arrived. Zhao Yi stowed the moonlight treasure box away, and at that moment, he noticed the token hanging at his waist flickering with a faint glow. It would only illuminate when Master Yin had procured significant intelligence regarding the Thunder Xuanzong. Zhao Yi glanced at the token, gauged the direction, and hurriedly made his way to the Longyan auction house. Master Yin, have you gathered all the intelligence on the Thunder Xuanzong? In a lavish room of the Longyan auction house, Master Yin was moving about, and Zhao Yi's voice resonated within. Senior, the Thunder Xuanzong possesses numerous formidable experts. I dispatched several skilled individuals to gather intelligence from within, Master Yin replied, promptly relaying the collected information to Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi was taken aback upon reviewing the information. He was astounded by the sheer number of powerful individuals within the Thunder Xuanzong. There were, astonishingly, hundreds of martial kings among them. The formidable martial emperor is not limited to merely Mo Lei Xian. It seems there exists another, though Master Yin lacks the means to ascertain their identity. Senior, recently the Thunder Xian sect has captured a girl, claiming she is your companion, and they have deliberately spread this news, seemingly to ensure you are aware of it. Master Yin appeared to recall something, suddenly directing his gaze towards Zhao Yi. Who? Zhao Yi was taken aback, for his acquaintances were few. I believe her name is Yi. Zxian, he replied. Boom. No sooner had Master Yin uttered the name than an uncontrollable surge of spiritual power erupted from within Zhao Yi, causing the objects in the room to shatter into fragments, unable to withstand the force. Zhao Yi, calm down. A stern voice resonated from deep within him, and the fury in Zhao Yi's eyes gradually subsided. Master Yan's expression turned to one of horror, as if he had witnessed something dreadfully unsettling. Moments ago, he had sensed the aura of a killing god emanating from Zhao Yi, a presence that even a martial king would not possess. Chapter 83. Infiltrating the Thunder Xian sect. Zhao Yi, you cannot be contemplating a direct assault on the Thunder Xian sect. That would be tantamount to seeking death. The Demon Abyss Sovereign, sensing Zhao Yi's intentions, spoke with a mix of exasperation and concern. She holds great significance for me, beyond merely the promise made long ago. Zhao Yi fell into silence for a moment, inexplicably compelled to seek her out upon hearing Zxian's name. Even if it meant traversing mountains of blades and seas of fire. Zhao Yi, even if I were to intervene, I would stand no chance against that rascal Mo Lei Xian. If you wish to throw yourself into danger, do not drag me along. The Demon Abyss Sovereign lamented, pained by the realization of having encountered such a reckless individual. That is not for you to decide. Zhao Yi paid no heed to the thoughts of the Demon Abyss Sovereign. Having made up his mind, he would not waver. Master Yin, how many high-grade spirit stones do you possess? Please lend them all to me. Zhao Yi's gaze turned towards Master Yin. This audacious infiltration of the Thunder Xian sect was fraught with peril. Without the support of high-grade spirit stones to establish formations, Zhao Yi would not foolishly charge in. He still retained a modicum of rationality. The guidance you provided me last time has significantly enhanced my formation skills. Consider this 500,000 high-grade spirit stones and 5,000 top-grade spirit stones as a token of my gratitude for your instruction. Master Yin, sensing the underlying motives, did not impede him but instead relinquished all his possessions. Upon receiving Zhao Yi's formation plate, he realized that he was now exceedingly close to becoming a 5th-tier formation master, ready to transcend this threshold whenever fortune favored him. Thank you, Zhao Yi said as he accepted the plate, astonished to find a veritable mountain of spirit stones within. Master Yan's collection of spirit stones likely surpassed the wealth of some first-rate sects in the northern Xin domain. After all, Master Yin was a peak 4th-tier formation master, and spirit stones were the least of his concerns. With the spirit stones in hand, Zhao Yi strode purposefully towards the Thunder Xian sect. Oh, I hope you can overcome this tribulation, Master Yin murmured as he watched Zhao Yi's departing figure. Is this the Thunder Xian sect? truly worthy of being one of the foremost powers in the northern Xin domain. Following the map, Zhao Yi made his way to the Thunder Xin sect, marveling at the magnificent architecture that stood before him. The Thunder Xin sect is nestled within a secluded mountain gorge, where a city has been painstakingly established amidst the rugged terrain, with the heart of this city being the Thunder Xin sect itself. Zhao Yi's expression shifted, transforming him into an ordinary individual. He drew a long sword from the opponents he had previously vanquished, resembling a true swordsman. Having completed these preparations, Zhao Yi ventured into the city, a fifth-tier formation. As Zhao Yi approached the Thunder Xin sect, he perceptibly sensed the concealed grand array in the air, narrowing his eyes. Although a fifth-tier formation is formidable enough to thwart even those at the martial emperor level, for a master of the same tier, it posed little challenge. Zhao Yi produced the spirit stones he had borrowed and circled the Thunder Xin sect, burying the stones into the ground. Having inherited the legacy of a formation master, Zhao Yi was not only highly skilled in array formations, but also possessed the ability to forcibly seize control of others' formations for his own use. With this thought in mind, Zhao Yi began to gradually transfer the control of this grand array into his possession. However, to achieve complete domination required significant effort and must be executed without the knowledge of the Thunder Xin sect, consuming an entire day and night of Zhao Yi's time. Mission accomplished. At the foot of a mountain outside the Thunder Xin sect, Zhao Yi clapped his hands in satisfaction. After a day and night of subjugation, he had successfully appropriated the control of the sect's protective array. Now, he awaited the emergence of that old dog, Imole Xian. Zhao Yi refrained from seizing this opportunity to storm directly into the Thunder Xin sect. He was acutely aware that even with his current strength, he would be wise to avoid confrontation. A reckless intrusion could very well cost him his life. If he could deliver a significant blow to Imole Xian, it would render his journey worthwhile. In merely 2 days, the auction at Longyan will commence. At that time, the two of us shall seize the opportunity to acquire the ethereal medicinal herbs, thus transcending to the realm of martial kings. The gates of the Thunder Mystic sect creaked open, revealing 2 disciples who appeared poised to embark on a mission, striding forth with an air of confidence. Suddenly, a sharp sound of air being sliced through pierced the silence. A black whip, swift as lightning, struck them with ferocity. Assassins! In their final moments, the 2 disciples remained oblivious to the unfolding chaos, as the whip claimed their lives in an instant. The Thunder Mystic sect, even at the cost of one's life, shall unleash a massacre. A youthful figure surveyed the lifeless bodies of the 2 Thunder Mystic disciples, devoid of any compassion, and, stepping over their remains, stealthily infiltrated the sect before the protective array could be sealed. How audacious for someone to provoke the Thunder Mystic sect! Zhao Yi had already seized control of the sect's protective array. The young assailant's act of slaying the 2 disciples did not elude him. With his eyes gently closed, an invisible consciousness swiftly descended upon the intruder who had breached the Thunder Mystic sect. Clad in black, the youth's piercing gaze emanated a chilling brilliance. Akin to a sea dragon lurking in the depths, a mere glance from him sent shivers down one's spine. He scanned his surroundings, moving like a shadowy dragon of the night, and swiftly vanished behind the cover of the buildings. Why does this youth's aura feel so familiar? Zhao Yi gazed at the cloaked youth, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The protective array of the sect flickered with brilliance, creating a substantial rift, through which Zhao Yi boldly stepped. Who is this ignorant child daring to intrude upon my Thunder Xin sect? Despite the cloaked youth's cautious demeanor, he was merely a newly ascended martial king. It wasn't long before an elder of the Thunder Xin sect detected his presence. This elder, a deacon of the sect, possessed modest strength, ranking at the 5th level of martial kings. He fixed his gaze intently on a particular shadow and swiftly pressed down with his palm. Boom! As his hand descended, accompanied by the sound of thunder, it rushed towards the cloaked youth below, unleashing a terrifying force that reduced the entire structure to dust. Curse be it! I never anticipated being discovered so swiftly. The cloaked youth's complexion turned pale, yet he refused to succumb passively. His entire being surged with spiritual energy, forming a massive protective barrier before him. However, despite its strength, this barrier could not withstand the descending force of the elder's palm. Boy, Prepare to meet your end. The deacon elder bellowed, laughter echoing as his spiritual hand once more pressed down, without hesitation, upon the cloaked youth. Roar. Sensing the imminent threat of death, the cloaked youth hesitated no longer. With a low growl, he began to weave complex hand seals. In the next instant, a flash of blood light erupted from him, his momentum surging as he obliterated the elder's spiritual hand. Chapter 84. Encounter with the Black Child. You, a first-level martial king, actually managed to withstand my attack. The elder deacon's formidable spiritual hand was shattered, eliciting an incredulous roar from him. The disparity between each level of martial kings was immense. His seemingly assured strike had been obliterated by the young man in black, leaving his cheeks ablaze with humiliation. Not only must I fend off your assault, but I shall also bring about your demise. The young man in black raised his gaze, his eyes flashing with a crimson hue. In the next moment, his form began to swell, tearing through his robes. A fierce roar erupted from his lips, akin to that of a wild beast. As his ever-expanding body transformed into a colossal python, stretching hundreds of meters in size, instilling terror in all who beheld it. Simultaneously, Zhao Yi, who had been observing from the shadows, felt his pupils constrict slightly. No wonder the young man in black appeared so familiar. He was none other than the black-scaled serpentine spirit recovered from Tianyang town. Zhao Yi had not anticipated that within merely half a year, this being had experienced such remarkable growth and strength, nor that he would encounter him here. It turned out to be a transformed beast. The elder deacon's expression shifted as he discreetly crushed a jade token. Kill. The giant python spoke with a human voice, its massive tail sweeping through the air with such force that it created explosive gusts, mercilessly engulfing the elder deacon. Having reverted to its beastly form, the black-scaled serpent's combat prowess surged several-fold. Even the elder deacon felt an overwhelming pressure. Who dares to cause trouble at my thunder mystic sect? The battle between the black-scaled serpent and the elder deacon was far from over when an enraged voice thundered, resonating like the roar of divine thunder. Upon hearing this voice, the black-scaled serpent was struck with a profound impact, its immense body crashing to the ground, creating a vast crater. Immolation. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Zhao Yi's expression changed dramatically. If Immolation were to make a move, even if Hazy possessed formidable strength, he would stand no chance against him. Hazy. Flee quickly. Zhao Yi could no longer conceal his urgency. With a fierce shout, he dashed to Hazy's side, unhesitatingly pulling him back. Boom. At that very moment, dark clouds enveloped the heavens, ultimately transforming into a thunderbolt as wide as a barrel, crashing down upon the spot where Hazy had just stood, creating a massive charred pit. You are the boss. Hazy gazed at the crater on the ground, a chill running down his spine. When he turned his gaze back to Zhao Yi, he was momentarily taken aback, an indescribable emotion surging within him. Despite Zhao Yi's disguise, Hazy, who had shared life and death with him, recognized him at once. Although one's appearance may be altered, the essence and aura are far more challenging to disguise. Among the elders present, there was also an old acquaintance, Elder Infong. Boss, I can hold them off for a few seconds. Take this chance to escape. Hazy gritted his teeth, attempting to free himself from Zhao Yi's grasp to buy him some time to flee. Haha. Hazy, you underestimate the boss. We stood fearless against the slaughter of the Yi family. Do you think we would cower before these gatekeepers? Zhao Yi chuckled, shaking his head. He did not suppress his voice, inciting the ire of the elders who intended to obstruct him. One at the peak of martial general, another a newly ascended martial king. Do they really think they possess the strength to challenge us? Elder and Feng coldly declared, locking eyes with the others. Dark Feng had witnessed Zhao Yi's formidable prowess, and he realized that confronting him alone would likely prove futile. Kill. The elders, understanding Dark Feng's intent, immediately unleashed a myriad of lethal techniques, bombarding Zhao Yi with relentless ferocity. Originally, the emissaries had come merely to assess the situation, but having repeatedly obstructed him, Zhao Yi mused. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. With that, nearly 10,000 high-grade spirit stones materialized in his grasp. As he altered his palm, executing a certain arcane seal, the spirit stones vanished into the void, disappearing from sight. Such theatrics. Dark Feng scoffed, sensing Zhao Yi's imminent demise while he engaged in these futile antics. He envisioned Zhao Yi being torn asunder by their combined might. Boom! A dozen ferocious streams of spiritual energy, paired with an array of potent martial techniques, surged toward the expanse where Zhao Yi stood. The ground trembled beneath them, and a colossal pit formed instantaneously. At this juncture, even if his life were exceptionally resilient, it could not alter the foregone conclusion of his death. Dark Feng, witnessing the assault of all martial techniques upon Zhao Yi, could not suppress a sinister smile. He had anticipated that the joint efforts of numerous martial kings would rival those of a martial emperor, but it appeared he had underestimated the situation. Just then, a faint yet resonant voice echoed, and Dark Feng's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld an invisible light shield materializing before Zhao Yi, effortlessly deflecting their onslaught. Seizing the moment, Dark Feng attempted to channel his spiritual energy into the protective formation, only to find the original seals upon the array mysteriously erased, rendering him incapable of controlling the protective barrier. Do you wish to kill me? Prepare yourselves, for you shall all be ready to meet your own demise. Zhao Yi let out a cold laugh, waving his hand, and in that instant, the grand formation of the Thunder Xian sect was activated. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy flooding every corner of the sect. How did the control of this formation come into your hands? And Feng exclaimed in alarm. This formation had been set up by the foremost formation master of the Northern Xian domain, and only Mo Lei Xian could wield complete control over it. Since when could Zhao Yi also manipulate it? Take your questions to hell, Zhao Yi replied in a flat tone, though the murderous intent in his eyes was unmistakable. With a swift motion, he converged his hands, causing a significant portion of his spiritual energy to dissipate. The long-dormant protective formation of the sect was forcefully activated by Zhao Yi at that very moment. Chapter 85, The Might of the Formation Die. Zhao Yi opened his mouth, and the protective formation seemed to receive some sort of command, unleashing a terrifying force that erupted from within. Though classified as a fifth-grade formation, it was of the highest caliber, and even the elders like Feng felt a wave of despair wash over them. Everyone, exert all your strength to resist. Feng, unwilling to succumb passively, despite knowing the dire consequences, did not waver. With a fierce roar, he unleashed his spiritual energy, forming a protective barrier to envelop them. All the elders nodded solemnly, each of them, without exception, channeling their spiritual energy to bolster this defense. However, the formidable power of the fifth-grade protective formation was clearly beyond what Elder Feng and the others could withstand. The barrier before them barely held for a moment before being ruthlessly torn asunder by the protective formation. With a resounding crack, the barrier shattered, and every elder, without exception, coughed up a mouthful of blood, now stripped of any combat capability. To think that one could withstand the onslaught of the grand formation. Let us do this once more. Zhao Yi was somewhat astonished as he continuously extracted spirit stones, infusing them into the void to energize the array. Given Zhao Yi's prowess, he was still incapable of fully unleashing the might of this fifth-tier formation. Thus, he could only resort to this means to forcibly activate it. Break for me. The protective formation of the sect instantly consumed Zhao Yi's countless spirit stones, and a formidable force began to coalesce, rivaling the casual strikes of a martial emperor. What? This brat can actually manipulate our sect's formation, and its power has reached such heights. It's over, it's all over. As the protective formation radiated a dazzling brilliance, countless individuals turned pale, harboring an intense loathing for Zhao Yi. Under the intensity of this array's assault, they lacked even the courage to flee. Observing their panicked expressions, Zhao Yi felt no pity. Had he not secretly controlled the formation, he too would be awaiting death. A thought flashed through Zhao Yi's mind as he pressed his palm down gently, unleashing a terrifying stream of light that descended with authority. "Boy, cease this at once," shouted the approaching Mo Lei Xian, his voice booming with fury upon witnessing the scene. Zhao Yi remained indifferent, coldly observing as the formation's attack ravaged the elders. Thunder transformation of the ninth realm, summoned the heavenly thunder. A dark dot approached at an astonishing speed as he altered his hand seals. Above Zhao Yi, oppressive storm clouds gathered, flickering with lightning. Zhao Yi understood that most of the elders of the Thunder Xian sect had perished beneath the formation's might. "My dear friend, I have done all I can. At the pinnacle of the heavens, the massive form of He lay in a grotesque state, bloodied and mangled, evidently ravaged by relentless thunderous assaults. A glance revealed even the exposed bones. He, do not worry. I shall not spare that old dog. Zhao Yi's eyes burned crimson. Whether in Tianong town or here, it was always He who bravely shielded him from peril first. Zhao Yi, I find myself increasingly intrigued by you. You single-handedly vanquished an elder of my sect and manipulated my protective formation. Taking advantage of this moment, Mo Xian approached, suspended in the void, gazing at Zhao Yi with an icy demeanor. Those familiar with him recognized this as a manifestation of his utmost fury. I have investigated your identity. You are not human, but rather a beast. Mo Xian seemed to have pieced something together, causing Zhao Yi's expression to shift subtly. So what if it has been uncovered? Having been exposed, Zhao Yi chose to acknowledge it outright. Simultaneously, the supreme spirit stones bestowed upon him by Master Yin continuously surged into the protective formation. Beasts are inherently dull, devoid of intelligence. Yet your performance defies the natural order, indicating you possess some extraordinary treasure. As Mo Xian spoke these words, his eyes gleamed with avarice, fixating on Zhao Yi. Given the circumstances surrounding him, it was evident that Zhao Yi harbored a monumental secret. If Mo Xian were to obtain it, he would no longer be confined to the North Xian domain but could ascend to realms beyond. While that old dog remains inactive, let us flee. Observing Mo Xian's maniacal laughter, Zhao Yi furrowed his brow, seizing He and swiftly retreating. Since the moment I became aware of all this, I have embarked on a frantic quest to trace your whereabouts. You have finally come to me, so do stay obediently. Mo Xian let out a hearty laugh, and with a mere change of his hand seal, the thunder from the heavens descended instantly, illuminating the entire sky. A devouring black hole emerged above Zhao Yi, its invisible force of absorption spreading forth, bizarrely consuming the descending thunder. The celestial thunder summoned by Mo Xian could obliterate even the pinnacle of martial kings, and even Zhao Yi's black hole of absorption began to tremble. Clearly unable to withstand such a formidable assault. A swift reaction indeed. Before Zhao Yi could even exhale in relief, a chilling voice pierced the air. Mo Xian had somehow appeared at his side, his massive hand reaching directly for Zhao Yi's shoulder. In that dire moment, the white flames enveloping Zhao Yi ignited, transforming into the visage of a dragon's head, charging furiously at Mo Xian. A mere parlor trick. This maneuver might suffice against an ordinary martial king. But to Mo Xian, it was utterly trivial. The lightning flickered at his palm, effortlessly reducing Zhao Yi's fiery dragon head to mere ashes. With no hesitation, Mo Xian's descending palm struck Zhao Yi's shoulder, tearing open a gaping wound, exposing bone. A golden opportunity. Though his shoulder was savaged, Zhao Yi endured the excruciating pain, swiftly altering his hand movements to form a specific seal. In that instant, the protective array of the Thunder Xian sect began to radiate a brilliant light, coalescing with apocalyptic force. Kid, are you insane enough to self-destruct the protective array of your sect? Mo Xian immediately sensed something amiss, his complexion darkening as he fixed his gaze on Zhao Yi. Without a moment's hesitation, he withdrew with great haste. The destructive power of the array's self-detonation was something even Mo Xian might struggle to withstand. Since Mo Xian had already arrived, there was no need for him to depart. Zhao Yi spoke calmly, his pair of obsidian eyes transforming into a transparent hue as he formed a specific hand seal. At that moment, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Time slowed down. Chapter 86. The Resurgence of the Law is Slow. As Zhao Yi's words fell, an overwhelming sense of vitality seemed to dissipate from his being in an instant. An intangible seal struck Mo Xian at the speed of light. What? The figure of Mo Xian, who had initially retreated, now appeared to move at an excruciatingly slow pace, not merely in terms of physical movement or speed, but the very concept of time had begun to languish. This young man never fails to keep one on edge. A voice of resignation echoed within Zhao Yi as the spiritual energy from the exploding array surged forth. In an instant, a dark light erupted from within Zhao Yi, coalescing into a black barrier that enveloped him. The explosion of the array raged on for several minutes before finally subsiding, leaving the once resplendent Lei Xian sect in utter ruin, countless structures obliterated, while the figures of Zhao Yi and Mo Lei Xian had long since vanished. A madman. He is undoubtedly a madman. Somewhere within the Lei Xian sect, a shadow darted by at an astonishing speed. As the view drew closer, it turned out to be none other than Mo Lei Xian, who had just been engaged in battle with Zhao Yi. At this moment, the condition of Mo Lei Yuan could only be described as utterly tragic. His robe hung tattered upon him, and his chest and back were drenched in blood, with even exposed bones visible. Should anyone witness Mo Lei Yuan in such a state, it would undoubtedly incite madness throughout the entire northern Xin region, for how could someone force a martial emperor of Mo Lei Yuan's caliber into such dire straits? As he flew at breakneck speed, he muttered to himself, seemingly shaken by Zhao Yi's recent reckless actions. Regardless of the circumstances, the injuries inflicted by Zhao Yi's desperate explosion would likely require no less than 10 days to half a month to heal, even with the finest elixirs. He still hadn't managed to kill him. Not far from the Thunder Xin sect, atop a secluded peak, Zhao Yi, dragging his weary body, stumbled into a hidden cave. Upon seeing that Mo Lei Yuan still possessed the ability to escape, a bitter smile crept across his face. With a flick of his hand, he exhausted the last vestige of spiritual energy within him, his body finally succumbing as he collapsed unconscious. At the moment of the formation's explosion, the demon prison sovereign had protected Zhao Yi, even going so far as to expend the recently coalesced essence of his soul to establish a teleportation array. Otherwise, Zhao Yi would have surely encountered the King of Hell. Nevertheless, Zhao Yi's injuries were not any lighter than Mo Lei Yuan's, and without a span of 10 days to half a month, recovery seemed impossible. In the northern Xian region, 2 weeks later, the northern frontier of the martial extreme continent witnessed a transformation over the brief passage of time, one that could alter the dynamics of the northern Xian region for years to come. First and foremost, a youth named Zhao Yi had, with sheer tenacity, dared to challenge the entirety of the Thunder Xian sect. Originally, this was destined to be a tragic conclusion, yet it was shattered by Zhao Yi, who not only eliminated over a dozen elders cultivated by the Lei Xian sect for many years, but even dealt a severe blow to the sect leader, Mo Lei Xian. When this news stealthily emerged from the Lei Xian sect, countless individuals found it hard to believe. A youth at the pinnacle of martial generals had actually wounded a formidable warrior of the martial emperor level to the brink of death. Furthermore, the Longyan auction house continued its auctions unabated, unaffected by the events involving the two. During the auction, the Longyan auction house presented an array of rare treasures and even unveiled the hidden treasures of a martial emperor's tomb. The entire auction venue erupted in excitement, all preparing for this martial emperor's tomb. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi remained utterly unaware of the auction happenings. Following an intense battle with Mo Lei Xian, he fell into a deep slumber. After consecutively employing fifth-tier formations, even if Zhao Yi were made of iron, he would find it strenuous, especially after forcibly utilizing the laws of time. Zhao Yi remained in this state of sleep for an entire month. It was as if a fissure had opened in his item compartment, causing the spirit stones contained within to pour forth in a continuous stream, ultimately transforming into an abundance of pure spiritual energy that Zhao Yi absorbed into his body. At last, Zhao Yi, who had stagnated at the pinnacle of martial generals, felt a stirring within him. With a swift motion, after a month of tightly closed eyes, they abruptly opened again, revealing a glimmer of brilliance within. Zhao Yi was a person who often seized opportunities. Although he had just awakened from his coma, he possessed an acute awareness of his current condition. Zhao Yi was on the verge of breaking through to the martial king realm. This indeed proved to be of great utility. Zhao Yi squinted slightly as he retrieved a jade box from his inventory. Upon opening it, he found a perfectly round pill resting quietly within. This pill, known as the Breaking King pill, was a reward Zhao Yi obtained after vanquishing Wang Yin during the freshman ceremony at the Northern Spirit Academy. It possessed the ability to significantly increase the chances of advancing a level within the Martial King realm. Zhao Yi glanced at the Breaking King pill, He knew that the energy required for him to break through to the martial king level was several times greater than that needed by an ordinary person. With the spirit stones he possessed, it would be far from sufficient. Only this breaking king pill could alleviate his pressing need. As Zhao Yi's thoughts raced, the demon core within his dantian began to voraciously absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit stones like a black hole. With a hum, he swallowed the breaking king pill, and an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Within mere moments, Zhao Yi was filled to the brim with energy. After all, the breaking king pill could only be used after ascending to the martial king level, and the energy contained within it was nothing short of vast and boundless. "Refine it for me," Zhao bellowed, for what could the breaking king pill do in his hands but be refined? As the azure wolf essence within him coursed through his body, the energy from the breaking king pill was being refined and dissipated at an astonishing rate. Zhao Yi's physique gradually returned to its optimal state, and his aura began to peak, poised for a breakthrough at any moment. In the outside world, the commotion surrounding Zhao Yi's ascension to the martial king was anything but subtle. The distant 10,000 great mountains seemed to tremble with the roar of a storm, while all surrounding beasts quaked in fear, kneeling to the ground. Such a spectacle, could it be that someone was breaking through to the martial emperor? Surely not. Though the grandeur was overwhelming, the aura did not reach the level of a martial emperor. Let us hurry to the 10,000 great mountains at the Northern Spirit Academy and investigate. The commotion caused by Zhao Yi's breakthrough was nothing short of monumental, instantly drawing countless onlookers. Missing the ascension of a weapon emperor would indeed be a grave loss. As he reached the pivotal moment of his transformation, Zhao Yi reverted to his true form. The colossal single-horned moon-howling wolf commanded a mountain, its deep growl resonating through the air, causing numerous beasts to tremble in fear, paralyzed by their trepidation. Crack! At that very instant, a crisp sound of shattering echoed, seemingly emanating from within Zhao Yi himself. Subsequently, his aura began to surge exponentially. Second-tier weapon king. The ethereal energy of the entire 10,000 mountains was entirely siphoned by Zhao Yi, and extraordinary phenomena manifested at the zenith of the sky. Ding! Congratulations on ascending to level 32. You require an additional 120 million experience points for the next level. Ding! You have successfully advanced and may now undergo evolution. Would you like to proceed with evolution immediately? The evolution process will take 1 hour. Please ensure you are not interrupted during this time. Zhao Yi's aura spread, an invisible pressure enveloping half of the 10,000 mountains. At the same time, a series of notifications echoed in his mind. Yes. A glint of determination sparked in Zhao Yi's eyes as he meticulously set up various shielding formations around him, finding assurance in the system's display. Buzz. In the next moment, the cells within Zhao Yi's body commenced an endless cycle of tearing and growth, while he endured an array of excruciating pains. In the face of such agony, Zhao remained silent, calmly observing the unfolding changes within himself. Above his head, the single horn was cleaved by a sharp blade, splitting it into two, ultimately resting on either side, resembling a formidable demon lord, exuding an aura of undeniable majesty. His physique soared to an imposing height, almost reaching the summit of the mountain, and his gaze could pierce through 1,000 miles. The hair on Zhao Yi's body began to be enveloped in scales, shrouding every inch of him. The scales were so robust that not even a mighty warrior of the martial king realm could breach them with all their might. As the scales enveloped his form completely, something seemed to writhe within, hinting at a deeper transformation. After a moment, a pair of enormous wings, stretching hundreds of feet, erupted from Zhao Yi's back. These wings were as dark as the abyss, reminiscent of a demon's, and with a gentle flap, they unleashed a tempestuous wind. Beyond the external metamorphosis, the demon core within Zhao Yi underwent a significant transformation. The once murky realm of the demon core became vividly illuminated, as the various herbs and spiritual plants he had carelessly cast aside began to flourish. Zhao Yi pondered the possibility that the world within his demon core could even generate another realm, albeit one devoid of sentient life, filled instead with flora. It seemed he would need to invest more effort into nurturing the world within his demon core. In that moment, the realization struck him. Such a world existed within his core, a realm where even the living could reside for an extended period. The Lord of the Demon Abyss. Residing within Zhao Yi's demon core, observed the unfolding changes with a sense of wonder. Despite having unraveled all the secrets of Zhao Yi's being, he still found him to be immensely mysterious, continuously conjuring astonishing phenomena, whether it be the formidable laws of time or the astonishing world of the demon core. Ding dong! Congratulations on completing your third evolution. You have transformed into the ancient winged divine wolf, acquiring the innate skill claw of the divine wolf. With the lunar wolf transformation skill reaching its maximum potential, Claw of the Divine Wolf, this ability allows you to summon the formidable claws of the divine wolf, capable of shattering mountains and rivers. Lunar Wolf Transformation, a unique skill of the Tsang Wolf clan. It draws upon the power of the lunar forces, enabling you to enter a brief state of frenzy that unconditionally elevates your level without any side effects, lasting for 60 minutes level max. As this information flooded his mind, an immense panel instantly displayed his status. Zhao Yi, taken aback by his rapid advancements, found himself in the realm within. Upon seeing Zhao Yi, the demon prison sovereign was left speechless. Once hailed as a once-in-a-century genius, he now felt dwarfed in comparison to Zhao Yi, akin to a celestial being juxtaposed with a mere mortal. Hey, demon prison sovereign, I have recently grasped a new divine technique, and I wish to test it out. I wonder. Zhao Yi chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eyes revealing his intentions. Don't even think about it. The expression on the demon prison sovereign's face darkened instantly. It would not be so simple to use him as a test subject. However, Zhao Yi disregarded the demon prison sovereign's refusal. With a change of hand seals, a colossal image materialized behind him, exuding the aura of the divine wolf. As the divine wolf raised its enormous claw, a terrifying force radiated outward, descending unhesitatingly upon the demon prison sovereign. By heavens, you truly dare! The corner of the demon prison sovereign's mouth twitched as he sensed an overwhelming threat beneath the shadow of that claw. Boom! The wolf's claw descended with a tremendous force, shattering the earth over hundreds of feet, creating an immense pit, causing the very world to tremble and sway. Zhao Yi's expression shifted slightly. It appeared that his demon core realm was not particularly stable, ill-suited for such intense combat. The soul of the demon prison sovereign, rivaling the strength of a martial emperor, was caught by this terrifying claw, sustaining injuries that rendered even its essence feeble. To Zhao Yi's astonishment, the might of this divine wolf's claw was so formidable. Elated, he realized that although this move had drained all his internal power, its potency was sufficient to rival a martial emperor's strike. Should he encounter Mo Lei Xian again, this technique would surely leave him in utter disarray. Thank you for the training, demon prison sovereign. Zhao Yi laughed heartily and, under the sovereign's resentful gaze, swiftly departed from the demon core realm. In addition to successfully evolving, the myriad spirit marketplace within the demon god system began to update, now offering a variety of advanced spiritual artifacts, alongside some exceedingly rare martial techniques. Zhao Yi did not linger long over these spiritual weapons and techniques. His gaze shifted slightly and he immediately noticed something new beside a bone-shaped item. Drawing closer, he realized it appeared to be a candy. The infinite candy, upon consumption, would grant double experience for slaying monsters within a 24-hour period. Zhao Yi's breath quickened as he read the description on the candy. Anyone familiar with online gaming understands that double experience means defeating one monster equates to 2. This was nothing short of divine assistance. However, upon glancing at the price, his expression darkened immediately. It was priced at a staggering 100,000 points. How could one not covet such a treasure? Chapter 88. The Tomb of the Martial Emperor. The points I have painstakingly accumulated. Zhao Yi glanced at his score, a staggering sum of 300,000. Yet it was all earned drop by drop through his own efforts. Upon reviewing the details, he discovered that the majority of his points stemmed from the hatred value converted from Mo Lei Xian. After annihilating half of the Lei Xian sect and nearly beating him to death, it was no surprise that there was such animosity. Well, let me purchase one and see what happens. With a twinge of regret, Zhao Yi bought a piece of infinite candy, which tasted just like ordinary candy from his previous life. What the? So many people are arriving. Wasn't it said that even the martial king would not dare to barge into the 10,000 mountains? Zhao Yi had just awakened and had yet to remove the shielding formation enveloping the mountain peak when he noticed throngs of individuals approaching, representatives from various sects and factions. A twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ladies and gentlemen, do enjoy the show at your leisure. I shall not accompany you. After burying a fourth-grade self-destruct formation, wings sprouted from his back, evolving into the ancient wings of its song wolf. Naturally, Zhao Yi mastered the art of flight. With a gentle flap of his wings, he was instantly propelled to an altitude of 100 meters. What is that? Countless onlookers gasped at the sight of Zhao Yi soaring skyward. Some, driven by intense curiosity, rushed toward the place where he had previously meditated. Perhaps a treasure would reveal itself. Everyone, hurry! Someone shouted, inciting a wave of commotion as numerous individuals exerted every ounce of strength to rush toward Zhao Yi's secluded spot. Boom! As the crowd surged in, the self-destruct formation that Zhao Yi had set in motion was instantly activated, unleashing a terrifying force that ravaged several mountains. Those meddlesome individuals who had ventured into the mountains let out horrified screams as a formidable storm of spiritual energy swept through, nearly leveling the towering peaks to the ground. Observing the explosion from a distance, Zhao Yi couldn't help but smirk coldly. He held no compassion for these individuals, for they had only themselves to blame for their insatiable curiosity and reckless disregard for danger. Congratulations on defeating a level 31 wild beast, earning 2 million experience points. Double experience in effect. Congratulations on defeating a level 28 wild beast, earning 600,000 experience points. Double experience in effect. Congratulations to the player. With the mountains obliterated in an instant, a flurry of system notifications echoed in Zhao Yi's mind. Precisely as the system had foretold, his experience had indeed doubled. Yet, the next level remained a distant goal. He pondered the passage of time and wondered how that old dog was faring now. Zhao Yi mused to himself, his features subtly shifting until he transformed into another handsome young man. After orienting himself, he swiftly made his way towards the Northern Spirit Academy. To be honest, during his time at the Northern Spirit Academy, Zhao Yi had received care from several elders, and now, due to his actions, those elders were facing oppression from the Lei Xian sect. This journey was not only to assess the current state of the Northern Spirit Academy, but also to ascertain the situation in the Northern Xin region after his month-long coma and seclusion. However, as Zhao Yi approached the Northern Spirit Academy, he found that nearly everyone had departed, leaving only a few elders to guard the entrance. Who are you? As Zhao Yi stepped into Biling Academy, Elder Beijun, who had been stationed there, immediately bellowed in anger, unleashing a terrifying surge of spiritual energy that bore down upon him. Breaking free, Zhao Yi lifted his gaze to confront the onslaught of spiritual attacks, and the flames surrounding him erupted forth like a furious dragon, obliterating the oppressive energy in an instant. Had it truly been only a few months since Elder Beijun had forgotten him so swiftly? With a sweeping glance, Zhao Yi quickly spotted the elder standing with arms crossed atop a roof. Zhao Yi, you're alive. Upon recognizing the familiar figure, Elder Beijun ceased his actions and transformed into a streak of light, racing towards Zhao Yi. Elder, has something transpired recently? Zhao Yi inquired. You may not be aware, but rumors from the outside world claim you perished at the hands of Mo Lei Xian. It appears your life is far more resilient than your abilities suggest. Elder Beijun chuckled lightly. You single-handedly infiltrated the Lei Xian sect, slaying dozens of their elders and severely wounding Mo Lei Xian. Even our esteemed dean would find such a feat challenging. Simply luck, Zhao Yi replied, shaking his head. However, he was not inclined to dwell on the past and promptly inquired about the current situation. A fortnight ago, the Longdin auction house publicly announced the discovery of a martial emperor's tomb. Now, the majority of forces have hastened to that site, Elder Beijun explained. The martial emperor's tomb? Zhao Yi's brows furrowed. Even if it is the tomb of a martial emperor, such a commotion seems unwarranted, considering the numerous hidden talents within the North Xin domain. Not to mention the numerous living martial emperor powerhouses. Haha, this is not merely a solitary imperial tomb of martial sovereigns, but rather a collection of them. A week ago, a martial general cultivator within had encountered an extraordinary opportunity, ascending directly from a first-level general to a martial king. Elder Beijun could not restrain himself from exclaiming. Had it not been for the necessity of someone to guard Biling Academy, he might have sought the opportunity for himself. Alas, upon hearing this, Zhao Yi felt as though he had missed out on several hundred million. The arduous effort he invested to break through to the rank of Martial King paled in comparison to the swiftness of that singular opportunity. After inquiring about the location of the Imperial Tomb from Elder Beijun, Zhao Yi hastened his journey without pause. Fortunately, the tomb was exceptionally vast. Even with Zhao Yi's delayed arrival of more than half a month, countless individuals continued to traverse within its confines. The Imperial Tomb is situated in an exceedingly northern region, where the biting winds cannot deter the throngs of treasure seekers. After several hours of flight, Zhao Yi finally arrived at this frigid expanse. My friend, it appears that nearly 80% of the forces and individuals from the North Xin domain have gathered here. As Zhao Yi released Heizi from his inner realm, Heizi could not help but exclaim in admiration, eager to plunge headfirst into the quest for treasure. Heizi, let us proceed separately. Should you encounter the Lei Xian sect or find yourself in peril, crush this item as a signal. Zhao Yi deliberated, concluding that it would be more prudent for them to part ways. Given Heizi's strength, as long as he did not encounter a formidable martial king, he would likely remain safe. As he spoke, he handed over a jade stone, inscribed with a fragment of his consciousness. The moment Heizi crushed it, Zhao Yi would instantly sense his location. Excellent. It is a pity that Dahe and Arii have not evolved into humanoid forms. Otherwise, they could have joined us in this adventure. Heizi took the jade, expressing a hint of helplessness. He possessed the blood of a flood dragon within him, and upon breaking through to the Martial King realm, he would be able to transform into a human. However, Dahe and Arii were merely ordinary Crimson Yuan Wolves. Even if they were to reach the Martial King level, they would still be far from achieving human form. This was the very reason why only Heizi had come to the North Xian region. Let us proceed, Zhao Yi said, casting a deep glance at Heizi. The latter gave a slight nod, and the two of them instantly transformed into streaks of light, darting into the tomb in different directions. Chapter 89, the most northern land in the extreme north, where snow fell year-round. The area had become the most bustling place in the North Xian region ever since the Martial Emperor's tomb was unearthed. Strangely, despite the gathering of nearly 80% of the North Xian region's populace, there was no sense of congestion in this remote land. The opening of the Martial Emperor's tomb had persisted for over half a month, and the treasures on the periphery had long been cleared away. Left with no other choice, Zhao Yi had to delve deeper into the tomb. Along the way, he encountered countless martial techniques and even witnessed the emergence of mid-grade spiritual veins. Yet none stirred his interest. The tomb of the Martial Emperor was vast, but within Zhao Yi dwelled a powerful figure of martial sovereign caliber, capable of discerning which direction held treasures. Under the guidance of the demon prison sovereign, half a month swiftly elapsed, and Zhao Yi's gains were abundant, even leading to his breakthrough to the third level of Martial King. Within the Martial Emperor's tomb, there were numerous supply points organized by well-meaning individuals. By visiting these supply points, one could evade the pursuit of enemies and gather various pieces of intelligence. Have you heard? Deep within the tomb lies a fruit of extreme Yin. Acquiring it would not only elevate one's cultivation but also imbue one's spiritual power with a chilling attribute, significantly enhancing combat prowess. In a supply point, several youths with pointed ears and monkey-like features were whispering among themselves. Despite their hushed tones, they could not conceal their conversation from Zhao Yi's keen ears. The fruit of extreme Yin. Zhao Yi's expression brightened since his arrival in this place. He had been inquiring about the fruit, but such divine objects are exceedingly rare. After wandering for half a month, he had yet to uncover any valuable information. Upon overhearing their discussion, a spark of excitement ignited in Zhao Yi's eyes. However, the fruit of extreme Yin grows in the realm of extreme Yin, where the biting winds and snow would challenge even a typical martial king. If we were to venture there, it would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. The youths expressed their helplessness, acknowledging their inadequate strength. Is it true that the tomb of the Martial Emperor harbors the fruit of extreme Yin? Zhao Yi inquired, having appeared unexpectedly among them. This fruit held immense significance for him, and he was determined to obtain it regardless of the challenges ahead. Indeed. But seizing the fruit is perilous. For someone of your third-tier Martial King status, it would be wise to abandon such thoughts. One youth scoffed. He recounted how a fifth-tier Martial King had attempted to breach the tomb, only to be transformed into an ice sculpture, eternally trapped in that place. If you can provide the location, these martial techniques and skills shall be yours. Zhao Yi remained unfazed, presenting the martial techniques he had recently acquired. Each one would prove invaluable to a martial king. Since the young brother possesses such audacity, I bestow upon you this map. However, I must caution you. Should you truly venture into that frigid realm, it would be wise to team up with Han Shuang and her companions. Otherwise, you may find yourself ensnared in the tomb alongside those formidable martial emperors, without ever encountering the extreme fruit. Upon catching sight of the martial arts techniques, their eyes gleamed with anticipation. Although the allure of the extreme fruit was tantalizing, they held little hope given their limited strength. They promptly handed a map to Zhao Yi and offered a word of caution. "Thank you," Zhao Yi replied, accepting the map with ease. While dismissing any thought of Han Shuang, the martial emperor's tomb spans nearly 10,000 miles in diameter, which explains why the gathering of 8/10 of the North Xian region's populace does not feel overcrowded. The extreme fruit resides at the northernmost depths of the tomb, in an inhospitable environment where even martial kings dare not linger for long. Consequently, those without sex often embark into this northernmost territory in groups. The frigid temperatures here are capable of injuring even the most seasoned martial kings. As Zhao Yi arrived at the northernmost expanse, he was met with a biting wind. However, as a divine beast, he felt little discomfort. This vast area posed a challenge. Where should he begin his search? He extended his divine sense. Yet it seemed as though an invisible force enveloped this place, allowing him only to scan his immediate surroundings within 1,000 meters. In this northernmost region flowed an icy river, its frigid waters ensuring that even a martial king who fell within would meet a fate akin to being encased in ice. Only vessels crafted from special materials could safely traverse its depths. Zhao Yi, it would be prudent for you to join a team. This region is fraught with perilous uncertainties, and having a guide would greatly facilitate our journey. Suddenly, the Demon Abyss Sovereign spoke, and Zhao Yi nodded in agreement, aligning his thoughts with the elders. As he surveyed the surroundings, he chanced upon a small group that was recruiting members. A grand vessel was moored at the shore, manned by numerous skilled individuals, the most formidable among them having reached the pinnacle of the martial king realm. However, to board the ship and join the team, one had to pay a fee of 100 premium spirit stones. After settling the payment, Zhao Yi ascended the ship and entered a meditative state. In the treacherous northernmost lands, where even the Demon Abyss Sovereign could not probe, it was essential for Zhao Yi to prepare himself in peak condition. Apologies, but this vessel is already at full capacity. A robust man rushed over just as Zhao Yi stepped aboard, yet before he could set foot on the gangplank, a calm voice emanated from within the ship. Even while engrossed in his cultivation, Zhao Yi discerned that it belonged to the sole martial king on board, known as Han Linghumph. As the esteemed leader of the Heavenly Calamity sect, it is an honor for you to have me join your humble team. The stout man retorted indignantly, and with a disdainful snort, he forcibly boarded the ship. Entering the perilous northern lands is no trivial matter. I suggest you cast out the weakest member of your party. Upon finishing his remark, a terrifying aura was unleashed, equal in strength to that of Han Ling. An invisible pressure radiated outward, causing the expressions of those aboard to pale, as they struggled to endure the oppressive force. The previously self-satisfied, robust man narrowed his eyes as he observed Zhao Yi, who remained seated and undisturbed. I believe this young man is quite willing to relinquish the only spot to me. Wouldn't you agree? The burly man patted Zhao Yi's shoulder and flashed him a grin, ready to unleash hidden strength to shatter his shoulder at the slightest hint of refusal. Forgive me, but matters of precedence must be observed. This journey to the northernmost land is of great significance to me. Zhao Yi seemed unfazed by the burly man's threat, as wisps of white flames began to emanate from his body, instantly scorching the man's palm. You dare to refuse hospitality and instead invite punishment. The sharp pain radiating from his palm made the burly man's lips twitch, prompting him to draw the ghostly blade strapped to his back. Gui Ming, do not engage in combat aboard my vessel. We are merely offering you a lift. A gentle voice floated from within the cabin, causing the burly man to narrow his eyes. Since Miss Han Shuang has spoken, I shall spare your life this time. Seizing the rare opportunity to board, Gui Ming shot Zhao Yi a fierce glare before striding into the cabin. This young man is indeed fortunate. He has been saved by the lady's unexpected mercy. The crew members aboard cast subtle glances at Zhao Yi, considering him a fortunate soul who narrowly escaped death. Chapter 90. Sea Beasts. To reach the northernmost land, one must traverse the boundless cold abyss. Within this frigid expanse, a vessel of considerable size glided slowly, carrying a dozen or so crew members, each quietly attending to their tasks. They occasionally cast wary glances outside, prepared to turn back at the first sign of danger. Seemingly aware of the perils that lurked within the frigid waters, Gui Ming sat cross-legged, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Zhao Yi, his gaze frequently darting in the latter's direction, wishing fervently to rid himself of Zhao Yi's presence. Zhao Yi, however, chose to disregard Gui Ming's disdainful glances, allowing his consciousness to delve into the realm of the demon core, where he meticulously tinkered with the moonlight treasure box. Since the cataclysmic battle at the Thunder Shin sect, Zhao Yi had garnered considerable insights into the formations inscribed upon the treasure, successfully deciphering 3 of them, thereby deepening his comprehension of the laws of time. Moreover, he unearthed the existence of myriad other laws beyond time, such as the laws of flame, ice, and tempest. Yet, the power of these laws, being the pinnacle of the celestial realm, remained elusive to Zhao Yi's current capabilities. During his explorations, he sought the counsel of the demon prison sovereign on several occasions, but the latter remained deliberately vague, seemingly reluctant to elaborate, leaving Zhao Yi somewhat exasperated. Thus, he resolved to methodically dismantle the formations above, striving to unlock the powers contained within the moonlight treasure box. As Zhao Yi immersed himself in his endeavors, time swiftly slipped away. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, wary of others who might seize the opportunity to engage in subterfuge during his concentration. As night fell, the moon ascended to the zenith of the sky, casting a chilling luminescence over the already frigid waters of the cold pool, amplifying its inherent chill. Zhao Yi gradually opened his tightly shut eyes, casting a glance at Han Ling, who leaned against the sail. "Zhao Yi, do you require something?" Han Ling inquired, arms crossed. "There is a pack of sea beasts several miles away. We should navigate around them to avoid any potential conflict," Zhao Yi suggested kindly. Despite the area's interference with divine perception, as a divine beast, he was still able to sense the presence of surrounding demon beasts, with sea beasts being a subset of such creatures. "Young man, if you are afraid, do not board the vessel. The sea beasts lie concealed beneath the depths and will not reveal themselves at this hour." Before Han Ling could respond, the ever-watchful Gui Ming seized the opportunity to sneer derisively, adding insult to injury. Han Ling furrowed his brow at the remark. He had deliberately chosen a safe route, and the visibility here was obscured. How could Zhao Yi possibly be aware of events taking place miles away? "Brother Han, hesitate no longer. I suspect this fellow has no intention of allowing us to seek treasure. Trust me, let us toss him into the icy pool to feed the fish." Han Ling pondered for a moment but remained silent. To him, the path they had traversed thus far had been devoid of peril, and the likelihood of encountering sea beasts ahead was minimal. However, after the vessel had sailed another kilometer, the cabin door swung open, and a young girl emerged, her expression fraught with urgency. "Is this Han Shuang?" Upon hearing the commotion, Zhao Yi lifted his gaze. Before the sails, a girl clad in ice-blue attire appeared, harmonizing perfectly with the wintry landscape. Her long, raven hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her features were exquisitely refined, leaving no trace of imperfection. She was undeniably a stunning beauty. Yet, at that moment, despite her seemingly aloof demeanor, her delicate visage bore hints of anxiety and gravity. "Miss, what troubles you?" Upon seeing Han Shuang, Han Ling's expression hardened. It was rare for him to witness her in such a state of concern. "Han Ling, halt the vessel immediately and return." Han Shuang seemed to lack the time to elaborate, issuing her command with urgency. "Han Shuang, we are mere miles from the northernmost point." "What do you mean by turning back now?" Gui Ming interjected, clearly displeased. "What reason is there to return when everything is proceeding smoothly? A group of sea beasts from the Martial Emperor organization is approaching us in search of sustenance. If you wish to become a part of their unfortunate meal, you may descend now." Han Shuang cast a cold glance at Gui Ming, who promptly fell silent, clearly intimidated by her presence. "Miss, did you just say that sea beasts are going to attack us?" Han Ling's expression changed dramatically as he recalled Zhao Yi's earlier warning, which he had dismissed with disdain. This is disastrous. There's no escaping now. Han Shuang lightly tapped her snow-white chin, about to speak when a series of deep, menacing roars erupted from ahead. In the boundless cold abyss, countless eyes, each as large as lanterns, opened simultaneously, their numbers totaling in the hundreds. Even the Shark King has arrived. Upon hearing the roar, Han Ling quickly turned his gaze and was met with the sight of a sea shark transformed into human form, standing atop a giant sea turtle. The fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from it were palpable, even from a great distance, conveying an overwhelming pressure. That is a formidable martial emperor. Everyone need not worry. These sea beasts are merely passing by in search of food. The Shark King possesses intellect comparable to that of humans. As long as we do not offer them spirit stones to satiate their hunger, they will not trouble us. Moreover, should these sea beasts refuse our goodwill, I can certainly guide you to safety, Gui Ming suddenly declared, allowing the group to breathe a collective sigh of relief. Gui Ming, this is all I possess. When the Shark King takes action, you must ensure my safety. The experts aboard the ship, hailing from various sects or being solitary cultivators, immediately produced their treasures in hopes of preserving their lives. Young man, what of your spirit stones? Seizing the opportunity, Gui Ming approached Zhao Yi with a cold smile, extending his palm. The crew aboard the ship, already aware of the tensions between the two, echoed his demand, urging Zhao Yi to surrender the spirit stones. Collecting protection fees? If you do not mind parting with all the treasures on your person, I could safely escort you to the northernmost reaches. Zhao Yi replied nonchalantly, not jesting. After his third evolution, he had gained the ability to liberate himself from the Earth's constraints and could soar to the northernmost land in a single breath. Carrying another person posed no challenge whatsoever. You, a dignified third-level martial king, I truly do not comprehend the audacity with which you speak. Gui Ming was on the verge of exploding, his anger surging as his internal spiritual energy churned violently. Gui Ming, they are coming. Before Gui Ming could act, a somewhat panicked voice rang out as a group of sea beasts surrounded them outside the vessel, with the Shark King observing them with indifference. Hee, esteemed Shark King, I was unaware that this was your territory. Consider these spirit stones a token of my apologies. I hope you will graciously accept. Upon seeing the imposing figure of the Shark King, Gui Ming broke into a cold sweat, hastily offering up the spirit stones he had just gathered. Chapter 91. The Shark King. Oh, I did not expect you to be so perceptive. The Shark King, standing atop a massive sea turtle of hundreds of feet in size, not smaller than Han Shuang's ship, leaped forward and swiftly took all the spirit stones from Gui Ming's hands. Although the Shark King possessed a humanoid form, he bore scales unique to sea beasts and sported a large dorsal fin, creating a rather grotesque appearance. In this northernmost land, who is unaware of the formidable reputation of the Shark King? Now that the spirit stones have been collected, do you show us your benevolence and allow us passage? Gui Ming rubbed his hands together, a sly grin spreading across his face. The gathered crowd turned their hopeful gazes toward the Shark King. Did they truly believe that such a meager offering of spirit stones would suffice to appease him? However, the Shark King's subsequent actions left everyone in utter astonishment. His scaled hand came crashing down upon Gui Ming's head with fierce intensity. In an instant, Gui Ming's body was struck as if by a tremendous force, and despite the vessel being constructed of special materials, he was forcefully embedded within the planks. Momentarily dazed, Gui Ming pondered whether these sea beasts were more tyrannical than humans. Had they accepted the toll, yet still sought to harm him? It had been ages since humans had ventured here, and now that they had intruded, they were destined to become prey for the sea creatures. The Shark King could hardly suppress the drool threatening to spill forth, confined to this desolate northern realm. How could he possibly let a chance at human flesh slip away? Miss, seize this opportunity to escape. I shall hold the Shark King at bay. Han Ling, with a grim expression, realized the dire situation as Gui Ming was trapped in the planks. He was acutely aware of the latter's strength, and yet, against the Shark King, he could not withstand even a single blow. While he spoke, he cast a glance at Zhao Yi, recalling how he had earlier suggested that the arrival of these sea beasts was far from a simple matter. This was no place for recklessness. The dangers here were manifold. And with the Shark King being a warrior of imperial caliber, remaining would surely lead to death. Han Shuang's face paled at his words, clearly understanding the Shark King's might. Even if the entire crew joined forces, they would stand no chance against him. Certainly, this is under the premise that Zhao Yi is not included. Haha. The Shark King is here. None of you shall escape. With a hearty laugh, the Shark King waved his hand towards the sea beast lying in the cold pool, who instantly leaped aboard the ship. Everyone, act swiftly. Do not allow these beasts onto the vessel. Despite the presence of the formidable Shark King, the crowd did not relent. Their internal energy surged as they worked to repel the sea creatures attempting to board. However, each of these beasts possessed the strength of a martial king. And even a single one posed a significant challenge, quickly filling the ship with various sea creatures in mere minutes. Amidst the fierce battle on deck, Zhao Yi appeared to be an observer, as none of the sea beasts chose to attack him. Gui Ming, let us join forces to capture the thief. One must first seize the king. Han Ling rushed in, casting a glance at Gui Ming. Although he was reluctant to collaborate with this individual, there were no other options left. A retreat would mean death, and advancing would lead to the same fate. It was better to engage boldly and perhaps witness a miracle. Very well. Despite their many disagreements, in this moment they unified against a common foe. Their internal energies swirling as they unleashed their most adept martial techniques upon the Shark King. The Shark King's scales appeared incredibly resilient. Even after enduring their combined assault, he sustained only minor injuries. A swarm of ants, daring to resist. The Shark King scoffed, sweeping his hand, unleashing a torrent of energy that stirred the sands and stones. His power was instantaneously compressed into a sword, which he thrust unhesitatingly towards the duo, resulting in a scene of utter carnage. Zhao Yi, amidst the turmoil aboard the vessel, one cannot afford to remain detached, particularly given your formidable prowess, which ranks among the finest aboard. Gui Ming remained acutely aware of Zhao Yi, astonished to witness him traversing the sea beasts with such nonchalance. He promptly voiced a command to divert attention. Eliminate him. As anticipated, the Shark King took notice of Zhao Yi and swiftly dispatched several skilled fighters to confront him. Be cautious. A snow-white sword, imbued with an icy chill, soared from behind Zhao Yi, swiftly dispatching the sea beast that had aimed to attack him. Thank you. Zhao Yi was momentarily taken aback. Not only had this girl brought him onto the ship, but she had also come to his rescue, earning his admiration. Do not lose focus during battle. These sea beasts, trapped in the icy abyss for countless years, will seize any opportunity to take your life. Han Shuang, maintaining her frosty demeanor, uttered this warning to Zhao Yi before wielding her blood-red sword to fiercely strike at the surrounding sea creatures. Though her cultivation was not particularly high, standing at the 6th level of martial kings, her snow-white sword swept through the ranks of sea beasts of the same level effortlessly, annihilating them in mere moments. How infuriating! I shall eradicate you. The Shark King, witnessing his subordinates falling one by one to Zhao Yi and Han Shuang, stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with rage. He forcefully propelled Gui Ming and Han Ling away, then charged furiously towards the duo. Miss. Han Ling steadied himself, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth before shouting out and pursuing them. Yet, before he could take more than a couple of steps, a blade's shadow swiftly obstructed his path. Gui Ming, what are you doing? Han Ling raised his head and immediately saw Gui Ming standing before him. Enraged, he shouted, channeling his internal spiritual energy, ready to strike at any moment. It's nothing, merely an annoyance with a certain individual, Gui Ming replied coolly, showing no signs of yielding. As long as the Shark King dealt with Zhao Yi, it would be a favorable outcome for him. You're courting death. Han Ling assumed that the certain individual Gui Ming referred to was Han Shuang, and in a fit of rage, he unleashed a flurry of lethal attacks. Even with equal cultivation, Gui Ming found himself flustered in response. This is problematic. Han Shuang pierced the body of a sea beast with her sword, and out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the Shark King approaching, her expression shifting slightly. While she could manage a few sea beasts, facing the Shark King was another matter entirely. He could obliterate her with just a finger. Boom. Before the Shark King could strike, a burst of white flames, akin to a fleeting light, suddenly appeared in front of him, engulfing him in an explosion of fire. Who dares to ambush me? The Shark King, fearful of flames and having been scorched by Zhao Yi, retreated hastily, his eyes scanning the surroundings with fury. It is I. Do you have a problem with that? Zhao Yi stepped forward slowly, his dark eyes gazing calmly at the Shark King, as if discussing a trivial matter. The crew members around him looked on in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. Who would dare speak to the Shark King in such a manner? This kid is doomed. With a swift motion, Gui Ming severed Han Ling's attack. Hearing Zhao Yi's voice, he let out a cold laugh, envisioning Zhao Yi being torn to shreds. You. Sure enough. The Shark King was consumed by rage as he locked eyes with Zhao Yi. Before making any move, he suddenly felt an inexplicable pressure emanating from Zhao Yi. That overwhelming pressure, akin to subjects encountering their sovereign, emanated from an ancestral compulsion. The divine, the mythical beast. The Shark King fixed his gaze intently upon Zhao Yi, and despite the latter being several realms weaker, he found himself gripped by an unsettling sense of trepidation.